Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 65. Chapter 65, Godlike Technique. He's a complete amateur in alchemy who doesn't even know how to prepare the herbs. How could he possibly know how to use the yin-yang separation flow technique? Preparing herbs was something deeply ingrained in alchemists. Even Wang Jinfu, who was an alchemy grandmaster, would not skip at point 1. After all, it was impossible to comprehend how an alchemy emperor refined pills with his realm point 2. Hence, in Wang Jinfu's heart, Yuan had long been determined to be a layman. Whether he knows it or not, just continue watching, and you will see. Honestly speaking, even I am looking forward to it. Feng Ruoqing said with a smile. Wang Jinfu and Ko's conversation reached everyone's ears. The students started gossiping among themselves. Yin-yang separation flow technique. What the hell is that? No clue. Never heard of it before. I'm also confused now. Is Yuan the real deal or is he misleading us? Should be misleading. After all, he doesn't even know how to prepare the herbs. I think so too. Other people did not know about the yin-yang separation flow technique, but Wan Yuan knew. It was exactly because he knew that caused Wan Yuan's disdain grew even greater. Although the yin-yang separation flow technique was very powerful, it was extremely difficult to train. He was all too clear on Yuan's capabilities. How could he possibly know this? Most likely Yuan saw it on some obscure books or records, and then he purposely took it out now to please the crowd by trying to impress them. Within the refining room, Yuan swiftly completed the refinement of the medicinal essence. Next, was to open the furnace to refine pills. Similar to that day when he was assistant to Feng Ruoqing, Yuan formed seals with both hands, and the flame obediently split into 2 parts to scorch the pill cauldron uniformly. Finishing the preparation work, Yuan waved a hand, and the medicinal essences flew into the pill cauldron. Meanwhile, Yuan's hands were like flood dragons out in the sea. His left hand formed seals, and his right hand did so too as he controlled the 2 portions of medicinal essences. The entire process was not quick, but it was not sloppy at all. The essence of the yin-yang separation flow technique was synchronization. Just based on this point, Yuan's refinement since the start had been impeccable. Outside the refining room in the hall, Yuan's refinement finally dispelled everyone's suspicions towards him. Yuan really knew alchemy. It was just that it was not easy to judge how high his standard was. I didn't think that this rascal really knows alchemy. It's just, why are his movements so slow? Could it be that he isn't familiar with the seals? Wang Jinfu was baffled. The yin-yang separation flow technique has 7x7, 49 yang seals, and 7x7, 49 yin seals. Each of them is supremely complex. Back then, I also tried to learn the yin-yang separation flow technique. But in the end, I failed. Yuan has been on point since the first seal until now. I also can't see any areas where he's unfamiliar with. Logically speaking, it should be utilized proficiently. I also don't understand why he's so slow. Miss Feng, what do you think? Sun Jianming seemed to be rather familiar with the yin-yang separation flow technique. Most likely, he spent a great deal of time researching it in his youth. Feng Ruoqing had been staring unblinkingly at Yuan's hands since the beginning. She knew the first 21 seals of the yin-yang separation flow technique by heart. Currently, the seals Yuan executed were like playing it in slow motion for her to see. Could it be that he's specifically displaying it for me to see? Feng Zhiro quickly rejected this thought. The yin-yang separation flow technique was incomparably complicated. If he continued like this, the medicinal pills would definitely be ruined. Even if Yuan were really at the level of an alchemy king, it would be impossible to save it. Noticing that Sun Jianming questioned her, Feng Ruoqing also shook her head bitterly. I also don't know. The first pair of seals is completed. But isn't this speed too slow? At this rate, the medicinal pill can't even condense. The result will surely be a useless pill, Wang Jinfu said. Yuan started to execute the second pair of seals. The two sets of medicinal essences jumped joyously about in the pill cauldron one after another, akin to fish frolicking. Old Wang, do you feel that the speed of Yuan's seals is increasing? Halfway through the second pair of seals, Sun Jianming suddenly asked. Is that so? I didn't notice it. It's still so slow. But old Sun, did you notice that even though Yuan's actions are very slow, the medicinal essences don't have any signs of dissipating? Wang Jinfu also seemed to have discovered something unusual. In reality, when alchemists were refining pills, most would finish things quickly in order to maintain the shape of the medicinal essence. It was just like a single log bridge. If you charge across in one breath, you would be able to properly grasp the direction and balance, so as to not fall down. But if you crossed it slowly, it would be easy to lose your center of gravity and then fell down. However, Yuan's refining was the opposite. He clearly decreased the speed, but each step was very stable. There were no instances where the center of gravity was off. Sun Jianming took a look and was involuntarily astounded. It's true. Could it be that Yuan already trained the yin-yang separation flow technique to an extraordinarily high realm? Hence, he deliberately slowed down to allow for the various herbs in the medicinal essence to fuse better. But is this possible? Right when the two were debating, Yuan's seals had already progressed to the third pair. It's not right. It looks like it sped up again. Sun Jianming exclaimed. Now that you said it, it really looks like it's a little faster than at the start. He's increasing his speed. Wang Jinfu also discovered the change in Yuan's hand speed. Don't tell me he plans to keep increasing speed like this. Sun Jianming and Wang Jinfu exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Next was the fourth pair of seals. The fifth pair, sixth pair, seventh pair. Yuan's seal-forming speed became increasingly faster and even more elusive. In the beginning, everyone's eyes could follow Yuan's speed. But towards the end, they could only see a blur. Yuan's refinement gave people the feeling that he was using his fingertips to dance, dreamlike and mystical. Sun Jianming and Wang Jinfu no longer discussed Yuan's seals. They were completely drunk on Yuan's refinement and were not able to extricate themselves. At this moment, their hearts seemed to quiver along with Yuan's hands, becoming excited. Their blood even felt like it was boiling towards the end. In this place, Sun Jianming's and Wang Jinfu's skill was the highest. But even they were completely immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves, let alone the others. Even Yuan's enemy, Wan Yuan, was currently lost in it. Sun Jianming and Wang Jinfu were wholly enraptured as if they were brought into another realm. And this realm was a world that they had never heard of before in their entire lives. Yin-yang. Combine. Just as that feeling reached its peak, Yuan gave a low cry and suddenly placed his palms together, resulting in the two half-portion medicinal pills, which had already taken shape, gathered in the center. A beam of white light shot out from the pill cauldron, blinding everyone's eyes. Sun Jianming and Wang Jinfu were abruptly woken. The two exchanged looks once again and saw an inexplicable feeling from the other party's eyes. The entire hall was silent. The students had not woken up from their stupor yet. Right then, the door of the refining room belonging to Yuan opened, and Yuan walked out slowly. Bean-sized sweat drops covered his forehead. It was evident that refining a Tier 2 medicinal pill was still too strenuous for him. The medicinal pill is already refined. This little lord is tired to death. I'm going back to rest first. You have to tell me later whether I pass or not. After he said that, Yuan strode out, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. Chapter 66. Chapter 66, Miracle, Legendary Realm. He left just like that. Wang Jinfu forgot to stop Yuan just now. When he recovered, Yuan was already gone. Sun Jianming took a deep breath and sighed. If he doesn't leave, then what? His essence energy is already exhausted. If he doesn't recuperate in time, it might leave behind hidden dangers. Even though he managed to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill using his 4th level essence Qi realm cultivation, it was still overly forceful. It would be a pity for such a figure to leave behind hidden dangers because of a single refinement. So what if it was forceful? He already has the strength to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill. What's lacking is only the accumulation of essence energy. Wang Jinfu's words still contained deep shock. Sun Jinfu nodded in agreement. However, he suddenly became agitated. Trembling, he said, "A miracle. Yi Yuan's refinement just now was simply a miracle." That's right. It was truly a miracle. Could it be that Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique had already reached that legendary stage? Wang Jinfu wondered. It's definitely the legendary realm. A fourth-level essence chi realm refining pills manage to affect even the mental states of us both. It's impossible to not be the legendary stage. Sun Jianming said in agreement. The various refinement techniques in alchemy had fundamental similarities with martial techniques. It was just that alchemy techniques did not possess attack power. However, refinement techniques were differentiated into 5 realms based on the level of mastery. They were namely, entry stage, small success stage, large success stage, great circle stage, and legendary stage. The distinction between realms was pretty much the same as martial techniques. The only difference was in the 5th stage's name. One was the breaking illusion stage, while the other was the legendary stage. The difference also showed the fundamentally distinct goals between martial techniques and alchemy techniques. Martial techniques pursued extreme destructive powers. What was necessary was breaking shackles and surpassing limits. Hence the name, breaking illusion. On the other hand, alchemy techniques pursued a type of boundless creation power. Endless possibilities lay hidden inside a tiny, tiny medicinal pill, and what alchemy methods chased after was the creation of even more possibilities. Hence the name, legendary. The moment one's alchemy technique stepped into the legendary stage, the refined medicinal pills would produce limitless possibilities and often would also increase the medicinal efficacy multiple times. An alchemy technique at the legendary stage could even bestow additional attributes onto the medicinal pill and yield unexpected results. Wang Jinfu seemed to recall something and suddenly bellowed, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly go and invite out the medicinal pill Yi Yuan refined." When Wang Jinfu spoke, he subconsciously used the word invite. The alchemy master at the side only came to a realization now and rushed over to retrieve the medicinal pill. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan's face took on a grim expression. In his heart, he felt inexplicable shock and a strong sense of shame. He knew that the relationship he just struck up with Wang Jinfu was gone now. It was already impossible for Wang Jinfu to acknowledge him as a disciple. Things would be fine if Yi Yuan did not know alchemy. Taking advantage of Wang Jinfu's rotten mood from being messed with, he could throw dirty water with all his might by the side. But now, Yi Yuan and his conflict already came out into the open. Wang Jinfu would most likely not have any good impression towards Wang Yuan as long as he slightly recalled Yi Yuan's words. What made Wang Yuan feel even more ashamed was that he was actually lost in that mysterious feeling brought by Yi Yuan and could not extricate himself. This showed that his alchemy Dao was much more inferior to Yi Yuan's. How did this happen? A month ago, Yi Yuan was clearly still a good-for-nothing. Now, not only did he achieve dazzling results in the martial path, his alchemy Dao standard broke the general knowledge, and he completed an impossible task. In this short while, Yi Yuan's medicinal pill had already been carefully brought out on a jade tray by an alchemy master. A fire-red pill appeared in front of everyone. This is a low tier 2 strengthening pill. Sniffing the overwhelming medicinal aroma, Wang Jinfu quickly identified the medicinal pill. That's right. It's really the strengthening pill. A transcendent grade strengthening pill. Sun Jianming said with a grave expression. The strengthening pill was a very low-level medicinal pill which was frequently used by bottom-tier martial artists. The use of the strengthening pill was to increase the power in a particular area of the body. It was a medicinal pill that allowed a partial part of a martial artist's body to exceed their existing strength. Tier 1 strengthening pills were highly popular among demonic beast hunters as it could often help them defeat demonic beasts that were slightly stronger than them. It was very low-level but very practical. On the other hand, Tier 2 strengthening pills were not as popular as Tier 1s. This was because Spirit Condensation Realm martial artists were much wealthier than Essence Chi Realm martial artists. They were also much stronger so they could afford higher-level medicinal pills. The difference between each minor cultivation realm after the Spirit Condensation Realm was huge. Even if one used a Tier 2 strengthening pill to partially increase their strength, the effects were severely limited. That was because the level of the medicinal pill was too low, barely reaching the level of low Tier 2. Hence, the position of Tier 2 strengthening pills became very awkward. But no matter what, a Tier 2 strengthening pill was a Tier 2 strengthening pill, it was a genuine Tier 2 medicinal pill. Nobody was able to refute it. Of course, nobody would go and dispute it right now. Everyone was sizing up this medicinal pill curiously. Wang Jinfu and Sun Jianming exchanged glances. Wang Jinfu opened his mouth and said, "Old Sun, what are you thinking now?" "The same as you," Sun Jianming replied. "Then, try it." Wang Jinfu asked uncertainly. But Sun Jianming shook his head instead. This medicinal pill was refined by Yi Yuan. According to the association's rules, this medicinal pill belongs to him. We don't have the right to test it. Currently, Wang Jinfu and Sun Jianming felt like their hearts were being scratched by cats. They were highly curious about the medicinal effects of this transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill. However, the participants who came to take part in the Alchemist Association's test had already paid the test fees. Hence, the medicinal pills refined naturally belonged to them. Denwu Academy had already paid the test fees for their students. Both Wang and Sun obviously could not casually test the medicinal pill. Wang Jinfu suddenly recalled something. Slapping his thighs, he exclaimed, "Miss Feng." Halfway through his sentence, he stopped abruptly. That was because when he turned his head, he found out that Feng Ruoqing currently had her eyes shut, and she had entered a strange state. Sudden enlightenment. Wang Jinfu sucked in a cold breath. No wonder he did not hear Feng Ruoqing speak until now. She had actually entered a sudden enlightenment state. Her soul strength is growing. She's about to break through. Sun Jianming clearly also noticed her peculiar state. Everyone be quiet. Don't interrupt Miss Feng's breakthrough. Wang Jinfu said in a low voice. The test hall instantly quietened down. Everyone was focused on Feng Ruoqing's breakthrough. Feng Ruoqing had long held a studious mindset when watching Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique. After Yi Yuan's refinement became dreamlike and mystical, she felt like she comprehended something. Following which she entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Nobody here had more profound attainments than her in terms of the yin-yang separation flow technique. Also, nobody understood the yin-yang separation flow technique better than her. Towards the end, Feng Ruoqing's divine soul and Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique developed a resonance, and under this resonance, her divine soul gradually grew stronger. Feng Ruoqing's soul strength was only a hair's breadth away from being a high-rank alchemy master. Relying on this resonance, she successfully crossed the threshold and finally became a high-rank alchemy master. Chapter 67. Chapter 67, Testing Medicinal Efficacy. All of a sudden, the surrounding essence energy gathered around Feng Ruoqing, forming a small essence energy storm around her. Feng Ruoqing greedily absorbed the concentrated essence energy and broke through the shackles in one motion. Originally, she was at the 6th level spirit condensation realm. Taking advantage of the sudden enlightenment to break through, not only did her soul strength broke through to the high-rank alchemy master realm, but her cultivation also broke through the 6th level spirit condensation realm, directly rising to the 7th level spirit condensation realm. Only after the essence energy in the hall recovered its tranquility did Feng Ruoqing slowly open her eyes. Congratulations, Miss Feng, in advancing to high-rank alchemy master in one stroke. Wang Jinfu immediately went up to congratulate, and the others also came up to express their felicitations. Feng Ruoqing could break through to high-rank alchemy master at such an age. In the future, it was basically a given for her to become an alchemy grandmaster. It was essential to be on friendly terms with the future state of Qin's major figure now. Except that while Feng Ruoqing returned the well wishes perfunctorily, her eyes scanned the crowd, but in the end, she failed to find the person she was looking for. Many thanks for everyone's compliments. Ruoqing dare not accept it. For Ruoqing to be fortunate enough to break through today, I still have to thank Yi Yuan. I wonder, where did he go? Feng Ruoqing asked in puzzlement. In the state of sudden enlightenment, Feng Ruoqing was completely dead to the outside world. She was still not aware that Yi Yuan had already left. Miss Feng, because Yi Yuan completely exhausted his essence energy to forcefully refine the Tier 2 strengthening pill, he went back to rest right after he exited the refining room, Wang Jinfu replied. Feng Ruoqing came to a realization. Then the medicinal pill he refined. The moment she mentioned the medicinal pill, everyone's expressions became peculiar. Feng Ruoqing was baffled, but her heart jumped, and she asked anxiously, "Don't tell me Yuan failed." "Impossible." "Relax, Miss Feng. Of course, Yuan passed. It's just Wang Jinfu found it hard to speak up." In reality, it was somewhat impetuous to test the medicinal pill that other people refined. However, Wang Jinfu really wanted to know if this transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill had any special effects. "It's just what?" Feng Ruoqing asked curiously. Wang Jinfu sighed and said, "I'm also not afraid that Miss Feng will laugh. Not only did that Yuan refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill, but it was also a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. His performance earlier was simply miraculous." So, hearing Wang Jinfu said all that, Feng Ruoqing immediately understood in her heart. Transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. These 6 words represented extraordinary significance in the state of Qin's alchemy world. Even a high-rank alchemy grandmaster could not refine a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. Even if the medicinal pill was the lowest of the low Tier 2. Tier 2 medicinal pills and Tier 1 medicinal pills were 2 completely different concepts. The soul strength requirement was not high for Tier 1 medicinal pills. It was easier to refine in comparison. However, the complexity level of Tier 2 medicinal pills was several times, even dozens of times of Tier 1 medicinal pills. Because of that, a more powerful soul strength was necessary to advance to alchemy master. This gap also brought about a phenomenon. Tier 1 medicinal pills would occasionally come out as transcendent grade. However, a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill had never appeared in the state of Qin before. Hence, Wang Jinfu really wanted to see just what effects this medicinal pill had. Seeing everyone look at her with expectant eyes, Feng Ruoqing obviously did not feel nice to reject. In reality, she was also curious just how mystical this so-called transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill was. Even if Feng Ruoqing was the only one who believed that Yuan could refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill among this crowd, the shock that she currently felt was no less than the rest. Feng Ruoqing felt that it was extremely appropriate for Wang Jinfu to use the word miracle to describe Yuan's refinement just now. Since that's the case, then test it out. Hearing Feng Ruoqing said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief, and their eyes shone with anticipation. "Ha ha ha! I finally refined a Tier 2 medicinal pill. I'm also an alchemy master now." Right at this moment, a somewhat crazed laughter echoed out. The audience involuntarily turned to look, only to see Feng Zhiro. This made everyone recall that there were still 2 examinees who had not come out yet. Feng Zhiro caught sight of Feng Ruoqing and danced with joy. Rushing in front of her, she shook her hands as she said, "Aunt, I actually refined a Tier 2 medicinal pill. I didn't expect Yuan that punk to really have a few tricks up his sleeves. He casually gave a few pointers, and I refined a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Now, I'm also an alchemy master." "What? Yuan gave you pointers?" Feng Ruoqing asked in bewilderment. "Yeah. He said that my cultivation law restricted my soul strength, so he told me not to refine with full strength. I followed his method and really refined a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Although what was refined is only the lowest Tier 2 medicinal pill, at least it succeeded. Where's Yuan? Don't tell me he's not out yet." Feng Zhiro still had not sensed the unusual atmosphere and carried on talking by herself. Feng Ruoqing, Wang Jinfu, and Sun Jianming exchanged glances and saw the wordless shock in each other's eyes. Casually gave a few pointers and he could make Feng Zhiro advance to alchemy master. Just what kind of monster was this Yuan? Right now, the Alchemist Association's training room was already packed with people. 2 spirit condensation realm martial artists stood in the center of the training room. They were the martial artists who would test this transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill. Testing a medicinal pill's effects was a highly dangerous matter. That was because nobody knew what kind of consequence would result from eating the medicinal pill. However, testing a very mature medicinal pill such as the strengthening pill would not be too dangerous. Furthermore, the medicinal effects of a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill would only make someone stronger. It naturally would not cause any harm to a martial artist's body. These 2 martial artists were decided after an intense debate. One was called Qinghua, while the other was called Zhu Chang. Cheng Hua was at the first level spirit condensation realm, while Zhu Chang was at the 5th level spirit condensation realm. There was a difference of 4 minor cultivation realms between the two of them, which also meant a minor stage gap. This gap was huge. It was highly difficult to jump ranks and battle within the spirit condensation realm. It was because the difference was very large even between 1 minor cultivation realm. Not to mention 4 minor cultivation realms. A Tier 2 strengthening pill, even if it was a high-grade Tier 2 strengthening pill, could not allow a first-level spirit condensation realm martial artist to defeat a second-level spirit condensation realm even after the partial strengthening. Unless the second-level spirit condensation realm stood still there for him to hit. However, nobody had ever tried a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill's effects. Hence, as a precautionary measure, the powerful Zhu Chang was chosen to be the sandbag to avoid accidental injuries. Zhu Chang's mission was to stand there and take an attack head-on from Cheng Hua. Even so, Zhu Chang did not feel that Cheng Hua could hurt him. The difference between them was not something that could be breached using medicinal pills. Even if it was a transcendent grade medicinal pill. Under everyone's eyes, Cheng Hua consumed the transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill which Yuan refined. Many people were envious of Cheng Hua. He was the first martial artist in the state of Qin to consume a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. Haha. How's the feeling of eating a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill? Zhu Chang asked with a laugh. Cheng Hua, who initially had his eyes closed to sense the medicinal strength, opened his eyes and flashed Zhu Chang a smile. I feel I'm full of power. I'm attacking. Be careful, brother Zhu. Zhu Chang also gave a laugh as he said boldly, come on. Even a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill can't compensate for the enormous difference in cultivation realms. Cheng Hua did not waste his breath and threw a punch. A single fist struck out, and then there was silence. Chapter 68. Chapter 68, All from a single fist. Zhu Chang really became a sandbag. He was punched away flying like one. Zhu Chang flew over 30 meters before he barely managed to stop. His face was pale like paper, and a line of fresh blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he suffered internal injuries that were not light. Cheng Hua looked at his fist, and then looked at Zhu Chang blankly. Did I really unleash that fist just now? Cheng Hua felt like he was dreaming. Just now, when the medicinal pill reached his stomach, he casually directed the medicinal strength into his right arm. Following which, he felt his right arm surged with a violent strength. This surging strength made him feel like he had to expend it. In accordance with the prior arrangement, Cheng Hua did not use any martial techniques. Just a simple punch. But this simple punch managed to injure a 5th level spirit condensation realm expert. Brother Zhu, are you okay? Cheng Hua did not have any intention of hurting anyone. But the fact was he had injured Zhu Chang. Still alright. Zhu Chang did not expect the strengthened punch to be so incredibly powerful to actually injure him. Of course, this punch did not cause him any substantial injuries. After all, Cheng Hua did not use any martial technique, so this strength naturally was not fully unleashed. The defensive might of a 5th level spirit condensation realm was highly terrifying. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a 1st level spirit condensation realm to harm a 5th level spirit condensation realm, even if he ate medicinal pills. Yet now, Cheng Hua truly injured him. Currently, Zhu Chang was terrified. Luckily just now, they stipulated not to use martial techniques. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if he could even stand up straight right now. Zhu Chang did not underestimate him just because he was a 1st level spirit condensation realm. In fact, he already used the bulk of his essence energy to block. Cheng Hua injured him under this kind of circumstance. Quick! Let Zhu Chang take this medicinal pill. Wang Jinfu was the first to react, and the first thing he did was to treat Zhu Chang's injuries. A transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill is actually this horrifying. It actually allowed a 1st level spirit condensation realm to injure a 5th level spirit condensation realm. Sun Jianming muttered under his breath. This was his first time witnessing the might of a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. That scene just now was too astonishing. This was not some small-scale fight like back then with Yuan and Fei Qingping. Cheng Hua and Zhu Chang were both spirit condensation realm experts. Wanting to jump ranks to battle was too hard. That's right. That's to say, if a first-level spirit condensation realm possessed such a transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill, they would be able to jump ranks to defeat a 5th-level spirit condensation realm expert under specific conditions. As for 4th-level spirit condensation realm, there's virtually no chance of survival under that blow just now, Sun Jianming stated his analysis. After he finished speaking, Sun Jianming also jumped in fright at his analysis. Wang Jinfu sucked in a cold breath. If this sort of medicinal pills could be mass-produced, then wouldn't cultivation realms become a joke? It was true that even with this medicinal pill, it would be very challenging for a first-level spirit condensation realm to defeat a 4th-level spirit condensation realm. The effects of the strengthening pill was only partial strengthening and would not increase the martial artist's overall strength. Theoretically, it could let him kill a 4th-level spirit condensation realm. However, the required conditions were too harsh. It was virtually impossible in actual combat. But even so, the significance of a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill was too great. That was because once someone consumed such a medicinal pill, it would be possible for a first-level spirit condensation realm to jump ranks and challenge a second-level spirit condensation realm, or even a third-level spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, it would become a common sight. If that happened, cultivation would indeed become a joke. A person trained bitterly to advance one minor cultivation realm, and it was inferior to other people that ate a single medicinal pill. Don't joke around. How can this sort of medicinal pills be mass-produced? Our state of Qin has been established for so many years and hasn't only this one transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill appeared so far. Sun Jianming shook his head and said. Wang Jinfu thought the same as well. Yi Yuan was indeed monstrous, but it was most likely impossible to make him mass-produce transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pills. However, at this moment Feng Ruoqing voiced out, both elders, don't forget, Yi Yuan is only at the 4th-level essence Qi realm right now. Wang Jinfu and Sun Jianming trembled. That was right. Yi Yuan was only at the 4th-level essence Qi realm. If he rose a few more minor cultivation realms, maybe even after crossing the threshold called spirit condensation realm, would refining transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pills still be hard? Yin-Yang separation flow technique at the legendary realm lowered the soul strength requirement to the minimum. Even if Yi Yuan's soul strength after advancing to the spirit condensation realm was insufficient to advance to alchemy master, would refining transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pills not be like playing for him? Wang Jinfu suddenly realized that Yi Yuan held extraordinary significance to the entire state of Qin. That was because in the entire state of Qin's alchemy world, only he alone could refine transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pills. Wang Jinfu's face suddenly turned icy. The aura of a spirit condensation realm spread out, making everyone present feel tremendous pressure. All of you here listen up. Nobody is allowed to go out and spread about the matter of Yi Yuan refining a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill today. Everyone swears a heavenly Tao oath right now. Chairman Sun and I will supervise you all. Of course, you can choose not to swear, but I can't guarantee that you'll be able to walk out of the Alchemist Association. Wang Jinfu warned grimly. What? Heavenly Tao oath? You want us to swear a heavenly Tao oath? Based on what? Wang Jinfu's words immediately drew some people's ire. Heavenly Tao oath was different from ordinary oaths. Once a heavenly Tao oath was sworn, one could not violate it for life. Otherwise, the heavens would smite them dead. Regardless of whether in the divine realm or in the lower realms, nobody could go against a heavenly Tao oath. Wan Yuan was also present. Currently, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He originally came here today wanting to show off. Who would have thought that all the limelight would be snatched away by Yi Yuan alone? Wan Yuan did not expect that not only did Yi Yuan knew alchemy, but he was also even monstrous to such a degree. After watching the might of Qinghua's fist, he made the decision that he would definitely spread what happened today after he left. He believed that there would be many forces interested in Yi Yuan. But now, this plan fell through. Wang Jinfu actually forced everyone to swear a heavenly Tao oath. Zhu Chang, Qinghua, the two of you lead everyone in swearing the heavenly Tao oath. Wang Jinfu commanded. Yes. These two people belonged to the Alchemist Association from the start, so they obviously had to listen to Wang Jinfu's orders. Master, do I have to swear too? I won't spread it. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yuan opened his mouth to ask. Wang Jinfu had long forgotten about this convenient disciple and did not expect him to jump out by himself now, so he said coldly, even Feng and Qiyun have to swear. Are you more special than them, MMM? Wang Jinfu was a genuine spirit condensation realm expert. Under his powerful pressure, Wang Yuan felt that his consciousness was about to collapse. I swear. Yi Yuan's words made Wang Jinfu come to realize the truth. He was already thoroughly disgusted with Wang Yuan. If not for Wang Donghai's face, he would definitely teach Wang Yuan a lesson. Just like that, under Wang Jinfu's coercion, everyone swore a heavenly Tao oath. Except himself, Sun Jianming, Feng Ruoqing, and Feng Zhiro. Even though everyone was furious about this arrangement, nobody dared to come forward. This was a world where the strong reigned supreme, and the Alchemist Association was too strong. Chapter 69. Chapter 69, Visiting Together. Early morning, the fragrant medicine pavilion started their business as usual. Except, it remained deserted like before. Feng San sat on a wooden armchair and held a book as he leisurely read. He was bored out of his mind these past few days. He worked in the fragrant medicine pavilion for so many years, and it was always so busy that it made him dizzy. He constantly wanted to find time to relax. Now that he actually had free time, Feng San felt completely uncomfortable. His eyes were on the book, but his heart was not. What made Feng San curious was about young Master Yi Yuan. Yesterday after he came back from the alchemist test, he was utterly exhausted. What medicinal pill did he refine to be so drained? What made him even more curious was that halfway through the night, Yi Yuan came out full of vigor. He even recovered most of his essence energy. Afterward, young master brought Luer back to the Danwu Academy that very night. Did young master get into trouble again, and return to the academy to avoid a disaster? But young master went to the Alchemist Association yesterday. He could not have turned the Alchemist Association upside down, right? The more Feng San thought about it, the more he felt it was so. With young master's former personality, he could seriously do something like that. Did young master get well for a few days, and went back to his old habits again? Just as Feng San's imagination was running wild, several old men entered the fragrant medicine pavilion. Even though the fragrant medicine pavilion's business had become slow, there were still some people coming and going. After all, they conducted business fairly. Feng San did not pay any heed to the few people who came in and continued staring blankly at the book in his hands. There were naturally attendants to take care of these small matters. Are you the shopkeeper? The three of us wish to request an interview with Mr. Yihang about something. Please pass the word, one of the old men said. Only then did Feng San give him a glance lazily. But this glance made him jump in shock because the 3 stars on these 3 old men's chests were too blinding. 2 of the old men had red color badges on their chest, while the 3-star badge of the old men in the center was actually golden. 3 alchemy grandmasters came here together. The Alchemist Association would distinguish alchemists of the same star by using color. Blue as low rank, red as middle rank, and golden as high rank. In the entire state of Qin, only one person possessed a golden badge. That person was the Alchemist Association's Lord Chairman, Wu Daofeng. The identities of the other 2 people were almost certainly Deputy Chairman Wang Jinfu and Deputy Chairman Sun Jianming. The 3 major heads with the greatest weight in the entire state of Qin's alchemy world came forth together. What major event happened? Feng San hastily got up, went in front of the 3 to give a deep bow, and he asked respectfully, "This lowly one welcomes the 3 lords. May I ask why the 3 lords are looking for the owner?" "Oh, you know who we are." Wang Jinfu felt very pleased with Feng San's attitude. Feng San hurriedly said, "You must be joking, my lord. Even though this lowly one has never seen the 3 lords, I still have some knowledge. Who could don those badges other than the 3 lords? Haha, this shopkeeper is indeed very considerate. No wonder Mr. Yihang placed you in an important position. The 3 of us came here for Yi Yuan, and we wish to meet with your boss. Could you pass the message?" Wang Jinfu was very courteous with his words, but Feng San's mind was blown. Recalling Yi Yuan's unusual action yesterday night, he immediately felt a chill down his spine. That rascal really acted up again. This time around, even Lord Wu Daofeng personally came to call him to account. Yi Yuan was poking a hole in the sky. Wu Daofeng had always been living a secluded life. Just how much trouble did that punk, Yi Yuan, cause to alarm this major figure? The drunken star manners issue already left them bruised and battered. Now, there was the Alchemist Association. Did the heavens really want the fragrant medicine pavilion to perish? Wu Daofeng kept quiet all this time. But seeing Feng San space out, he could not help asking, "Shopkeeper, is there any difficulty?" Feng San recovered from his stupor, and then he pulled a long face and said, "My apologies, three lords. Our owner entered a death seclusion a few days ago. I'm afraid he won't be coming out soon." After saying that, Feng San's heart palpitated and could not resist sneaking a peek at Wu Daofeng. He discovered that the three of them exchanged glances, which revealed a deep disappointment. Feng San was a little curious. Looking at the three of them, it did not look like they were here to confront. But if they did not come to confront about something, then why did the three of them come together? Feng San was utterly baffled. "Then, is your young master, Yi Yuan, around? We can also look for him." Right then, Wang Jinfu opened his mouth. Feng San felt a little guilty as he gave in. "Three lords, young master returned to the academy yesterday night." The three people exchanged looks again. Wang Jinfu shook his head and sighed. "Looks like that punk is intentionally hiding from us. How can that fellow, Jiang Yunhe, let Yi Yuan go after he returns to the academy?" Wu Daofeng seemed to be pondering, but no one knew what he was thinking about either. After some time, he said, "Shopkeeper, don't let your imagination run wild. We actually came here today to deliver Yi Yuan's badge. He passed the Alchemist Association's test yesterday. Since he's not around, then we will pass the badge to you. I have to trouble Shopkeeper to personally go down and deliver this to Yi Yuan's hands." When Feng San heard deliver badge, he immediately relaxed. So young master really became promising, to have passed the alchemy apprentice test. At least the owner had a successor now. However, he quickly grew suspicious again. It was just a badge. Why would it trouble the three major heads of the association to personally deliver it? Was delivering the badge a pretense and finding the owner to discuss a major matter was the actual intent instead? Thinking about it, there was only this possibility. After all, Yi Yuan was a junior. There was no way the three major heads would be dispatched. Although Yi Hang was not qualified yet, because of the drunken star manners essence-gathering pill, the entire situation in the capital had become abnormal. It was also understandable for these three major figures to come and find Yi Hang. After all, Yi Hang was also an alchemy grandmaster, an important figure in the capital. Connecting the dots, Feng San felt like he finally understood the other party's purpose of visit. He quickly said, no trouble at all. To be of service for the three lords is this lowly one's honor. I will go to the Danwu Academy right away and personally hand this badge over to young master. Jinfu, give the badge to the shopkeeper, Wu Daofeng said calmly. This. Why don't we go down personally? In case Wang Jinfu did not take out the badge right away and was somewhat hesitant. No need. The association has never interfered with local affairs. We can't break this rule. With our status, it's not appropriate for us to appear at the Danwu Academy. Don't worry. In terms of alchemy, who can compare to the Alchemist Association? Wu Daofeng said. Wang Jinfu's eyes lit up. Lord Chairman is still more foresight. This old one understands. Finishing his words, Wang Jinfu retrieved the badge, and then he handed it over to Feng San. He said, we have to trouble you, shopkeeper. However, please don't reveal this matter of you delivering the badge. Although this matter can't be hidden for long, every moment counts. Feng San was confused. It was just an alchemy apprentice badge. Why were these lords taking it so seriously? Was this not blowing things out of proportion? However, when his two eyes landed on the badge in Wang Jinfu's hands, they became wide circles as his eyes were involuntarily glued to the badge. Only to see that two stars were sewn on that blue color badge. Isn't this an alchemy master's badge? Was there a mistake? Chapter 70. Chapter 70, Denied Entrance. What? You're saying that Yi Yuan passed the alchemy master test with his 4th level essence Qi realm strength. Jiang Yunhe had not lost his composure like this for a long time. But the news brought by Feng Ruoqing overwhelmed him. Yes. Not only did he pass the low-rank alchemy master test, he even refined a transcendent grade tier 2 strengthening pill during the test. Upon testing, a first-level spirit condensation realm after consuming the pill would possess the strength to threaten a 5th-level spirit condensation realm. Feng Ruoqing seemed like she would not give up until she shocked people to death with her words. Transcendent grade. Tier 2 medicinal pill. F first-level spirit condensation realm threatening a 5th-level spirit condensation realm. Jiang Yunhe's brain short-circuited. What Feng Ruoqing said had completely surpassed his understanding. Feng Ruoqing wanted to laugh watching Jiang Yunhe lose composure in such a manner. She had been here at the Danwu Academy for several years but had never seen Jiang Yunhe in this state. Could it be that Yi Yuan was born with a powerful soul strength that already reached the alchemy master realm? After some time, Jiang Yunhe finally asked. But Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said, "That's not it. His soul strength isn't that strong. It's only slightly stronger than the average person. He could refine a tier 2 medicinal pill because he used the yin-yang separation flow technique. SSSSS, yin-yang separation flow technique. Even if it's the yin-yang separation flow technique, isn't this a little too exaggerated? Truth be told, Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique has already reached the legendary stage. Even now when Feng Ruoqing said this, she felt that it was inconceivable. Legendary stage, that by itself was a legend. It was virtually impossible to reach that stage. Even those old people who lost all their teeth in the Alchemist Association did not manage to train any alchemy technique to the legendary stage, let alone the even more challenging yin-yang separation flow technique. Jiang Yunhe, who was already shocked until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, was shocked once more. He stared at Feng Ruoqing for some time before confirming that she did not lie. Just what lucky encounter did this Yi Yuan had? Isn't this too unbelievable? Feng Ruoqing seemed to be well prepared. He obviously won't reveal this sort of thing. But my guess is there should be an extremely powerful alchemist behind Yi Yuan. And it's impossible for that person to be his father. The way I see it, this alchemist is definitely not limited to the Alchemy King realm. Jiang Yunhe paced about to digest the news that Feng Ruoqing brought back. It seemed that Feng Ruoqing's guess should be the closest to the truth. Otherwise, it could not explain how Yi Yuan possessed such monstrous alchemic talent at such a young age. After a long time, Jiang Yunhe said, "Such a figure is too terrifying. It's best to not provoke. It's just that I don't understand. Since Yi Yuan has such an incredible master, why would he come to the Danwu Academy?" Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said, "I also thought about this question. Most likely, it's to train his disciple. There is this possibility. Damn, you said Wang Jinfu and Sun Jianming, those two geezers, also knows about this. They definitely won't let Yi Yuan go. Come, let's quickly find Yi Yuan." As he was saying this, Jiang Yunhe wanted to rush out. Feng Ruoqing smiled and said, "Relax, Dean. After returning to the academy, I'd already visited the fragrant medicine pavilion. Yi Yuan has already returned to the academy during the night. Lord Chairman Wu Daofeng brought the two deputy chairmen in vain. Grandmaster Yi Hang is also coincidentally in a closed-door seclusion, so the three of them returned empty-handed. Finally, they could only request the fragrant medicine pavilion's shopkeeper, Feng San, to deliver the badge to the academy. Jiang Yunhe let out a huge sigh of relief. Laughing out loud, he then said, "Haha, to think old men would actually be denied entrance. I think his face back then would have been very interesting. Yi Yuan must have definitely predicted this situation, that's why he rushed back through the night. It looks like his feelings for the academy is very deep. Since Yi Yuan's back at the academy, quickly bring him to see me. No, I'll personally go visit him." Jiang Yunhe brought Feng Ruoqing to Yi Yuan's residence and did not alarm other people. Personally visiting a student with his status would definitely cause a huge uproar in the academy. Except, Jiang Yunhe did not manage to meet with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan entered the training room after returning to the academy. But Jiang Yunhe saw Lu Wer and Feng San at Yi Yuan's residence. However, they did not recognize Jiang Yunhe. Lu Wer was very familiar with Feng Ruoqing though. "Teacher Feng is here to look for young master." "Yeah. Didn't he come back yesterday night? Where is he?" Young master said that he felt he was going to break through, so he entered a closed-door seclusion right away after returning. Shopkeeper Feng San didn't get to see him either. Jiang Yunhe was stunned. What breakthrough? This rascal was clearly hiding from everyone. It had only been a few days since he broke through to the 4th level Essence Qi realm. How could it be possible for another breakthrough so soon? Even though Yi Yuan's breakthroughs previously were indeed fast, but for every increment in cultivation realm in the Essence Qi realm, the difficulty would also become greater. How could it be so easy to break through from the 4th level Essence Qi realm to the 5th level Essence Qi realm? Furthermore, even if he broke through, his cultivation realm rose too quickly would inevitably affect future cultivation growth. This way of doing things was just not worth it. There was such a powerful teacher behind Yi Yuan, how could he possibly make such a low-level mistake? Hence, Yi Yuan must definitely be hiding from everyone. This brat caused such a huge upheaval, yet he hid himself and avoided meeting anyone. How irresponsible. Jiang Yunhe felt very depressed. He came to visit a junior with his status and was actually denied entrance. Just now, he was still laughing at Wu Daofeng. He did not think that karma would strike instantly, and it was his turn so soon. But one had to acknowledge that a closed-door seclusion was an excellent excuse. When martial artists were cultivating, it was taboo for them to be interrupted during closed seclusion. Even if Jiang Yunhe was the dean, he also could not casually interrupt Yi Yuan's closed-door seclusion. Feng Ruoqing did not expect this result either, and so she said helplessly, "Then forgive our disturbance, Miss Luer. If Yi Yuan exits seclusion, could Miss Luer please tell him to look for the Lord Dean at the back of the mountain, Cloud Wave Court?" Luer blinked her eyes and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Teacher Feng. Luer will remember." Luer was naive and did not understand Feng Ruoqing's meaning. However, Feng San was proficient in the ways of the world. His entire body quivered when he heard this, and his eyes sneaked a peek at Jiang Yunhe. Initially, he only faintly felt how powerful this person was, but at this moment, he was able to guess Jiang Yunhe's identity. Feng San did not expect the dignified Denwu Academy's dean would come to look for Yi Yuan personally. Recalling this morning where Lord Wu Daofeng also visited personally to deliver the badge, Feng San was incomparably shocked. Ever since he received the badge in the morning, Feng San knew that Wu Daofeng did not come to look for Yi Hang. They came to look for Yi Yuan. Having been the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's shopkeeper for so many years, nobody was clearer than him about what a 4th-level Essence Qi realm alchemy master meant. The two most powerful, most influential big shots went so far as to personally visit his young master. Ooh. Watching Jiang Yunhe and Feng Ruoqing in the distance, Feng San let out a long breath. Young Master Yi Yuan really could not compare with the past. He had already gone from a silk pants to becoming a top genius in the entire state of Qin. Even major figures like Jiang Yunhe and Wu Daofeng were fighting to win over his young master. "Oh Luer, our family's young master Yi Yuan has finally become capable." Feng San sighed emotionally. But Luer pouted her lips, and she said with a smile, "Young master has already been amazing. It's just that you all misunderstood him in the past." Feng San looked at Luer speechlessly. Chapter 71. Chapter 71, A Scheme. It was true that Yi Yuan was hiding from everyone. However, he was really in a closed-door seclusion. Since his 4th-level Essence Qi realm cultivation had already been consolidated, he could not wait to increase his strength. Yi Yuan's essence energy was thoroughly exhausted in refining the Tier 2 medicinal pill. It was indeed an incredible burden on his body. Presently, Yi Yuan was recovering his exhausted essence energy in order to adjust himself to his peak condition. Following that, he planned to take transcendent-grade Essence Qi pills to break through to the 6th-level Essence Qi realm in one stroke. Of course, the amount of time required to break through to the 6th-level Essence Qi realm could not be compared with back then from the 1st-level Essence Qi realm to the 3rd-level Essence Qi realm. The second stage of the Essence Qi realm. Every time one's cultivation realm rose, the essence energy required also increased by a large quantity. Although Yi Yuan had sufficient transcendent-grade Essence Qi pills, he still needed time to digest them. In addition, what he trained in was the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, so the essence energy expended was several times of the average person. However, Yi Yuan was not in a rush. He had plenty of time. He will be in closed-door seclusion for a few days first to let those people get busy and leave him alone. Jiang Yunhe was certainly very busy. After failing to meet Yi Yuan, he left the Dan Wu Academy. In reality, Jiang Yunhe had always been busy. He actually spent very little time in the academy. Nobody knew what he went out to do. He happened to be back at the academy these few days and found out that such a dazzling new star rose within a month. However, Yi Yuan required time to grow no matter how talented he was. After all, he was only at the 4th level Essence Qi realm. As long as Yi Yuan was in the Dan Wu Academy, Jiang Yunhe need not worry about this genius running away. Since Yi Yuan chose the Dan Wu Academy, it was impossible for Wu Daofeng to come to the Dan Wu Academy personally to headhunt people. After making it through the initial shock and having thought through this part, Jiang Yunhe naturally had to get busy with his own matters. There was no way he would wait here specifically for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. Yet at this time, Lu Er welcomed an unexpected guest. Someone who claimed to be a student from the Academy's General Affairs Department was looking for her. This junior apprentice sister is Lu Er? The student's attitude was very haughty. Lu Er was a little perplexed, but she still responded, yes. May I ask who this senior apprentice brother is? I'm a student manager from the General Affairs Departments, the name's Zhang Heng. So it's senior apprentice brother Zhang Heng. I wonder if you are looking for Lu Er for something. Although Lu Er was innocent, she was not dumb. This Zhang Heng would not find her for no reason, and looking at his attitude it did not seem to be friendly. As expected, Zhang Heng opened his mouth and said, of course I'm finding you for something. Since you already passed the entry advancement test and became the Academy's yellow rank student, why didn't you report to the General Affairs Department? Lu Er was at a loss. She never knew there was such a rule. One still had to report to the General Affairs Department after becoming the Academy's student. Please overlook it, senior apprentice brother. Lu Er has just been admitted, and there are still many things that I don't know. It's just, why must I report to the department after becoming a yellow rank student? Lu Er asked neither haughtily nor humbly. Zhang Heng gave a cold smile and said, such a large Dan Wu Academy is accommodating for so many students. Are we just going to sit idle and eat? Since we became the Academy students, we naturally have to help out in the Academy. Hence, all yellow rank students who pass the entry advancement test have to do 1 month of miscellaneous tasks. This is the Academy's rule. You became the Academy student, but instead of learning the Academy's rules properly, you even want other people to help you complete your miscellaneous jobs. Simply shameless. This Zhang Heng did not lie. There was really such a rule in the Dan Wu Academy. But it was a little too much to speak to a girl like this. Furthermore, Lu Er did not neglect work on purpose. She really did not know anything. She had only arrived at the academy for several days, so even if she was absent from work, it was not a big deal. Zhang Heng was obviously here to find fault. Lu Er did not feel anything about doing a month of chores. Except, Yi Yuan was currently in a closed-door seclusion. If he exited seclusion and could not find her, he would definitely be worried. Can senior apprentice brother allow me to wait for a few days? My young master is currently in a closed-door seclusion, and if he can't find me when he exits, he will definitely get worried. After my young master leaves seclusion, I will definitely report to the General Affairs, Lu Er requested cautiously. Who would have thought that Zhang Heng would rage after hearing that? What a joke! Who do you think your young master is? Is he bigger than the Academy's rules? You've already delayed for several days. How many more days do you want to delay? Every new student will be recorded in the books. And they would have the initiative to do their job. Are you the only exception? Hearing Zhang Heng verbally insulted her young master, Lu Er was so angry that tears were pooling in her eyes. But she knew that young master still had Wan Yuan, an opponent in the academy, and so she did not want to cause trouble for him. Hence, she held back her tears and said, Lu Er requests senior apprentice brother to allow a few days' grace. I will definitely report there. At that time, even if you arrange 2 months of chores for me, I won't mind. However, Zhang Heng did not seem to have any intention of being tender towards women. He smiled coldly and said, anyway, I've already informed you. It's your call whether you go or not. But I will say the nasty things first. If I don't see you report at the General Affairs today, then don't blame me for reporting this matter to the instructor. In accordance with the Academy's rules, you can just wait to be expelled." Hearing the word expelled, Luer shuddered. Young Master was currently like the noon sun. If she were expelled, then would it not make young Master a laughing stock? That was definitely not a result that Luer wanted to see. Without question, this word struck Luer's weak point. Seeing Luer's restless look, a ruminating look could be seen in Zhang Heng's eyes. Her. What has it got to do with me after your young master comes out? It's because I know that he's in a closed-door seclusion. That's why I came to look for you and cause trouble. Zhang Heng was laughing coldly in his heart. Zhang Heng pretended to have lost his patience, turned around, and was about to leave. Looking at the situation, Luer did not dare to delay. She quickly called out, "Wait, senior apprentice brother. I will go with you to the general affairs. It's just, can you let me leave a note for my young master?" One had to acknowledge that Luer was overly innocent. She even thought that this Zhang Heng was an upright and outspoken person, which was why he came to find her. Who would have known that he was scheming and came to find trouble? If Luer secretly left a token or note, then Yuan would know what happened. But now that she told Zhang Heng she wanted to leave a note, how could Zhang Heng allow her to do that? Zhang Heng said impatiently, "If you are leaving, then just go. Why are there so many things?" "I'm leaving. Handle it by yourself." Finishing, he really turned around and left. Luer hesitated for a moment and returned to the house to leave a note before going. Of course, Luer was not aware that Yuan would not see her note. Yuan was completely unaware of everything happening in the outside world. He was currently at the critical juncture of assaulting the 5th level Essence Chi realm. He threw transcendent grade Essence Chi pills into his mouth like they were sweets, and continuously refined the medicinal strength with the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. The essence energy within his Dantian became increasingly abundant, and he got closer and closer to the 5th level Essence Chi realm. Finally, Yuan burst through the barrier in one shot, and he broke through to the 5th level Essence Chi realm. Whoo! At this rate, these Essence Chi pills aren't even enough. This stupid cultivation law is too voracious. This is still the Essence Chi realm, and the consumption is already multiple times greater than the average person's. Won't it be hell at the spirit condensation realm? Old Dad might be rich, but even he can't sustain this torment. Yuan watched the transcendent grade Essence Chi pills being massively depleted. He could not resist criticizing the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Chapter 72. Chapter 72, Lin Tiancheng's Plan. 2 days later, in a medicine garden behind the mountain, a young lady dressed in green was currently weeding. There were many dirt stains on the young lady's face, and her hair was also disordered. Sweat beads dripped down her forehead, and her clothing also was somewhat in tatters. She looked very pitiful. However, this young lady's face gave out a stubborn expression, as she continued to grit her teeth and persevere. This young lady was precisely Luer, who was forced to come here by Zhang Heng. She had basically been slogging in the medicine garden for the past 2 days without stopping. The formerly dainty and exquisite Luer was gone, and what replaced it was a haggard face full of exhaustion. Weeding was not a very tiring job for martial artists. Even if they did not rest or sleep for several days, they would not end up like this. However, weeding in the medicine garden was not such a relaxing job. The weeds in the spiritual fields were very deeply rooted because of nourishment from the thick heaven and earth essence energy. One had to utilize essence energy to remove them. Like this, weeding became hard labor. There was no one willing to do this job in the academy. Hence, they would let those newbies who just entered the academy do this sort of things. In reality, the majority of those doing these chores were commoners. The aristocrats just have to bribe a little, and they would be easily exempted. Zhang Heng used Luer avoiding her tasks as an excuse to arrange a much heavier workload for her compared to the others. Luer had virtually zero rest during these 2 days, but she only finished less than half of her workload. Due to her continuously expending her essence energy these 2 days, Luer's stamina was already depleted. That was why she appeared so fatigued. 2 youths were currently sipping tea and chatting in the small pavilion overlooking the medicine garden. They looked very pleased. Senior apprentice brother Lin, this junior apprentice brother can't bear to torment such a dainty and cute beauty like this. Zhang Heng shook his head and sighed. However, there was no trace of unwillingness on his facial expression. The youth sitting opposite him was precisely Lin Tiancheng. And finding trouble for Lu Er was something he single-handed engineered. In the Danwu Academy, there were very few heaven-rank students, and their status was extremely aloof. Generally speaking, the academy would not arrange for them to do anything specific. They just had to cultivate diligently. All of the chores in the academy were mostly handled by the earth-rank students. Just like Zhao Chunyang, he was sent out by the General Affairs Department to stand guard over the scripture library. Hence, the authority of the department was actually quite significant. There were plenty of ways to mess with people. What Yi Yuan did not know was that the head student of the General Affairs Department was Lin Tiancheng. Apart from an instructor who did not involve himself too much, Lin Tiancheng's authority was the highest. Ever since he was humiliated by Yi Yuan at the illusionary spirit tower, and with Lu Ruoshui inciting things by the side, Lin Tiancheng started to resent Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently like the noon sun in the academy, so naturally, he did not dare to seek Yi Yuan out. But it was not hard to find trouble with Lu Er. 2 days ago, he heard that Yi Yuan happened to enter a closed-door seclusion, so he found a reason to send Zhang Heng over to find trouble with Lu Er and instructed her to remove weeds in the medicine garden. Lin Tiancheng sipped his tea and smiled as he said, "Don't pretend to be a bodhisattva with me as if I don't know you. I let you take charge of this medicine garden, and God knows how many girls you have harmed. Would you pity this young lass?" Hearing this, Zhang Heng laughed and said, "This is all thanks to senior apprentice brother Lin's care. That's why when senior apprentice brother Lin came to look for me, I didn't say a word and just did it." Lin Tiancheng nodded approvingly and said, "At least you are sensible, punk. I'm very pleased with the way this matter was dealt with. You can do whatever you want with that chick, no need to give me any face." When Zhang Heng heard this, a trace of wickedness flickered across his eyes, and he asked, "Really?" "Of course it's real. I really want to see what kind of expression Yi Yuan would have after he exits seclusion only to see that his maidservant was violated." Lin Tiancheng's eyes filled with hatred when he mentioned Yi Yuan. That day at the illusionary spirit tower, Yi Yuan made him completely lose face. Afterward, many students secretly spread about what happened that day, which greatly diminished his prestige among the earth-rank students. This was the reason why he wanted to take revenge so badly. Zhang Heng was thrilled. "Since that's the case, then I, junior apprentice brother, won't stand on ceremony. Senior apprentice brother Lin really gave this little brother a huge gift. Even though this girl is young, in terms of appearance, she is outstanding. It's just, I'm afraid that Yi Yuan would come to find me after exiting seclusion." Lin Tiancheng looked at Zhang Heng calmly and said with a cold smile, "No matter how powerful that Yi Yuan is, he's only at the 4th level Essence Qi realm. You are at any rate a 9th level Essence Qi realm. Are you still scared of him? If he confronts you, then just let him come. When that happens, give him a brutal beating. You can help me vent this frustration at the same time. By the time he grows up, you would have graduated already. Why be scared of him?" Zhang Heng gave heavy praises when he heard it. It's still senior apprentice brother Lin who have great foresight. You've already considered everything. I'm somewhat looking forward to Yi Yuan's furious and exasperated expression now." Finishing, Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng exchanged glances and started laughing in unison. Lin Tiancheng was naturally unaware of Yi Yuan's performance in the illusionary spirit tower. He thought that he overconfidently challenged the Earth rank advancement test and ended up being instantly killed. He also thought that Yi Yuan had just barely made it past the Black rank advancement test. Hence, the way he saw it, Yi Yuan at most had the strength of an 8th level Essence Qi realm. Zhang Heng might be older, but he was already a veteran 9th level Essence Qi realm who similarly had the ability to jump ranks and battle. So it was obvious he could not lose to Yi Yuan. This seclusion of Yi Yuan lasted 4 days. Presently, the essence energy in Yi Yuan's dantian was surging as he impacted the 6th level Essence Qi realm bottleneck repeatedly. Yi Yuan had already broken through to the 5th level Essence Qi realm 3 days ago. After consolidating his cultivation realm a little, Yi Yuan continued eating transcendent grade Essence Qi pills to impact the 6th level Essence Qi realm. To him, there was not much difference between the 5th level Essence Qi realm and the 6th level Essence Qi realm. It was just how many transcendent grade Essence Qi pills he needed to consume. Yi Yuan consumed transcendent-grade essence chi pills non-stop and repeatedly tempered the essence energy using the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Finally, after consuming several hundred transcendent-grade essence chi pills, Yi Yuan broke through to the 6th level essence chi realm in one stroke. Yi Yuan felt like his entire body was bursting with strength after breaking through 2 cultivation realms consecutively. A feeling of discomfort had arisen unless he used his strength. Revolving his essence energy, Yi Yuan struck out a palm. The air in the training room was compressed to its limits by the power of his palm and gave off a puff-puff explosive sound. Boom. A large hole was dented into the wall of the training room. This big hole was way larger than the first time he used the stacking waves layered palm. It was an attack on an entirely different level. The walls of the training room were special. It could perfectly withstand a peak-level spirit condensation realm martial artist's full blow. It could be seen just how terrifying Yi Yuan's attack power was to be able to smash such a large hole in the wall. If I enter the illusionary spirit tower again and use the 8th layer wave, I should be able to kill 3 black-robed martial artists, right? After I break through to the 7th level essence chi realm, I will go to the illusionary spirit tower to try it out. Yi Yuan looked at the big hole in the wall and muttered to himself. It should have already been 4 or 5 days. I wonder what happened outside. If I still don't go out, Luer will be worried. Time to exit seclusion. Chapter 73. Chapter 73, Luer in danger. Luer bent down to pull out the weeds beneath the herbs. These weeds were incredibly stubborn. Each one would make Luer expend a great deal of strength to remove. Even so, Luer did not make any complaint these past few days. She did not wish to cause trouble for young master and did not want to smear dirt on young master's face anymore. The first 2 days, Luer's weeding speed was still very fast. But the next 2 days, her speed suddenly fell. It was because the essence energy in her body was drained. Every now and then, Luer had to meditate for a while to recover essence energy. But this essence energy was used up again very quickly. Like this, her weeding speed became drastically slower. 2 days ago, she had already completed nearly half of it, but the next 2 days, she only finished 70%, and she was getting increasingly slower. Luer's stamina had already been overexhausted far too much. Her upper eyelid and lower eyelid had been trembling all these while. Only an obsessive thought compelled her forward. All of a sudden, a pair of feet appeared in Luer's sight. Luer's face lit up, and she could not resist lifting her head up to see. But she was greatly disappointed after looking up. The person who came was not young master but that hateful senior apprentice brother Zhang. Zhang Heng saw Luer's disappointed expression and smiled coldly as he said, "Why? Didn't see the person you wished to see?" Luer kept silent. Zhang Heng was very displeased with Luer's attitude and flew into a rage. "Humph, I assigned you the task to get rid of the weeds, but you only completed 70% of it until now. Did you leave so much for me to help you do?" Luer wiped the sweat from her forehead, and she said weakly, I'm already working very hard. Just give me 1 more day, senior apprentice brother. I can definitely complete it. 1 day. I think even if I gave you 3 days, you also can't complete it. Such a small task and you can't even complete it in 4 or 5 days. You must be slacking off. Zhang Heng snorted coldly. Luer hurriedly shook her head. I didn't. I'm really working very hard at weeding. I will naturally know whether you are working hard or not. It's useless for you to argue. To punish you for slacking, you have to weed another stretch of the medicine garden. Luer froze when she heard that. What? Weed another stretch of the medicine garden? You don't want to do it. If you don't want to do it, then fine. Go back, pack your stuff, and be prepared to get lost from the academy. Zhang Heng did not intend to show any sympathy towards a girl. But you already don't have any more strength to do, right? Zhang Heng suddenly smiled and said. Luer nodded feebly. If you don't want to do it, fine. But you have to promise me something. Zhang Heng suddenly changed the subject. Luer did not expect Zhang Heng to suddenly loosen up and naively thought that what he said was the truth. She asked him ecstatically, Is that true? Please say, Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang. A malicious smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Heng's face. Luer's face changed as she only just realized that Zhang Heng did not have any good intentions. As expected, Zhang Heng opened his mouth and said, I didn't think that Miss Luer was so astute. My condition is very simple. I just want Miss Luer to accompany me for one night, and that will do. How's that? Isn't this deal worthwhile? Luer was not a stupid person. She was just inexperienced and did not really know the ways of the world. Initially, she only thought that Zhang Heng was an unreasonable person. Now, it looks like he was simply a beast in human clothing. Perhaps he already decided and planned all these, which was why he repeatedly made things difficult for her. Pooh, so, you are this sort of filthy person. Watch me report you to the instructor. Luer said hatefully. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. You're just a newbie who refused to accept your senior apprentice brother's punishment. And because you harbored a grudge in your heart, that's why you slandered your senior apprentice brother. Why don't you tell me whether the instructor will believe you or me? Zhang Heng seemed to have expected it and laughed loudly. When Zhang Heng said that, Luer was stunned. Zhang Heng could manage the medicine garden for such a long time, which showed that the instructor definitely trusted him very much. Even if she went to complain, if Zhang Heng said that, the instructor might really think that she bore a grudge, which was why she defamed senior apprentice brother. You're a really despicable man. Luer was so enraged by Zhang Heng that her entire body was shaking as she pointed at his nose and yelled. However, Zhang Heng did not care at all. He smiled coldly as he said, Luer, just think about it, if your young master exits seclusion and hears that his maidservant was expelled right after being admitted into the academy, what kind of feeling would that be? Luer was stunned, and her body started to tremble involuntarily. Seeing Luer's expression, Zhang Heng was even more pleased. He continued saying, your young master is currently the academy's favorite. But his own maidservant was chased out of the academy. In the future, as long as he stays in the academy, there would be people pointing and gossiping behind his back. They would laugh that he couldn't even manage his own maidservant. Taking advantage of Luer being scared out of her wits, Zhang Heng slowly moved closer to Luer. As he got closer, he continued saying, even though I'm not as talented as your young master, I'm still a respected figure in the academy. You won't suffer from following me. How about it? It's just one night. As he was talking, Zhang Heng wanted to use his finger to lift Luer's chin. But Luer abruptly came round and immediately jumped away. Humph, you should just give up. Even if I die, I won't bring shame on young master. After she said that, Luer lifted her hand and slapped towards the top of her head. If this palm landed, the result would definitely be the passing of a beauty. Zhang Heng also did not expect Luer to be so decisive and would rather commit suicide than yield. He immediately became furious. Although Luer improved amazingly fast, when facing the 9th level Essence Chi realm Zhang Heng, she was still incredibly weak. Furthermore, her essence energy already depleted. How could she possibly succeed in committing suicide? Pa! Who knew when a whip appeared in Zhang Heng's hands, which coiled around Luer's arm, sending her flying. Just like that, Luer went crashing out. Ah! Luer landed heavily on the ground and gave a muffled groan. Another lash. This lash landed heavily on Luer's. A bloody streak immediately appeared on Luer's body, and blood seeped through her clothes. Lass who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Want to die? It's not going to be that easy. Zhang Heng was infuriated. If Luer really committed suicide, he also could not escape responsibility. He was going to graduate soon. He did not want to lose any integrity. Luer's actions were making him irritated. Ah! Luer shrieked, but she ignored the pain as she crawled forward, wanting to grab a circular blue object. Just as Luer's hand was about to close in on it, that circular blue object was stepped underfoot by Zhang Heng. Give me back the badge. Luer endured the intense pain and yelled. Zhang Heng shifted his feet and glanced at the blue item on the ground, and it was indeed a badge. 2 stars were embroidered on it. This was actually a low-rank alchemy master badge. I thought what this is. So, it's an alchemy master badge. I didn't think that you stole something so valuable after only a few days in the academy. Just with this, it's enough to get you expelled. Zhang Heng kicked the badge far away. He was apparently still unaware that Yi Yuan had already passed the alchemy master test and officially became a low-rank alchemy master. Otherwise, even if he were to have an extra set of balls, he also would not dare abuse Lu'er like this. Looking at Zhang Heng desecrating young master's badge, the pain Lu'er felt was even worse than her physical pain. Tears finally trickled down uncontrollably. Looking at Lu'er's delicate and pitiful appearance, Zhang Heng could no longer hold back the beast inside him. He reached out and tore off a piece of Lu'er's clothing. Afterward, he grabbed Lu'er and dragged her to a corner, and he started to make his move to violate her in broad daylight. Chapter 74. Chapter 74, Soul Guiding Incense. Lu'er. Lu'er. Yi Yuan exited and shouted for Lu'er. But there was no reply. Yi Yuan was very suspicious. Lu'er should have been waiting here for him to exit seclusion. Where did she go? Lu'er was very obedient. If there was really something, she should have left him a message. But Yi Yuan searched the place and did not find any clues. He also asked his neighbors, but nobody knew either. Zhang Heng was highly scheming. The time he picked happened to be lesson time, so basically, all the students were at class. Yi Yuan was in a closed-door seclusion, so she did not have any mood to attend classes. However, it just happened to give Zhang Heng the opportunity to strike. Strange. Where on earth did Lu'er go? Don't tell me someone dares to kidnap people within the Danwu Academy. Yi Yuan sat down at the table and started conjecturing. Could Lu'er have gone to look for Tang Yu? In this place, Lu'er only had Tang Yu for a friend. Thinking of Tang Yu, Yi Yuan relaxed and was just about to leave to find Tang Yu when there was a knocking sound. Opening the door to take a look, who could it be except Tang Yu? Tang Yu saw Yi Yuan and was overjoyed. I figured that senior apprentice brother Yi should have also exited seclusion, so I came over to have a look. I didn't think that it would be so coincidental. Yi, why you are already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. Tang Yu stared with his mouth agape. Yi Yuan's improvement was too outrageous. He had only broken through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm with the help of Yi Yuan's pills not long ago. A month ago, when Tang Yu met Yi Yuan for the first time, he was only at the 1st level Essence Chi realm. A month later, Yi Yuan was already at the same cultivation realm as him. Thinking of how Yi Yuan killed Cho Ying with a finger, Tang Yu believed that if he fought with Yi Yuan could absolutely kill him in an instant. Tang Yu currently felt that the Yi Yuan in front of him was like a dragon that entered deep waters and then soared to the sky in one stroke. Nobody could stop him anymore. While Tang Yu was immersed in his shock, he did not notice that Yi Yuan's facial expression did not look good. When Yi Yuan looked behind Tang Yu and confirmed that he came alone, his face turned ugly. He waved his hands and did not bother with Tang Yu's shock. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Why did you come alone?" Tang Yu was stunned and asked doubtfully, "If I'm not alone, how many people could there be?" Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. "Didn't Lu'er go and find you while I was in a closed-door seclusion these few days?" Tang Yu was alarmed, but he shook his head and replied, "No. I've also been busy these few days and did not see Lu'er. She also never came to find me." "Why, did something happen to Lu'er?" Yi Yuan currently felt a little uneasy. "After I returned, I spent the entire time looking for her, but I couldn't find her. I have a bad premonition. I keep feeling that something happened to her. Maybe Lu'er was bored of waiting for you, and in a moment of playfulness, ran out to play. This is the Danwu Academy. Nothing should happen. Don't need to worry, Brother Yi." Tang Yu reassured him. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, "I hope so." The house momentarily became silent. But the uneasiness in Yi Yuan's heart grew increasingly stronger. He suddenly stood up and said to Tang Yu, "Please return, Brother Tang. I'm still a little worried about Lu'er. I'm going to look for her." "I'll go too. There's a higher chance with 2 people searching," Tang Yu offered. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No need. Just I alone will suffice." After he said that, Yi Yuan casually grabbed a piece of Lu'er's clothing and went out. Yi Yuan did not go around hunting aimlessly. He came directly to Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement room. After returning from the capital, not only did Feng Ruoqing had a cultivation realm breakthrough, her insights in the yin-yang separation flow technique also grew deeper. Yi Yuan was in a closed-door seclusion these past few days, so she naturally hid in the pill refinement room to practice the yin-yang separation flow technique. Feng Ruoqing was surprised when she saw Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan did not give her a chance to speak. "I want to borrow your refinement room to use. Prepare a few ingredients for me." Yi Yuan casually threw Feng Ruoqing a piece of paper and directly entered the pill refinement room like this refinement room belonged to him. Yi Yuan's words were like issuing an order. Feng Ruoqing was very annoyed at his attitude but surprisingly did not blow her top. That was because she had never seen such a frightening expression on Yi Yuan's face before. Feng Ruoqing was quick-witted and knew that something must have happened. Forget it, forget it. Who asked me to owe him?" Feng Ruoqing let out a faint sigh and really went to prepare the ingredients Yi Yuan needed like a maidservant. If other people saw the dignified state of Qin's head princess does this sort of thing, their jaws would drop due to the shock. Before long, Feng Ruoqing returned. The ingredients that Yi Yuan required were all ordinary stuff and were not difficult to source. It was naturally easy to obtain with Feng Ruoqing's status. Except, Feng Ruoqing was very curious about what Yi Yuan was trying to refine. The ingredients that Yi Yuan needed were not all herbs. There were some other items. Refining medicinal pills out of these ingredients were impossible. Passing the ingredients over to Yi Yuan, Feng Ruoqing could not resist asking, "There are quite a few that aren't herbs. What are you trying to refine with these ingredients?" Yi Yuan received the ingredients and answered indifferently, "You don't need to bother. Just watch. Start the fire." You're really treating me like a servant." Feng Ruoqing could not help losing her temper. This fellow had no respect for anyone. "If you're not helping, then go to one side. Don't hold me up." Yi Yuan's words grew icier. Not knowing the reason, Feng Ruoqing walked to the Red Lotus cauldron and helped Yi Yuan open up the earth fire. Seeing the situation, Yi Yuan did not express anything. Right now, his heart was burning with anxiety. However, he knew that the more impatient he got, the more he had to keep calm and not lose his reason. The fire started, and Yi Yuan began to refine. This time around, the refinement was not earth-shaking. It was only a very simple-looking refinement method. But Feng Ruoqing had never seen this sort of method before. Without the process of preparing the herbs nor the process of refining the medicinal essence, Yi Yuan directed the fire to temper the ingredients while looking very relaxed. After an hour, the result of Yi Yuan refinement appeared. It was a chalk-like item, except that its appearance was grayish-black. "What's this?" Feng Ruoqing asked curiously again. "Soul-guiding incense." This time around, Yi Yuan did not reject answering. It was just that when he talked, he let out a long breath. His rising and falling chest showed his current state of agitation. "Soul-guiding incense. What's it used for?" Feng Ruoqing had never heard of this thing before and asked inquisitively. Yi Yuan did not answer but threw the soul-guiding incense onto the clothing that he brought along. After that, he waved a hand to draw a wisp of fire. Earth fire had an exceedingly high temperature. Luer's clothes were burned into a wisp of green smoke instantly. However, the miraculous thing was that the green smoke condensed in midair and did not dissipate. The next instant, the green smoke moved, and Yi Yuan moved as well. "Where are you going?" Feng Ruoqing asked bewilderedly. But Yi Yuan ignored her and ran out following that strand of green smoke. Feng Ruoqing bit her lips as she watched. After hesitating for a moment, she also followed. Chapter 75. Chapter 75, Really Want to Kill Someone. Luer used her remaining strength to struggle, but this weak struggle was futile and useless. Currently, her essence energy was drained. She could not even commit suicide. Luer became more and more terrified and increasingly becoming weaker. If she were tainted by a fellow like him, she would rather die. Zhang Heng slapped Luer's face and spat as he said, "Little b******. You still aren't compliant when you are already like this. You're really asking for a beating." Luer suffered due to that slap, and one side of her face immediately swelled up. She laid there motionlessly as if she was resigned to her fate. Seeing the situation, Zhang Heng gave a nasty grin and said, "That's right. much better now. Don't worry. After today, you won't be able to leave this senior apprentice brother, ha ha ha. After saying that, Zhang Heng leaned over to carry out that bestial act. But right at this moment, all the pores on Zhang Heng's body stood on end. A feeling of danger came from straight ahead. Zhang Heng instinctively jumped away. An ice arrow grazed his face as it flew past. Luckily, his reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, that ice arrow would have already pierced through his throat. Withdrawing to the side, Zhang Heng broke into cold sweat. Who would have thought that this lass who already did not have any strength to retaliate could actually release such a powerful attack? However, Zhang Heng instantly became furious. Luer nearly killed him. Luer struggled to get up. Presently, her entire aura had changed drastically. Her entire body gave off an ice-cold feeling. This sort iciness seemed like it could even freeze the air. A layer of white frost covered Luer's hair, and her face also turned abnormally pale. Zhang Heng looked at Luer's transformation and chortled as he said, "So, it turns out that you have the 9-yin absolute meridian. You actually dared to cultivate essence energy with your 9-yin absolute meridian. You really can't tell life from death. Right now, the frost poison has burst forth, I will see how you suppress it." The sun was currently shining brightly, but Luer felt as if her entire body was placed in an icehouse. The frost penetrated the bone and sunk in deeply. This was the ultimate move of the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul, Profound Ice Returns to Dust. This move was a forbidden technique in the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul. When Yuan was teaching Luer, he had informed her that unless she had no other alternative, she must absolutely never use it. That was because this move triggered the 9-yin absolute meridian, attracting the frost chi between heaven and earth into her body in exchange for a powerful strength temporarily. The name, Returns to Dust, meant that after using it, from ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It was a move to perish together with your enemy. Currently, Luer's aura soared massively, directly breaking through the 4th level Essence Chi realm threshold, past the 5th level Essence Chi realm, and finally stopping at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. The time Luer spent cultivating the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul was still too short. Even though she improved at an amazing speed, her comprehension was not that profound. If the Spirit Snow Divine King was the one executing the Profound Ice Returns to Dust, even if she only had the strength of a 1st level Essence Chi realm, she would be able to directly raise her strength to the great circle of perfection of the Essence Chi realm. Although Zhang Heng was surprised at Luer's sudden rise in strength, he did not pay too much heed. The 6th level Essence Chi realm was still a minor stage lower than him. But he was currently livid because Luer nearly killed him just now, making him feel incredibly ashamed. That ice arrow also extinguished his lust. Right now, what he wanted to do was to send Luer to the afterlife. Directly killing was a definite no-no. He would be punished by the academy. But since this lass had the 9-yin absolute meridian, then he could not be blamed if she sought her own death. Die, lecher. Luer grabbed the air with one hand. An ice arrow formed once again and shot towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng laughed coldly as he easily dodged it. This ice arrow might have a high attacking power, but what was the use if it could not hit the target? He was unprepared just now, which was why Luer's sneak attack almost succeeded. Now that they were fighting head-on, he naturally would not fall for it again. After all, Luer was not Yuan. She lacked actual combat experience and could not control the sudden rise in strength. This sort of straightforward attack obviously would not cause any trouble for the powerful Zhang Heng. However, Luer did not care. Before she activated the Profound Ice Returns to Dust, she already had the will to die. Luer believed that even if she could not kill this guy, young master would take revenge for her. Trying to deal with me with these sort of attacks. You're underestimating Earth-rank student's strength too much. Zhang Heng said with a mocking face. Humph, 1000 illusion hail. Luer cried out as her 2 hands formed a round shape. Very swiftly, countless stones formed between her hands. Pushing both palms out, a hailstone shot towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was astounded. He did not think that Luer's attacks would continue without end. This hailstone was an area of effect attack. Zhang Heng's speed was fast, but he was still struck by many hailstones. But the attack power of this hailstone was much weaker than the previous ice arrow. Coupled with Zhang Heng's powerful essence energy protection, these sort of attacks were unable to cause any real damage to him. Humph, don't blame me for courting death, lass. Snake Shadow Whip. Zhang Heng's whip technique was very skillful. The whip shot towards Lu'er from a highly tricky angle. Right now, Lu'er knew that she was not Zhang Heng's match, and her heart already held the will to die. She did not evade this whip at all. A sneer suddenly appeared on Lu'er's face. Noticing this, Zhang Heng was startled. Only to see that Lu'er's hands moved at high speed, and she actually formed multiple ice arrows in an instant. Lu'er did not defend at all. She was actually going to make both parties lose. Zhang Heng did not expect Lu'er to not fear death to such an extent. He did not want to die, so he swiftly pulled back his whip, and whirled his whip around. Very soon, the ice arrows were twirled into broken pieces. His strength exceeded Lu'er's by far too much, and his combat experience was also much richer. For Lu'er to injure him head-on, it was harder than trying to reach the heaven. After Zhang Heng shattered the ice arrows, he struck with his whip once more. Lu'er's attack just now had already exhausted all of her essence energy. Right now, she could no longer continue, so she just gave up defending and closed her eyes to wait for death. Young master, in future, Lu'er can no longer be at your side to serve you. You have to take good care of yourself. 2 clear streams of tears fell and froze into ice beads. Zhang Heng was aware that Lu'er did not fear death, but he did not expect that Lu'er looked forward to death so much that she just stopped defending. He did not hold back on this move. If he hit Lu'er, then she was dead for sure. The attack was already released, and Zhang Heng could no longer stop it anymore. Just as he watched it about to land on Lu'er, a force shot out from diagonally. Chi. The force actually directly broke the soft whip. Zhang Heng was horrified. Although his soft whip was not a magical artifact, that attack just now filled the inside of the whip with essence energy. It could pierce straight through a person, and yet, it was broken with one move by someone. Who's there? You're really despicable to dare to ambush me. Zhang Heng howled. A youth dressed in azure clothing glided over and landed beside Lu'er. He did not even spare a glance at Zhang Heng. Picking up Lu'er, he took out a medicinal pill for her to eat. Lu'er, young master came late. Lu'er opened her eyes wearily and saw that it was Yuan. A trace of light recovered within her eyes. Don't talk. Watch by the side. Young master will stand up for you. As he spoke, Yuan's words grew frostier. Yuan supported Lu'er to the sides, and then he stood up straight and shouted, "Right now, I really want to kill someone. Anyone who stops me will be my enemy. I will not give up until you die." Chapter 76. Chapter 76, The Strong Breaks the Rules. Right now, I really want to kill someone. Anyone who stops me will be my enemy. I will not give up until you die. Yuan's words were directed toward Feng Ruoqing. He knew that Feng Ruoqing also came. If Feng Ruoqing makes a move, it would be impossible for him to kill Zhang Heng. This was a warning. Nobody responded, but this was already a sort of tacit consent. Zhang Heng burst out laughing like he had just heard a hilarious joke, ha ha ha. Kill me. You're that Yuan, right? Just you, a 6th level essence chi realm, wants to jump ranks to kill me. You too, master and servant, are equally unable to gauge your strength. Yuan did not show any reaction and said coolly, "Are you acting on your own? Or is there somebody instigating you? Speak, and I will spare your life." Yuan had no connections with this Zhang Heng. It was even more unlikely for Lu'er to provoke anyone, so he did not believe that Zhang Heng would force Lu'er to such a desperate situation for no reason whatsoever. Just now, Zhang Heng recognized Yuan immediately with a glance. This further confirmed his conjecture. What a joke. You, a 6th level essence chi realm, are so king arrogant. You think that after passing the black rank advancement test and increasing your cultivation realm, you have the capital to challenge veteran earth rank students. Spare my life? Why don't you try for me to see? Although Zhang Heng was astonished by Yuan's advancement speed, he did not feel that he could threaten him. He was 3 minor cultivation realms above Yuan, and they were separated by a minor stage. This sort of difference in power was not so easily bridged. Zhang Heng admitted that Yi Yuan was a genius. But who among those who could enter the Danwu Academy and become an Earth-rank student was not a genius among geniuses? Yi Yuan sighed, and he said calmly, "One really can't communicate with an imbecile. Since you don't want to talk, then I will beat you until you do." Yi Yuan did not waste his breath. He raised his hand and executed stacking waves layered palm. 8-layer wave. Humph, reckless punk. You dare to look down on me and only use one hand. Zhang Heng naturally would not fold his hands and await death. He threw his weapon aside and also used his bare hands. Prajna palm. Zhang Heng raised his hands to unleash a high-rank martial technique. Zhang Heng had spent a great deal of time and effort on this Prajna palm and trained it to the great success stage. Furthermore, he struck out with both palms together, so the amount of essence energy used was much greater. Zhang Heng curled the corner of his mouth as if seeing the image of Yi Yuan being heavily injured. 3 palms collided, but the events did not play out as Zhang Heng imagined. He felt a colossal force coming from the Yi Yuan's palm, which immediately passed through his 2 hands and spread throughout his entire body. Pooh! Zhang Heng gave a muffled groan, and blood sprayed out wildly from his mouth. His entire body flew out like he was heavily struck. "Now, will you talk?" Yi Yuan continued speaking calmly without any trace of emotion. The palm that Yi Yuan unleashed in anger was the 8-layer wave. Stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave. This was a palm technique that could even finish off a first-level spirit condensation realm, and Zhang Heng chose to receive it head-on foolishly. There would be no justice if he did not die. But Yi Yuan deliberately held back on this move and only heavily injured Zhang Heng. The intention was to find out who was the mastermind. Yi Yuan took 2 steps forward and walked to Zhang Heng's side. Looking down on him, he asked icily, "Now, will you talk?" Pooh! Zhang Heng coughed up another mouthful of blood. Right now, his arms were broken, and his internal organs also suffered extremely serious injuries. He looked incredibly wretched. If he did not receive medical treatment, he would soon die without Yi Yuan needing to move. Talk. Talk my *SS, ha. If you have the ability, then kill me. The Danwu Academy's rules state that students cannot kill one another. Come then. Kill me. Zhang Heng's blood stained his teeth as he laughed miserably. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Heng pitifully, and he said coldly, "Rules. Rules are only used to restrict mediocre people like you. A true powerhouse will break all the rules and establish his own rules. Someone like you can only live under other people's rules forever. How pitiful. Ha, who doesn't know how to brag? If you have the balls, then try breaking the rules for me to see." A 6th-level Essence Chi realm punk talking nonsense about breaking the rules. What a joke. Zhang Heng clearly did not believe that Yi Yuan dared to go against the Academy's rules. That was because, in the Academy's history, all those who broke the rules were sentenced to death. Except for that person. Is that so? Then I will break the rules now. Except you won't be able to see it. Yi Yuan raised his hand again, and essence energy hovered faintly within his palm. At this moment, Zhang Heng could clearly sense the killing intent coming off of Yi Yuan. To Yi Yuan, Lu Er was one of his closest loved ones, and Zhang Heng dared to force her until she used the profound ice returns to dust. Even his death was insufficient. In his precious life, Yi Yuan did not have the ability to protect his loved ones. In this life, he was set on never letting his loved ones come to harm. But he did not expect to encounter something like this. Yi Yuan's self-condemnation had already surpassed his fury. This palm slapped downwards without any hesitation. Zhang Heng no longer doubted Yi Yuan's determination. I'll talk. Don't kill me. I was only under someone's instigation. Zhang Heng finally could not withstand the pressure, and hurriedly shouted. Talk. Yi Yuan did not shift his palm. He was waiting for Zhang Heng's answer. I'll talk, but you have to promise not to kill me. Otherwise, I'd rather die than say. Zhang Heng painfully made his decision and threatened him. Is that so? Then bring it with you inside your coffin. Yi Yuan channeled his palm strength and moved a little closer to Zhang Heng. Don't. I'll talk. It's senior apprentice brother Lin Tiancheng who instructed me. I was only obeying him. He's the head student of the General Affairs Department, so I can't disobey him. Junior apprentice brother Yi, I beg you, let me go. I will definitely help you testify against Lin Tiancheng. God knows where Zhang Hing got the strength from to manage to crawl up and grab hold of Yi Yuan's leg as he cried out. Good. You can die now. Yi Yuan's palm struck down, and Zhang Hing died without even making any sound. Regardless of whether he was obeying others or not, he deserved to die 10,000 times over just for forcing Lu'er to such a state. Lin Tiancheng. Yi Yuan thought for a moment and recalled who this Lin Tiancheng was. He did not think that it was actually such a minor character that made Lu'er end up in such a sorry state. If he knew this beforehand, he would have taken preventive measures. Right at this moment, Lu'er's movement alerted Yi Yuan. He quickly rushed over to Lu'er. Lu'er already had no more strength to stand up. She was currently crawling forward. Lu'er, what are you doing? If there's anything, just tell me. I will do it for you. Yi Yuan shouted as he rushed over. Lu'er continued moving forward bit by bit and finally crawled in front of that blue color badge. She reached out to grab that alchemy master badge and held it against her chest as if that blue badge was her everything. Yi Yuan hurriedly picked up Lu'er. After Lu'er got the badge, she could finally no longer hold on and fainted. Except, she still had a hint of a smile on her face, looking completely satisfied. Looking at the object in Lu'er's hand, he could not help feeling his heart ached. An insignificant badge to him was cherished so deeply by Lu'er. Thank you, Lu'er. Let's go home. Chapter 77. Chapter 77, have you all thought things through? Why did you have to do that? According to the Academy's rules, killing fellow students is the death penalty. Feng Ruoqing gave a faint sigh as she revealed herself and blocked Yi Yuan's path. Yi Yuan stopped, and then he retorted, if Feng Zhiro ended up like this because of someone, what would you do? Feng Ruoqing was speechless. The answer was obvious. Those people were sentenced to death because they weren't talented enough. If they had sufficient potential and had adequate strength, I think the Academy would not kill them, but instead, heavily nurture them, right? Yi Yuan said indifferently. Yi Yuan's words were sufficiently arrogant. But what he said was logical and natural. Regardless of whether it was his past life or this life, Yi Yuan could look down proudly on all the pinnacle geniuses under the heavens. Just imagine how great of a genius he was to have been hailed as the one most likely to break through to the alchemy god realm in the divine realm, where geniuses were as many as oxen hair. Now that he transmigrated and lived once more, why would he give a shit about this tiny state of Qin? Feng Ruoqing remained silent for a while, but she still nodded and said, it's like you said. In reality, there are still people who weren't killed, but instead, became heavily groomed by the Academy. 5 years ago, a shockingly dazzling figure appeared in the Academy. But because his brother was bullied by someone, he killed a student in a fit of rage. The outcome was that not only did the Academy not dole out punishment, but he was also groomed heavily. Haha, sure enough. Then what are you worried about? Don't tell me I'm inferior to him. Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said slowly, because you aren't killing only one person. Just a bunch of trash. If they're killed, then they're killed. Yi Yuan could not care less. Anyone who dared to touch the people he treasured dearly, would have to be prepared to be killed. A tiny little Lin Tiancheng, if he was killed, then he was killed. What else could they do? But I've heard of this Lin Tiancheng before. He's a half-step spirit condensation realm. Even though you advanced amazingly fast, are you his match? If you won, then that's fine. But if you lost, some people would not let you off so easily. Yi Yuan shook his head and did not explain anything. He just passed Lu'er over to Feng Ruoqing. If you treat me as a friend, then just help me take good care of Lu'er. Feng Zhiro did not know why, but when she heard these words, she felt delighted in her heart. Yi Yuan was clearly her student. Was it not strange to be friends? But why was it so natural? I'm your teacher. Feng Zhiro put on a solemn face and said. Yi Yuan waved his hands like he was not willing to get tangled up on this question. Support Lu'er up. I'm going to help her suppress the frost poison in her body. Otherwise, she might not survive the night. Feng Ruoqing obeyed and lifted Lu'er up properly. Yi Yuan then rapidly struck over a dozen points on Luer's body. After that, he lifted up her palm and transferred his own essence energy over. In terms of extreme yang and strength, the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art that Yi Yuan cultivated was a cultivation law which pushed them to the extremity. When compared to his cultivation law, the cultivation law Feng Zhiro trained in was like a small witch meeting a great sorcerer. Yi Yuan's essence energy was incomparably thick, making it perfect for suppressing the 9-yin frost poison. But this could only treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. A 9-yin divine link meridian was an innate 9-yin absolute meridian. Once the frost poison erupted, it would be like an ice black hole, automatically sucking all the surrounding cold qi into the body, extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's essence energy was, it could not contend with the heaven and earth cold yin power. It could only temporarily suppress the frost poison in Luer's body. After Yi Yuan withdrew his hand, Luer's face became rosier. But she was still unconscious. "I'll leave Luer to you. I'm going to kill some people." After saying this, Yi Yuan turned around and left. The entrance of the General Affairs Department was a rather busy place with streams of people coming and going. Yi Yuan stepped past the doorway but was stopped by 2 students. "What rank are you? What's your purpose of coming to the General Affairs Department?" one of the students questioned him. They did not stop everyone they saw. A single look and they could tell Yi Yuan did not appear friendly, and that something was wrong. That was why he was stopped. To kill people. Those 3 words casually popped out from Yi Yuan's mouth, sending a chill down the backs of the 2 students who heard it. Are you joking? The Danwu Academy forbids students from privately committing murder. Are you trying to violate the Academy's rules? This student was also at the 6th level Essence Qi realm, but under Yi Yuan's pressure, his essence energy showed signs of becoming unstable. "I don't have time to joke with you. Where's Lin Tiancheng? Ask him to come out and die. Senior apprentice brother Lin. Were you hit on the head? Quickly leave. If you still don't go, then we won't be courteous." The other person was slightly better, and he just wanted to chase Yi Yuan away. A 6th level Essence Qi realm talking nonsense about wanting to kill a half-step spirit condensation realm expert. If his brain were not damaged, then what was it? Yi Yuan simply ignored these 2 people and directly forced his way through between the 2 of them. These 2 people were in charge of guarding the entrance, so they naturally could not let Yi Yuan in like this. Hence, they used all of their power to try to stop Yi Yuan. Their hands did not even touch Yi Yuan before they were sent flying a long way out by the essence energy Yi Yuan released, which automatically opened up a pathway. Even though they were similarly at the 6th level Essence Qi realm, the difference was too huge. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was multiple times that of the same realm. How could these 2 people possibly be Yi Yuan's match? Someone's causing trouble. Stop him. Quick. Notify senior apprentice brother Lin. One of the students was very dedicated to his job. After landing on the ground, he ignored the pain on his body and shouted loudly. The activity outside alarmed the people inside. Now that he shouted like that, the students who just came out immediately knew what happened. An 8th level Essence Qi realm student came up to stop Yi Yuan. He rebuked angrily, "Who are you? How audacious! Do you know what place this is to actually dare to cause trouble here?" Yi Yuan did not bother with him and continued walking forward. Courting death. Seeing Yi Yuan's supercilious attitude, that student immediately raged. He forced his way forward, wanting to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yi Yuan casually unleashed a palm, and that student flew out, landing heavily against the wall before he stopped. See. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan clearly only had the strength of a 6th level Essence Qi realm, but a casual palm had such power to send an 8th level Essence Qi realm flying. It was very obvious that Yi Yuan already showed mercy. Otherwise, that 8th level Essence Qi realm student would be a dead man right now. Stacking waves layered palm. He's Yi Yuan. Right then, someone in the crowd recognized Yi Yuan's palm technique, and he immediately deduced Yi Yuan's identity. There was only one person who could casually unleash the stacking waves layered palm within the Danwu Academy, and that was Yi Yuan. Other than him, even head senior apprentice brother Long Tang could not do it. Quickly inform senior apprentice brother Lin. Say that Yi Yuan came to the General Affairs Department to make trouble. Let's stop him together. I don't believe that so many of us can't even handle a 6th level Essence Chi realm, a student who seemed to be a student manager shouted out. As expected, the others also perked up after his speech. That's right. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he was still only one person. Many among them were 8th level Essence Chi realm, and quite a few were at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. How could he defeat so many people? Yi Yuan swept his gaze across everyone, making everybody shuddered. Have you all thought things through? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm only looking for Lin Tiancheng alone. Are you all sure you want to be accomplices? Yi Yuan asked calmly. Chapter 78. Chapter 78, Despicable Lin Tiancheng. The Danwu Academy's General Affairs Department was segmented into the inner court, middle court, and outer court. The outer court was where students received jobs. The middle court was where the student managers of the General Affairs Department managed work. The inner court was where important figures dealt with businesses. Presently, Lin Tiancheng was in the inner court assigning tasks to the student managers. All of you, quickly handle the matters that I just instructed. Supervision of newly admitted students has to be reinforced. Make them obey submissively. If anyone causes trouble, then just directly suppress them. There's no need to be polite. Lin Tiancheng was issuing orders to a bunch of people with the air of someone of the upper echelon. Yes, senior apprentice brother Lin. We will do it right away. Finishing, several people turned around and left. Boom. 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 A frantic knocking was heard. Senior apprentice brother Lin, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Outside the door, a student kicked up a racket, making Lin Tiancheng frown. Lin Tiancheng had always been very strict with the rules. People at the lower levels had never dared to cause such a ruckus when entering. Today, there was actually someone who collided head-on with the tip of the spear. Creak. The door was opened by a student manager who reprimanded angrily. What's the commotion about? Don't you know that senior apprentice brother Lin is busy? Is your skin itching for a whipping? That student ignored him and just went around him, crying to Lin Tiancheng, senior apprentice brother Lin, something bad has happened. That Yi Yuan is currently causing a commotion outside the department. Senior apprentice brother who went up to stop him, but was sent flying with a slap. He even said. When Lin Tiancheng heard Yi Yuan's name, his face immediately fell. Looks like he found out about Lu Er being bullied by Zhang Heng, and the flames of fury attacked his heart, which was why he came to the General Affairs Department to cause such an upheaval. Thinking of this, Lin Tiancheng gave a cold laugh. Do you all just eat rice and do nothing? Just a 4th level Essence Chi realm managed to frighten you all until this manner? That Hu Tai is also a trash, to be sent flying with a single slap from a 4th level Essence Chi realm. Senior apprentice brother Lin, Yi Yuan, he isn't only at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Not only 4th level Essence Chi realm. Don't tell me he really entered closed seclusion to break through to the 5th level Essence Chi realm. Also not the 5th level Essence Chi realm. That student shook his head like a rattle drum. Looking at this appearance, Lin Tiancheng became infuriated. Can you not talk like you are out of breath? Just what's Yi Yuan's strength? He can't have been in a closed-door seclusion for a few days and reached the 6th level Essence Chi realm, right? This time around, that student's head was like a chicken pecking for rice as he nodded non-stop. That's right. Yi Yuan is already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. What? Including Lin Tiancheng, all the student managers in the room were astonished. They were, of course, aware of what strength Yi Yuan possessed. Around 10 days ago, Yi Yuan had just made Lin Tiancheng lose face greatly. Back then, he was still at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Just a mere 10 days or so had passed, and Yi Yuan was already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. He jumped from the 1st level Essence Chi realm to the 3rd level Essence Chi realm. 4th level Essence Chi realm to the 6th level Essence Chi realm could also be jumped. Just what was happening to this world? The crux was that not only did Yi Yuan increase his cultivation realm extremely fast, his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Did they not just hear what this punk said? He sent Hu Tai flying with one slap. Hu Tai was an 8th level essence chi realm, and he could not even take a hit. Would that not mean that Yi Yuan possessed at least the strength of a 9th level essence chi realm? After the shock, Lin Tiancheng's face grew darker. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would have the power to threaten him so fast. It looked like it was already hopeless for Zhang Heng. Humph, just 6th level essence chi realm. You are all veteran Earth rank students. Don't tell me every one of you are scared of a 6th level essence chi realm. Are you all even Danwu Academy students? You, go out and tell them to attack together. If they can't even restrain a 6th level essence chi realm, then what does the General Affairs Department need them for? Lin Tiancheng shamelessly used the people outside as his shield. Lin Tiancheng was not really scared of Yi Yuan. But if he could use those people outside to diminish Yi Yuan's battle strength, then why not? Have you all thought things through? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm only looking for Lin Tiancheng alone. Are you all sure you want to be accomplices? Yi Yuan took a step forward. The students outside the department were affected by his aura and retreated a step in unison. Yi Yuan took another step forward, and the crowd stepped back once more. A 6th level essence chi realm managed to force a group of 7th and 8th level essence chi realm students back. If this were spread outside, there would no longer be a need for the General Affairs Department to exist. Right at this moment, the student who went to report to Lin Tiancheng just now rushed back. Senior apprentice brother Lin said to attack together and take him down first. He's just at the 6th level essence chi realm. If you all can't deal with this, then what do we need you for? If you all can't take down Yi Yuan, then forget about working in the General Affairs Department in the future. Once these words were out, everyone's faces changed. Lin Tiancheng had always lived up to his words. He would really replace all these people. Most of these Earth rank students had no hope of advancing to the Heaven rank, so they stayed here to do some work and fish for some benefits. If they did not work here, then they could possibly end up doing manual labor. That was obviously a result they did not wish to see. Fine. I don't believe that so many of us here can't take care of a 6th level essence chi realm. Everyone, attack. Everybody gathered, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. Yi Yuan did not stop them, and let them surround him. Finally, these people could no longer resist attacking Yi Yuan. From the front, an 8th level essence chi realm student stabbed his sword towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached out and flicked a finger. That long sword immediately flew out of his hand. Another slap, and that 8th level essence chi realm was sent flying. At the same time, a palm attack came from the back. It was like eyes were growing behind Yi Yuan as he evaded it by slightly shifting his body. Then, he slammed his arm backward, and that person also went airborne. For some time, the surroundings were filled with attacks, but nobody was able to really threaten Yi Yuan. Not only were they unable to pose any threat, Yi Yuan even moved forward as he fought. He was about to push past the outer court. People could be seen flying continuously out of the group surrounding Yi Yuan and landing heavily on the ground. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan broke past these people's defense and passed through the outer court. The majority of these people were at the 7th level essence chi realm and the 8th level essence chi realm. To the current Yi Yuan, there was completely no threat. Where his palm wind reached, a series of wailing sounded. The outer court was strewn with people lying on the ground and crying out shrilly. Yi Yuan did not stop. Grabbing a sword, he advanced inside like that with the sword in his hand. Entering the middle court, another group of people surrounded him. These people were the student managers of the General Affairs Department. Each one of them was like Zhang Heng, all existences of the 9th level essence chi realm. 9th level essence chi realm was the pinnacle of existence in the essence chi realm. It represented the apex of the essence chi realm. Their strength was also much stronger than the 8th level essence chi realm. Yi Yuan would not care about a single person. But there were around 7 or 8 people now. They would not be a minor force anywhere. Yi Yuan looked at them and smiled coldly as he said, "You guys are really loyal dogs. Wherever Lin Tiancheng points to, you guys would strike there. My words still remain the same. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I only want to kill Lin Tiancheng alone. If you want to be a dog, then you'd better be prepared to get beat up." Chapter 79. Chapter 79, you don't have the heart of a powerhouse. What a joke. In the Danwu Academy, nobody has ever dared to harp on about killing someone. I think you must be King Balzi. 1. Everyone found it extremely comical to see Yuan behave so arrogantly. One could fight in the Danwu Academy and could also arrange for a death match. But nobody had ever dared to talk about killing someone in such a dignified manner. The way they saw it, Yuan was obviously posturing and wanted to use this sort of threat to force them back. Yuan adjusted his sword in a showy manner and said coldly, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. I'll just have to beat up the guard dogs before going to beat the owner." With those words, Yuan did not hesitate and then charged into the group with his sword. Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was executed, and his entire being became a series of afterimages as he passed through these people. These student managers were all at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. Apart from heaven rank students and a half-step spirit condensation realm like Lin Tiancheng, they were virtually undefeatable existences in the Danwu Academy. But at this moment, they made a woeful discovery. They could not even touch the corner of Yuan's sleeves. Yuan's body moved elegantly like countless falling petals, completely traceless. These student managers were after all 9th level Essence Chi realms, 3 minor cultivation realms above Yuan. Wanting to defeat them was not so simple. Yuan could naturally use brute force to deal with these people. But he did not wish to reveal his trump card too early. In the entire academy, apart from Feng Ruoqing who saw him use the 8-layer wave to kill Zhang Heng just now, nobody was aware that he could use the 8-layer wave. Lin Tiancheng was ultimately a half-step spirit condensation realm. There was almost a major cultivation realm between him and Yuan. It would not be a good thing if he got to know of his trump card beforehand. Using the Falling Flower Floating Zero sword to deal with the enemies could conserve essence energy and also numb his opponent. So why not? Even though Yuan's flames of fury was soaring to the sky right now, he did not lose his reason. If he did not even have this shrewdness after living 2 lifetimes, then it was all wasted. The Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was created by imitating falling flowers. It paid particular attention to flowing with the wind naturally and elegantly, very economical on the usage of essence energy. Of course, the Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was not without weaknesses. The drawback was insufficient attack power. But in this sort of situation, Yuan did not require much attack power. He made use of the elegant and nimble movements to give these students some injuries every now and then. As time passed, their combat power dropped drastically. "Ayo, my arm. Ah, my leg." The curdling screams carried on incessantly. Unwittingly, many injuries had appeared on these student managers' bodies. Just what kind of a freak is this guy? 6th level Essence Chi realm and he is this powerful. Stop. Stop. We admit defeat. That's right. Quickly stop. We surrender. One person was the first to speak, and everyone else's spirit immediately collapsed. Everyone quickly laid down their arms and surrendered. After breaking through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm, it would be tough for Yuan to find an opponent in the Essence Chi realm anymore. Yuan obviously would not slaughter everyone in a frenzy. Seeing that these people had the intention to back away, he threw down the sword in his hand indifferently and headed inside to the inner court. Grabbing a student doing chores in the inner court and forcing him to lead the way, Yuan went to where Lin Tiancheng was. Yuan kicked the door wide open with a leg, but the room was already empty, and Lin Tiancheng could not be seen anywhere. The back window was opened. Clearly, Lin Tiancheng escaped from here. Yuan laughed coldly and took out a stick of soul-guiding incense. He came to the table and casually took up a book to burn. The soul-guiding incense became a wisp of green smoke and went with the wind. A martial artist's divine soul was powerful and would leave behind the scent of their soul in places where they frequently stopped by. The soul-guiding incense could differentiate these soul scents and track him down. When powerful martial artists were fleeing, they would conceal the scent of their soul. Hence, the use of the soul-guiding incense was not great. In his past life, Yuan only found it fun, so he researched it a bit. But Lin Tiancheng evidently did not know how to hide the scent of his soul. It was useless no matter where he fled to. Yuan's performance truly astonished Lin Tiancheng. 7 to 8 ninth level Essence Chi realm martial artists were defeated just like chopping vegetables. Although he did not believe Yi Yuan could really defeat him, at the very least, Yi Yuan already possessed the power to fight with him. Lin Tiancheng was one of those typical examples of people who bullied the weak but feared the strong. So he chose to run away. Yi Yuan had already wholly overturned the General Affairs Department. As long as the instructors found out about this matter, he would definitely be expelled. Hence, he had no need to fight it out with Yi Yuan. Right now, he was going to the back of the mountain to tattle to the instructor. What a brainless fellow. So what if he's a genius? Isn't he still screwed over by me, Lin Tiancheng? Being pleased with himself, the smile on Lin Tiancheng's face could not be concealed no matter what. Lin Tiancheng, who was gloating, did not notice that a wisp of green smoke spun a few rounds above his head, which then disappeared. The next moment, Lin Tiancheng's smile froze on his face. That was because his path ahead was blocked by someone. And that someone blocking him was precisely that hateful Yi Yuan. How was this possible? How did he know that I was here? Yi Yuan just stood in front of him coldly without even hiding his killing intent. Unknowingly, fear started to take place in Lin Tiancheng's heart as he looked at Yi Yuan's expression. Yi Yuan, don't push me too far. Do you really think that I'm scared of you? Lin Tiancheng was livid, trying to use this to cover up his guilt. Aren't you the one who forced me? Congratulations. You've succeeded in infuriating me. And the price for that is your life. Yi Yuan spoke slowly without any trace of emotion. Haha, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't tell me that you forgot what this place is. The Danwu Academy has never tolerated students killing students. Violators are sentenced to death. Do you wish to go against the Academy's rules with your own strength? Lin Tiancheng guffawed. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed as he said, You're really the same as that guy in the medicine garden, treating the Academy's rules as your protective talisman. It's because something like the Academy's rules that you guys dared to touch my people, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's sigh, Lin Tiancheng suddenly felt a chill arise from the bottom of his heart, and the ominous feeling in his heart would not go away. What did you do to Zhang Heng? Don't you know the answer already? Yi Yuan replied calmly as if he did something not even worth mentioning. Lin Tiancheng was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and cried out in shock, Why, you really killed Zhang Heng? You really dare to kill people? Are you insane? You'll be put to death, ha ha ha, you are dead, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan let out another sigh and said, So weak. All you talk about is the Academy's rules. No wonder you kept failing the Earth rank advancement test. It's because you don't have the heart of a powerhouse. Lin Tiancheng trembled. Yi Yuan's words directly struck his trauma and exposed his weakest area. You think that you're very exalted being the head student of the General Affairs Department. In reality, it's displaying your weakness. How many of the students who passed the Earth rank advancement test came out of there? I came to kill you, but you made your subordinates become your fodders. Finally, you flee without fighting. You don't even dare to fight once. You want to tell the instructor that I'm causing a commotion at the General Affairs, right? You are basically a coward. Someone like you would never become a true powerhouse. Yi Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer, striking Lin Tiancheng's spirit one blow after another, leaving him short on breath. Chapter 80. Chapter 80, Battling Lin Tiancheng. Shut up. A puny 6th level Essence Chi realm dares to talk crap about being a powerhouse in front of me. What a joke. Lin Tiancheng finally lost it and dismissed Yi Yuan's words. Is that so? Then what are you scared of? Quickly come and finish off me, this puny 6th level Essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan's words were filled with countless mocking. Humph, you think I can't detect such a low-level goading action? Fine. I will do as you wish today, and let you witness what a true expert is. Finishing, Lin Tiancheng's half-step spirit condensation realm aura was released and smashed towards Yi Yuan. Lin Tiancheng was not stupid. His biggest advantage was cultivation realm, so he obviously had to make good use of it. A spirit condensation realm could rely solely on his realm's pressure to make an essence chi realm's essence energy slow down and become stagnant. Although his half-step spirit condensation realm could not fully unleash the pressure of a spirit condensation realm, it already had quite a bit of power. Spirit condensation realm was actually compressing the essence energy within the Dantian to its limits, achieving the realm where the accumulated qi becomes liquid. It was a one-time advancement of the body's essence energy. Hence, regardless of whether in terms of quantity or quality, a spirit condensation realm's essence energy greatly surpassed that of normal essence energy. Wanting to defeat a spirit condensation realm with the strength of essence energy was an extremely tough thing to do. One either required extremely powerful martial techniques to bridge the difference in cultivation realm or use heaven-defying medicinal pills to compensate for the difference in power. But regardless of the method used, the prerequisite was that this method was able to compensate for the difference in power between an essence qi realm and a spirit condensation realm. The so-called half-step spirit condensation realm meant that the martial artist was in the process of liquefying their accumulated qi and already partially had the power of a spirit condensation realm. The power of a half-step spirit condensation realm was already sufficient to crush any essence qi realm martial artist. Lin Tiancheng was pretty talented. He could have broken through to the spirit condensation realm long ago but had always suppressed his strength at half-step spirit condensation realm for the Earth rank advancement test. However, his comprehension was still a little lacking, so he had been unable to advance his martial techniques mastery. Hence, he had no way of jumping ranks to defeat the 5 black-clothed spirit condensation realm martial artists. After all, he was only half-step spirit condensation realm. There was still a very large gap compared to a true spirit condensation realm. Seeing Lin Tiancheng used his cultivation realm suppression to deal with him, Yi Yuan laughed coldly. Trying to use cultivation to suppress me? It's a shame that your cultivation realm is too low. If a third-level spirit condensation realm and above used this move to deal with him, it would really be troublesome. But a half-step spirit condensation realm doing it was basically trying to scratch an itch. Through one's boots. Yi Yuan fully released the essence energy in his body right then, and his aura soared, pushing Lin Tiancheng's aura back. Only an instant had passed, and these two people's auras were matched with each other's. Neither of them was able to do anything to the other. This was originally a noisy place, and now, many students gathered to gawk. When they saw that Yi Yuan's aura was evenly matched with Lin Tiancheng's aura, they were stunned speechless. No way. Is that Yi Yuan really only at the 6th level essence qi realm? Absolutely. He can actually be evenly matched with senior apprentice brother Lin under the suppression of cultivation realm. This is too sick. Doesn't this mean that his power's no less than a half-step spirit condensation realm? That should be it theoretically. But doesn't that mean that even though Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence qi realm, the thickness of his essence energy was already not inferior to a half-step spirit condensation realm? Isn't this too ridiculous? Of course, this was not a joke. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was really terrifying. Since the start of first-level essence qi realm, the essence energy that Yi Yuan consumed during cultivation was several times of others. Under the accumulation of so many realms, the density of Yi Yuan's essence energy was already pretty impressive. That was why he could stand up to Lin Tiancheng in terms of aura. The density of essence energy was not about having a large reserve, but rather, having the purity of essence energy, which greatly surpassed that of the same realm. As an example, Yi Yuan and some other 6th-level essence qi realm executed the same martial technique. Other people required 1 unit of essence energy, while Yi Yuan only needed 1/3 of a unit or even a 5th. This was why Yi Yuan was powerful. Seeing Yi Yuan not losing in terms of aura, Lin Tiancheng's expression became extremely ugly. Since he could not suppress Yi Yuan using cultivation realm, Lin Tiancheng could only fight directly with him. However, Yi Yuan knew an abnormal martial technique like the stacking waves layered palm. A moment of lapse, and it would be serious injuries, possibly even death. At this moment, Lin Tiancheng naturally would not naively believe that Yi Yuan would have any qualms about some rules. This was a life and death match. Humph, so what if your aura is strong? Today, I will let you witness just what a half-step spirit condensation realm is. Thunderous fist. Lin Tiancheng's punch struck towards Yi Yuan. There were even traces of electricity on the fist. It was precisely a superior grade Tier 1 martial technique which Yi Yuan saw in the scripture library, the Thunderous Fist. The power of a superior grade Tier 1 martial technique unleashed by a half-step spirit condensation realm was truly terrifying. Although this punch did not smash towards them, the surrounding students similarly felt enormous pressure, let alone Yi Yuan who was receiving it directly. Senior apprentice brother Lin's thunderous fist is really scary. I'm afraid it's already trained to the great success stage. Yeah. Even though that punch wasn't aimed at me, I still feel short of breath now. He's really worthy of being the strongest in the Earth ranking. How frightening. Yi Yuan's really straining himself. At any rate, senior apprentice brother Lin is a half-step spirit condensation realm. How could he be defeated so easily? Listening to their conversation just now, it's actually a deathmatch. Just what kind of deep hatred do they have with each other? Even if they really killed the other party, they also can't escape the Academy's punishment. Why do you care so much? Since there's a show, just watch. It won't implicate you anyway. Yi Yuan also felt the pressure coming head-on while facing Lin Tiancheng's lightning attribute martial technique. A half-step spirit condensation realm was indeed powerful. Yi Yuan did not choose to clash head-on with Lin Tiancheng but decided to evade instead. Yi Yuan's feet shifted and executed instant flash, vanishing in a blink of an eye, leaving behind an afterimage where he was initially at. Lin Tiancheng's punch was halfway there when he saw this. He laughed coldly and said, "Afterimage, humph, paltry tricks. 7-star steps." Lin Tiancheng also disappeared halfway. Low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, 7-star steps. Yi Yuan's in danger. That's right. Tier 2 martial technique is too much of a bully. The crowd exclaimed in shock. 7-star steps was a low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, while instant flash was only a middle-grade Tier 1 martial technique. The difference between the two was enormous. Tier 2 martial techniques were mostly employed with spirit condensation realm's essence energy. The effects were naturally different from Tier 1 martial techniques which were activated with essence energy of the essence chi realm. Even if Yi Yuan's instant flash had already transcended the boundaries of Great Circle stage and reached the breaking illusion stage, it was still inferior to a Tier 2 martial technique. After all, the grade of instant flash was too low. Yi Yuan revealed himself, and at the same time, sensed an extreme danger coming from the back. Having no time to think, he used instant flash once more and vanished on the spot. However, that sense of danger did not fade and kept latching on him like a parasitic maggot. Only now did Yi Yuan realize that he underestimated Lin Tiancheng. The strongest among Earth ranks was not for a laugh. His power was already bordering close to heaven rank and was much stronger than the average first-level spirit condensation realm. Judging based on the illusionary spirit tower's standards, Lin Tiancheng could most likely finish off 4 black-clothed martial artists with only a narrow margin away from passing the test. Chapter 81. Chapter 81, Unfavorable Situation. Come on. The General Affair Department's head student, senior apprentice brother Lin, and that genius Earth rank student who's recently in the limelight, Yi Yuan, started fighting. There's going to be a great show to watch. Yi Yuan. Isn't he only at the 4th level essence chi realm? Senior apprentice brother Lin was already at the half-step spirit condensation realm a long time ago. How could Yi Yuan possibly be his match? Are you stupid? Didn't Yi Yuan enter a closed-door seclusion a few days ago? He exited seclusion and is already at the 6th level essence chi realm. What? Closed seclusion for a few days and 6th level essence chi realm. That fellow is seriously a freak. But even if he's at the 6th level essence chi realm, he couldn't possibly be senior apprentice brother Lin's match, right? Who knows? I also just heard from other people. There seems to be some great enmity between the two of them, which provoked Yi Yuan so much so that he wants to kill senior apprentice brother Lin even knowing the Academy's rule. There's such a thing. Come. Let's quickly go look. The news of Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng's deathmatch quickly spread throughout the entire Danwu Academy. 2 students debated over it for a while in a corner of the academy and then they rushed over to watch the show. But their discussion reached another person's ear. Wan Yuan just happened to be nearby, and when he heard these 2 people's conversation, a hint of a cold smile flashed across his face. He did not think that Lin Tiancheng was so daring to actually directly provoke Yi Yuan to violate the Academy's rules. Now, no matter whether it was Yi Yuan who killed Lin Tiancheng or Lin Tiancheng who killed Yi Yuan, he could sit there and enjoy the fisherman's gains. Previously, he let Lu Ruoshui goaded Lin Tiancheng on, and that fellow really fell for it. Lin Tiancheng was narrow-minded. Just by sowing discord slightly, he became jealous and hated Yi Yuan. Wan Yuan was still having a headache these 2 days as Yi Yuan's improvement became increasingly faster. Not only was he reaching Wan Yuan on the martial path, he completely crushed him on the alchemy path. Who would have thought that Lin Tiancheng directly provoked Yi Yuan? After listening to the two people's conversation, Wan Yuan was excited but was also shocked. Yi Yuan went into seclusion and was at the 6th level Essence Qi realm. After coming out, he could pass through the black rank advancement test at the 4th level Essence Qi realm. Didn't that mean that Yi Yuan could already completely crush him with his current strength? Just a month plus. A month plus, and Yi Yuan and his position had totally flipped over. A month ago, he could easily crush Yi Yuan. A month later, Yi Yuan was already an existence that he looked up to. Preposterous. Just what the hell happened? Wan Yuan was so aggrieved. Nothing made someone sadder than being stepped underfoot by somebody they looked down upon. Bringing along this grievance, Wan Yuan also headed over. He really wanted to watch the sight of Yi Yuan being killed by Lin Tiancheng or Yi Yuan killing Lin Tiancheng, and then being sentenced to death by the academy. Lin Tiancheng's 7-star steps was already trained to the small success stage. It was just a little bit faster than Yi Yuan's instant flash. Currently, Yi Yuan was already forced into a perilous situation by him. If he were careless and got hit, then there would probably be no chance for victory. The Thunderous Fist belonged to the Lightning Attribute Martial Techniques category. It similarly leaned towards attack power and even had a numbing effect. The moment he got hit, Yi Yuan would basically no longer have the strength to retaliate. In terms of speed, Yi Yuan could not shake off Lin Tiancheng. In terms of attack, Yi Yuan had already lost the initiative now. He was currently in an extremely defensive situation. Haha, run. Keep running. I love this sort of cat-catching mice game the most. Overconfident punk, I thought you were very powerful. So you only have this bit of ability. Lin Tiancheng laughed wildly as he chased Yi Yuan. Lin Tiancheng seemed like he had the strength to spare. Yi Yuan appeared once more, and Lin Tiancheng appeared beside him at almost the same instant. The Thunderous Fist directly struck Yi Yuan's chest. However, this time around, Yi Yuan unexpectedly did not run away. He raised his right hand like lightning, and essence energy in his palm spread out. Stacking waves layered palm, 4-layer wave. One fist clashed with one palm, and the two people clashed and flew backward. Lin Tiancheng's body only flew backward almost 7 meters, but Yi Yuan flew for 10 meters. Very clearly, Yi Yuan had the lower hand in this clash. Lin Tiancheng stabilized his body and laughed coldly as he said, "So, you actually mastered the stacking waves layered palm, 4-layer wave. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, this stacking waves layered palm can only deal with Essence Qi realms. To handle me, you have a long way to go. Right now, do you feel like your hands are going numb, and your essence energy isn't circulating properly? Ha ha ha." As he spoke, Lin Tiancheng laughed wildly without stopping. Just now, Yi Yuan was still talking rampantly about the heart of a powerhouse. But now, he was suppressed by him. This made him very gleeful. Lin Tiancheng admitted that Yi Yuan was a genius. But so what if he was a genius? Did he not still lose to him? This feeling of crushing geniuses was simply satisfying. Yi Yuan's right hand became a little numb, and the circulation of essence energy also became somewhat stagnant. This Thunderous Fist indeed had a well-deserved reputation. It was actually on par with the 4-layer wave. Of course, Lin Tiancheng still had to give credit to his cultivation realm to be able to rely on the Thunderous Fist to draw with Yi Yuan. Half-step spirit condensation realm was no joke. It was almost a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. In the past, it had always been Yi Yuan who used speed to crush his opponent. He did not expect that he would be completely suppressed by Lin Tiancheng in terms of speed today. Without the advantage in speed, he had no way of attacking with his full power. Lin Tiancheng would not give him the chance to strike. The situation was very unfavorable. Yi Yuan secretly revolved. His essence energy to purge the lightning attribute essence energy entwined in his palm in order to relieve his numbed state. How could Lin Tiancheng give him this opportunity? Trying to relieve the numbness. Are you treating me as a 3-year-old kid? Die. Right at this moment, Lin Tiancheng moved again. The 7-star steps was executed, and he crossed the several meters distance, arriving in front of Yuan. Another exchange and the two people separated once more. This time around, Lin Tiancheng only retreated around 6 meters, while Yuan backed over a dozen meters. It was apparent that after being affected by the numbness in his right hand, Yuan's disadvantage grew even greater. Lin Tiancheng did not plan on giving Yuan the chance to catch his breath. After adjusting his breathing, his thunderous fist struck out once more. Just like that, one heavy punch after another, Lin Tiancheng's advantage grew even greater. Yuan's improvement is quick, but he overestimated himself. I also know that Lin Tiancheng. He is, after all, a half-step spirit condensation realm and known as the strongest student in the Earth rank. Yuan wants to challenge him at only 6th level Essence Chi realm. Isn't this just asking for it? In a pavilion, Zhuobuguay was complaining. Standing by his side was Long Tang. He was naturally also alerted to such a major event. I think Yuan isn't such a reckless person. He might have some cards to play. Long Tang frowned as he watched the battle far away. However, Zhuobuguay did not agree, and he said, what other cards could he have left? I admit that he's truly a top genius that only appears once every 50 years. He even surpasses you and me, and he actually mastered the 4-layer wave. But even his 4-layer wave can't handle Lin Tiancheng. What other moves could he have left? Such a pity. Too bad. Long Tang's brows furrowed even tighter. His view was the same as Zhuobuguay. He really could not tell what other resort Yuan possibly had. Regardless whether it was speed or attack, he was completely suppressed. A defeat was set. However, he did not know why, but he just felt that Yuan had other cards he had not yet shown. Chapter 82. Chapter 82, appearing to be weak. Is that so? Really? You also have the same feeling as me. This Yuan is truly a genius, but he's too short-tempered and impatient. I reckon this has to do with his sudden rise. Zhuobuguay's words poured on unceasingly, but Long Tang seemed to pay no heed. The two of them seemed to have formed a tacit agreement. Every time they met, they would chat in such a manner. Perhaps what you said is right. But looking at last time when he underwent the deathmatch with Fei Qingping, this Yuan is somebody who plans first and then takes action. He definitely wouldn't rush to his death so carelessly. Long Tang was still very insistent. Sai, I say, why are you so stubborn? Why don't we bet on it? I've been salivating over your spirit essence pill for a long time. Zhuobuguay still behaved sloppily. A bet. Long Tang looked at Zhuobuguay with probing eyes. That's right, a bet. Don't you think that Yuan has some trump card that could save the situation? We'll bet on their victory and defeat. How's that? Zhuobuguay met Long Tang's eyes openly without hiding his desire for the spirit essence pill in the slightest. Spirit essence pill was a tier 2 medicinal pill that the Danwu Academy awarded to Long Tang. It could increase the success rate when a spirit condensation realm martial artist was impacting a minor realm's bottleneck by 70%. To the Danwu Academy's geniuses, this sort of medicinal pill was undoubtedly a miracle pill for breaking through realms. Geniuses like Long Tang and Zhuobuguay already had a much higher chance of breaking through bottlenecks when compared to other people. With the help of the spirit essence pill, breaking through cultivation realms was virtually settled. Even for a major bottleneck from the 3rd level spirit condensation realm to the 4th level, the spirit essence pill also had a 40% effect. One could see just how powerful this medicinal pill was. However, the spirit essence pill was extremely rare even in a place like the Danwu Academy. It was seldom awarded to students. It was because Long Tang became rank 1 on the martial roll of honor that the Academy awarded a spirit essence pill. He could never bear to use it and did not think that Zhuobuguay had been eyeing this for a long time. Long Tang looked at Zhuobuguay and suddenly smiled. Fine. I'll bet with you. But what do you intend to use as a bet? Long Tang used the spirit essence pill as the bet, so Zhuobuguay naturally also had to take out something of equivalent value to bet. Zhuobuguay was a little surprised by how quickly Long Tang agreed. He even thought that Long Tang would not have agreed, so he purposely used words to spur him on. He did not expect him to really agree. Haha, since you are so straightforward, I also can't be too stingy. During the previous endless trials, I was fortunate enough to obtain a peak tier 2 sharp-horned beast's inner core. How's that for a bet? Zhuobugue laughed loudly, giving the feeling like his scheme had worked. Hearing this, Long Tang's face changed color. I didn't think that you had something so good. A peak tier 2 sharp-horned beast's inner core is naturally enough. A peak tier 2 sharp-horned beast was equivalent to a peak spirit condensation realm human martial artist. But its combat power was much greater than a human martial artist of the same realm. It was very difficult to hunt and kill this demonic beast if one was not a crystal formation realm martial artist. Sharp-horned beast inner core could be used to refine tier 2 and above medicinal pill, so it was obviously worth a fortune. Zhuobugue smirked and had a proud look as he said, I didn't think you, Long Tang, would be clever all your life, but stupid this once. Your spirit essence pill will soon be mine, ha ha ha, just look at Yuan. He probably can't even lift his right arm now, am I right? What does he have? Zhuobugue was talking halfway before abruptly stopping. It was because right at this moment, an unexpected change occurred between Lin Tiancheng and Yuan's fight. Lin Tiancheng clashed with Yuan 7-8 times consecutively. He had absolute upper hand, while Yuan's right hand was almost crippled already. Lin Tiancheng gave a cruel smile and unleashed another thunderous fist. But meanwhile, Yuan could not even lift up his arm. Lin Tiancheng seemed to have seen the scene of a rising genius becoming a cripple under his fist. Yuan appeared to have no moves left, and under the situation where his right arm could no longer move, he lifted his left arm. Yuan's left palm struck out and clashed once more with Lin Tiancheng's thunderous fist. Everyone thought that Yuan was definitely dead this time. But under their astonished eyes, Lin Tiancheng's body flew backward for several dozen meters. Pooh! Lin Tiancheng directly spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair, staining his clothes red. E8-layer wave. Just now, was that? 8-layer wave. How is this possible? He only used a month's time to comprehend the 8-layer wave. Is he still human? This fellow completely doesn't belong in the scope of humans. Simply monstrous. Even if senior apprentice Brother Long were standing in front of him, he would be ashamed of his inferiority. Yuan's 8-layer wave caused an uproar among the surrounding onlookers. Everyone was talking about it. Stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave. That martial technique virtually impossible to comprehend was grasped by Yuan in a month. Who knew what they would think if they knew that Yuan had already comprehended the 8-layer wave back when he killed Fei Qingping. It was not that Yuan wanted to be beaten up, but rather, Lin Tiancheng was really too strong. If Yuan had displayed the 8-layer wave from the start, Lin Tiancheng definitely would not clash with him. The moment Lin Tiancheng was on guard against it, Yuan would not cause much threat to Lin Tiancheng even if he used the 8-layer wave. In the end, Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. 16 times the unleashed power of a 6th-level essence chi realm was indeed enough to kill a 1st-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. But Lin Tiancheng was not yet a dead person. Being hailed as the strongest in the Earth ranking, Lin Tiancheng was not some scrub like Zhang. How could someone hail as the strongest in the Earth ranking within the Danwu Academy where geniuses were like clouds be a good-for-nothing? Yuan already noticed this when he matched up with Lin Tiancheng. Hence, he had been appearing to be weak so that Lin Tiancheng would lower his guard. Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique was at the acme of perfection, so the difference between left hand and right hand was not much of an issue to him. The power was not inferior to his right hand when he executed the stacking waves layered palm with his left hand. Yuan had mustered up practically all the essence energy in his body for this blow. Lin Tiancheng was caught unprepared, and was severely injured by Yuan. Yuan could finish off a 1st-level spirit condensation realm martial artist in the illusionary spirit tower when he was at the 4th-level essence chi realm. Now that he was already at the 6th-level essence chi realm, one could imagine just how much power was in this palm. Lin Tiancheng was smacked flying backward for several dozen meters before landing heavily on the ground. There was no movement as he lay unconscious. The surroundings were completely silent. Everybody looked at Yuan like they saw a monster. In the pavilion, Long Tang had a rare bout of a hearty laugh. What an 8-layer wave. An excellent tactic of appearing to be weak. Regardless whether it's scheming or strength, Yuan ranks at the top. Such a terrifying opponent. I'm looking forward to you growing up quickly to fight me someday. Zwabugue opened his mouth and closed it again. Even until now, he dared not believe the scene before him. The contrast of before and after was too large. This was known as the most difficult Tier 1 martial technique in the Danwu Academy, the stacking waves layered palm. How could Yi Yuan that fellow possibly comprehends the 8-layer wave so quickly? Haha, looks like you have no chance of getting my spirit essence pill. Long Tang looked at Zwabugue with a smirk. Yi Yuan did not relax. He knew that this palm was insufficient to kill Lin Tiancheng. He was going to follow up another palm. Arriving in front of Lin Tiancheng with an instant flash, another palm struck out. A large cavity was blasted out in the ground. It missed Lin Tiancheng. Several meters away, Lin Tiancheng glared at Yi Yuan with venomous eyes. He howled angrily, "Yi Yuan! You forced me!" Chapter 83. Chapter 83, Huge Uproar. Yi Yuan! You forced me! Lin Tiancheng looked at Yi Yuan venomously. Lin Tiancheng's aura suddenly grew stronger, and the surrounding essence energy poured madly towards Lin Tiancheng. When Yi Yuan saw this, his face became very grave. Look, quickly. Senior apprentice brother Lin, he's breaking through. He wants to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Senior apprentice brother Lin could have broken through to the spirit condensation realm long ago. He only suppressed his strength at half-step spirit condensation realm for the Earth rank advancement test. Alas, senior apprentice brother Lin is also forced to his wit's end by Yi Yuan. Who would have thought that he could master the 8-layer wave? That's 32 times the power. That's right. Yi Yuan's too strong. He's only at the 6th level essence chi realm, and he could actually force the half-step spirit condensation realm senior apprentice brother Lin to such a state. But it's over. Senior apprentice brother Lin's breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, and Yi Yuan's trump cards are all used up. There's no more chance of victory. The crowd was clearly pessimistic about Yi Yuan. When Lin Tiancheng was at the half-step spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan was already straining. Now that he was breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, what could Yi Yuan use to fight with him? Over 300 meters away, in the pavilion, Zwabugue patted his chest with a frightened look. "Oh my God. Scared this little master to death. Tried to steal the chicken, but nearly ended up losing the rice. I almost ended up losing the sharp-horned beast's inner core which I had a hard time getting. I say, old Long, now can you hand over your spirit essence pill?" Long Tang looked on and also sighed secretly. No matter how Yi Yuan calculated, he probably did not expect Lin Tiancheng breaking through at the last moment. He could only wait now. Even though he did not want to admit it in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan's chances of victory were not high. But what he thought was one thing, what he actually said was another. "What are you anxious about? It isn't over yet. Hee, you really won't give up until all hope is gone. It's already like this. Yi Yuan doesn't even have 10% chance of victory. What are you still stubbornly holding on for? You already said that he has less than 10% chance of succeeding. As long as the chance isn't 0, then there's hope." Although he was stubborn, Long Tang was somebody like this. It was impossible for him to give up until it was truly hopeless. Zwabugue was dumbfounded and could only say, "Fine. Let's just wait and see. After they finish fighting, won't you still obediently hand over the spirit essence pill?" In another pavilion, a youth and a middle-aged man stood with their hands behind their backs. "Second uncle, what do you think?" The youth opened his mouth and asked the middle-aged man. "If this child's not eliminated, he will definitely be a calamity to the Su family." "I think so too. I also don't know what happened to him. This month's improvement was simply too terrifying. Regardless of what happened, this child absolutely can't be spared. Just he hang alone is already very troublesome to deal with. If his son were allowed to grow up, the Su family would likely have to exit the medicinal herbs market in the future." The youth was in full agreement. He nodded and asked, "Second uncle, over at the disciplinary hall." "Don't worry. I've informed the people downstairs long ago to treat this matter as if it didn't exist. We will let Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng fight first. No matter the result, Yi Yuan's definitely dead." Hearing that, the youth let out a sigh of relief. That bunch of old fellows can really remain patient. Second uncle, you didn't make a move, and none of them showed themselves. Looks like they have the same intention as us, sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. Watching the tigers fight, haha, just two little cats, that's all. Among these two people, the youth was precisely the Su family's new generation's talent, Suishan, while the middle-aged man was Suishan's second uncle, Suyubai. And he was also the Danwu Academy's disciplinary hall's elder. By right, they had received the news long ago. Stopping this fight in time was easy for them. However, no instructor had shown up until now. It was as if everyone had reached a silent agreement to let Lin Tiancheng and Yi Yuan finish fighting. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Tiancheng coldly without any intention of interrupting. Instead, he quietly took out a transcendent grade qi returning pill and swallowed it. When he returned to the fragrant medicine pavilion a few days ago, Yi Yuan had refined more medicinal pills. With his strength, it was basically effortless to refine Tier 1 medicinal pills. After consuming a transcendent grade Tier 1 qi returning pill, Yi Yuan's essence energy instantly recovered to its peak state. This sort of treatment was not something that the average person could enjoy. What did Yi Yuan eat? His essence energy actually recovered in an instant. What rubbish. It's definitely the qi returning pill. But, can the qi returning pill recover so much essence energy? This, maybe the grade is higher. How high of a grade is needed to let essence energy recover fully? This superior grade. Transcendent grade. Yi Yuan's action of swallowing the medicinal pill attracted the surrounding onlookers' attention. Zhuobugui seemed to have discovered something and said in surprise, "Old Long, look at Yi Yuan's chest." Through the nourishment of essence energy, a martial artist's body would surpass that of the average person. A distance of several hundred meters was not considered far to spirit condensation realm martial artists. Initially, everyone did not notice that Yi Yuan's chest had something extra. But his act of swallowing the medicinal pill drew people's attention to the badge adorned on his chest. Long Tang naturally also caught sight of that badge and involuntarily drew a cold breath. SSS. It's actually a low-rank alchemy master badge. Long Tang, who had always remained calm, became incessantly astonished. And no way. He's only at the 6th level essence qi realm. Is that badge fake? Zhuobugui's thoughts were identical with many others. They thought that the badge was fake. How's that possible? Who would dare forge a badge issued by the Alchemist Association? That would make one the public enemy of all alchemists. They would absolutely die without a burial place. But how could he possibly refine Tier 2 medicinal pills with his 6th level essence qi realm soul strength? I remembered. Several days ago, the Academy organized a group test. Yi Yuan seemed to have joined. He seemed to have entered a closed-door seclusion after returning from the Alchemist Association. That's to say, when he became a low-rank alchemy master, he was still only at the 4th level essence qi realm. Long Tang also jumped in fright at his analysis. If that was indeed the case, then Yi Yuan was seriously too monstrous. This discovery caused a huge uproar among the students, and everybody started debating. Of course, the general consensus was that it was fake. Using a fake Alchemist Association badge, this matter was much more serious than killing someone in the academy. Suishan's face became solemn. Second uncle, what's with the badge? Did he really pass the alchemy master test? Siyubai's face also did not look too good. But he nodded and said, if Yi Yuan isn't a fool, then that badge should be real. But this punk can't be spared even more. A 6th level essence qi realm low-rank alchemy master. It isn't that easy if second uncle wants to kill him, right? Humph, a dead genius is no longer a genius. Could those old fogies oppose my Su family because I killed a punk who violated the academy's rules? Suyubai smiled coldly. Second uncle's intentions are. Suyubai swiped his throat and said icily, wait until they finish fighting. I will directly go there and finish off Yi Yuan. Chapter 84. Chapter 84, Breakthrough for you to see. Jiang Yunhe did not publicize the matter of Yi Yuan advancing to low-rank alchemy master. Hence, only Feng Ruoqing and those students forced to swear the heavenly Tao oath knew that he obtained the alchemy master badge within the academy. Initially, this badge was not indispensable to Yi Yuan. But this was something that Lu Er used her life to protect, so it naturally became extraordinary to Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan handed Lu Er over to Feng Ruoqing, he put on the badge seriously in earnest. He had no intention of showing off, but it was currently causing a huge commotion. Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng faced each other from a distance. After adjusting for a short while, they recovered to their optimal condition. He did not interrupt Lin Tiancheng's breakthrough because it was useless. Lin Tiancheng had long comprehended the spirit condensation realm and could have crossed this threshold at any time. He had only been suppressing his cultivation realm all along and did not complete the step of compressing essence energy into a liquid state. Even if Yi Yuan launched a surprise attack on Lin Tiancheng right now, he also could not stop his breakthrough. So he might as well make use of the time to adjust his condition. Following the dissipation of the essence energy storm, Lin Tiancheng's aura suddenly soared, and essence energy spread out wildly. Ha ha ha, this is the spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan, you asked for this. Now, let's see how you'll kill me. After breaking through, Lin Tiancheng felt his body bursting with power as if a floodgate had opened up. At this moment, he even felt like he was invincible. Breaking through a major realm was an extremely extraordinary thing no matter who it was. However, Lin Tiancheng failed to see any sort of panic on Yi Yuan's face, which made him somewhat disappointed. This is what you relied on upon. Do you feel that after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, you got me? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Humph, so what if that's the case? What do you have to fight me now that we are separated by a major realm? You'll definitely die today. Lin Tiancheng smiled icily. Immature. Yi Yuan spat out this word coolly. What did you say? Lin Tiancheng erupted. Isn't it just breaking through cultivation realm? I will break through for you to see. Listening to what Yi Yuan said, it was like breaking through realms was as simple as eating and sleeping. Lin Tiancheng roared with laughter. You've just broken through to the 6th level essence chi realm and haven't even consolidated your cultivation realm, yet you still want to break through cultivation realms. Fine, I will see just how you break through cultivation realms. Then watch closely. After saying that, Yi Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it. It was precisely the 5-element spirit link pill. Seeing this, Lin Tiancheng's face changed, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Initially, he thought nothing of it. But seeing that Yi Yuan actually wanted to use a medicinal pill to break through cultivation realms, he could not help but regret his words earlier. Although Lin Tiancheng did not think that there was any medicinal pill that could directly break through realms, he still reacted right away. This was a death match. Lin Tiancheng could not be bothered with going back on his words and whatnot. 7-star steps activated in full force as his fist with lightning flashes around it smashed towards Yi Yuan. His actions drew a wave of jeering. Clearly, it was met with everyone's disdain. Just now, he was still talking about wanting to see him break through. But now, he smacked his own mouth and sneak attacked him. Simply shameless to the extreme. Senior apprentice brother Lin is at the very least a spirit condensation realm martial artist. How could he be so shameless? If a person is shameless, they would be invincible. What to do if their skin is thick? Don't talk crap. This is a death match. If Yi Yuan was just bluffing, then it's all good. If he can really break through cultivation realms and reach the 7th level essence chi realm, that would be advancing another minor stage. The threat would increase greatly. If he unleashes the 8th-layer wave then, just how horrifying would the power be? You're right. But I still feel that this is too shameless. A living person needs a face like a living tree needs bark. If you can't do it, then don't talk so much. There are so many people looking. I've never heard of any medicinal pill that could directly raise cultivation realms. Don't know if Yi Yuan is putting on a false show of strength. If he's really putting up a bold front, then it's really going to be serious this time. Something's not right. Senior apprentice brother Lin's martial technique doesn't seem to be the thunderous fist anymore. SSS. It's true. That's the upgraded version of the thunderous fist, the low-grade tier 2 martial technique, 10-directional lightning movement. The 7-star steps plus the 10-directional lightning movement. Isn't this simply bullying people? The low-grade tier 2 martial technique, ten-directional lightning movement, was the upgraded version of the thunderous fist that descended from the same origin. It had not been 1 or 2 days since Lin Tiancheng cultivated the ten-directional lightning movement. He had long reached the small success stage. Wishing to pass through the illusionary spirit tower with the strength of a half-step spirit condensation realm, Lin Tiancheng could only work on his martial techniques. Very clearly, a Tier 1 martial technique like the thunderous fist was unable to achieve that effect from the start. Unless it was some sick Tier 1 martial technique like the stacking waves layered palm or the absolute yang finger, the threat to spirit condensation realms was virtually zero. It was just that Lin Tiancheng's perception was lacking, and he was ultimately unable to comprehend the great success stage of the ten-directional lightning movement. Hence, he kept failing the Earth rank advancement test. In the past, he used the strength of half-step spirit condensation realm to activate the ten-directional lightning movement, so the power was naturally greatly reduced. Presently, Lin Tiancheng was already a genuine first-level spirit condensation realm. Unleashing the ten-directional lightning movement could not be mentioned in the same breath. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. He had read countless people before and knew that a despicable person like Lin Tiancheng would not keep his word. So he had long been ready. The stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave, versus the ten-directional lightning movement. One fist and one palm collided once more. This time around, the commotion was greater than any of the previous time. Huge explosive sounds occurred where the two people clashed. Lin Tiancheng and Yi Yuan flew out once again. However, Lin Tiancheng only retreated a few steps this time, while Yi Yuan lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Pooh! The moment he fell, Yi Yuan's innards quivered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the suppression of cultivation realm. Unleashing a Tier 2 martial technique using spirit condensation realm had extraordinary power. Even if Yi Yuan had 16 times the unleashed power, he still received heavy injuries. If in the past, Lin Tiancheng was only a little bit away from passing the Earth rank advancement test, then if he went to participate now, he would be able to advancement easily. The difference in between was not just an iota. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was just a 6th-level essence chi realm. The difference between the two people's realms was large to begin with. Now, they were even separated by a major realm. Yi Yuan only vomited a mouthful of blood after the two clashed. This was already damn sick. F***ck. I can't look on anymore. This is too shameless. Yeah. A Tier 2 movement technique coupled with an extremely high attack power Tier 2 lightning attribute martial technique. Yi Yuan's is at such a disadvantage. If the stacking waves layered palm was complete, Yi Yuan might still have a chance to win. Sigh, such a pity. A genius like Yi Yuan actually fell just like that. Aya, I'm dying over here. Is there any effect from the medicinal pill Yi Yuan ate? Quickly breakthrough. Yi Yuan's injury aroused the sympathy of many people. Lin Tiancheng's actions just now had already made him completely inhuman. The strong would always be admired by others. Yi Yuan used his 6th-level essence chi realm cultivation to fight a spirit condensation realm to such an extent. One had to say, it was a miracle. After all, spirit condensation realm battling essence chi realm represented absolute suppression. Even if it was Long Tang, he could pass through the Earth rank advancement test back when he was at the 9th-level essence chi realm. But now he was certainly not the current Lin Tiancheng's match. Yet, Yi Yuan had subverted this sort of absolute. He won. Everyone's admiration. Your sister. This Yi Yuan was really bluffing. Gave me a scare. I thought the spirit essence pill that had already landed in my hand had, up in the pavilion. Zhuobugue was talking halfway when he suddenly stopped. Because Yi Yuan's aura was soaring non-stop currently. Chapter 85. Chapter 85, Sentence You to Death. Although he coughed up blood, Yi Yuan's aura was steadily rising. With the 8-layer wave to neutralize the impact of the ten-directional lightning movement, Yi Yuan's injuries were actually not that serious. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm swiftly broke through to the 7th-level essence chi realm. Reaching the 7th-level essence chi realm meant stepping into the final minor stage in the essence chi realm. Yi Yuan's strength would definitely have a huge spike. However, the astonishment that Yi Yuan brought to the crowd had not ceased. After breaking through to the 7th-level essence chi realm, Yi Yuan's aura did not weaken. he continued charging to the peak of the 7th level Essence Chi realm. In one breath, Yi Yuan reached the peak of the 7th level Essence Chi realm. And then, he easily crossed the threshold of the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Only then, did Yi Yuan's aura gradually stabilize, stopping at the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Holy crap! What medicinal pill did Yi Yuan eat to actually directly break through 2 minor realms? What the F***ck? If one had this sort of medicinal pill, then wouldn't jumping ranks to battle be like playing? Looks like senior apprentice brother Lin put himself on the spot. Just now, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low, so even if he used the 8-layer wave, he could not threaten him. But now, Yi Yuan's 8-layer wave will be terrifying. Yeah. If they clashed again, the victor would be hard to determine. A 5-element spirit link pill was a medicinal pill that belonged to the divine realm. A mortal country naturally had not heard of it before. This type of medicinal pill was indeed very powerful, but it was not without its drawbacks. After the medicinal effects fade, the martial artist's body will collapse because it could not handle a strength that did not belong to their realm. And the medicinal effects of the 5-element spirit link pill could only be sustained for the period of time it takes to burn one stick of incense. Once an incense of time is up, Yi Yuan would no longer have any combat ability, and could only let people carve him up. Hence, Yi Yuan must finish this swiftly now. 8th level Essence Chi realm. Now, there's a good show to watch. How could there be such a medicinal pill? I've never heard of it before. It's too shameless. My spirit essence pill. My sharp-horned beast inner core. Zhuobugue recovered from his shock and pounded his chest in anguish. Long Tang, on the other hand, was staring as clearly as if gazing at a blazing fire. He frowned and said, "This medicinal pill definitely has a time limit. If Yi Yuan can't finish off Lin Tiancheng quickly, then he will really be dead." Zhuobugue exclaimed in surprise, "So that's the case. Like I said, if eating one medicinal pill could raise 2 minor realms, then what's the point of cultivating? But even if there's a time limit, this medicinal pill is also very terrifying. It's seriously a necessary medicinal pill for jumping ranks to battle." Long Tang said in agreement, "That's right. 8th level Essence Chi realm coupled with the 8-layer wave. Yi Yuan truly has the capital to battle with Lin Tiancheng now. However, they're at best on par. None of them can do anything to the other. If Yi Yuan doesn't have any other hidden cards, chances of victory aren't great. Doesn't this mean that your spirit essence pill is going to enter my pockets again?" Zhuobugue laughed loudly. Long Tang smiled and kept silent. On the other side, Su family's uncle and nephew were repeatedly shocked by Yi Yuan's actions. These medicinal pills are definitely not refined by Yi Hang. Otherwise, Wan Donghai would have been chased out of the capital long ago. There's definitely an extremely powerful alchemist behind Yi Yuan. Su Yubai said gloomily. Su Yishan's face did not look good either. If that's the case, wouldn't we have to spare the rat to save the dishes? What if? There is no what if. No matter how powerful that alchemist is, can he be stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect? With our Su family's power in the Tranquil Cloud sect, who dares to provoke us? Su Yubai directly cut Su Yishan's off. Second uncle is wise. Since that alchemist let him enter the Danwu Academy, he would have nothing to say if Yi Yuan was sentenced to death after violating the Academy's rules. That's the idea. This world has always been run by strength. As long as we are strong enough, then killing him means he's dead. What can he do to us? An alchemist's strength isn't that great, so what can he do even if he's an alchemy king? Do you see it now? Yi Yuan wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a cold smile. Lin Tiancheng's face fell, but he remained stubborn as he said, "Humph, it's just a temporary increase in cultivation realm. Flashy but without substance. What's the use? Whether it's flashy without substance or not, wouldn't you know after trying?" Yi Yuan hooked his finger at Lin Tiancheng contemptuously. "Putting aside the fact that you are a fake 8th level Essence Chi realm, what can you do even if you're a real 8th level Essence Chi realm?" Lightning danced around Lin Tiancheng's fist, and his 7-star steps activated once more. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and smacked out with an 8-layer wave again. The aura was much stronger than before. After crossing the 7th level Essence Chi realm, Yi Yuan's strength rose another minor stage, and the 8-layer wave's power became extraordinary. One fist and one palm met in an instant. But right then, an abnormality occurred. Just as the two of them were only a few steps away from each other, Yi Yuan suddenly changed his palm into a finger. An absolutely powerful force blasted out from the fingertip. Initially, Lin Tiancheng was full of confidence. But now, his expression changed drastically as the scent of death pounced from straight ahead. He could feel the terror of the invisible force from Yi Yuan's fingertip. Even though the area was not large, that small radius of force was incomparably powerful. However, at this time, his speed had already reached the limits, and there was no leeway to maneuver. The distance of a few steps was too short. There was not even time to blink. Lin Tiancheng wanted to evade this finger with all his might, but he could not do it with his body's reaction. Yi Yuan had long calculated the time accurately and did not give Lin Tiancheng the time to switch moves. He aimed to kill, not to spar. How could he possibly give Lin Tiancheng the chance to turn things around? Ah! Lin Tiancheng's protective essence energy was punched through like paper. The invisible force penetrated Lin Tiancheng's fist instantly, but the momentum did not lessen as it directly pierced through his heart. Lin Tiancheng's body collapsed weakly on the ground. He was no longer breathing. This was Yi Yuan's real killing move. During this period, apart from cultivation, Yi Yuan spent the majority of the time on the absolute yang finger. Now, his absolute yang finger was already cultivated to the great success stage. This technique, the absolute yang finger, was a complementary martial technique of the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. It did not have a fixed grade. If one had to give it a grade, then it should belong to the boundary of Tier 1 martial techniques. It was just that regardless of cultivating difficulty or power, Tier 1 martial techniques could not be compared to it. The power of the absolute yang finger trained to the great success stage was already not inferior to low-grade Tier 2 martial techniques. Only Yi Yuan could train it to the great success stage in such a short time. If it were somebody else, they might not even train it to such a stage even if they were given 10, 20 years. One had to know that Yi Yuan only used 3 days to cultivate the stacking wave's layered palm, 8-layer wave. He really did it. 6th level Essence Chi realm actually killed a 1st level Spirit Condensation realm. What happened just now? The move that senior apprentice brother Lin was struck by didn't seem to be the 8-layer wave. Yi Yuan is seriously too scary. He can actually cross a major realm to do battle, and even kill his opponent. These students' vision prowesses were insufficient and did not see Yi Yuan changing his final move clearly. However, the result was evident at a glance. Yi Yuan did something they found it hard to imagine. After killing Lin Tiancheng, Yi Yuan was also exhausted. He could not even lift his finger. Throughout this entire battle, Yi Yuan held the lower hand all along. His body was already covered with injuries. He even gave it his all for the final blow, which aggravated his injuries. Yi Yuan let out a long breath. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle. An aura powerful enough to suffocate people locked onto him. Insolent Yi Yuan. To dare kill your fellow student within the academy. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, I sentence you to death. A towering voice suddenly sounded out, which once again made everyone's nerves that had just loosened winded up tightly again. Chapter 86. Chapter 86, Imminent Danger. This cry was too unexpected. Nobody managed to react in time. By the time everyone reacted to it, a shadow had already flashed past the crowd like lightning, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Being locked on by this aura, Yi Yuan nearly passed out from suffocation. This aura was too strong. Ignoring the fact that Yi Yuan was currently completely drained like a lamp without oil, even if he were at his peak condition, it would be impossible to survive this blow. Yi Yuan also did not expect that someone would be so utterly shameless as to ambush him. Could it be that an alchemy emperor of his generation would die so miserably like this? In reality, Yi Yuan had already planned things through. Even if he killed someone, he would at least have to go through the higher echelons trial before he would be given the death penalty. And during all that was a period for him to turn things around. Which force would not wish to pull him over just based on the alchemic and martial talent that he displayed? However, no matter how much Yi Yuan calculated, he did not expect that such a powerful opponent would be lying in ambush to launch a sneak attack on him right after he killed Lin Tiancheng. Yi Yuan acknowledged that his greatest enemy in the academy was Wan Yuan. He had already broken through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm now, so even if he jumped out, he could easily crush him. What disciplinary hall's first elder? Yi Yuan did not even know him. Who would have thought that he would harbor such a huge killing intent towards him, and directly attack to kill? Yi Yuan knew that he was no match for him and already closed his eyes to await death. Seeing Yi Yuan close his eyes and wait for death, a cruel smile involuntarily flashed across the corner of Suyubai's mouth. The timing he chose was perfect. Right when everybody was stunned by Yi Yuan's strength, he already unleashed his attack right away, also that other people would not have the chance to react. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Suyubai was already at half-step crystal formation realm. Was it not effortless to capture Yi Yuan, who was already like a lamp without oil? A lion will use all its might when hunting a rabbit. Suyubai was very clear on this logic, so he used his full power for this blow. He was only a few steps away from Yi Yuan. Many people closed their eyes as if they did not wish to see Yi Yuan's blood splattering everywhere. After all, he was a rising genius. Everyone could already confirm that as long as Yi Yuan was given enough time, he would sooner or later surpass head senior apprentice brother Long Tang. Now, a genius like that was going to plummet so quickly. Suyubai was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. But right then, another abnormality occurred. Yi Yuan suddenly felt a strong gale sweep past from behind. By the time he reacted, a shadow had already circled past him. A violent collision occurred that was many times greater than when Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng fought. Yi Yuan was also baffled by this sudden change, but this was not the time for him to be dazed. He was closest to the two of them, so the impact he received was obviously the greatest. A massive blast swept over. Even though that figure helped him withstand the majority of the attack, the aftershock was still very powerful. No time to do anything else, Yi Yuan swiftly raised his protective shield. Yi Yuan was sent flying by the shockwave and spat out another mouthful of blood in midair. The full power blow of a half-step crystal formation realm, even with most of the attack being neutralized, was sufficiently powerful to the current Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan fell heavily to the ground, Andy's internal organs shifted places, leaving him in agony. 1. That figure also fell back greatly, only stabilizing himself after backing up more than 20 steps. Grug. That figure also spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that he also suffered internal injuries. But Suyubai remained still where he stood without moving. One could see just how great his strength was. But currently, Suyubai was looking at that figure with a very solemn face. Huyen Yong. You actually dare to oppose your superior? Do you think that my disciplinary hall is just for decoration? Suyubai questioned in a deep voice. Only now did Yi Yuan clearly see that figure. It was actually Teacher Huyen. But why did Teacher Huyen help him? Judging from this blow, Huyen Yong's strength was likely a level lower than Suyubai's. He undertook a huge risk for this blow. Yi Yuan could not help but become confused. However, he was more touched. Without Huyen Yong throwing himself forward courageously, he would already be a corpse. Huyen Yong spat out the remaining blood in his mouth, and he said coldly, opposing my superior? Just who is the one going against his superior? Since when can the disciplinary hall execute students without going through the approval of the dean? As the disciplinary hall's first elder, you ambushed a 6th level Essence Chi realm student. Do you still want face? Humph, Yi Yuan violated the academy's rules and killed his fellow students. Whether the dean is here or not, he's dead. Also, I just learned that before Yi Yuan killed Lin Tiancheng, he already killed the student manager in charge of the medicinal garden, Zhang Heng. Such a vicious homicidal maniac deserves to die. Suyubai's face did not change as he responded coldly. As expected, when Suyubai's words came out, it caused a huge commotion. Killing Lin Tiancheng alone was still not so bad. But killing 2 people consecutively in one day made some people unwittingly think that Yi Yuan was indeed a vicious homicidal maniac. No way. Did Yi Yuan's brain develop a problem after his sudden rise in strength, and he becomes a savage and cruel person? I heard that training demonic path cultivation laws allowed one's strength to suddenly soar, but the martial artist would lose his mind. Don't tell me that Yi Yuan really secretly trained in some demonic path cultivation laws. Very likely. He was still first-level Essence Chi realm a month ago. 1 month passed, and he's already at the 6th level. Essence Chi realm, and he can even kill a spirit condensation realm. This goes against all logic. I heard that demonic path cultivation laws have incredible power, much stronger than the average martial artist. If that's really the case, then Yi Yuan really deserves to die. Su Yubai's words were very provocative. Initially, there were still many people sympathizing with Yi Yuan. Now, there were already quite a few who felt that Yi Yuan cultivated demonic path cultivation laws and deserved to die. Listening to the crowd debating, Su Yubai chuckled to himself. As long as he was standing on the side of justice, nobody could say anything even if he forcefully killed Yi Yuan today. Do you hear that? I currently suspect that Yi Yuan cultivated some demonic path cultivation laws, and I'm going to carry out the execution on the spot. Does anyone else have any objections? Su Yubai had an awe-inspiring righteous appearance. Huyen Yong gave a cold laugh and said, regardless of whether Yi Yuan trained in some demonic path cultivation law, it has to wait until the dean returns to decide. Are you trying to challenge the dean's authority by making a unilateral decision? Huyen Yong was also not someone stupid. Pushing a large hat down gave Su Yubai a huge headache. Humph, everyone has the right to punish those from the demonic and unorthodox path. Yi Yuan has already killed 2 fellow students. Is this not enough for the death penalty yet? Huyen Yong, what intentions do you have for shielding someone from the demonic path? Su Yubai had the momentum and was unwilling to spare them. He continued to use words to exert pressure. The way he spoke, Yi Yuan had already been determined to be someone from the demonic path. Huyen Yong naturally would not fall for it. Someone from the demonic path. What right do you have to say that Yi Yuan is someone from the demonic path? You didn't ask why Yi Yuan killed people, and indiscriminately pinned labels onto him. You, Disciplinary Hall's first elder, is truly so awe-inspiring. Humph, you're still stubborn. If he isn't someone from the demonic path, then how do you explain his sudden increase in strength? If he isn't someone from the demonic path, how do you explain his combat power which stands head and shoulders above all others? Everyone has the right to punish those from the demonic path. Huyen Yong, if you don't make way, I will take you down first, and then exterminate this scoundrel. Su Yubai shouted with an imposing aura. Chapter 87. Chapter 87, as if there was nobody present. This matter which was originally in the bag was spoiled by Huyen Yong. Su Yubai even had the heart to kill right now. However, Huyen Yong was an instructor of the academy. If he really attacked, then he could forget about being the disciplinary hall's first elder anymore. Furthermore, while it was true that Huyen Yong could not beat him, Su Yubai also could not stop him if he really wanted to run. But he was standing in front of Yi Yuan, making Su Yubai feel that this was a very thorny matter. He must definitely kill Yi Yuan today. This punk's rise was too rapid. This was absolutely a potential threat to the Su family. If Yi Yuan was left unchecked to continue growing, most likely 10 years, no, just 5 years, and he would become another Yi Hang. Just 1 Yi Hang was enough to give the Su family a headache, and 2 Yi Hangs. Take me down. Fine. Bring it on. I want to see just how you will take me down. Huyen Yong taunted icily. Humph, you really think that I don't dare to touch you? Seeing Huyen Yong's manner like a dead pig which did not care whether the water was boiling, Su Yubai flew into a rage. Huyen Yong had always been Jiang Yunhe's hardcore follower and was never on good terms with Su Yubai. Normally, the two of them were already at odds. Now, it goes even more without saying. With Su Yubai's strength, it was impossible to capture the peak spirit. Condensation realm Huyen Yong. Unless he killed him. Huyen Yong was certain that Su Yubai dared not kill fellow students. What a joke. You're the disciplinary hall's first elder. You can touch whoever you want to. Why would you not dare to touch me? But if you want to kill Yi Yuan today, you will have to walk over my dead body. Facing the powerful Su Yubai, Huyen Yong did not yield in the slightest. Good. 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 Everyone saw that. Huyen Yong is shielding the demonic spawn, and so he's also my Denwu Academy's enemy. Today, I represent the Academy to exterminate fiends and protect the Tao. I'll exterminate these 2 traitors. Suyubai's fury could be seen from how he said 3 good consecutively. After he finished talking, Suyubai's released his aura completely, crushing everyone until they could not breathe. Just as Suyubai was about to strike, a beautiful silhouette walked out from the crowd and stood by Huyen-Yong. If Elder Su is insistent on making a move, then treat Ruoqing as someone from the demonic path as well, and kill me. Feng Ruoqing said these words nonchalantly, but the weight was sufficiently heavy. Other people might not know Feng Ruoqing's identity, but how could Suyubai be unaware of Feng Ruoqing's identity? Even if Suyubai had a higher status in the Danwu Academy, he would not dare to touch even a hair of Feng Ruoqing. The imperial family's Nanfeng clan had always been low-key, but families with deep backgrounds knew that the Nanfeng family clan was the #1 great family in the state of Qin and not one of the top. Everybody was astounded by Feng Ruoqing's appearance, including Suyubai and Huyen-Yong. Many of them could not help recalling some of the rumors which spread secretly. Now, it looks like it was not unfounded rumors. At this time, the looks which the students gave Yuan became weird. So, what this Yuan was capable of was neither in martial Dao nor alchemy Dao, but chasing girls. The Feng family aunt and niece had always been lofty goddesses in the academy. There had been many pursuers, but nobody had honestly ever expected to succeed in chasing them. But, Yuan did it. Standing out at this time to oppose the disciplinary hall's first elder, they would not believe that Feng Ruoqing and Yuan had zero relations even if they were beaten to death. Of course, even more people felt that their goddess was defiled, and they wished that they could go up there and give Yuan 2 tight slaps to show their indignity. It was just that it would never be their turn to do the slapping if they did it now. Feng Ruoqing turned around to look at Yuan, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. She quickly hurried over to help him up. Being in the embrace of a beauty was naturally something to be happy to be delighted about. But Yuan was currently half dead. How would he have these sort of beautiful thoughts? Except, sniffing the light fragrance coming off of Feng Ruoqing's body made Yuan pull himself together. Feng Ruoqing, on the other hand, frowned and asked, "Are you okay?" Yuan laughed bitterly and said weakly, "Do I look okay to you?" "Relax, I won't die. It's just that I can't move right now." "Luer, she." Feng Ruoqing knitted her brows once more. "You're already like this, and you're still concerned about your little maidservant. How's she?" Yuan brushed off Feng Ruoqing's rebuke and continued asking. Feng Ruoqing sighed. "With you helping her suppress the cold qi, she's fine for now. I knew that you were going to cause trouble, so I passed her to Jiro, and I came here alone." Hearing Feng Ruoqing said this, Yuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Many thanks. I'll definitely thank you deeply in the future." Feng Ruoqing naturally would not take to heart other people's thanks, because she did not lack anything. But Yuan was different. Just the fact that he could refine transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pills at the 4th level essence chi realm made his thanks priceless. "I told you not to mess about, and you just wouldn't listen. 10 years isn't late for a gentleman to take his revenge. What's the rush? Now, you nearly threw away your life. Are you satisfied?" Feng Ruoqing did not mention about the thanks but grumbled instead. However, these words did not sound like grumbling but more like a little wifey's concern. Ha ha ha, 10 years isn't late. I can't wait even for a second. If I have to wait 10 years for a minor character like him, then what should I do about other people? Yuan seemed like he was triggered by something to have said this. Feng Ruoqing could not understand the meaning behind Yuan's words. But at this moment, Yuan's eyes were very complex. It was like an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life and not a 15-year-old youth. What on earth did he go through? How could he have such desolate and dismal eyes? Feng Ruoqing started to wonder about it involuntarily. But Yuan recovered first and said, "I have recovery medicinal pills on me. I can't move right now, could you help me take them?" No, Feng Ruoqing instinctively wanted to reject, but thinking about Yuan's current condition, she hesitated. Since when had Feng Ruoqing with her priceless body ever touched a man's body? Even if there was clothing in between, no way. Sigh, forget it. I'll do it myself, SSS. As he was talking, Yuan reached out to touch his chest and hissed in pain the moment he made contact. Feng Ruoqing hurriedly said, all right. I'll do it." Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, Feng Ruoqing's beautiful and slender hands slipped inside Yuan's clothes. Ah, my goddess. Why? Do you want people dead? Don't, Teacher Feng. Quickly let go of that guy. Let me do it. Everybody was screaming in their hearts, but it was all to no avail. Feng Ruoqing rummaged around for a while before fishing out a bottle of medicinal pills. Her face was currently a bright beet red like she was intoxicated on alcohol. Is it this? Feng Ruoqing asked with a red face. That's it. There are still 5 medicinal pills in the bottle, take the pale yellow one and pass it to me, Yuan instructed. There was only one pale yellow medicinal pill inside after Feng Ruoqing poured all the pills out. Then, she took the pill and fed it to Yuan. After consuming the medicinal pill, Yuan's face, which was pale like paper, gradually became rosier. All right. Help me up, I want to refine the medicinal effects. You can already move so quickly. Even though Feng Ruoqing knew that Yuan could not be judged by common sense, she was still very shocked. She had never seen before a medicinal pill that had such immediate effects. Yuan nodded his head laboriously and started to refine the medicinal effects. Chapter 88. Chapter 88, definitely take your head within a year. Only after seeing Yuan's injury swiftly recovering did Feng Ruoqing felt at ease. She stood up and said to Su Yubai, Elder Su, the disciplinary hall places the greatest emphasis on the word justice. But actions today have failed justice and failed the hearts of the public. Su Yubai was originally very displeased seeing Feng Ruoqing talking intimately with Yuan like nobody else was around. But he was highly fearful of Feng Ruoqing's identity, which was why he did not make a move. Now that Feng Ruoqing was rebuking him publicly, Su Yubai naturally could not pretend to be mute anymore. Snort, this old man is exterminating fiends and protecting the Tao. How did I fail justice? Teacher Feng is only momentarily hoodwinked by this fiend, that's why you are openly defending him. Why haven't you retreated yet? Otherwise, don't blame me if I accidentally injure Teacher Feng later, Su Yubai snarled. It was also because Su Yubai was filled with trepidation about Feng Ruoqing's status that his words were filled with caution. If somebody else were to do what Feng Ruoqing did just now, he would have definitely turned violent already. However, Feng Ruoqing had no scruples about this. I know all about the sequence of events for this matter. Although Yuan's way of doing things wasn't appropriate, there was indeed a reason for this whole thing. Does Elder Su have selfish motives for wanting to indiscriminately finish him off ruthlessly? Feng Ruoqing's words stirred up everyone's appetites. It had already been many years since anyone dared to kill people publicly in the academy. Just what in the world did Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng do to have forced Yuan to this step? What a joke! Yuan violated the academy's rules and killed 2 people consecutively. This old man suspects that he's someone from the demonic path and moved to strike him down. What selfish motives are there? Su Yubai naturally had selfish motives, but he was being persistent. However, Feng Ruoqing continued nonchalantly without changing her expression. Some things become meaningless when it's exposed in front of so many people. When Feng Ruoqing's words came out, Su Yubai was startled. He had always believed that Feng Ruoqing was an alchemy idiot and did not care about other things. Who would have thought that her heart was as clear as a bright mirror? This lass was so astute to actually see through his thoughts. On the surface, the fragrant medicine pavilion and drunken star manor were irreconcilable. But in reality, it was still the Su family who was exchanging blows with the Yi family in the dark. Yuan's rise made Su Yubai sense an enormous threat. That was why he directly struck to kill. These things did not seem strange to people involved in the affairs, but it was very hard to connect these things together for people outside the state of affairs. Could it be that the Nanfeng family had long taken precautions against the Su family? This was no auspicious omen. No matter what reason he has, rules are rules. How can violations be tolerated? Su Yubai did not wish to hear any reason whatsoever. According to the rules, Yuan should have been taken into custody temporarily after killing people and left to the Dean and the Elders' Council to make the final decision. Isn't Elder Su breaking the rules by directly killing people? I wonder what's the punishment for this in accordance with the Academy's rules. Feng Ruoqing did not give in the slightest. The Danwu Academy's rules were not directed at students only. The Dean and Elders similarly faced many restrictions. Killing people without authorization as the disciplinary hall's first elder, according to the Academy's rules, was the stripping of the first elder's position. Of course, the dean was the paramount existence in the Danwu Academy. Su Yubai was exasperated. This little lass kept opposing him in every way, and now, he was actually reverse checkmated. Looks like it was impossible to kill Yi Yuan now. But his thoughts swirled, and he came up with another plan. Humph, since you say that I'm not acting in accordance with the rules, fine. I'll do things based on the rules right now. Men, escort Yi Yuan to the assembly hall behind the mountain. Inform the 2 deputy deans and all the elders to come to the assembly hall for a joint hearing. Su Yubai suddenly changed his tune out of the blue. Feng Ruoqing frowned and thought to herself that this Su Yubai was really hard to deal with. It looks like he was determined to sentence Yi Yuan to death today. She could not reject Su Yubai's request. Otherwise, it would really become defending a demonic spawn. According to the Academy's rules, the Elders' Council could jointly decide significant matters when the dean was not around. But in reality, even if Jiang Yunhe was in the Academy, the Elders' Council was the one deciding on the Academy's matters most of the time. Jiang Yunhe rarely showed his face in front of everyone. Under Su Yubai's orders, 2 disciplinary hall students wanted to take Yi Yuan into custody and headed for the assembly hall behind the mountain. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly snapped open, and he said coldly, "I have my own legs to walk with. Get lost." The 2 disciplinary hall students' strength was beneath even Lin Tiancheng's. Even though they knew that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, seeing Yi Yuan's outburst still stopped them in their track in fear. After he said that, Yi Yuan got up. There was no problem with his mobility already. This scene left everyone dumbfounded once again. What kind of recovery medicine could have such immediate effects? Yi Yuan was seriously too lucky to take these unheard of pills and eating them like candy. He was merely like a cockroach that would not die. Of course, they were unaware that Yi Yuan was once an alchemy emperor. If an alchemy emperor could not eat transcendent grade pills like candy, then Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor, would really be unworthy of the name. Insolence. You're a sinner right now. Who permitted you to walk on your own? When Su Yubai saw that Yi Yuan still dared to be so arrogant, he flew into a rage. Yi Yuan glanced at Su Yubai coldly. "I'll remember this, you old fart. I, Yi Yuan, will repay today's grudge 100-fold in the future. I will definitely take your head within a year." When these words came out, the crowd was stunned. A year. Take the head of a half-step crystal formation realm powerhouse. This was a complete fantasy. This Yi Yuan has such killing intent. He hasn't really cultivated some demonic path cultivation laws, right? Bullshit. Didn't you hear Teacher Feng? There's definitely more than meets the eye about this. Change the scenario. If somebody nearly slapped you to death with one palm, would your killing intent be huge or not? Or that's true. But, I wouldn't dare to spew this sort of nonsense. Taking Elder Su's head within a year? How's that possible? Yeah. Essence Chi realm is easy to pass, but Spirit Condensation realm is hard to advance to. You have to expend 10 times the effort each time you advance one minor realm in the Spirit Condensation realm when compared to the Essence Chi realm. Even then, you still have to rely on lucky chances to break through. It has already been 2 years since senior apprentice Brother Long stepped into the Spirit Condensation realm, right? He's still stuck at the 3rd level Spirit Condensation realm till today. Yi Yuan might be a genius, but I don't believe that he will have the strength to kill Elder Su within a year even if you beat me to death. After all, he's only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. Although I don't believe it either, then again, it seems like Yi Yuan only spent a month to go from the 1st level Essence Chi realm to the 6th level Essence Chi realm. That. Everyone naturally treated Yi Yuan's proud words like a joke. Advancing realms in the Spirit Condensation realm was too difficult. The amount of essence energy required to advance a minor realm was extremely horrifying. No matter how much of a genius Yi Yuan was, it was impossible to break through to the peak Spirit Condensation realm within a year. Furthermore, it would become even more challenging to jump ranks to battle in the Spirit Condensation realm. Even if Yi Yuan was genius, he had to be at least at the 9th level Spirit Condensation realm to defeat Su Yubai, right? Did he not see the peak Spirit Condensation realm Huyen Yong vomiting blood after one palm by Su Yubai? In other words, the spirit condensation realm and the essence chi realm were two entirely different levels. Even Suyubai was stunned, and he immediately erupted. What he was incensed by was not that Yuan said he would take his head, but because he was scolded old fart. Suyubai had exceedingly high status in the academy and had real power. Who would be disrespectful when meeting him? Since when had he been pointed in the nose and scolded old fart? Bastard! You dare to scold me? In his rage, Yubai wanted to attack. But right at this moment, Yuan did something which made everybody's eyes fall out. With a dive, he fled behind Feng Ruoqing and cried out seemingly innocent, "Teacher Feng, this old fart wants to hit me." Chapter 89. Chapter 89, Nine Heavens Road. One moment ago, Yuan was still exuding awe-inspiring righteous pride and crowed about taking people's head. Yet right now, he was hiding behind a woman. Simply shameless to the extreme. But this move was really useful. No matter how insanely Suyubai's flames of wrath burned, he did not dare to attack Feng Ruoqing. Yuan had long seen through this point. This also made him curious about Feng Ruoqing's identity. She was definitely not as simple as an ordinary instructor. However, Yuan scoured his memories, and he could not think of any great family in the state of Qin with the Feng surname. "Teacher Feng, I want to go to the assembly hall on my own. Is there any problem?" Yuan said with a straight face. Feng Ruoqing sighed and nodded lightly. Even though Feng Ruoqing was elegantly beautiful, she was born with the arrogance of the imperial family in her bones. She did not know why, but she just could not refuse this young man in front of her. Having received repeated blows, Suyubai no longer wished to lose face in front of everyone. He snorted coldly and turned around and left. He believed that they would not dare to not go to the assembly hall. After Suyubai left, Yuan gave Huyen Yong a deep bow. "Many thanks to Teacher Huyen's life-saving grace." Huyen Yong waved his hands dismissively and said casually, "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, then thank the dean." Before the dean left, he specifically instructed me to not let anything happen to you and to take good care of you. Yuan was dazed and completely baffled by this dean whom he had never met before. "Actually, strictly speaking, you saved yourself." Feng Ruoqing suddenly opened her mouth. "Oh, how so?" "I told the dean all about your performance during the alchemist test." The appreciation of a genius arose in the dean's heart, and that's why he arranged for Teacher Huyen to come to protect you, Feng Ruoqing explained. Only now did Yuan came to a realization. But he begged to differ from what Feng Ruoqing said. Saving means saving. This favor that Yuan owed was too great. Yuan was not an ingrate. This favor naturally had to be returned. "Teacher Huyen, after Yuan breaks through to the spirit condensation realm, today's grace will definitely be returned." Yuan gave Huyen Yong a promise that sounded like in the indefinite future, but Huyen Yong could naturally sense the sincerity in it. It was just that he was still unaware of how heavy this promise of Yuan's was. Jiang Yunhe only instructed him to protect Yuan well before leaving. He did not know for what reason and thought that Jiang Yunhe had a change of heart. "It's not necessary. I'm not doing this for any repayment. Today's round isn't considered over yet. It looks like Suyubai still wants you dead." Huyen Yong thought that Yuan was only expressing words of gratitude, and he did not take it to heart. Feng Ruoqing faintly guessed something, but her eyes lit up unwittingly. But she did not expose it. She began to unwittingly look forward to just what level Yuan's alchemy skills would reach after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. "Yuan, I saw how Suyubai looked like just now. He's confident in settling this matter in stone at the Elders' Council. You had best be cautious. Once the Elders' Council sentences you to immediate execution, we can't go against it either," Feng Ruoqing frowned and said. "The Elders' Council is that powerful? Didn't you say that there was an exception, Teacher Feng? How did that person escape with his life? You are talking about Mo Yuntian, right? Although he escaped punishment, it was likewise almost certain death." Huyen Yong interrupted. "Oh, can Teacher Huyen enlighten me?" However, Huyen Yong shook his head and said, "You can't follow Mo Yuntian's path. Give up. Right now, the only method is to delay time at the Elders' Council and wait for the Dean to return." The more Huyen Yong would not say, the more curious Yuan got. Since Huyen Yong would not say, he might as well ask Feng Ruoqing. Was there something behind it? Feng Ruoqing hesitated for a second, but she still answered. Back then, Mo Yuntian was number 1 on the Academy's Martial Roll of Honor, 4th level Spirit Condensation Realm. When he was admitted, his close friend was unable to keep up with his footsteps. At that time, he was only a black rank student. But then, a student manager from the General Affairs Department was unaware of their relationship and he caused endless troubles for Mo Yuntian's close friend. Finally, the guy turned him into a cripple. In his rage, Mo Yuntian murdered that student manager. Hearing that, Yi Yuan snickered coldly. Looks like the General Affairs Department is truly a place where talents gather, and their virtue was inherited. Feng Ruoqing sighed as she continued explaining, there are too many people in the Danwu Academy. Using students as managers are also something that cannot be helped. Not only do instructors have to teach classes, but we also have to cultivate. If we are bothered by too many miscellaneous stuff, our cultivation would have been bound to be delayed. Hence, the General Affairs had always been a place where the authority was the greatest. Therefore, it was also natural to breed these conceited students. Yi Yuan nodded to show his understanding. Instructors were also martial artists, and they pursued the martial path. They were obviously unwilling to be distracted by these mundane matters. Only by letting those students with insufficient talent manage the rest could the true geniuses have the time to cultivate. This was an acceptable method. Then what happened? Then Mo Yuntian did not wait for the academy to deal with him. Alone, he walked to the Nine Heavens Peak at the back of the mountain and stepped onto the Nine Heavens Road, which is almost a certain death. But he passed through it. However, the Nine Heavens Road is absolutely not something that the current you can charge through. Huyen Yong followed up. That's to say, the Elders' Council can't do anything to me once I pass through this Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan ignored Huyen Yong's words and replied with a question. Theoretically, yes. But you have to know that when Mo Yuntian made it past the Nine Heavens Road, he was already at the 4th level Spirit Condensation Realm. Since the establishment of the Danwu Academy, there has been a total of 237 people who attempted the Nine Heavens Road. Among them were 194 Spirit Condensation Realm students and 43 Essence Chi Realm students, but only a measly 5 people made it through. In these 10 years, only Mo Yuntian alone made it. Students who failed to make it either died directly on the Nine Heavens Road or lost their minds, and became a complete lunatic ever since. But most importantly, none of the 43 Essence Chi Realm students survived. Huyen Yong seemed to have also become jumpy, talking about the Nine Heavens Road. Just what is on the Nine Heavens Road? Huyen Yong's words seemed to have not changed Yi Yuan's mind. Nobody knows what's on the Nine Heavens Roads. It's because before entering the Nine Heavens Road, students must swear a heavenly Tao oath to never reveal any information encountered on the Nine Heavens Road, Huyen Yong explained. Like Thathu, fascinating. Teacher Huyen, just now that old fart is surnamed Su. Is he someone from the Su family? Yi Yuan suddenly inquired. That's right. Su Yubai is the second brother of the Su family's family leader, Su Yulin. So that's the case. No wonder he had such thick killing intent towards me. Since that's the case, then I will go and try out this Nine Heavens Road. Huyen Yong was stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Was the long time he spent talking wasted? Seeing Huyen Yong's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, just think about it, Teacher Huyen. Su Yubai wants me dead. He definitely has a way of making the Elders' Council impose the death penalty on me. Since that's the case, why should I seek my death? I know that Teacher Huyen wishes to drag things out until the Dean is back, but will Su Yubai grant you your wish? Hearing Yi Yuan's analysis, Huyen Yong's expression turned stiff. These few years, the Dean stood aloof above worldly considerations and did not manage most of the Academy's matters, letting Su Yubai fill in the void. The Elders' Council was almost mostly his people already. Just as Yi Yuan said, going to the Elders' Council now was no different from going to be killed. So, the Nine Heavens Road is my only way out. Chapter 90. Chapter 90, All for Naught. Behind the mountain, at the assembly hall, 6 elders were present. Aside from Su Yubai, 2 deputy deans, and 3 more elders, These 6 people plus the dean constituted the highest authority in the Danwu Academy. Of course, the dean's authority was paramount. He could veto everything in the academy with one word. Because he represented the Tranquil Cloud sect. Deputy deans and elders, an Earth rank student was utterly lawless in the academy and brutally murdered 2 fellow students in broad daylight. Today, I've invited everyone to hold this meeting so that we can discuss how we should deal with this student. Suyubai was the one who called for everyone, so he obviously had to stir things up. An Earth rank student dares to be so audacious. What's there to discuss? Just kill him right away. A deputy dean exploded after hearing that. That's right. According to the academy's rules, killing fellow student is the death penalty. What's the need for this meeting? Another elder echoed in approval. Elder Su, I wonder who is this student. At this moment, the other deputy dean opened his mouth to ask. Suyubai gave him a displeased look. This fellow always does not cooperate. Seriously irritating. There were 2 deputy deans in the Danwu Academy. One martial and one alchemy. The deputy dean who agreed just now was called Zhang Songtao, the deputy dean who specialized in the martial Dao. The one who asked the question was the alchemy Dao's deputy dean, Hu Changsheng. Hu Changsheng was Jiang Yunhe's die-hard follower and also somebody who did not like power struggles. He was someone who pursued the alchemy Dao with all his heart. Hence, he basically had no presence all these years. Even in the Elders' Council, he virtually abandoned his voting rights. He was not deliberately finding fault today. He just instinctively wanted to find out more. After all, students were the precious resources of the Danwu Academy. If they mistakenly killed a genius figure, then the loss outweighed the gain. Although killing fellow students was essentially the death penalty, he still wanted to figure out what was going on. Who knew if the state of Qin's Danwu Academy would have a second Mo Yuntian appear? This student's name is Yi Yuan, a complete lunatic. He already had a bad track record before entering the academy. Some days back, who knows what lucky encounter he had to have his strength suddenly soar. What's unexpected was that he brutally murdered 2 fellow students consecutively today. I suspect that he might have gotten some demonic path cultivation law, that's why he lost his mind and did such a cold-blooded thing. Suyubai avoided the crucial points and dwelled on the trivial, describing Yi Yuan as a homicidal maniac. The majority of the elders already stood on his side. Now, there was even less to talk about. Since that's the case, then there's no need to discuss. After he arrives at the assembly hall, just directly sentence him to death, Zhang Songtao said nonchalantly. As a deputy dean, his words held a certain weight. These few years, Suyubai gifted him countless treasures in secret to pull him over. The 2 are already of the same ilk. As for the other elders, they did not hold as much authority as Suyubai nor were they as strong as him. Under his coercion and persuasion, they naturally became his vassals. Seconded. Such a ruthless lunatic, what's the point of keeping him if we don't kill him? An elder said. I agree as well. Seeing everyone agreed in unanimity to kill Yi Yuan, whether Hu Changsheng casts his vote or not obviously did not matter, so he might as well stay mum. Suyubai was secretly pleased when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan, that punk, was simply lawless. Not only did he dare to kill fellow students, he even had the nerve to scold him an old fart. Even without the grudge between the Su and Yi family, he would also sentence him to death today. As for the cause, Suyubai was actually aware of it already. It was indeed Lin Tiancheng who provoked matters first and forced Yi Yuan's maidservant until she was seriously injured and on the verge of death. But so what? Yi Yuan was seeking death so others could not be blamed. Just like that, the few people chorused in unison and determined the life and death of an Earth-rank student without even asking for the reason. Except, they waited a long time, yet Yi Yuan did not arrive. Rather, it was Feng Ruoqing and Huyan Yong who came. What are you 2 doing? Where's Yi Yuan? Don't tell me you 2 helped him to abscond punishment. Feng Ruoqing and Huyan Yong did not even get to speak, and Suyubai already judged them. Huyan Yong looked at Suyubai and smiled coldly as he said, if he tried to escape punishment, wouldn't that fulfill your wish? Relax. Yi Yuan isn't that stupid. Initially, Huyan Yong was still oblivious to the state of affairs. Only after Feng Ruoqing pointed things out, did he become enlightened on the situation. In reality, he also considered helping Yi Yuan to escape, and return to the academy after the dean returns. but was rejected by Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan ran away, the Su family could seize this opportunity to apply pressure and ally with the Wan family to deal with the Yi family. Yi Heng was currently in a seclusion and could not be disturbed. Yi Yuan wanted to take on this matter all by himself. Hu Yannyong was wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts and could not wrap his mind around these schemes. However, Feng Ruoqing was born in the imperial family and was inherently sensitive to these things. Since he didn't run, why didn't he come? Don't tell me he still needs this elder to go invite him. Su Yubai asked in a deep voice. Snort, why should he come here? You probably already embellished the details and fooled the 2 deputy deans as well as the elders, and you sentenced Yuan to death already. Am I right? Don't tell me he should come here and die. Hu Yannyong scoffed. Insolence. You dare to question the elders' council's authority? Do you not want to be an instructor anymore? Su Yubai flew into a rage. Is it the elders' council's authority or your authority? Don't try to confound people's eyes. Hu Yannyong did not give in at all and was diametrically opposed to Su Yubai. All right. You two, stop arguing. The main character isn't here, what's the use of quarreling? Hu Yan, you said that Elder Su embellished the details. Could it be that Yi Yuan did not kill anyone? Hu Changxing interjected right then. Hu Yannyong still had a good favorable impression towards Hu Changxing, so he naturally would not rebut him. Hu Yannyong respectfully saluted with his hands and said, it's true that Yi Yuan killed someone, but there's a reason for it, not because of what demonic path fiend that Su Yubai said. Hu Yannyong recounted how Lu'er was nearly raped and about to die, which infuriated Yi Yuan, making Hu Changxing knitted his brows after hearing it. Was not this incident a similar occurrence of Mo Yuntian's episode back then? Hu Changxing turned to Su Yubai and said, Elder Su, looks like this General Affairs Department really needs to be properly reorganized. Su Yubai's position was inferior to Hu Changxing, so he naturally did not dare refute. He replied, Dean Hu is right. Even if Dean Hu did not say anything, I will also clean up the General Affairs Department after this case. But the pressing matter at the moment is still to deal with Yi Yuan's case. Regardless of what reason he had, killing 2 people successively is challenging the Academy's rules. This must not become a precedent. Even if he had a reason for doing things, the speed of his improvement subverts common sense. It's very likely that he's cultivating a demonic path skill. How can we spare such a person like him? That's right. The Dan Wu Academy forbids killing fellow students. The killers were already sentenced to death. Don't tell me we should make an exception for Yi Yuan. What capabilities does he have? My view is still to kill him. Zhang Songtao said. I agree with Dean Zhang's opinion. This must not be encouraged. I agree as well. Seeing the situation, Feng Ruoqing came forward and bowed towards a few people, and then she said, Ruoqing is here not to intercede for Yi Yuan, but to inform the 2 deputy deans and the elders that Yi Yuan is preparing to challenge the 9 Heavens Road 3 days later. So he will not be attending this meeting. What? He wants to challenge the 9 Heavens Road. 6th level Essence Chi Realm taking on the 9 Heavens Road, ha ha ha, did he think that he could escape the death penalty by doing that? Since he's looking to die, then I will watch just how he dies on the 9 Heavens Road. Su Yubai burst into laughter. Chapter 91. Chapter 91, Death Zone. Lifeland. The news of Yi Yuan challenging the 9 Heavens Road caused a stir once again in the academy. Hey, did you hear? Yi Yuan wants to take on the 9 Heavens Road. 9 Heavens Road. Is he mad? He's only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. It's certain death. He's originally a madman. Defying the Academy's rules, even killing 2 fellow disciples in succession, scolding Elder Su an old fart right to his face, and even threatened to take his head within a year. If he isn't crazy, then what is? But this time around, he has no choice but to be mad. If he doesn't challenge the 9 Heavens Road, then he absolutely can't escape death. That's true. But isn't it still death if he charges into the 9 Heavens Road? At least he can seize the initiative in his hands by tackling the 9 Heavens Road. If he doesn't attempt this, he would be placing himself at the mercy of others. If it were me, I would also choose to challenge the 9 Heavens Road. I reckon that he still possesses a trace of confidence and thinks he can make it through. If he was given more time to reach the spirit condensation realm, I believe that he can definitely charge through it. But what a pity. Nobody has ever made it through as an essence chi realm. In the Danwu Academy, the Nine Heavens Road was a synonym for death. It had already been a whole 3 years since anybody challenged it. Since the establishment of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, which student who challenged the Nine Heavens Road was not an extraordinary genius. But only a measly 5 of them made it through. And these 5 people were all spirit condensation realm without exception. Even if Yuan already had the combat power equal to a spirit condensation realm now, nobody thought highly of him. After all, his real strength was only at the 6th level essence chi realm. And one could not borrow the power of medicinal pills to raise strength while charging through the Nine Heavens Road. That was to say, Yuan must use the strength of a 6th level essence chi realm to take on a death road which made essence chi realms despair. Essence chi realm students who challenged the Nine Heavens Road all died without exception. The survival rate of essence chi realms on the Nine Heavens Road was 0. It was the survival rate and not the passing rate. Hence, Yuan was not challenging it but committing suicide. It seemed like Yuan had been continuously creating miracles after returning from being poisoned. But this time, nobody thinks that he could create another miracle again. Yuan did not bother with the discussion outside. He adjusted his body condition and took care of Lu'er without letting her out of his sight. Ever since Lu'er lost consciousness, she had not woken up. Yuan also did not have any solution for Lu'er's current condition. He could only use his essence energy to suppress the frost poison in her body. 9 Absolute Meridian was no joke. Once it erupted, it would be like a volcano exploding, sweeping forth with irresistible force. If Yuan were still an alchemy emperor right now, the 9 Absolute Meridian naturally would not stump him. But his present cultivation was too low. Yuan, Miss Lu'er, could it be that even you don't have any ideas to save her? Seeing the normally adorable and obedient Lu'er end up like this, Feng Ruoqing felt all sorts of emotions. Feng Zhiro by the side was also unexpectedly quiet today and did not quarrel with Yuan blindly. Yuan sighed and said, unless my master was here, otherwise, with Lu'er's current condition, I can only help her sustain her life for half a year at best. After half a year, the frost poison will thoroughly erupt, and I won't be able to control it anymore. That Zhang Heng really deserved to die. If it were me, I would definitely have diced him into pieces. Feng Zhiro gnashed her teeth bitterly. Feng Zhiro did not feel the slightest bit of pity towards someone like Zhang Heng. Feng Ruoqing's eyes, on the other hand, lit up. You really have a powerful master. Where is he? Why not invite him here? As long as he comes, not only can he treat Lu'er, even your problems would go away as well. Yuan purposely said that he had a master because he was afraid that Feng Ruoqing and co would let their imaginations run wild. Feng Ruoqing was extremely intelligent. He was already facing imminent death, and his master did not show up, which unavoidably set off some ideas. In reality, Yuan had long seen through Feng Ruoqing, who wanted to ask but kept holding back her tongue. Which was why he said this. However, where would his powerful master come from? Yuan gave a bitter laugh. Master is truly powerful, but he's somebody who can't sit still. After imparting all his knowledge, he left to travel the world. I also don't know where he is now. Hearing Yuan said this, Feng Ruoqing was greatly disappointed. Somebody who could raise a monster like Yuan must surely be an extremely powerful figure. He might even be an alchemy king or even an alchemy sovereign from the legends. If he was present, how would Suyubai dare to be unbridled? But, the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for essence chi realms. Isn't it equivalent to going to die if you enter the Nine Heavens Road? Even though Feng Ruoqing and Hu Yanyong had been convinced by Yuan, they still did not think well of Yuan. It's not just them. Nobody in the entire Danwu Academy had high hopes of Yuan. That's right. Back then when Mo Yuntian entered, it was almost certain death. You're only at the 6th level essence chi realm. Why don't you take Lu'er and run? Feng Zhiro also joined in from the side. Yuan shook his head and said, you think Suyubai is a moron? How could he give me the chance to escape? I'm afraid that he already has people stationed at every single route out of the academy. As for my residence, there are definitely many people keeping an eye on it. As long as I step out of this house, all my movements will be within his grasp. All right, thanks for your concern. I know what I'm doing. Even though it's not 100%, I have at least 30% confidence that I can pass through the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan said confidently. What? You have 30% confidence? Are you joking? The Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Chi realm. You actually say that you have 30% confidence? Are you trying to use these words to dismiss us? Feng Zhiro cried out. Although Feng Ruoqing did not say anything, looking at her expression, she obviously did not buy it either. The Nine Heavens Road was certain death for Essence Chi realms, and Yi Yuan actually said that he had 30% confidence. This could not be regarded as anything but reassuring words. Haha, you can choose not to believe me, but you can't not believe my master. Master's might surpasses your imaginations, so you should also have faith in me, Yi Yuan laughed and said. In reality, Yi Yuan's confidence level was way beyond 50%. He was just scared that it would be too insanely startling, which was why he chose to not be explicit. The reason why Yi Yuan dared to challenge the Nine Heavens Road was that he got to understand from Huyen Yong that this Nine Heavens Road was an enormous array formation. It was not going to be easy for a puny little Nine Heavens Road to try and kill him with his attainments in array Dao. If not for Yi Yuan's cultivation being too low, breaking this array would not be much different than playing house with children. Of course, Yi Yuan was not entirely certain as well. Some array formations have incredibly powerful might, which is not something he could withstand at his current cultivation realm. As for the specifics, it would have to wait until entering the Nine Heavens Road before knowing them. Seeing Yi Yuan so self-assured, Feng Ruoqing and Feng Zhiro did not know why either, but they gained more confidence out of nowhere. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really create another miracle again. Chapter 92. Chapter 92, I'm inferior to him. 3 days later, at the foot of the Nine Heavens Peak. Students swarmed so heavily around the area that even water could not flow through. Challenging the Nine Heavens Road was something rarely seen throughout the years. Naturally, they did not wish to miss out on this grand occasion. The entire Danwu Academy was virtually a ghost town as everyone wanted to come and join in the fun. If not for the foreshadowing from earlier events, there might not be such a huge occasion today. A 6th-level Essence Chi realm challenging the Nine Heavens Road was just seeking death. What was there to watch? Nonetheless, the incident that Yi Yuan caused earlier gave rise to much debate, and practically everyone knew about it in the academy already. Now, everyone knew that the degree of Yi Yuan's genius had surpassed their imagination. Could he create another miracle? Even though nobody believed it from the bottom of their heart, there was still this faint trace of anticipation. On another mountain facing the Nine Heavens Peak, there was a pavilion. This was the ideal spot to watch the Nine Heavens Road. Several people sat around a table in the pavilion. They were precisely Su Yubai and several elders. Many people were crowding around outside the pavilion. Aside from the academy's instructors, they were mainly genius students on the martial and alchemy rolls of honor. Their status was naturally different from ordinary students. Long Tang, Zhuobugui, Sui Shan, and others shockingly were there too. Hey, old Long. Why don't we negotiate a bit? How about you return that sharp-horned beast inner core to me? That matter previously was just a joke, no need to take it seriously, right? Zhuobugui pestered Long Tang incessantly, wanting to take back the sharp-horned beast inner core that he lost the previous time. Long Tang did not even look at him and minded his own business as he rested with closed eyes, patiently waiting for Yi Yuan's arrival. I say, why are you so unreasonable? You're already so powerful, what do you need an inner core for? It's better if you return it to me. Old Long, say something. Yi Yuan's here. Long Tang's eyelids quivered, but he quickly recovered his composure. Stop pretending, all right? We don't talk about that, let's talk about Yi Yuan. Do you think he has a chance of making it through? Don't know. Zhuobugui was utterly amazed when he heard that. Because Long Tang's reply was don't know, instead of can't make it. Long Tang actually had such confidence in Yi Yuan. Even though he and Long Tang had conflicting opinions previously, the result proved that Long Tang was right. But this time around, Zhuobugue did not think well of Yi Yuan at all. 9 Heavens Road. Even Long Tang did not dare to try it. Although Long Tang thought highly of himself, he was aware that he did not reach that sort of monstrous degree like Mo Yuntian after examining himself. Even Mo Yuntian nearly died before charging through it. How could he make it through? You mean that he might make it? How's that possible? Didn't you say that he couldn't kill Lin Tiancheng before? And the result? Oh please. This and that aren't the same things, okay. Even 100 Lin Tianchengs together can't make it past the 9 Heavens Road. 100 Lin Tianchengs added up is also not as monstrous as Yi Yuan. Zhuobugue had no words to retort with because what Long Tang said was true. Zhuobugue suddenly discovered that Long Tang, who had always been arrogant, actually had signs of acknowledging his inferiority to Yi Yuan. Long Tang was an existence that all the students looked up to in the academy. He had always overlooked all, including him, Zhuobugue. Yet, this existence actually lifted his gaze now, and looked at another student at eye level, even looking up. This was simply inconceivable. Old Long, this isn't like you. Zhuobugue suddenly felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit and said earnestly. Long Tang did not react heavily to it, and only said coolly, "Did you forget the phrase that has been passed down in the academy? Geniuses were meant to be surpassed." Long Tang sucked in deeply, and he slowly said, I'm inferior to him. Sigh, even though I don't want to admit it, but what you said is the truth. Zhuobugue also gave a long sigh. However, most likely he doesn't have the chance to surpass you and me anymore. He can't make it past the 9 Heavens Road. Zhuobugue suddenly added. This time around, Long Tang did not retort. Truthfully speaking, he did not have much confidence as well. A survival rate of 0. This number was as difficult to surmount as a massive mountain. Could Yi Yuan make it across? Humph, this Yi Yuan is putting on airs to actually make so many people wait for him. Su Yubai was a little impatient and grumbled. Yeah. Indeed, a brat who doesn't know the rules. He deserves to be killed, another elder said in agreement. Looks like he had already become Su Yubai's lackey. Hu Changxing on the other hand smiled and said, 9 Heavens Road isn't a joke. He naturally has to make meticulous preparations. What's there to prepare? Don't tell me that he, an Essence Chi realm, can make it through. He has to die anyway, yet he's delaying so many people's time. Simply outrageous. That elder was very displeased. It was clear that he was already tired of waiting. When he said this, nobody refuted it. Preparations indeed did not hold much meaning for Yi Yuan. The way they saw it, Yi Yuan just chose to end it himself, instead of letting them sentence him to death. But the result was the same. As for whether Yi Yuan could survive, nobody had ever believed that. Those students down there have only heard hearsay about the horrors of the 9 Heavens Peak. But these elders and instructors had seen fresh waves of students filling in the gaps as they fell in. The 9 Heavens Peak over many years. Even when many of them were still students, the peak talents of their generation had challenged the 9 Heavens Road. But nobody succeeded. As for the 5 who made it, they are already existences that they could only look up to now. No one doubted that Yi Yuan had the potential to pass through the 9 Heavens Road. But that was just potential. Yi Yuan was only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. He had not even stepped into the last minor stage of the Essence Chi realm, so how could he pass? Who among those Essence Chi realm students that dared to challenge the 9 Heavens Peak before were not peerless geniuses? And those Essence Chi realm students who went to challenge the 9 Heavens Peak, who among them were not at the 9th level Essence Chi realm or even the peak of the Essence Chi realm? All of them died. Could Yi Yuan make it? The answer was obvious that he could not. Right then, the crowd at the foot of the mountain stirred. Yi Yuan came. Behind Yi Yuan trailed the 2 girls, Feng Ruoqing and Feng Zhiro, as well as a black-faced Hu Yong. Everyone directly ignored Hu Yong and stared at the Feng family aunt and niece behind Yi Yuan with absolute envy. Who did not want this sort of treatment? With these 2 girls escorting the road, they would even willingly die. Yi Yuan naturally was not pretending to be some big shot coming late on purpose. He had to settle lure down properly. Early morning, Yi Yuan transmitted essence energy once more to help Luer suppress the frost poison. After adjusting for some time, he let Feng Ruoqing arrange for someone to take good care of Luer before he could set his mind at ease and come to the Nine Heavens Peak. So naturally, he was a little late. Gazing into the distance, a road of green pebbles led straight up past the clouds, all the way to the Nine Heavens Peak. What looked like the road leading to the land of the immortals was actually the forbidden land for martial artists. Such superlative craftsmanship. Looks like I can't look down on the experts of this world. This Nine Heavens road isn't simple. Yi Yuan secretly gave his appraisal. Now that Yi Yuan arrived, the crowd automatically gave a wide berth. In front of the Nine Heavens road, a stone tablet was erected there. On it, wrote a line of words. A martial artist blocked Yi Yuan. Before entering the Nine Heavens road, swear a heavenly Tao oath according to the stone tablet first. Chapter 93. Chapter 93, Strong Gale. I swear upon the heavenly Tao, once I step onto the Nine Heavens road, life and death are left to fate. If I succeed in making it through, I will not reveal any information about the Nine Heavens road. Otherwise, may heaven strike me dead. Yi Yuan swore once according to the words on the stone tablet and slightly felt his divine soul quiver. Yi Yuan knew that this was the feeling when one's divine soul signed a pledge with the heavenly Tao. In the future, if he goes against this oath, the heavenly Tao will make heavenly punishment descend, destroying his body and soul. Now, can I enter? The guard stepped aside to allow Yi Yuan passage. Yi Yuan turned back to Feng Ruoqing and Co., and he said, "Help me take good care of Luer. I'll be back soon." Finishing, Yi Yuan walked past the guard and stepped onto the Nine Heavens road. Stepping onto the first step, the scenery suddenly transformed. The initially narrow Nine Heavens road suddenly became a boundless horizon. Yi Yuan turned around. The road he came from already disappeared, and what replaced it was still endless steps. The entire strip of Nine Heavens road had transformed into another world. A world constituted of countless green stone steps. Indeed a little interesting. Looks like every man has his edge. Even though the lower realm's martial prowess cannot compare to the divine realm, they still have undergone countless eons of development and derivation. They are many things aren't present in the divine realm. This Nine Heavens road became an independent world. Looks like the person who set the array already had considerable accomplishments, and this array formation is a unique school of thought. Point 1. It's a different style from the divine realm. Tranquil Cloud sect can't be underestimated. Yi Yuan gasped in admiration. This entire array formation was integrated into a harmonious reality. There were countless illusion arrays and killing arrays mixed into it. Even though its power was inferior to the divine realm's arrays, the complexity of this did not pale in the slightest. No wonder this Nine Heavens road is so hard to pass through. If these illusion arrays and killing arrays were activated at full power, killing crystal formation realm martial artists would be like chopping vegetables. Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration once more. Well, there's not much hope of breaking the array. My strength now is really too poor. Let me test out this Nine Heavens road's array formation's power. After he said this, Yi Yuan strode out with a large step. The step forward seemed to have activated the arrays. Countless strong gales howled towards Yi Yuan. These gales were abnormally piercing cold as if it could annihilate all life on Earth. But this world only had Yi Yuan alone, so naturally, he was the target. The concept of wind. Looks like this Nine Heavens road was constructed to help students train. Much thought and care had been expended on this. Except, using this sort training method seems a bit too cruel. As Yi Yuan sighed admirably, he moved along with the wind. The strong violent gale was actually unable to cause any harm to Yi Yuan whatsoever. These strong gales were man-made through the creator of the array formations integrating his own understanding of the concept of wind inside it. After sensing the concept of wind amidst the powerful gales, Yi Yuan knew the intention of the creator of this array. He hoped to let students comprehend the concept of wind inside through these gales. However, how many people could comprehend the concept of wind at the essence chi realm or the spirit condensation realm? The way the other students saw it, these powerful gusts existed to hurt people, instead of helping them to understand some profound concept. If it were another student tackling the Nine Heavens road, this strong gale round would most likely have already exhausted a great deal of essence energy. They were unable to be so at ease like Yi Yuan. They have to activate their essence energy shields in order to withstand the power of these gales. Otherwise, these strong gales would be like blades, slicing their body into pieces. Even Spirit Condensation Realm students would have exhausted enormous amounts of essence energy after making it past this round, let alone those of Essence Chi realms. If Essence Chi realm students used essence energy protection to withstand this round, they would directly lose 30% to 40%, and this was only the first round. Under this sort of expenditure, if Essence Chi realms did not die, where could they flee to? In contrast, Yi Yuan did not even use his essence energy for protection. He simply swayed his body along with the wind force, and the gale wind blades floated past his body easily. These gales were just like a giant wind blade technique, cutting wantonly in this space, omnidirectional and with no blind angles. If students did not open their essence energy protection after coming in here, the consequences would be very severe. As to why Yi Yuan did not use essence energy protection, it was because his comprehension towards the concept of wind was way above these gales. The concept of wind encompassed within these gale winds, to Yi Yuan, was like a toddler learning how to walk. Wanting to hurt him was naturally hardly possible. Not to mention that Yi Yuan's falling flower floating zero sword technique already encompassed an exceedingly profound concept of wind within. Except, Yi Yuan's Essence Chi realm cultivation realm was too low and unable to unleash the true might of the concept of wind, that's all. Following the increase of his cultivation, the power of the falling flower floating zero sword would also become increasingly stronger. Although Yi Yuan was only at the Essence Chi realm currently, it was still more than sufficient to evade the attacks of these gale winds. Yi Yuan could not see the landscape outside, but the people outside could see Yi Yuan's situation. To be more precise, they could not see what was happening inside the illusionary world, but they were able to clearly see what Yi Yuan was doing right now. There were a total of 999 stone steps on the Nine Heavens Road. Right now, Yi Yuan had already walked across more than 20 steps. It was just that from the perspective of a bystander, Yi Yuan's condition did not seem to be too good. What's Yi Yuan doing? He's dangling and swaying about like he's drunk. Don't know. Is he being mesmerized by an illusion world? I think so. Look at him swaying around non-stop. Who tackles the Nine Heavens Road like that? I heard from some senior apprentice brothers that in the past when those people challenged the Nine Heavens Road, they opened up their essence energy protection right away as if there was something terrifying. But you look at Yi Yuan. He didn't even open anything, but rather, it's like he's drunk. Why is he totally different from how others challenging the Nine Heavens Road? Yeah. According to the senior speculations, the first 333 steps of the Nine Heavens Road might be some external force test which is extremely taxing on essence energy. Those who could walk past 333 steps would be completely fatigued. But why is Yi Yuan's perfectly fine? Could it be that what he encountered was different from the seniors? This Yi Yuan is really a wonder. Whatever he does is different from the rest. It's just that if he does this, would he lose his mind within the first 333 steps? I think there's really that possibility. Look. Yi Yuan seems to have recovered. That person fixed his eyes to take a look, and Yi Yuan was indeed no longer behaving like he was drunk. He continued walking up steadily. One look and onlookers could tell that Yi Yuan should have passed through the first barrier. The first round is completed so effortlessly. Hu Yannyong stared dazedly at Yi Yuan's figure with a dumbfounded face. As an instructor in the academy, he knew much more things than the rest of the students. These things were summed up using the experience from students' fresh blood. The first 333 steps on the Nine Heavens Road, and every 33 steps was a minor barrier. Although it was unknown what exactly these minor barriers were, regardless of who charged through these minor barriers, it would not be this effortless. What's more, some Essence Chi realm students were directly annihilated at the first minor barrier. But Yi Yuan managed to pass through it just by swaying around like that the entire way. Chapter 94. Chapter 94, Crushing All Resistance. Nine Heavens Road, 999 steps. He only crossed 33 steps by luck, the first minor barrier. Each and every one of them is behaving like he already cleared it. Suyubai snorted coldly. Evidently, he was very displeased by everyone's astonishment. The way he saw it, Yi Yuan only passed the first barrier by luck. Furthermore, passing the first barrier did not signify anything. Many Essence Chi realms were able to cross it. The true terror of the Nine Heavens Road was in the last 333 steps. Yeah. One look and you can tell that this Yuan is a slippery punk. He probably excels in exploiting gaps. Most likely he took advantage of some loophole. That's why it was so easy for him. Another elder chimed in. No matter what you say, the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Chi realm. That is the truth that nobody can alter. Looking at the past, the highest record for Essence Chi realm was at the middle 333 steps. Even if Yuan's incredibly heaven-defying, his limit will at most be at the last 333 steps. Zhang Songtao also agreed. Unlike the other elders, Yuan's performance gave Huyan Yong and Feng Ruoqing more confidence. The most terrifying aspect of these first 333 steps is the exhaustion of essence energy. Spirit condensation realms are a little better, but it's very difficult for an Essence Chi realm's essence energy to sustain till the end. Even if they are lucky enough to bear through it, the middle 333 steps will only get more terrifying than the front part. In the end, they still die. But Yuan didn't even use essence energy protection in the first round. He basically didn't expend much essence energy at all, Huyan Yong said agitatedly. Yuan can really bring people limitless surprises. Perhaps he might really make it. Feng Ruoqing muttered to herself. TCH, that fellow is smelly and hard. It's better if he's dead. Feng Zhiro recovered her fierce and unreasonable nature. Feng Ruoqing smiled and said, if he dies, you can forget about breaking through to the crystal formation realm in this lifetime. Who cares? Feng Zhiro remained stubborn, but her eyes kept following Yuan on the steps. The strong gale round did not pose much difficulty to Yuan. The instant he crossed the 33rd step and landed on the 34th step, the scenario suddenly transformed once again, becoming a stretch of fiery sea. The concept of fire. This was a flame road. The scorching flames roasted Yuan until he was about to combust, but a cold smile flashed across the corner of Yuan's mouth. I wonder what the Spirit Bristle Divine King will feel if he knew that someone was playing with fire in front of his cultivation law. Saying this, Yuan revolved the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art not to activate Essence Energy Protection, but to completely release his aura to let his essence energy erupt out. Then Yuan made his strides and steadily went up. Where he passed by, the flames automatically retreated. Playing with the concept of fire in front of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was simply a joke. The Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was the supreme fire attribute cultivation law in the divine realm. It had virtually reached the limits of the concept of fire. Back then, the Spirit Bristle Divine King relied on the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's ultimate technique, 9 Suns Burning Heaven, and became renowned in a single battle. He used the 9 Suns Burning Heaven during that battle, and he directly burnt the numerous Divine Kings attacking him into nothingness. Since then, nobody dared to provoke him. Even though Yuan's current power was still shallow, it was still not something that a lower realm mortal flame could compare to. This was like a young, juvenile dragon. No matter how little he was, he would still be the king of all beasts. All lay dormant where he passed. Yuan continued forward steadily as the flames around him automatically gave him a wide berth. Just like that, Yuan passed through the second round, Flame C, with unbelievable speed. Yuan had to waste around an incense of time to avoid the strong gales in order to pass the first round. As for this second round, Yuan passed it in a blink of an eye. Third round, Arctic World. This was a world of ice and snow, and it was extremely cold. Yet, this sort of cold seemed to be unable to pose any form of threat in front of Yuan's Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Yuan immediately cleared it once again. In a blink of an eye, Yuan crossed 99 steps. Next was the fourth round, Gravity World. Fifth round, Thick Earth World. Sixth round, Water World. All the way until the 10th world, Yuan came all the way here unimpeded. Yuan's realm was much higher than the creator of these arrays. These barriers were simply unable to cause any great difficulty for him. He did not even expend much essence energy. I wonder who from the Tranquil Cloud sect created these arrays. They actually integrated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, these concepts of 5 elements as well as the other 5 types of concepts derived from them. Truly a genius. I wonder what happened to this person afterward. Did he ascend to the divine realm? I've never heard of such an array formations genius before in the divine realm. Could it be that he had long fallen? Yi Yuan was overcome with emotion. The world of martial artists was filled with countless dangers. Aside from the dangers on the road of cultivation, what was even scarier was the human heart. Since ancient times, regardless of whether it was the divine realm or the lower realms, geniuses were as abundant as the hair on an ox. However, only a remarkable handful was able to truly mature. Which of the figures standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm did not tread over countless corpses of geniuses to attain their current position? Even a peerless genius like Qin Yunzi plummeted after being harmed while in the process of maturing, let alone the others. Yi Yuan's speed of clearing the rounds caused a huge uproar in the outside world. He was too fast. From the first step to crossing the first 333 steps, Yi Yuan spent less than 2 hours. This was simply too harrowing. One student rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief, "Do I have something wrong with my eyes? Since when did this 9 heavens road become so easy to pass? Does your brain have holes? Why don't you try it, if it is easy to cross? I think you won't even know how you die." But Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence Qi realm. How could he possibly be this fast? I heard that this 9 heavens road is not a place that tests strength solely. What the test placed emphasis on is potential. Looking from that perspective, this Yi Yuan's talent is truly so monstrous that it's inconceivable. But I don't know if he can cross the later 666 steps or not. Maybe he can really cross it. The two exchanged glances. They were both frightened by this thought. 6th level essence Qi realm passing the 9 heavens road. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 9 heavens road was a forbidden ground for essence Qi realm martial artists. They did not know why either, but once this thought arose, it was like a seed, buried at the bottom of their hearts. It grew roots and sprouted, and it could no longer be stopped. On the other hand, when Yi Yuan passed the first 333 steps, Suyubai jumped to his feet. He looked at Yi Yuan, who was halfway up the mountain, similarly with incredulity. One could not blame him for being so shocked. Yi Yuan's speed in passing the rounds was too quick. He crushed all resistance along the way without any delay. There were only that few students who passed through the 9 heavens road. Their performance was not kept a secret. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Suyubai was naturally very clear on that. However, nobody among those who challenged the road had Yi Yuan's crossing speed, including those spirit condensation realm students who passed. Even the Mo Yintian, who was brimming with talent, spent an entire day to pass the first 333 steps. But Yi Yuan only took 2 hours. Doesn't that mean that the degree of Yi Yuan's genius was several times, even tens of times, that of Mo Yintian's? Suyubai did not dare, nor was he willing to believe this thought. Chapter 95. Chapter 95, Long Tang's Transformation. I really don't know what to say about this Yi Yuan. Other people are filled with fear and trepidation before challenging the 9 heavens road, and he cleared it so effortlessly. Is there nothing that can stump him? Zhuobugue looked at Yi Yuan halfway up the mountain and was likewise completely stunned. The shocks that Yi Yuan brought him these few days was simply too many. Jumping ranks and killing Fei Qingping. Consecutively breaking through 5 realms within a month. Becoming an alchemy master with a 4th level essence Qi realm cultivation. Leaping across a major realm to kill Lin Tiancheng. Each one of these matters, when placed on a single individual, was an impossible task. But Yi Yuan did them all. Now, was Yi Yuan going to clear the 9 heavens road, which no essence Qi realm had ever passed through before? This was also simply inconceivable. Even if he could not clear it, just based on his speed in the first 333 steps, it was sufficient to look down on all genius students. Yeah. There's really nothing that he can't do, and nothing that he doesn't dare to do. Compared to him, we're all self-boasting geniuses. Such a joke. A deep shock was also plastered all over Long Tang's face. Old Long, I've never denied that I'm a genius. At least that's the case within the territory of the state of Qin. However, the degree of Yi Yuan's genius has already vastly exceeded the domain of genius. Zhuobugue sighed in admiration. All this while, only Long Tang could steadily suppress Zhuobugue's arrogance. But now, his arrogance was shattered by Yi Yuan's performance. The dazed look in Long Tang's gaze vanished, and what replaced it was incomparable determination. He shook his head and said, "I'm not talking about his talent, but his heart of a powerhouse. Compared to Yi Yuan, what we lack the most is still the heart of a powerhouse." What a joke. I, Long Tang, have always prided myself on being able to look down on all experts. But in reality, I'm just a coward. Yi Yuan, thank you. Zhuobugue was somewhat confounded by Long Tang's words. However, he could clearly sense some sort of transformation taking place in Long Tang's body. Like the feeling of enlightenment. What are you talking about, old Long? Heart of a powerhouse. Even though we aren't as monstrous as Yi Yuan, our desire to become strong has never changed all this while, right? Zhuobugue asked in puzzlement. Long Tang did not look at Zhuobugue but stared at Yi Yuan, who was halfway up, and gave a confusing answer. Powerhouse. A true powerhouse is not about how strong his strength is but how powerful his inner heart is. Zhuobugue, after this matter is settled, I'll also challenge the Nine Heavens Road. What? You want to challenge the Nine Heavens Road? Are you tired of living? Zhuobugue jumped in fright as he exclaimed. However, Long Tang just smiled lightly as if he had seen past life and death. If I can't even pass through a tiny Nine Heavens Road in the state of Qin, how can I talk about becoming a powerhouse? What qualifications would I have to look down upon this endless world and ascend to the divine realm? This place Yi Yuan reincarnated in was called the Endless World. Endless World was named after the endless forest. Because it was truly endless and limitless, separating the endless world into the north and south domain. Mad. Completely mad. No matter how powerful you are, old Long, are you more powerful than Mo Yuntian? You will die if you attempt the Nine Heavens Road. What will you have to look down on the endless world if you lose your life? Zhuobugue was ruffled. Yi Yuan was a madman, and now, even the rank 1 on the martial roll of honor, Long Tang, also went crazy along with him. Just what was happening to this world? Long Tang, on the other hand, was unmoved. Incomparable resolve could be seen in his eyes. Why should martial artists regret death? How can one talk about becoming a powerhouse without the realization of going to die? Long Tang said casually. But even when martial artists die, they have to die with significance. What's the point if you challenge the Nine Heavens Road just to die? Zhuobugue was still unable to figure it out. The way he saw it, the Nine Heavens Road was just a large-scale array. Dying inside the array was something utterly meaningless. What kind of death holds meaning? Only now do I understand. That victory and defeat lie in one thought. Strong and weak also lies in a single thought. Zhuobugue, you and I are ultimately not from the same world. Long Tang finally looked at Zhuobugue. The expression in his eyes was something which he had never seen before. Zhuobugue was rank 2 on the martial roll. Apart from Long Tang, he was invincible in the academy. Even Feng Jiro could not defeat him. Even when facing Long Tang, the disparity with Zhuobugue was actually not that large. But now, Long Tang actually said that they were not from the same world. How could Zhuobugue feel comfortable? What you meant is that you and Yi Yuan are people from the same world. Aren't your words too conceited, old Long? Zhuobugue kept away that trademark cynical smile and said somewhat unhappily. However, Long Tang shook his head and said, Yi Yuan. I'm afraid I have no opportunity to catch up to him in this lifetime. He and I are also from entirely different worlds. After saying that, Long Tang kept silent and simply watched Yi Yuan halfway up patiently. Zhuobugue also fell silent and started to muse. He felt that some sort of transformation had taken place in Long Tang's body. It was just that he could not understand what this transformation was even after cracking his head open trying to figure it out. Except, could this transformation separate both of them into two different worlds? How was that possible? Just because Long Tang was going to challenge the Nine Heavens Road. Why don't I also try taking on the Nine Heavens Road? Zhuobugue swiftly rejected this idea. He was indeed strong, but he did not even have 10% confidence for him to challenge the Nine Heavens Road successfully. It was indeed almost certain death. Although Long Tang was stronger than him, he was not that much stronger. That was to say, even if he went, it would be virtually certain death. Just what did this fellow come to realize? Such a low survival rate, and he still dared to try it. Wasn't this courting death? Yes. Long Tang had truly been enlightened. He saw what was called the heart of a powerhouse from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's chances were actually not that great when he challenged Lin Tiancheng. But he went to do it. Yi Yuan's chances were even much lower than imagined when he went to take on the Nine Heavens Road. But he did it anyway. Even though he clearly understood that killing fellow disciples would result in the death penalty, Yi Yuan still did it without looking back. Even though he was clear that the Nine Heavens Road was certain death, he still did it without hesitation. Breaking the rules, challenging oneself, and surpassing oneself. This was the heart of a powerhouse. For a martial artist to cultivate was originally already going against the heavens. Without the consciousness of death, how could one sense the unparalleled heavenly Tao and reach the paramount deity realm? Why should we rejoice over life, and why should we be bitter about death? The road of a powerhouse was filled densely with thorns. Even if one did not go and challenge the Nine Heavens Road, there might still be an 8 Heavens Road, 10 Heavens Road. A person could hide for a moment, but could he hide for a lifetime? Only by braving forward could one trample all these ups and downs underfoot. Only by continually surpassing oneself could there be a possibility to truly look down on all life under the heavens. Pursuing good fortune and avoiding disasters were the primal instinct of men. But if martial artists did not sever these instincts, how could they talk about being an expert? Long Tang could see from Zhuobugui's eyes that he simply did not dare to give birth to the thought of challenging the Nine Heavens Road. Hence, he said that they were not from the same world. Long Tang was destined to walk out of the state of Qin, a person who would walk unparalleled throughout the entire endless world. But Zhuobugui was only an expert in the state of Qin. Even if he forced himself to the limits, he would only be an expert in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Chapter 96. Chapter 96, Illusionary Realm. Everybody was focused on Yi Yuan, so naturally, no one noticed the transformation which suddenly took place in Long Tang's body. Except for Zhuobugui. But even Zhuobugui could not imagine just what kind of change Long Tang's transformation brought him. It was until many years later, Zhuobugui then heard that Long Tang's martial prowess broke the void, and he ascended to the divine realm with the status of the strongest expert in the endless world. At that time, he finally understood what these words meant back during the days of the state of Qin. Of course, this was all later on in the future. Just as Long Tang was conversing with Zhuobugui, another commotion sprung out from the crowd again. Quickly look. Yi Yuan stopped advancing. Yeah. He stopped at the 338th step. It's only been 5 steps. He scared me to death. I thought that he would continue forth with an indomitable force. Are you dumb? This is the Nine Heavens Road, hailed as the death zone for all Essence Qi realms. How could he possibly continue forth without any resistance? The true difficulty of the Nine Heavens Road starts from the middle 333-step stage. The vast majority of those Essence Qi realms who came to challenge the Nine Heavens Road fell at this juncture. How could Yi Yuan possibly fall to the first stage with how monstrous he is? So that's the case. His crossing speed just now was too frightening. It quickly swept me up. Then do you think Yi Yuan can make it through? Absolutely not. If Yi Yuan were at half-step spirit condensation realm, I would feel that he might make it through. But he's only at the 6th level Essence Qi realm. The scariest part of the Nine Heavens Road is still the final 333 steps. Just as Yi Yuan landed on the 5th step of the 2nd stage on the Nine Heavens Road, his fierce momentum finally halted. This action naturally drew everyone's attention. The crowd started clamoring. The people who were initially stunned by Yi Yuan's advancing momentum suddenly came to a realization at this moment. This was the death zone for all Essence Qi realms, Nine Heavens Road. How could it be possible to pass through it smoothly without problems? When Suyubai saw this scene, his initial shock turned into wild ecstasy. I've long said that he can't possibly pass through. A tiny little 6th level Essence Qi realm dares to tackle the Nine Heavens Road. Conceited. Seeking his own destruction. Even though he was filled with wild joy, Suyubai obviously would not be stupid enough to show it on his face. However, he did not hold back his words at all. Everybody knew that he wanted to eliminate Yuan anyway, so he naturally had no need to pretend to be some hypocritical good person. What Elder Su said is right. This Yuan would rather challenge the Nine Heavens Road than come to the elders' meeting. This is slighting us all. Such an impertinent brat. The way I see it, there's nothing to regret over his death, an elder echoed. Elder Lin's words are unreasonable. Challenging the Nine Heavens Road is the right of every student. Once you pass the Nine Heavens Road, you would enjoy the special privilege of the High Sect's core disciple. This was set by the High Sect. No matter how powerful the Elders' Council is, it's not greater than the High Sect's rules, right? Hu Changxing raised his eyelids and said coolly. Like everybody else, Hu Changxing was also astonished by Yuan's performance. It was just that he did not show it. He kept both eyes lightly closed like an old monk in meditation. However, Hu Changxing's talent-loving heart was stirred, and he felt great pity for Yuan. Such a genius might be able to pass the heaven rank advancement test in the future and become the Tranquil Cloud Sect's inner disciple. He might even yield brilliant results in the 10 Nations Grand Competition and be chosen as a core disciple of the Tranquil Cloud Sect. But now, Yuan was going to fall on the Nine Heavens Road. How could that not make people sigh regretfully? And what caused this sort of tragedy to happen was precisely these few so-called elders in front of his eyes who were playing politics. How could this not make him displeased? Hence, Hu Changxing, who was always a nice person, finally blew his top. Yes. Even with Yuan's spectacular performance, Hu Changxing did not think that Yuan could pass through the Nine Heavens Road. As the deputy dean, he naturally understood much more than the students. The further one went along the Nine Heavens Road, the more challenging it became. Especially at the last 333 steps, the difficulty basically reached an extreme level. It was impossible for Yuan to pass it with his current realm. Hu Changxing's words left that elder who was surnamed Lin dumbfounded. What could he say? That he was bigger than the Tranquil Cloud Sect? Was that not seeking death? Presently, Yuan was already on an illusionary trip. He was currently in the pill refinement room at the Divine Realms Medicine King's Hall. A pill refinement room so vast that it could be a training room for martial arts, tens of times greater than Feng Ruoqing's refinement room. It could be called extravagant. Yuan would treat other aspects of himself shabbily with the sole exception of this pill refinement room and things related to it. No matter what, he would not treat himself badly or underperform on this aspect. Because the alchemy god realm was his lifelong goal. Limitless Cauldron, one of the best pill cauldrons in the Divine Realm. It was formerly Yuan's greatest love. Apart from that, various pill refining tools and herbal ingredients were all here. Everything here was so familiar. Yuan spent over 300 years in this pill refinement room. To Yuan, he was even more familiar with this refinement room than his bedchamber. There were no mirrors in his pill refinement room, but Yuan knew that he definitely recovered his previous life's appearance. Appearance is born from the heart. This illusionary realm is seriously realistic. It can actually completely dig out the things buried within my heart so thoroughly. Even though I know it's an illusionary realm, I still don't wish to wake up. Yuan sighed emotionally. After Yuan entered the Nine Heavens Road's second stage, he suddenly felt his head was incomparably heavy. After a bout of dizziness, he appeared in his former refinement room. Yuan already confirmed that he entered an illusionary realm nearly straight away. Illusionary realms might look completely harmless, but it was extremely dangerous. Those students who went insane after challenging the Nine Heavens Road basically lost themselves after failing this second stage. The average person who ventured deep into an illusionary world would often unable to extricate themselves out from it. They would be swept inside instantly, and finally, lose themselves inside it. Only someone with a firm heart could free themselves from the illusion world and return to reality. However, this process was tremendously arduous. Even Mo Yuntian, who was so powerful back then, spent several days before he could awaken. To talk about a firm heart, the previous life's Qingyun Zi was not that powerful either. However, he had changed dramatically today and became countless times more mature than the previous life's Qingyun Zi in terms of mentality. In addition, his heart for vengeance was incomparably firm. How could ordinary illusionary worlds mesmerize him? Without talking about how Yi Yuan himself was a great array master, even if his strength today was lacking and unable to break the array, it was still insanely difficult for illusion arrays to make him fall for them. No matter how powerful this Nine Heavens Road was, it was nothing but an array formation from the lower realms. It was still considered as nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. This was also his greatest reliance to dare to tackle the Nine Heavens Road. Except, seeing through the illusion world did not mean being able to break the illusion world, and it also did not mean willingness to break the illusion world. This Nine Heavens Road was extremely remarkable, to directly look at the human heart. Even somebody like Yi Yuan was unwilling to leave just like that after seeing this place filled with cherished memories. These things had accompanied Yi Yuan for 300 years. Every blade of grass and every tree was filled with feelings. With a casual wave, the limitless cauldron turned into a remarkably small and exquisite pill cauldron in Yi Yuan's hand. The feeling when his fingers came into contact with the limitless cauldron was exactly the same as back then. Of course it would be exactly the same. Because this illusionary realm was birthed from his inner thoughts. If time could rewind, how great would that be? Yi Yuan was overcome with emotion. Chapter 97. Chapter 97, Heart Realm. Dong dong dong. Just as Yi Yuan was lost in his emotions, a knocking sound came from outside the door. "Are you in there, Yuner?" That familiar yet foreign voice sounded out from outside the door. Yi Yuan could never forget this voice even if he turned to ashes. Because it was the voice belonging to his father, Ji Xingyang. Xingyang Zi and Qingyun Zi were only Dao titles that the outside world dedicated to them. Qingyun Zi and his father were originally surnamed Ji. In the divine realm, any alchemist who reached the realm of alchemy emperor would be addressed respectfully with Zi. Directly calling an alchemy emperor with his name was a great disrespect and could very well anger the alchemy emperor. And the vastness of an alchemy emperor's network was unimaginable to the average person. Even though he was clearly aware that he was currently inside an illusionary realm, Yi Yuan still shuddered uncontrollably. Casually firing out a spell, the door to the pill refinement room automatically opened, revealing Ji Xingyang's figure. Seeing this familiar figure once again, Yi Yuan's eyes immediately became moist. Ji Xingyang entered with a faint smile. When he saw Yi Yuan's wet eyes, he could not help but be surprised. "Why is your face covered in tears, Yuner?" Yi Yuan, who had transformed into Ji Qingyun, was fully aware that this was inside an illusionary realm, but he still could not resist explaining. "Father, when Yuner was preparing the herbs just now, I used the melancholy gathering grass and accidentally got the fumes in my eyes. That's why I'm like this." Melancholy gathering grass was a 9th rank herb with extremely powerful stimulating effects. Even with Ji Qingyun's status as an alchemy emperor, if he got the fumes in his eyes, he would also cry non-stop. Yi Yuan did not know why he would inexplicably come up with a white lie, even though he knew perfectly well that the Ji Xingyang in front of his eyes did not exist. As expected, Ji Xingyang laughed when he heard it. "Yuner is overly careless. Even father dares not to overlook this melancholy gathering grass. How could you be so careless?" Yi Yuan quietly received this teaching. Father is right. Yuner will be more careful next time. Ji Xingyang let out a sigh and said, "Oh Yuner. Father knows that you are infatuated with the alchemy Dao, but there isn't only the alchemy Dao in this world. Cooping yourself up in a pill refinement room all the time will do you no good." Yi Yuan once again replied respectfully, "Don't worry, father. Yuner knows when to stop." Ji Xingyang shook his head and said, "You, Ohio. What do you want me to say about you? The alchemy Dao is boundless and everlasting. Even if we pour our entire lives into it, it would be hard to even glimpse a 10,000th of it. Even if you really stepped into the deity realm in the future and become an alchemy god, it is but another beginning. When alive, one has to take note of many other things. You will see that the vastness of this world far exceeds your imagination when you step outside of the pill refinement room. You should learn more from your senior apprentice brother about this point." Yi Yuan's face changed upon mentioning his senior apprentice brother. The killing intent in his heart unconsciously welled up but was quickly pressed down. The current Yi Yuan could not be compared to the past. If he did not even have this bit of shrewdness, how could he talk about revenge? One had to know that what he was worse off than his senior apprentice brother was not limited to cultivation realm, but instead, he fell behind in all aspects. And wasn't this illusionary realm an excellent place for Yuan to temper his heart realm? Although he knew that this illusion array was automatically activated, and nobody knew what was happening inside, Yuan still did not wish to expose these things that were buried in the innermost part of his heart. Firstly, it was to temper his heart realm. Secondly, it was to prepare for all contingencies. After all, his origin was simply overly startling. If it was leaked, it might be hard to not arouse some big trouble. And Yuan's current strength was far from being able to protect himself. However, Ji Xingyang apparently seemed to have discovered Yuan's flash of killing intent and was very puzzled. What's wrong? You had a conflict with your senior apprentice brother. Yuan smiled and nodded. Don't worry, father. It's just a small spat. It will be fine after this period of time. Ji Xingyang then smiled and said, so that's the case. Then it's fine. A peaceful family will prosper. Small fights and arguments are fine, but if you two brothers turn on each other, this Medicine King Hall will decline sooner or later. Yuan secretly sighed. This was more than just turning on each other. This scoundrel killed the master who imparted to him all his abilities and raised him for several hundred years. He even murdered his master's only son. Such an unfilial son could not be tolerated by heaven and earth. Ji Kanglin. When I return to the divine realm someday, I will definitely grind your bones to dust. I will. I wonder why father came to look for this child. Although the killing intent in his heart was billowing to the skies, Yuan did not let out the slightest bit. Yuan knew that he seemed to have broken through in terms of his heart realm. After hearing that, Ji Xingyang smacked his own head and smiled wryly. You see, I'm already old and muddle-headed. I forgot about the proper business after talking to you. Father has refined a half-step divine pill and was about to convene a pill appreciation grand assembly. When visitors from all around come to congratulate a few days later, you and your senior apprentice brother shall arrange all the matters. Don't treat the guests discourteously. Hearing this, Yuan's entire body trembled. Just now, he was immersed in past events and completely did not think about what time the illusionary realm brought him to. Only now that Ji Xingyang mentioned it did Yuan suddenly awakened. This so-called pill appreciation grand assembly was precisely when Ji Kanglin revealed his fangs. What pill appreciation grand assembly was this? This was simply a father and brother killing grand assembly. The so-called visitors from all around were also single-handedly arranged by Ji Kanglin. He really did not know how Ji Kanglin operated over these few years to suddenly bring over dozens of divine kings. With the inside colluding with the outside, they swiftly brought down the Medicine King Hall. The Medicine King Hall was also a top-tier power in the divine realm. Just the divine kings under Zhengyang Zi's command numbered over a dozen. But Ji Kanglin had handled everything for several hundred years, causing the Medicine King Hall to fall apart immediately. Ji Qingyun was oblivious to the outside world, so he was hoodwinked by everything that happened. Even after he reincarnated today, he still could not understand just how Ji Kanglin did all those things under the eyes of the father-son pair. When he closed his eyes to await death, he was seized with remorse over his usual indifference. But it was already too late for regrets. Ji Xingyang was dead and his Tao dissipated. Hence, the purpose of Yuan's existence in this life was to do two things. The first thing was to personally kill Ji Kanglin and avenge this immense hatred. The second was to figure out just what force was supporting Ji Kanglin from behind. Yuan believed that Ji Kanglin would undoubtedly be unable to do this alone. Wishing to overturn a colossal bring such as the Medicine King Hall, the force behind Ji Kanglin must surely be powerful to the point it terrifies people at the sight of it. But so what? If he could not take revenge for father, then what was the point of him, Ji Qingyun, reincarnating? He, Ji Qingyun, lived his life proudly. How could he possibly lead this sort of ignoble life? Even if taking revenge was harder than reaching the heavens, Ji Qingyun would still try reaching this heaven. Wasn't it just practicing martial arts? Since Ji Qingyun was able to be hailed as the alchemist closest to alchemy god during his previous life, he could become the martial artist most likely to step into the deity realm in this life. How could a tiny little 9 heavens road thwart me, Ji Qingyun, on my heaven-trampling journey? Don't worry, father. It's only a small matter between senior apprentice brother and me. This child will definitely work together with senior apprentice brother and manage the matter of welcoming guests properly, Yi Yuan smiled and said. Even as surging waves billowed in his heart, Yi Yuan obstinately did not reveal the slightest bit. Yi Yuan did not permit even the slightest flaw in his heart realm. The more one was facing a powerful enemy, the more one had to maintain the steadiness of their heart state. When experts exchange blows, what was fought was not only strength but also the strength of the heart. Haha, then I can rest at ease, Ji Xingyang laughed heartily and said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Chapter 98. Chapter 98, Heart Like Still Water. There was complete silence at the foot of the Nine Heavens peak. Yi Yuan had already stood at the fifth step for 4 hours, while he only used a total of 2 hours to clear the first 333 steps. The students looked at that figure halfway up the mountain. From the initial shock to excitement, then to dejection, and all the way until the current size of regret and pity. The fever fell from the highest point down to the freezing point. Yi Yuan's rushing style involuntarily gave everyone a feeling of a strong beginning but a weak ending. The first stage was too quick, but the second stage was a failure right at the start. The difference between before and after was too great. At this point, nobody thought that Yi Yuan could make it anymore. Their confidence gradually faded along with the passing of time. Standing for 4 hours on one step. There were still 328 steps behind. How would he pass? Humph, playing tricks. He must have used some trickery to gain advantage previously. That's why it went so smoothly. Suyubai snorted coldly. Based on past experiences, the second stage of the Nine Heavens Road could very well be an eternal illusionary realm. And the derivative of this illusionary realm would become increasingly terrifying along with the increase in steps. Finally, it would leave people unable to extricate themselves. Yi Yuan already sunk in so deeply at the fifth step, I'm afraid it's hopeless to save the situation. Zhang Songtao also made a rare remark at this time. Hu Changxing looked at Yi Yuan with a grave expression. How could he not know what Zhang Songtao said? After so many years of fumbling about, even though the specific situations inside the Nine Heavens Road could not be confirmed, they were still able to conjecture many things according to the student's performance. Without a doubt, this second stage's content was the easiest to confirm. Because almost all the students who survived this round became insane. Clearly, they lost their minds inside the illusionary realm. And in this second stage, the earlier one fell for the illusionary realm, the more dangerous it became. This illusionary realm was able to continuously develop as it derived non-stop. The further it went, the more realistic it became, and the more they would not be able to extricate themselves. Basically, those who got trapped so early like Yi Yuan had virtually no possibility of escaping the illusionary realm. A pity. A pinnacle genius who could have been extraordinarily splendors actually plummeted here. Yi Yuan might be a genius, but somebody like him was destined to not walk far. Because he failed to show restraint. Yeah. Too tough, and it's easily broken. Yi Yuan doesn't know how to tolerate, that's why he challenged the Academy's rules, which resulted to his end. To him, Lin Tiancheng was doomed to be a minor character. There would have been thousands of ways to mess him to death. Why did he have to be impulsive? Disperse then. Let's go. It's already hopeless for Yi Yuan. It's impossible for him to wake up. Quite a few people already lost their patience and faith and left in groups. In the illusionary realm, Yi Yuan saw Ji Kanglin once again. Haha, you finally exited seclusion, junior apprentice brother. This brother waited for a long time. There are more and more guests these few days, I already can't handle it anymore. If you don't come out, I would have gone to master and washed my hands off this matter. Seeing Yi Yuan, Ji Kanglin laughed. Yi Yuan's emotions were somewhat chaotic. Seeing this great enemy again, Yi Yuan was unable to keep a calm state of mind even though this was inside an illusionary realm. Yi Yuan had methods to break apart the illusionary realm. However, he did not do so. He did not wish to alter the direction the illusionary realm was heading to and fight to the death with Ji Kanglin. Because that was meaningless. He wanted to make use of this illusionary realm to advance his heart realm. Heart realm was something fleeting and abstruse and looked like it was completely useless towards cultivation. Very few martial artists placed their thoughts on it as well. However, Yi Yuan knew that heart realm was extremely useful towards a martial artist's future cultivation road. It even determined to a certain extent the martial artist's potential and limit. To martial artists, Heart Realm was something akin to adding wings to a tiger. If two martial artists with the exact same cultivation strength were to battle it out, the final victor would definitely be the one with the higher Heart Realm. To Yuan, even the slightest increase in strength was extremely valuable. My apologies. I've let senior apprentice brother wait for too long. Yuan forcefully suppressed the killing intent inside him and apologized. Since when have us brothers been so distant? Brother is only joking with you. Don't take it to heart, junior apprentice brother. I know that junior apprentice brother is pursuing the great alchemy Tao and doesn't like to be distracted by mundane matters. I will do my best to take on what I can handle. Except, the assembly this time around is crucial to our Medicine King Hall. So I have no other options but to invite junior apprentice brother out. Ji Kanglin was filled with sincerity without the slightest bit of hypocrisy. Nobody could have seen through his wild ambitions. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, I'll naturally help senior apprentice brother share the burden. The following few days, Yi Yuan followed Ji Kanglin and began to busy themselves with the various matters of the Pill Appreciation Grand Assembly. Even if these things were what he hated the most in the past, Yi Yuan still did them conscientiously, as if he was wholly immersed in the illusionary realm and substituted himself inside. In the first place, it was himself. This posed no challenge at all to Yi Yuan. The Pill Appreciation Grand Assembly went according to the planned routine. Then Ji Kanglin finally revealed his fangs. Due to the fact that they drank a poison during the Pill Appreciation Grand Assembly which made people temporarily lose their abilities, Ji Xingyang and Ji Qingyun were already currently lambs awaiting slaughter. Master, don't blame this disciple for being heartless. This disciple also can't help it. Ji Kanglin pointed the sword in his hand at Ji Xingyang. Ji Xingyang's heart was akin to dead ashes. He shut his eyes and said, now that things have come to this, no point talking anymore. I only wish that you can spare Yun'er's life. Hearing that, Ji Kanglin smiled sinisterly. My apologies, respectable master, I'm afraid I can't satisfy this dying wish of yours. If the roots of the weeds aren't removed, they will grow again come spring. I don't want to leave behind an enemy with such potential. Junior apprentice brother Yun's talent is astonishing. As long as he's given a chance, he will probably have the strength to threaten me after several decades. Finishing, Ji Kanglin swung his long sword. A gleam of sword light shot directly towards Yi Yuan. At this time, Ji Xingyang's body suddenly moved. He blocked this sword light for Yi Yuan. Without essence energy to protect his body, Ji Xingyang's body was instantaneously pulverized by the sword light. At the same time, the might of Ji Xingyang's divine soul abruptly erupted and swept towards Ji Kanglin. Seeing the situation, Ji Kanglin howled, "You miserable old fool. You actually ignited your divine soul. Do you want your soul to dissipate?" Rumble. A violent clash. Ji Xingyang's divine soul crumbled away, while Ji Tsunglang also vomited a large mouthful of blood. Clearly, he had also sustained injuries that were not minor. Yi Yuan looked on at this scene coldly and did not become agitated, nor was he indignant. There was not even any trace of emotion. Having experienced once again this scene, which was engraved into his bones and heart, it was equivalent to prying open the scars in his heart. This sort of spiritual pain was something that the average person could not feel. Yet, when the illusionary realm reached this moment, it was also incredibly dangerous. If he could not make it through, Yi Yuan would no longer exist after today. Ji Kanglin held the sword as he clutched his chest and walked towards Yi Yuan step by step. Don't blame senior apprentice brother, Junior Yun. I also can't help it myself. Take care along the way, Ji Kanglin said as he was walking. Yi Yuan looked at Ji Kanglin and suddenly gave a light smile. Yi Yuan crossed his legs to sit and shut his eyes as if he totally gave up resisting. However, as Ji Kanglin's approached, the aura on Yi Yuan's body gradually became fleeting, until towards the end, his aura could not be sensed at all, as if he had died. With a slash, the entire world gradually became dim. Fainter and hazier. Finally, it vanished. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and felt the real world, muttering to himself, "Is this heart like still water?" Chapter 99. Chapter 99, Essence Energy Vortex. Inside the pavilion opposite the Nine Heavens Peak, Suyubai stood up and patted the dust off his body. Nothing to see anymore. Let's go. It's hopeless for Yuan. I even thought that he had some reliance to dare tackle the Nine Heavens road. In the end, he only crossed 5 steps in the second stage and was done. I don't want to watch anymore either. Waste of time. Time to go, time to go. After such a long time, turns out it's a farce. I still thought that there was some show to watch. After messing around for the greater part of a day, he's still the same as the rest. Suyubai walked off, and the other elders naturally lost interest and stood up one after another. They watched Yuan stand there unmoved for 4 hours, and were actually bored out of their minds already. Now that they were assured Yuan would not wake up, they naturally felt that there was no longer the need to watch on. Suyubai circled past the stone table and led the crowd out of the pavilion. After just a few steps, there was suddenly a commotion coming from the students at the foot of the mountain. Quick, look. Yuan moved. He's actually meditating on the spot. What's he trying to do? He's not thinking about cultivating on the spot, right? Or has he already run amok? Does running amok look like that? Doesn't seem so. Looking at this appearance, it seems more like cultivating. But what's the use of doing something like embracing Buddha's feet at his hour of need? Yuan always exceeds expectations when doing things. I really don't know what he's trying to do. But looking at his appearance, he should have just escaped from inside the illusionary realm. But he only walked 5 steps. How is he going to cross the remaining steps at the back? Yuan's actions finally let the frustrated crowd find a topic of conversation once again. All manners of speculations spread out among the crowd. The 3 people, Huyen Yong, Feng Ruoqing, and Feng Jiro, who were initially already in despair, finally let out a sigh of relief right now. This rascal really scared me to death. I even thought that he won't ever wake up anymore. Huyen Yong exclaimed and wiped away his cold sweat. Feng Ruoqing, on the other hand, continued to watch Yuan silently, as if she had discovered something. What is it, Teacher Feng? Is something wrong? Huyen Yong asked curiously. Teacher Huyen, do you feel that Yuan's aura isn't quite right? Huyen Yong felt Yuan's aura, and sure enough, he felt that something was amiss. This rascal, why is the aura of his body becoming increasingly weaker? Could some problem have occurred? Feng Ruoqing shook her head. Clearly, she also could not make clear of the situation. However, their perceptions were locked onto Yuan. But they discovered that Yuan's aura became increasingly weaker, progressively weaker until in the end, it actually directly vanished. The 3 people were completely stunned. His aura vanished. Could it be that he's already dead? Suyubai had clearly also discovered Yuan's transformation. Elder Lin suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Elder Su, that Yuan's aura has already completely vanished. Did he already die on the 9 Heavens road? With Elder Lin's words, Suyubai became even more certain about his idea. Quashing the wild elation in his heart, Suyubai nodded and said, although the situation is somewhat bizarre, his aura has indeed completely vanished. Looks like he's really dead already. Snort, slighting the Elder's counsel. This outcome was deserved. Leaving a whole corpse can be counted as letting him off lightly. Elder Lin derided coldly. Haha, Dean who already said that this was a student's right. Since he chose this way of dying, and he's already dead now, it also counts as us Elders' Council enforcing the Academy's rules. Suyubai's current mood was evidently excellent and turned around to console Elder Lin instead. Although the process was a little winded, Yuan finally still died. He had finally helped the Su family to eliminate this hidden danger. Inside the pavilion, Hu Changqing looked at Yuan's corpse, gave a long sigh, and also got up to prepare to leave. Majority of the heaven rank students with higher cultivation also discovered Yuan's abnormal condition. After feeling sorry for him, they involuntarily secretly breathed a sigh of relief. One long tang already crushed them until they could not breathe. With the addition of an even more monstrous Yuan, their life in the future would be even worse off. Didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. Yuan actually died on the 5th step. Oh, old long, no matter how monstrous Yuan was, he's already a has-been. You also saw the terror of the 9 Heavens Road. Are you still going to challenge the 9 Heavens Road? Zhuobu Gui said to Long Tang. Long Tang narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he did not really believe the truth in front of him. Yi Yuan charged through the first stage so smoothly, how could he possibly fall at the fifth step in the second stage? This was too absurd. Hearing Zhuobugui's words, Long Tang nodded and said, even if the Nine Heavens Road were a mountain of knives or a flaming sea, a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I would still challenge it. Either I succeed or I perish. You're seriously stubborn. Forget it. I know that you're proud and arrogant. I won't be able to persuade you. Since you're giving me your rank of the first place with both hands, I'll kindly accept it. First place. What the point of first place in the Dan Wu Academy? If you like it so much, then take it, Long Tang said nonchalantly. You've really been poisoned deeply. He's already dead. Are you still going to keep watching? Watch a while more. I keep feeling that Yi Yuan won't die so easily. Since when did you become like this, old Long? He's clearly already, what's going on? While the two were talking, they suddenly felt some irregular movements happening to the surrounding essence energy. The students at the foot of the mountain already started preparing to leave when suddenly, a wild wind whistled past, and the essence energy around them started becoming thinner. What's happening? The Nine Heavens Peak is a land with extremely abundant essence energy. How come now the energy became so thin? Could it be that someone is breaking through? It's Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan is breaking through. Somebody shouted from within the crowd, drawing everyone's eyes toward Yi Yuan once again. It was only to see that the essence energy in the vicinity of the Nine Heavens Peak surged towards Yi Yuan frenziedly at this moment. With Yi Yuan as the center, it formed a storm of enormous essence energy. An essence energy vortex. Yi Yuan's aura also swiftly grew stronger. Hu Yong and Feng Ruoqing exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in the other party's eyes. This is heart like still water. Yi Yuan, he actually reached the heart like still water realm. This is simply inconceivable. Even among crystal formation realms, there were only extremely few people who actually reached such level in terms of heart realm. This is a realm from the legends. Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence chi realm, so how did he do it? Hu Yong sucked in a cold breath. Feng Ruoqing's eyes flashed. Clearly, she was also in the midst of shock. Pretty soon, it's not going to be 6th level essence chi realm anymore. He's about to break through right now. This punk is seriously too shocking. He only just broke through to the 6th level essence chi realm a few days back, and now, he's actually going to cross a minor stage again and directly reach the 7th level essence chi realm. Truly terrifying. Hu Yong was astounded. But seeing how Yi Yuan was so peerlessly talented, he also felt quite pleased in his heart. No matter what, Yi Yuan's relationship with the academy was sowed. He also felt extremely proud for such a genius to walk out of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy. Feng Ruoqing took a deep breath and questioned, 7th level essence chi realm. Look at this amount of essence energy, Teacher Hu Yan, is it only the 7th level essence chi realm? Chapter 100. Chapter 100, Peak 9th level essence chi realm. Only after hearing what Feng Ruoqing said was Hu Yong stunned. Sensing the increasingly wilder essence energy vortex, Hu Yong was once again shocked. The feeling of this essence energy vortex almost caught up to breaking through the spirit condensation realm. Such violent essence energy, was Yi Yuan not afraid that he would be stuffed to death? However, heart like still water was a legendary realm. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really digest it. Thinking up to here, Hu Yong could not help but look forward to it. This rascal really brings people surprises repeatedly. Hu Yong was secretly excited. However, Su Yubai's expression currently did not look good. He originally already confirmed Yi Yuan's death. Now, not only did Yi Yuan come back to life, he even started breaking through by taking advantage of the situation. It had only been a few days since he broke through to the 6th level essence chi realm. He was actually going to break through again. Right now, Su Yubai could only curse that Yi Yuan was stuffed to death by this violent essence energy vortex. Also, Yi Yuan actually reached the heart-like still water realm from the legends on the Nine Heavens Road. He had lived for such a long time, and he did not even know what was called heart-like still water, yet a 15-year-old brat like Yi Yuan actually reached such a level in heart realm. After raging, Suyubai suddenly felt waves of uneasiness. He suddenly recalled the words that Yi Yuan said 3 days back. "I'll remember this, you old fart. I, Yi Yuan, will repay today's grudge 100-fold in the future. I will definitely take your head within a year." The words were still echoing in Suyubai's ears. Back then, he only treated it as a joke. But now, Suyubai's heart started to become uneasy. Within a year? He can't really do it, right? Thinking up to here, Suyubai shuddered uncontrollably. The wild essence energy vortex started roaring with Yi Yuan as its center and shrouded a radius of several hundred meters. The students sensed that the surrounding essence energy was virtually sucked dry. Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art and greedily absorbed the essence energy surrounding the 9 heavens peak. His aura could be clearly seen as it rose swiftly. However, Yi Yuan, who was residing at the heart of the vortex, did not move even in the slightest, as if he was still a dead man. This movement and stillness gave everyone a huge contrast, making them felt the situation was very odd. Nevertheless, what people were most concerned with was what Yi Yuan was trying to do. Such an enormous essence energy vortex could completely let a martial artist break through to the spirit condensation realm. Was this Yi Yuan trying to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm? Under everyone's dumbstruck faces, Yi Yuan used heart like still water to revolve the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. The efficiency actually became several times faster than normal. He frenziedly refined the essence energy to bring it into his dantian. His cultivation realm was also in the process of steadily rising. The cultivation breakthrough this time around was not Yi Yuan initiating the breakthrough, but rather, it followed naturally after the breakthrough in heart realm. As the saying went, when the water was full, it automatically overflowed. This was that logic. After 15 minutes, Yi Yuan's realm broke through to the 7th level Essence Chi realm without any surprises, stepping into the final minor stage in the Essence Chi realm. However, this was just the beginning. The Essence Energy Vortex did not show any sign of stopping, and Yi Yuan continued to refine Essence Energy ceaselessly. Too maniacal. He absorbed so much Essence Energy and only broke through to the 7th level Essence Chi realm. If it were me, it would probably be enough to reach the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Yeah. What he's cultivating is definitely not the Academy's cultivation law. It's impossible for the Academy's Tier 3 cultivation laws to have this kind of effects. When you compare people, people have to die. When you compare goods, goods have to be thrown away. I wonder if I can be as monstrous as Yi Yuan if I cultivate such a powerful cultivation law. Are you still sleeping? Don't talk about cultivating Yi Yuan's cultivation law. Are you even able to cultivate the Academy's Tier 3 cultivation laws? High-tier cultivation laws are incomparably profound. If everybody could cultivate them, then wouldn't everyone be able to ascend to the divine realm? That's true. But how is Yi Yuan trying to break through? Looking at his appearance, is he not going to give up if he doesn't break through to the spirit condensation realm? Initially, I thought that way too, but looking at his current performance, the amount of essence energy required to break through to the spirit condensation realm must definitely be horrifying. Even though this essence energy vortex is powerful, I'm afraid it isn't sufficient for him to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Under the crowd's discussions, Yi Yuan's cultivation steadily rose and rapidly broke through to the peak of 7th level Essence Chi realm. Then, it directly broke through to the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Following which, Yi Yuan's momentum did not slow down in the slightest. His aura became even more vigorous until he broke through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm before finally gradually slowing. Finally, Yi Yuan's realm stopped at the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm, just a single step away from the spirit condensation realm. The essence energy vortex dispersed, and Yi Yuan slowly got up. He muttered to himself, in the previous life, I cultivated to the Divine King level without having any breakthrough in Heart Realm. I didn't think that while I'm currently only at the Essence Chi realm, I would unexpectedly have such breakthrough. Martial artists placed emphasis on essence energy but disparaged Heart Realm. I didn't expect Heart Realm to actually be so important. Perhaps that intangible, abstruse heavenman unity might even have some sort of connection with the deity realm. There was also the distinction between realms within the Heart Realm, except, it was not as systematic as cultivation realms. It was also somewhat hard to grasp. Heart Realm was divided into 3 realms. They were respectively Heart like still water, Heart-like monolith, and the mythical heavenman unity. Heart realm could not be trained. One could only rely on lucky chances and enlightened comprehension. Heart like still water, akin to an old well without ripples. It was easy to say, but in reality, it was extremely difficult to achieve. The world was plagued with turmoil and confusion. How could it be simple to truly achieve heart like still water when in the midst of the pugilistic world? Those who could reach heart like still water realm probably would not number more than 10 in the entire endless world. Yi Yuan initially did not expect to break through the heart realm either. He immersed himself inside the illusionary realm all so that he could rehearse for when meeting Ji Kanglin in the future. Ji Kanglin's might was not something that the average person could comprehend. Even if he cultivated to the Divine King level once again, Yi Yuan also did not have confidence in killing him. If Yi Yuan was unable to remain calm and collected when facing Ji Kanglin in the future, then the person who would be defeated would very well be himself. In reality, it was already extremely perilous for Yi Yuan just now in the illusionary realm. He was already at the edge of losing himself. However, when Ji Xingyang died yet again due to protecting him, something flashed across Yi Yuan's heart, and he comprehended heart like still water at the moment of crisis. That was how he broke the illusionary realm and exited. Heart like still water was actually not that amazing in the divine realm. Martial artists at the Divine King level could basically all reach this realm. Of course, with the exception of Yi Yuan. However, heart like monolith was not so easy to attain. According to what Yi Yuan knew, there was scarcely anyone who reached that level even among the divine realm's divine kings. As for the mythical heavenman unity, Yi Yuan had never heard of anyone who accomplished it. Looks like the person who created the Nine Heavens Road had reached the heart like still water realm in the past. He fused his understanding into the illusionary realm to help students sense it. Seriously impressive. Except, I'm afraid it would be difficult to comprehend this heart like still water if one didn't have massive lucky encounters. Yi Yuan had already praised this Nine Heavens Road more than once. Yi Yuan must admit that the difficulty of this Nine Heavens Road had surpassed his imaginations. He even nearly lost himself while in the illusionary realm, let alone the other students. Even those students who had made it past the Nine Heavens Road most likely only forced their way through it. They were, however, unable to comprehend the true essence of the Nine Heavens Road. This Nine Heavens Road was actually a vast treasure trove. This middle stage of 333 steps no longer posed any more challenge to Yi Yuan now that his heart realm had already broken through to heart like still water realm. He made his move and headed directly for the third stage. Chapter 101. Chapter 101, Former Hall Master, Martial Hall. Yi Yuan ascended the following steps like taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Having reached the heart like still water realm, this Nine Heavens Road's illusionary realm practically only existed nominally to him. He ascended one step after another, strong and firm, and crossed the entire second stage in an instant. Suyubai's face turned completely black looking at this scene. He had already sentenced Yi Yuan to death twice and did not expect Yi Yuan to revive again. Not only did he revive, but he was also living even stronger. Now, he could not leave nor could he stay. He stood there very awkwardly. He was not resigned to leaving either. If he did not witness Yi Yuan being annihilated by the Nine Heavens Road with his own eyes, he would not feel at ease when eating and sleeping even if he returned. But he had already walked out of the pavilion. How could he not leave now? Could it be that he had to turn back, sit down, and be critical about it? He could not afford to lose his face. Suyubai's face alternated color several times. Finally, he swept his sleeves and left. The other elders actually really wanted to see if Yi Yuan could succeed in his challenge. This was a historic moment. However, they saw that Suyubai had left, so they naturally did not find it appropriate to sit back down. They could only follow along. On the other side, Zhuobugue watched Yi Yuan's steady footsteps and involuntarily swallowed his saliva. To actually break through in such a manner on the Nine Heavens Road, he truly no longer knew how to describe Yi Yuan. But at this moment, Long Tang suddenly turned around and was about to leave. Zhuobugue was stupefied and hurriedly asked, "You aren't watching anymore, old Long?" Long Tang did not slow his footsteps and merely waved his hands with his back facing Zhuobugue. The overall situation has been set. There's nothing to see anymore. I'll go make my preparations. The next one will be me. Finishing, Long Tang left straight away. The overall situation has been set. Zhuobugue repeated this and then muttered, he's so sure that Yi Yuan can clear it. Even if he already broke through to the 9th level Essence Qi realm, it's still only the Essence Qi realm. The last 333 steps are the most challenging segment of the road. Can an Essence Qi realm cross it? Naturally, nobody answered him. The only response he got was Long Tang's solid footsteps. Stepping onto the 667th step, the illusion in front of Yi Yuan immediately vanished and changed back to the 9 Heavens Road's initial appearance, a set of steps connecting to the heavens. Yet this time around, a green-robed elder appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He had a benevolent look, with the airs of an expert. Young man, to have made it here shows that you're a person with unmatched talent. However, this third stage is the most challenging round in the entire 9 Heavens Road. Are you ready for it? The old man actually opened his mouth to talk when he saw Yi Yuan. He actually had his own consciousness. But Yi Yuan already saw that he was an apparition at first glance. Hence, he was not overly alarmed. To actually leave a trace of divine sense behind on the 9 Heavens Road, could it be that this 9 Heavens Road was created by Senior? Yi Yuan did not answer the old man's question but asked another question instead. The old man could not help being surprised by Yi Yuan asking that. You can actually see through my apparition. Such a wonder, a wonder. Looking at your bone age, you are 15 or 16 years old, yet you have such knowledge. However, this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array was not created by this old man. Rather, it was created by my tranquil cloud sect's founding ancestor, Yu Wuya. This old man was about to reach the end of my lifespan, that's why I willingly split a wisp of my divine sense into the 9 Heavens Road to host the third round. The green-robed old man twirled his beard with a smile as he revealed an admiring look. Clearly, he idolized that person, Yu Wuya, greatly. Yi Yuan came to a sudden realization. Only now did he finally know the 9 Heavens Road's origins. It was actually established by the Tranquil Cloud sect's founding father, Yu Wuya. From this, one could see that Yu Wuya was definitely a dazzlingly talented individual. Others might not understand, but Yi Yuan could tell that this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array employed the law of 9 and faintly incorporated the heavenly Tao. It was not something that the average person could construct. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could see that this 9 revolution turbid heaven array's power was far beyond this. What was set up on this 9 heavens peak was merely a simplified version of the Grand Array. The Danwu Academy was only the outer sect of the Tranquil Cloud sect. How could the Tranquil Cloud sect possibly lay out the complete version of the array formation here? However, even if it was the simplified version, this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array was still an extremely remarkable array formation. So it turns out that it was created by founding ancestor Yu. No wonder it has such power. Yi Yuan could not resist praising it. You actually comprehended heart like still water. The old man sized up Yi Yuan and was greatly surprised. Yi Yuan's mental state was calm, akin to an old well without ripples. Clearly, it was the sign of having comprehended heart like still water. The old man willingly guarded the stage, so he naturally understood the array considerably and was aware that this second round incorporated the heart like still water concept. But he did not expect a 15-year-old brat to comprehend it. Yi Yuan smiled lightly, and he said, "This junior comprehended it by luck." Only now did the green-robed old man examine Yi Yuan closely and commented agitatedly, "Good. Good. Good. It's truly talented people will be born to take over the previous generation. Heaven is protecting my Tranquil Cloud sect. My Tranquil Cloud sect will surely revive in the future with such a talent. I've waited for a millennium, and finally, I saw hope. Quickly tell me your name, young man." This junior is Yi Yuan. "May I know senior's name?" Yi Yuan asked respectfully. Yi Yuan was still very respectful in his heart towards a figure like him who sacrificed himself for the development of the sect. One had to know that this elder already did not have much lifespan back then. Splitting out divine sense to host the array formation would result in an even greater loss of lifespan. What reason did he have to be discourteous towards such a selfless person? Yi Yuan. Not bad, not bad. This old man is Lu Yan. I'm the Tranquil Cloud sect's 35th generation, Martial Hall, Hall Master. So senior is the Martial Hall's Hall Master. This junior pays his respect. Yi Yuan bowed respectfully. Haha, quickly get up, quickly get up. I'm already a dead person, so what's the point of you doing this sort of empty courtesy? I've already hosted this array for over 100 years. My divine sense is about to be exhausted already. To be able to encounter a peerless genius such as yourself before I perish, this old man can die peacefully. Through special means, divine sense could indeed be sustained for a long time. But there would come the day where it would eventually perish. This Lu Yan's divine sense could at most hold on for another 10 years. At that time, it would completely dissipate from this world. A former powerhouse, yet he still had to return to dust. This was Lu Yan's desolation and also the anguish of all martial artists. Even an unparalleled divine king could not overcome the ravages of time. Nevertheless, Lu Yan was a broad-minded person. He had long treated life and death lightly. I've hosted the 9 Revolutions Turbid Heaven Array for nearly 200 years. Yet, the number of students I met were barely around 10 people. Only that brat called Mo from several years back left some impression on me. But compared to you, he was much more inferior. Senior is too kind. Yi Yuan naturally would not blow his own trumpet in front of Lu Yan. Although Lu Yan only hosted for nearly 200 years, he was obviously extremely clear on the situation inside this 9 Heavens Road. Those so-called geniuses did not even register on his radar. How could one talk about being a genius if they could not even make it past 3 rounds? What the Tranquil Cloud sect required were not this kind of genius. What was needed were geniuses who could revive the Tranquil Cloud sect, rally, and lead them. The purpose of the 9 Heavens Road's existence also laid here. While Mo Yuntian made it past the 9 Heavens Road, it was merely luck. Heart like still water, and this 3rd round was where the true essence of the 9 Heavens Road laid. Otherwise, why would there be a need to sacrifice a Marshall Hall's Hall head's lifespan to host the array formation? Can you promise me something, young man? Lu Yan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Chapter 102. Chapter 102, All-Out Array Formations. Does Senior Lu want me to aid the Tranquil Cloud sect to eclipse the other sects? From the exchange of words previously, Yi Yuan naturally knew Lu Yan's thoughts. Haha, this child is teachable. You indeed understood from just a bit. However, I don't only want you to eclipse the various sects in the southern domain. What I wish for even more is for you to lead the Tranquil Cloud sect back to the northern domain. Lu Yan said agitatedly. Hearing this, Yi Yuan smiled bitterly. Isn't Senior Lu thinking too highly of me? I'm just a junior at the Essence Chi realm. Haha, you don't have to be modest. To be able to comprehend heart like still water, your future accomplishments are limitless. I only hope that when you possess sufficient strength, you will remember the water source, that's all. Lu Yan was already a dead man, so he naturally would not demand great help from a shallow relationship. If the request were too overboard, Yi Yuan would never agree. Even if he promised, it would also be impossible for him to do it in the future. Remembering the water source, these 4 words hit the spot nicely. It pointed out that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments were due to the Tranquil Cloud sect, yet it did not mention any specific request. What to do in the future would still have to rely on Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan were an ingrate, then these words would obviously be wasted. But if Yi Yuan were someone who valued loyalty and relationships greatly, these words would have buried a seed inside Yi Yuan's heart. Hearing that, Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior worries too much. I'm originally a disciple of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Contributing to the sect is expected of me. Lu Yan nodded with a smile. Clearly, he was very pleased with Yi Yuan's reply. He did not need Yi Yuan to promise him anything. It was good enough for Yi Yuan to remember that the Tranquil Cloud sect was good to him. As for whether Yi Yuan could reach that height in the future, Lu Yan had never doubted it. Back then, Yu Wuya's talent did not stand out at all. But ever since he fully comprehended heart like still water in the spirit condensation realm, nobody could stop his rise anymore. Even if Yi Yuan did not reach Yu Wuya's height, at the very least, he would have adequate strength to bring the Tranquil Cloud sect back to the northern domain. The power difference between the northern and southern domains was rather huge. The truly mighty sects in the endless world were mainly all in the northern domain. Back then, the Tranquil Cloud sect was also a major sect in the northern domain. Afterward, Because their new generation could not handle things like the older generation, they were swallowed up by the other sects and even nearly lost their foundation. All these years, the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelon had never given up on the goal of returning to the northern domain. However, the Tranquil Cloud 10 nations were poor and barren lands, and their talents were zilch. How could it be easy to want to return to the northern domain? There were also a few people who made it past the 9 Heavens Road these past few years among the Tranquil Cloud 10 nations Danwu Academy. But not a single person had comprehended heart like still water. Lu Yen laughed and exclaimed, "Haha, to be able to hear your words, the knot in this old man's heart these few years is finally resolved." Counting the main sect's 9 Heavens Road, there are still 10 old undying guarding the stage like this old fellow. But they don't have my fortune. I didn't think that I could witness you crossing the 9 Heavens Road in my living years. This old man can finally pass away with a smile. One could see that Lu Yen was indeed extremely satisfied, and he no longer cared about life and death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior doesn't have to be pessimistic. Heaven does not seal off all roads. Perhaps you still have the chance to witness the day the Tranquil Cloud sect returns to the northern domain." Lu Yen smiled, and he waved his hands. "Don't comfort old me, little brat. Life and death are up to fate. This old man has already seen past it." Lu Yen thought that Yi Yuan was consoling him. But with Yi Yuan's methods, it was not impossible to bring Lu Yen back from the dead as long as he had adequate strength. Yi Yuan did not explain anything either. It would be up to Lu Yan's fate whether or not he could hang on until that day. If he had sufficient strength in the future and Lu Yan's divine sense had not dissipated yet, he would come and help Lu Yan. All right. Enough of this nonsense. Even though you comprehended heart like still water, you still have to pass this third round. The third round's raison d'etre is my Tranquil Cloud Sect's supreme skill, the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. The might of this set of sword technique is unrivaled. How much you can comprehend is up to you. I will control the power of the array. If you can't hold on, I will withdraw the array and directly let you pass through the third round. Lu Yen said. The 9 Heavens Road had stood for 1,000 years before a genius who could comprehend the heart like still water realm came. Lu Yen did not wish for Yi Yuan to be killed by the array. That would be playing too big and risky. After all, Yi Yuan was only at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. His chances of making it through the third stage were honestly not that great. Many thanks for Senior's concern. But please don't control the power of the array formation. If I don't even dare to take on the 9 Heavens Road, then what qualifications does this junior have to help the sect return to the northern domain? Yi Yuan rejected Lu Yan's good intentions instead. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would actually receive this sort of preferential treatment. But after thinking about it, he still rejected it. He comprehended heart like still water in the second round, so he became curious about the third stage. Even heart like still water was only placed in the second round. If one passed the third round, what benefits could they receive? At this point, he would no longer look down on the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yu Wuya was an absolute genius, but why had he never heard of his name before in the divine realm? But to be able to comprehend heart like still water in the lower realms, the sword art he left behind was definitely worth a look. Lu Yen naturally did not know what Yi Yuan was thinking and thought that it was because of his pride and arrogance. He could not resist to persuade Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, the power of this Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art is extraordinary. Even for the sake of testing genius students, there were still many spirit condensation realm students who fell to this sword art. Although you comprehended the heart like still water realm, your power is shallow after all. It's better to think first before you act. Hearing this, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't Senior tell me to comprehend the sword art just now? If you control the might of the sword art, then how can my insights be deep? If I learn a half-ass Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art later, then wouldn't it be a joke?" This Lu Yen had no words to retort with. Yi Yuan continued saying, "Senior, this junior is aware that you are doing this for my own good. But which true powerhouse grew up inside a greenhouse? Wanting to become an expert of my generation in a completely stable and safe way is undoubtedly a fool's talk. I believe that Senior Yu Wuya also went through nearly certain death back then before he could have such achievements, right?" Lu Yen involuntarily let out a long sigh after hearing that, and then he said, "Looks like this old man was mistaken. I actually couldn't see things as clearly as a teenage brat like you. Forget it, forget it. Regardless of time or fate, try your best. Yi Yuan bowed towards Lu Yan and said, "Many thanks to Senior for allowing it." Finishing, Lu Yan's figure vanished, and the array immediately seethed with killing intent. Yi Yuan could feel that this was a true blue killing array. One would lose their life on the spot if they let their guard down. At the same time, the back segment of the Nine Heavens Road became enshrouded in clouds. Yi Yuan's figure also disappeared from everyone's sight. Everybody could feel the waves of killing intent coming from the Nine Heavens Road. Even those spirit condensation realm martial artists also felt their scalp tingle involuntarily. Even the outside world could sense such vivid killing intent, let alone Yi Yuan who was residing within the array. Everyone's hearts tightened, and their initial confidence in Yi Yuan turned into anxiousness right now. They knew that Yi Yuan was about to face the most terrifying stage. Could he really make it through? Chapter 103. Chapter 103, Sword Intent vs. Sword Intent. What's going on? The power of this array is not right. Hu Yannyong felt a chill run down his back when he sensed the surging killing intent from the Nine Heavens Road. Feng Ruoqing knitted her brows and said, "Why would the third stage have such incredible power?" That's right. I was also present back then when Mo Yuntian challenged the Nine Heavens Road. There wasn't such a piercingly cold sword intent from the third stage. Could it be because Yi Yuan comprehended heart like still water? Hu Yannyong sucked in a deep breath and said, "The Nine Heavens Road's array will become stronger when it encounters someone stronger." Could it be that the Nine Heavens Road's judgment of Yi Yuan had already surpassed Mo Yuntian? But he's only at the 9th level Essence Qi realm. Even though he's only at the 9th level Essence Qi realm, Mo Yuntian had not comprehended heart like still water. It was said that he crossed the second stage with a ragged appearance, far from how effortlessly Yi Yuan did it. There's only this explanation. Hopefully, nothing happens to Yi Yuan. No matter how they guessed, they would never have guessed that the array possessed such incredible might because Yi Yuan himself requested for it. To make the guardian of the stage invoke the array at full power, Yi Yuan was probably unprecedented and unrepeatable. At the foot of the mountain, many students were forced back by the raging sword intent. The initially packed plaza was currently split into multiple segments. The front rows were mainly spirit condensation realm students. They were still able to withstand the encroachment of the sword intent. Behind them was a vast stretch of empty space, and behind the empty space were those earth rank students. Those even further out at the periphery were students with inadequate strength. Yi Yuan, who was residing at the heart of the storm, on the other hand, did not show the slightest signs of discomfort towards the violent sword intent. He stood with his hands behind his back while the fierce wind worked up by the sword intent tore his clothes. But Yi Yuan himself remained completely unmoved like a pine tree. But at this moment, Yi Yuan's disposition was drastically different from usual. It was as if his entire being had transformed into a sharp sword, and he was resonating with those raging sword intents. You actually have your own sword intent as well. Seeing the situation, Lu Yan was completely taken aback, as his voice transmitted from the void. This junior was lucky to have comprehended some sword intent. Compared to senior Yu Wuya's sword intent, it's still far from it. It's just able to forcefully protect myself. Yi Yuan was just being modest. How could his falling flower floating zero sword intent possibly be inferior to Yu Wuya's? Except, Yi Yuan's current cultivation realm was not high, and he himself also had the intention of restraining his sword intent to protect his body. That was why he did not unleash it around. But in terms of the sword intent's level, Yu Wuya was just a lower realm expert back then. How could he possibly be mentioned in the same breath with Yi Yuan? One had to know that when Yi Yuan created the falling flower floating zero sword, even the extreme sword divine king could not stop praising it. Alright. Since that's the case, you have to be careful. I'm going to attack now. Lu Yan's voice transmitted over. Yi Yuan replied indifferently, "Feel free to attack, senior." Then Yi Yuan trod across the steps while braving the sword shadows filling the skies. One step, second step, third step. Yi Yuan walked all the way for 30 steps, yet the azure sword shadows which filled the skies did not descend from start to the end. It just kept accumulating more and more. It was evident that Lu Yen had already pushed the quantity of these azure sword shadows to the limits, all for the final 33 steps where the attack would begin to land. Under so many sword shadows descend, even steel would also be shredded to rotten mud. These sword shadows were formed by sword intent. Under the influence of Lu Yen, the killing power would be extremely blood-curdling. The students who challenged the stage in the past, including Mo Yunqian, all faced almost certain death under these sword shadows. But the sword shadows that Yi Yuan was facing currently were several times, even dozens of times greater than what the others had experienced. Even if a spirit condensation realm came to the third stage, it would be tough to say whether or not they would be able to retreat fully. But Yi Yuan was presently behaving like nothing was wrong, and he strode out to the first of the 33 steps without hesitation. As expected, the sky full of sword shadows stabbed towards Yi Yuan like raindrops and looked like it was about to pierce Yi Yuan full of holes like a beehive. Right at that moment, Yi Yuan wielded his fingers like a sword and pointed to those sword shadows. A streak of faintly discernible sword chi shot towards those sword shadows. The imperceptible sword chi was engulfed instantly. Yi Yuan did not seem to give up resisting. His sword fingers drew a half-arc in midair and finally pointed to his right. At the next moment, an unimaginable scene occurred. The sword rain which obscured the skies actually collectively flew out to the right of Yi Yuan in front of that arc Yi Yuan drew before him and vanished entirely into the void. What? Yo, how did you do that? From the void came Lu Yan's alarmed voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior, this junior has some understanding in the application of sword intent. These sword intents might appear to be extremely powerful, but in reality, they are just rootless grass. Scattered and not condensed. I use sword intent to tow them, so they would naturally deviate off course. This is an artful way of using a weaker force to deal with a greater force. SSS. Have some understanding. Lu Yen muttered to himself. This sort of thing was easy to say, but to actually do it was extremely difficult. Forget about some knowledge towards sword intent, it would be incredibly arduous for even those who understood sword intent very well to do this. Lu Yen spent his entire life immersed in the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, and he had remarkably profound understanding towards sword intent. But if he were the one just now, he might perhaps be able to do it, but he definitely could not do it like how Yi Yuan lifted a heavy object as if it was light. Only now did Lu Yen knew just how exaggerated Yi Yuan's some understanding was. But this way, Lu Yen could finally put his heart completely at ease. He could also totally unleash the array formations at the back now. The greater Yi Yuan's strength was, the higher the hopes of the tranquil cloud sect returning to the northern domain. The second of the 33 steps, the quantity of the sword intent decreased to 1,000. This time around, Yi Yuan used 2 fingers before he could draw the sword intent away. The third of the 33 steps, the quantity of the sword intent decreased by another 10 times. There were only 100. This time around, Yi Yuan unleashed 5 fingers. The number of sword intents of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art became increasingly lesser, while the number of fingers Yi Yuan used progressively increased. It was very clear that while the number of sword intents lessened, the power was multiple times greater than before. The Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art truly lives up to its reputation. To have such incredible power. The attack of my falling flower floating zero sword is lacking, but it has no flaws to be exploited when using it for defense. Even so, this 100 sword intents could actually force me to use 5 fingers. Truly impressive. Yi Yuan was also full of praise in his heart. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan had already arrived at the final step of the 33 steps. This time, only one beam of sword intent condensed in front of Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan laid eyes on this sword intent, this face changed to a never-before-seen solemnness. This streak of sword intent was where the true meaning of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art lied. Like before, Yi Yuan took a step forward. The sword intent did not strike immediately but gradually became corporeal. Be careful, Yi Yuan. This beam of sword intent is the pinnacle work of founding ancestor, Yi Wuya. It has unbelievable power. Even if you comprehended sword intent, you still have to be careful when dealing with it, Lu Yen warned. Yi Yuan said with a solemn face, many thanks for senior's warning. Yi Yuan knows. Previously, those sword intents were overflowing with sword chi. But this time around, Yi Yuan could not even feel the slightest trace of sword chi leaking out. From this, one could tell just how consolidated this streak of sword intent was. When Yuan's foot landed on the Nine Heavens Road's 999th step, the streak of sword intent finally mobilized. Chapter 104. Chapter 104, Fusing Sword Intent. Just now, I clearly still felt that incredible sword intent. Why is there nothing now? Could it be that Yi Yuan succeeded in passing the stage? Hu Yan-yong suddenly exclaimed. If he succeeded in passing this round, the Nine Heavens Peak will condense a rainbow road to send him down the mountain. Feng Ruoqing's words meant that Yi Yuan still had not passed the stage successfully. But what's this situation? Could Yi Yuan have, being completely unable to view the situation inside the Nine Heavens Road? Hu Yan-yong's imagination started running wild. Stop making wild guesses. We should just wait patiently. However, the Nine Heavens Road this time is truly somewhat peculiar. I wonder what Yi Yuan encountered inside. Since the final streak of Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art started condensing, Yi Yuan already completely stopped unleashing the sword intent from his body and shut his eyes. It seemed like he had completely given up on resisting. What are you doing, Yi Yuan? This streak of sword intent is extraordinary. You will die like this. Lu Yan's voice transmitted over. Yi Yuan ignored Lu Yan. In reality, he had already entered a selfless state and sealed his five senses up. In Yi Yuan's world, there was only that utterly terrifying sword intent left in front of him. He was savoring the sword intent of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art on purpose. While on this road, Yi Yuan had used the Falling Flower Floating Zero sword intent to guide the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, and it was not a simple evasion of sword intent. Since the original intention of this array was to allow future generations to study the sword art, then this set of sword techniques would not place emphasis on killing. Except, this sword art was too powerful. Students were unable to comprehend it, which was why they fell here. From countless streaks sword intents to 1,000 streaks, then 100 streaks, 10 streaks, and finally 1 streak. The quantity decreased, but the power progressively increased. It looked like this was the effect brought forth due to the manifestation of sword intent. But with Yi Yuan's experience, it was naturally not so shallow. These final 333 steps were actually the process of how Yu Wuya gradually deepened his understanding towards sword intent. And this final sword was the most powerful sword intent which Yu Wuya left behind in the endless world. If this final sword came out right away, then it would have been impossibly difficult to comprehend the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art's sword intent. But the ingenious part was that Yu Wuya derived the forms on the steps from his lifetime's comprehension. This resulted in the possibility of allowing the challenger to comprehend sword intent. Of course, the prerequisite was that the challenger could survive under such cold-piercing sword intent. Nobody could be like Yi Yuan to have the thoughts to comprehend the sword intent leisurely. Although the Nine Heavens Road was rather bumpy, Yi Yuan had to admit that Yu Wuya had expended much care and thought for future generation disciples. Why aren't you using sword intent, Yi Yuan? Seeing that streak of sword intent about to fire, Lu Yan's anxious voice transmitted over once more. The sword intent was already fully activated. Even he had no way of stopping that sword intent anymore. Yi Yuan actually withdrew his own sword intent at the most critical moment, which caught him totally off guard. Swoosh! When Yi Yuan's feet landed on the 999th step, that sword intent suddenly activated. The sword intent converged without spreading, but Lu Yan was aware of this sword's terror. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan's eyes remained shut, as if he was unaware of the impending danger. Lu Yan gritted his teeth, and he instantly appeared in front of Yi Yuan. A faint phantom stretched his hand out to draw a circle in front of him. A streak of sword intent condensed and shot out. However, this streak of sword intent was just like an ant encountering an elephant when compared to that streak of sword intent which blasted over. The difference was too huge. Lu Yan was able to condense such a terrifying sword intent because he unleashed it through the array formation. Now that this streak of sword intent was released by him himself, the power was too weak. After all, Lu Yan was only a fragmented wisp of divine sense. He wanted to save Yi Yuan, but the flesh was weak even though the spirit was willing. Many thanks, Senior Lu. Allow me. Right then, Yi Yuan's calm voice sounded out from behind Lu Yan. Meanwhile, an aura which Lu Yan was familiar, yet also a stranger to, rose from Yi Yuan's body. There was no time to think, so Lu Yen made way for Yi Yuan. That streak of sword intent was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. However, Lu Yen could clearly see that when the streak of sword intent reached several dozen meters in front of Yi Yuan, it became like it was submerged in mud. The speed became increasingly slower and progressively sluggish. Finally, that streak of sword intent came to a stop around 2 feet in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached out and lightly tapped the tip of the sword with a finger. That streak of sword intent dissipated with a bang. Lu Yen, who was watching by the side, was flabbergasted and was utterly dazed for some time. He had never thought that this final stage could be cleared like this. He had hosted the Nine Heavens Road's 3rd stage for nearly 200 years and was all too clear on the might of that streak of sword intent. This was with the array formation at full power. Even a peak spirit condensation realm martial artist might not be able to withstand that streak of sword intent, yet it scattered with a gentle tap from Yi Yuan. Many thanks to Senior Lu for sacrificing yourself to save me just now. Yi Yuan gave a bow to Lu Yen. Only now was his consciousness dragged back to reality. Lu Yen stared at Yi Yuan like he was looking at a monster. He smiled bitterly as he said, "My actions just now were redundant. That final sword would not have been able to deal any harm to you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No matter what, Senior Lu ignored your own safety to save Yi Yuan just now. Yi Yuan will definitely engrave this in my heart." Lu Yen coming to save Yi Yuan was indeed unnecessary, but he did not know that Yi Yuan could deal with that beam of sword intent. If Lu Yen took on that sword just now, his soul would have disintegrated by now. Just based on this action was worthy of Yi Yuan remembering it. Lu Yen, however, just waved his hands and said emotionally, "I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. My tranquil cloud sect actually birthed such a peerless genius like you. Not only did you comprehend the heart like still water realm, you even fused together sword intents in the 3rd stage." Only after his shock did Lu Yen find out why he had such a peculiar feeling just now. The aura coming off of Yi Yuan carried his own sword intent's aura and also had the aura of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. Yi Yuan, he actually merged the 2 completely different sword intent into one and transformed it into his own new sword intent. Even if Yi Wuya returned, such talent was beyond his. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This junior was lucky. Does this count as me passing?" From the moment the array formation was fully unleashed, Yi Yuan already had the thought of incorporating the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art sword intent into his own sword intent. The falling flower floating zero sword was excessively nimble, while the attack was lacking. This was its greatest flaw. But the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was a sword technique which emphasized on slaughter. The attack power was immensely powerful. Furthermore, this sword intent's level was very high and not beneath that of Yi Yuan's sword intent. It was very suited to be merged into the falling flower floating zero sword. Finally, he had a sudden epiphany at the last moment. The fused sword intent was on an entirely different level from before. Hence, that streak of sword intent was just like an obedient baby in front of Yi Yuan's aura. The competition between sword intent was not a competition of strength, but instead, it was a competition towards the comprehension of sword intent. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would have long been pulverized into meat paste. Lu Yen nodded his head somewhat mechanically. "Of course it counts as passing. A flawless pass." Chapter 105. Chapter 105, First in 1,000 years. Of course he passed. If even Yi Yuan's result did not count as a pass, then nobody could clear it. After the shock, Lu Yen was wildly ecstatic in his heart. To have such a genius figure appear, why would the Tranquil Cloud sect worry about not being able to return to the northern domain? Yi Yuan, your talent is even greater than founding ancestor Yi Wuya. I'm afraid that your future accomplishments are probably not going to be inferior to him. My Tranquil Cloud sect is truly fortunate to have you. Lu Yen sighed in admiration. Many thanks for Senior's praise. Yi Yuan had never doubted his own talent before. In his previous life, it was just that he did not place his attention on the martial path. But his talent in martial Dao was not necessarily inferior to Ji Kanglin. Rainbow Road. Appear. Lu Yen gave a low cry and fired a shot of essence energy into the array. Following that, a multicolored road appeared on the top of the Nine Heavens peak. Yi Yuan, right now, you can be considered to have inherited founding ancestor Yi Wuya's mantle. I hope that you won't forget today's promise. I'm someone who's about to die and won't be able to see the day the tranquil cloud sect returns to the northern domain. I hope that you will carry this Tsunghua sword with you. If we can really return to the northern domain one day, I hope that you will bring it with you to the northern domain. Of course, if you don't despise it, you can also use it for battle. It also counts as a continuation of my life. Lu Yan gestured with one hand, and a green-tasseled sword flew into Yi Yuan's hand. The instant the sword was in his hands, Yi Yuan knew how extraordinary it was. It was actually an 8-restriction spirit artifact. Martial artists' weapons were divided into precious artifacts, magic artifacts, and spirit artifacts. They were targeted at Essence Chi Realm martial artists, Spirit Condensation Realm martial artists, and Crystal Formation Realm and above martial artists respectively. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts had no restrictions. Only spirit artifacts and above would apply restrictions to increase the power. A vast majority of Crystal Formation Realm martial artists' weapons were merely magic artifacts. An 8-restriction spirit artifact was considered as an excellent weapon even in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. It was obvious that this sword was Lu Yan's lifeblood spirit artifact. If Yi Yuan's conjecture was right, this sword had accompanied Lu Yan at the top of the Nine Heavens Peak for 200 years already. It was his spiritual support. Even though it was for Yi Yuan to bring the sword back to the northern domain in name, in reality, the last sentence was the crux. He was giving the sword. Yi Yuan was also aware of Lu Yan's thoughts. He could see that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments would be anything but ordinary. A tiny little tranquil cloud sect might not be able to hold him. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery but tough to send out charcoal in the snow. Right now, he was bestowing some small favors to Yi Yuan. He only hoped that Yi Yuan would not forget the tranquil cloud sect in the future. Of course, that was one scenario. The footsteps of an expert would not stop because of things like these. To martial artists, while the sect was important, the ultimate goal was the boundless Great Tao. When Yi Yuan matured, how could a puny little 8-restriction spirit artifact enter Yi Yuan's eyes? Yi Yuan received the Tsunghua sword, but his heart was filled with lament. Although this Tsunghua sword was not some divine artifact, it held extraordinary significance to Lu Yan. He doing something like this was no doubt for the sect. Such a person was undoubtedly worthy of respect. Right then, Yi Yuan cupped his hands towards Lu Yan and then said, "Rest assured, senior. This junior will definitely not let Tsunghua be covered in dust." Lu Yan stroked his beard and smiled as he said, "Haha, I naturally believe that you have the ability. All right. Time's up. You should leave now." Yi Yuan saluted respectfully. This junior takes his leave. A multicolored winding road poured down like a magnificent rainbow. This was the Rainbow Road. In the entire history of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, the Rainbow Road had only appeared a mere 5 times. And this was the 6th time. Quick! Look! It's the Rainbow Road. My God! Yi Yuan, he really succeeded. A 6th-level Essence Chi realm clearing the 9 Heavens Road. This fellow is truly terrifying. Oh please, he's already at the peak 9th-level Essence Chi realm, all right. Wasn't he at the 6th-level Essence Chi realm when he just started challenging it? Furthermore, he relied on his 6th-level Essence Chi realm strength to pass through the first stage. That's true. This fellow is simply inhuman. Now, there's a show to watch. Elder Su's face has been resoundingly slapped by Yi Yuan. I totally forgot about Elder Su until you mentioned him. Didn't Yi Yuan say that he will take his life within a year? Back then, we only treated it as a joke, but now. Yi Yuan's improvement speed is too outrageous. Such a monster should fight it out with those geniuses in the Tranquil Cloud sect. I'm afraid the Danwu Academy already can't keep him. Yeah. At this rate, him surpassing senior apprentice Brother Long will probably take at most 2 to 3 months. Without question, Yi Yuan successfully passing the 9 Heavens Road caused a great stir among the students and instructors. He was the first in 1,000 years. Coming down from the Rainbow Road, Huyan Yong, Feng Ruoqing, and her niece took the lead to welcome Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha, good boy. You really widened my horizons. Some people plotted and schemed to harm you. But now, they are left dusty and dirty in appearance. Now that you cleared the 9 Heavens Road, let's see if those people have anything else to say. Huyen Yong was completely unbridled when he spoke in front of so many people. Even though there was no direct mention of names, anyone could tell that he was talking about Suyubai. However, what he said was right. This time around, Suyubai had lost a great deal of face. After being preoccupied with him for a long time and the schemes by the Elders' Council, he did not even manage to play a puny Yi Yuan to death. Instead, he let Yi Yuan clear the Nine Heavens Road. After passing through the Nine Heavens Road, Yi Yuan would possess the status and privilege equivalent to that of a tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciple. It was no longer possible for Suyubai to try and openly kill Yi Yuan anymore. Congratulations for passing through the Nine Heavens Road, Yi Yuan. Feng Ruoqing was still so warm and elegant. She only came forth to lightly congratulate. He, succeeded thanks to luck. In front of so many people, Yi Yuan did not wish to say too much and only chuckled. Feng Zirui, who was behind Feng Ruoqing, had a complicated look as she looked at Yi Yuan. Back then, her casual sword strike could make Yi Yuan disconcerted. She did not expect that Yi Yuan could shorten the distance by so much in such a short time. Although she was still that little bit stronger than Yi Yuan right now, being caught up or even surpassed by Yi Yuan was something inevitable. All right. Since Yi Yuan's fine, we'll head back. And talk, said Huyen Yong. There were too many people here. Clearly, this was not a good place to talk. The group returned to Yi Yuan's residence. Yi Yuan inspected Luer first and only relaxed after seeing that nothing was wrong with her. Yi Yuan, you seem to be somewhat different. Girls were still sharper on these things. Feng Ruoqing was the first to notice that Yi Yuan was different. She discovered that not only did Yi Yuan's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but his entire being's aura also seemed to have undergone a huge transformation. Yi Yuan had just fused the sword intense and was still not really able to release and withdraw it freely yet. His entire being stood there like an unsheathed sharp sword. There was a huge discrepancy between this and his previously wastrel temperament. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, Haha. I've incurred ridicule from Teacher Feng. I obtained some rewards from the Nine Heavens Road. It's just that I'm still unable to control it freely right now. I didn't expect that Teacher Feng could see through it. Hearing this, Huyen Yong was speechless. Other people face almost certain death when challenging the Nine Heavens Road. Being able to survive was already not bad. You actually had such a huge harvest. Seriously a freak. When he heard Feng Ruoqing say this, Huyen Yong naturally also noticed Yi Yuan's change. He scolded verbally, but he was actually overjoyed in his heart. Chapter 106. Chapter 106, A Good Man Does Not Fight with Women. Coincidentally comprehended, that's all. Teacher Huyen, Teacher Feng, I want to enter a retreat to consolidate my cultivation these 2 days. After exiting seclusion, I wish to enter the endless forest. At that time, I'll have to trouble the two of you with lure. Regarding the Nine Heavens Roads matters, Yi Yuan just sidestepped it with some words. He already swore a heavenly Tao oath. His tongue would surely slip if he talks too much. It was best to talk less. Huyen Yong and Feng Ruoqing were also understanding of Yi Yuan's dilemma, so they kept quiet and did not mention it. Rather, the two of them were quite surprised Yi Yuan mentioned that he wanted to go to the endless forest. Taking care of lure is naturally not an issue. But what do you plan to do in the endless forest? Feng Ruoqing asked. Yi Yuan answered, to find some herbs. Lure's condition isn't that great. The essence energy I transmitted would only help her to temporarily suppress the frost poison. As time passes, the eruption would be even more terrifying. There is a type of high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill called Cold Dispelling Pill. It can control the frost poison in Lure's body for the time being. But the herbs that this medicinal pill requires are rather uncommon. I think that only the endless forest has them. When she heard that, Feng Ruoqing was astonished. There's actually such a powerful Tier 2 medicinal pill. The eruption of frost poison due to the 9-yin absolute meridian is basically incurable. This medicinal pill can actually control the frost poison. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Teacher said before, there aren't any truly incurable illnesses in the world. The method just hasn't been discovered yet. The path of medicinal pills is a great Tao and possesses limitless possibilities. When cultivated to a supreme level, one can transform something rotten into something magical. Nothing is impossible. Feng Ruoqing's eyes lit up as she seemed to have understood something. Yi Yuan's words were filled with wisdom, helping Feng Ruoqing suddenly see the light. Although she knew that the path of medicinal pills was broad and profound, her horizons were limited after all. She could frequently only immerse herself in that acre of land. Although alchemy Dao and martial Dao had different systems, there was still one thing which was the same, which was the more you comprehended, the more you discovered your ignorance. With the passing of time, this sort of feeling would affect your own mental state and impact cultivation from there. Yi Yuan's words opened up another window. For Feng Ruoqing. After musing on Yi Yuan's words for some time, Feng Ruoqing sighed in admiration. Your master is truly an expert. Yi Yuan carried a mischievous mentality and blew his own trumpet as he continued talking. Yeah. Master, that old man is unfathomable. I can barely understand a fraction. It's a pity that he likes to travel the world. I also don't know when I can meet him again. Feng Ruoqing obviously could not tell that Yi Yuan was praising himself, but instead, felt that it was expected of Yi Yuan to be saying that. However, even if you gather the ingredients, are you able to refine a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill? Feng Ruoqing asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I can't refine it at the moment. After returning from the endless forest, I will continue closed seclusion to impact the spirit condensation realm with full force. As long as I break through to the spirit condensation realm, refining the cold dispelling pill shouldn't be an issue. The soul strength of a high-grade alchemy master was required to refine a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. Back then, when Yi Yuan's soul strength was lacking, and he refined a low-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill at the 4th level Essence Qi realm, he directly collapsed in exhaustion. Although Yi Yuan's current strength had significantly improved, his soul strength did not grow by much. Wanting to refine a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill was no doubt a fool's talk. But as long as he broke through to the spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan's soul strength would experience a qualitative leap. At that time, with his alchemy Dao's prowess, refining a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill would not be too difficult. Huyen Yong exchanged glances with Feng Ruoqing and then said, since that's the case, you will join the endless trials with the other students then. Although the endless forest is a limitless treasure trove, there is also a great deal of danger inside. There are a large number of high-tier demonic beasts. Even crystal formation realm martial artists would also lose their lives inside if they were not careful. You being together with the other students can at least look after one another. Yi Yuan asked curiously, oh, there's such an activity in the academy. No way. You don't even know about the endless trials. To think you already have the power of a heaven-rank student now. Feng Zhiro, who had been silent, exclaimed in surprise. Yi Yuan rubbed his nose in embarrassment and felt somewhat awkward. That. I mucked around too much last time. Heh. To the former Yi Yuan, forget about the endless trials, he was not even interested in classes. How could he have the thought to inquire about this stuff? Even if he heard about it, he would just turn a deaf ear to it. He simply had no interest in knowing. Feng Zhiro rolled her eyes and gave Yi Yuan an explanation concerning the details of the endless trials. For the sake of tempering students' practical combat ability, the Danwu Academy would organize an endless trials every fixed period of time. Specific missions had to be completed during the endless trials, or else, the academy would deduct certain welfares. The missions were tied to the student's rank. The missions which heaven-rank students were required to complete was to turn in 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts' inner cores, and 10 stalks of Tier 2 medicinal herbs. Apart from what was handed in for the mission, the other items seized belonged to the students themselves. Most importantly, the academy only specified the quantity for the mission but did not stipulate what methods one could use to obtain them. Hence, the endless trials also became a venue for students to settle their personal grudges. Furthermore, the endless forest was filled with dangers. Every endless trial, many students would remain there forever. When Yi Yuan heard that, he curled his mouth and said, so that's the case. Does teacher Huyen intend for senior apprentice sister Feng and me to participate in the endless trials together? Huyen Yong did not get to say anything. Before Feng Zhiro immediately blew up. What? Are you scared that I will drag you down? Come, let's duke it out now and see just who hinders who. Don't think that you can taunt a martial roles expert just because you were lucky to break through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm. While talking, Feng Jiro drew her sword with a swing, and assuming a fighting posture as she waved it around in front of Yi Yuan. A good man does not fight with women. I didn't say anything, you were the one who said it. Yi Yuan used his finger to push Feng Jiro's sword aside helplessly. Then what did you mean? Say it. Feng Jiro pointed the tip of the sword which was nudged away back at Yi Yuan. Hey! This sword is very sharp. Don't play with it, okay? I'm aware that you martial roles experts are powerful, alright. Actually, what I meant was that I can resolve the problem with your body. Yi Yuan hurriedly jumped aside. This last tended to strike whenever she liked, best to be more careful. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Feng Jiro revealed a complicated look, but it was swiftly replaced by stubbornness. Humph. Who do you think you are? You say you can resolve it and it's settled. Let me tell you now, there's nothing wrong with my body. No need for your concern. Finishing, Feng Jiro sheathed her sword and walked out of the door. The previous time, Feng Jiro and Yi Yuan used voice transmission to communicate. Hence, Feng Ruoqing was unaware of what happened. Seeing the situation, she asked in puzzlement, something's wrong with Jiro's body, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, actually, it isn't anything serious either. But, senior apprentice Sister Feng's personality is overly stubborn. If things carry on, maybe a major problem might occur. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the problem with Feng Jiro's body. Feng Ruoqing furrowed her brows when she heard it. So that's the case. This lass has shocking potential, so I was wondering why she advanced so slowly recently. At first, I thought that she was lazy and slacking off, but I didn't think that it was due to this reason. Chapter 107. Chapter 107, Wan Yuan fled. But Jiro's cultivation law is already fixed. What should be done then? Jiro, that lass is very stubborn, and now she knows that she can't ever break through in the future. If a long time passes, a problem will really occur. Since it involved Feng Jiro's cultivation road, being her aunt, Feng Ruoqing was unable to remain calm. Don't be anxious. Didn't Yi Yuan say he had a solution earlier? Hu Yong was clearly more collected than her as he hurriedly said. Ah, right. What solution do you have, Yi Yuan? As long as you can let Jiro continue cultivating, I can promise you anything. The words slipped out of Feng Ruoqing's mouth. As soon as the words came out, Feng Ruoqing suddenly realized that it was a little inappropriate. If Yi Yuan had some overboard request, did she have to agree too? Thinking of this, Feng Ruoqing could not help blushing heavily, and she swiftly turned her face away. Yi Yuan did not think too much from the start. When he saw Feng Ruoqing's crimson face, he was unwittingly stupefied. However, he quickly recovered, and could not resist wildly fantasizing about all sorts of requests on the spur of the moment. But Hu Yong was also by the side, so it obviously was not the time to flirt. This would make it so difficult for a lady to step down from the stage. Luckily, Yi Yuan had already comprehended heart like still water now. Wanting to control his emotions was still easily managed. Don't need to be courteous, Teacher Feng. Senior apprentice Sister Feng's problem isn't hard to resolve. It's just that if I go and fix it, she probably won't allow it. So I can only do it through you, Yi Yuan said with a serious face and waved his hands. When Feng Ruoqing saw that Yi Yuan did not seem to have any misunderstandings, she could not help quietly blaming herself. For being shameless, having her imaginations run wild over some things. She could not even compare to a youth's frankness. Of course, there was still a tiny bit of resentment after the blaming. If it were somebody else, they would probably have wild ideas after hearing her say these sort of words. But Yi Yuan did not seem to be moved. This involuntarily made Feng Ruoqing question her charm. Quickly tell what method you have. Feng Ruoqing said anxiously. Actually, senior apprentice Sister Feng's biggest problem is that the cultivation law she's training in does not match well with her physique. If you want to resolve this issue, the crux lies in the words, yin-yang harmony. Yi Yuan said. Yin-yang harmony. Feng Ruoqing pondered over these words and shook her head. It was clear that she still did not understand what Yi Yuan was saying. Yi Yuan continued explaining, due to the cultivation law, it caused senior apprentice Sister Feng's bodily yang qi to be overly excessive. Thus, it resulted in her body being very averse to essence energy. Under these circumstances, continuing to cultivate her original cultivation law would definitely pile one disaster after another. The best method is naturally to disperse her cultivation, and recultivate by selecting a cultivation law suited to her physique. Phone watching frowned and said, "So the method you said referred to this." Jiro is currently at her prime time of cultivation. The moment she disperses her cultivation to recultivate, all these years of hard work would have been completely wasted. What's more, it would also delay cultivation. Even if I go talk to her, it's impossible for her to agree to it. This is even worse than killing her. Yi Yuan nodded unconcernedly and continued, "All right. Since that's the case, we can only use another method. It's just that this method will make senior apprentice Sister Feng's future martial arts road become even more challenging. Of course, once she succeeds in cultivating, her strength would also greatly surpass same-rank martial artists." Feng Ruoqing's eyes lit up as she asked, "What method?" "Let senior apprentice Sister Feng select a gentle yin attribute cultivation law, and start training both cultivation laws at the same time right away. Just now, I said that the crux lies in the words, yin-yang harmony. As long as the essence energy within her body reaches yin-yang harmony standard, all the problems will be easily solved. So it can actually be done like that." "Great." Feng Ruoqing was overjoyed when she heard that. "Don't be happy so soon, Teacher Feng." "Why?" "Although this method can resolve senior apprentice Sister Feng's problem, the requirement towards cultivation law is very high. The two cultivation laws must complement each other and work in concert. Using this method, senior apprentice Sister Feng must temporarily suspend the cultivation law she is currently training in, and cultivate another cultivation law to the same level. Even with senior apprentice Sister Feng's talent, it will probably still take a year or so. That is to say, within this 1 year, senior apprentice Sister Feng will not advance at all." Hearing that, Feng Ruoqing did not mind at all and then said, "That's also something that can't be helped. This is much better than dispersing her cultivation. I will head back right away to help Jiro select a suitable cultivation law." After that, Feng Ruoqing turned around and got ready to leave. Yi Yuan hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Wait. Is there anything else? Jiro must have been very depressed over this matter these few days. I got to hurry and find her." Feng Ruoqing was also torn with anxiety. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, "An anxious heart can't eat hot tofu. Point 1 This thing can't be resolved in 1 or 2 days. Even if you go right now, you also can't help much. But not that I'm scaring Teacher Feng, but the selection of cultivation law needs to be extremely particular. If the selected cultivation law is unable to complement her existing cultivation law, the problems it would cause in the future would be even greater than now." Then what should I do?" Feng Ruoqing was at a loss. "I wonder if Teacher Feng has the jade slip of the cultivation law that senior apprentice sister trained in. This. I have it at my residence, I'll go get it for you straight away." Feng Ruoqing hesitated for a moment but still agreed. Yi Yuan clearly wanted to look at this cultivation law. This was a taboo for martial artists. However, Feng Ruoqing thought about the master behind Yi Yuan and felt at ease. For Yi Yuan to improve at such a godlike speed, how could his cultivation law possibly be lower grade than the cultivation law Feng Jiro trained in? Not only was it not lower, but it was also even several grades higher. Feng Ruoqing cracked her head thinking about it, but could not imagine just what cultivation law could let a person cultivate from the first level essence chi realm to the peak 9th level essence chi realm in 1 month plus time. Even though there were many fortuitous encounters in between, it was crystal clear that Yi Yuan's cultivation law was extremely powerful. Yi Yuan nodded, and Feng Ruoqing returned to her place to retrieve the cultivation law. Not long after Feng Ruoqing left, Tang Yu came as well. "Congratulations for successfully clearing the 9 Heavens Road, senior apprentice brother Yi. You became the first person in the Danwu Academy's 1,000-year history to have made it through at the Essence Chi realm." Tang Yu congratulated from the bottom of his heart. He clearly only knew Yi Yuan for a month plus, yet Tang Yu felt like an epoch had passed. Yi Yuan spent merely just over a month to go from junior apprentice brother Yi to senior apprentice brother Yi. The current Yi Yuan was already in existence which he had to look up to. But Yi Yuan did not alienate Tang Yu just because their distance was pulled apart. He smiled and said, "Many thanks, brother Tang. I was also forced into it with no other alternatives. It was just luck. Tang Yu also greeted Hu Yong, then he sat down beside Yuan and said, other than coming to congratulate senior apprentice brother, I also brought some news which I believe senior apprentice brother you will be interested in. Oh, pray tell, brother Tang. Yuan had his curiosity aroused by Tang Yu's words. Today, I was also watching senior apprentice brother Yi challenging the Nine Heavens Road in the crowd and happened to coincidentally see Yuan. Back then, he wasn't far from me, and I was also aware that he was at loggerheads with you, so I kept an eye out. Just as brother Yi broke through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm in the second stage, Yuan quietly slipped out of the crowd. Seeing the situation, I also secretly tagged along. But I discovered that he didn't return to his residence. Instead, he directly left the academy. Tang Yu said. Chapter 108. Chapter 108, Retreating in Fear from a Single Sword. Ran away. What a cowardly fellow. Yuan was stupefied when he heard that. Apologies, senior apprentice brother Yi. Tang Yu's abilities are paltry and could not detain him. I could only watch him get away, Tang Yu said in shame. Although he did not show it, Tang Yu felt that he was seriously useless right now. So many things had happened to Yuan recently, yet he could not help with a single one of them. At present, Yuan was already like an ant which could be crushed to death with one hand to Yuan. But to Tang Yu, he was as sturdy as the high mountains. Tang Yu was aware that Yuan was Yuan's sworn enemy, yet he could only watch him get away powerlessly. This made him feel a deep sense of helplessness and shame. Yuan waved his hands and said, "Don't mind it, brother Tang. Yuan is just a dancing clown. I'll let him live a few days longer. After I return from the endless forest, I will settle him along with his father." When he returns from the endless forest, his father Yihang would just about to exit seclusion as well. At that time, the two of them, father and son, would join hands to give the entire state of Qin an enormous surprise. But when Tang Yu heard it, he was secretly speechless. Senior apprentice brother Yi was indeed still so domineering. Most likely, not a single soul in the state of Qin dared to say they would settle Wandonghai, yet he said it so naturally. Yuan was somebody who refused to suffer any grievances and never embraced the creed where it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. His creed was that a gentleman would take revenge immediately. Fei Qingping nearly caused him to die. Killed. Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng made Lu Er end up like that. Yuan disregarded the rules and just killed them. No Essence Chi realm had even made it past the Nine Heavens Road. Yuan cleared it just like that. Only such a life was satisfying. Tang Yu also wished for such a life, but not everybody could live such a life. Only a heaven-defying existence like Yuan could have the capability to live such a life. Yuan was clearly frightened by Yuan, which was why he fled in a panic. Under such circumstances, Yuan could only rely on the academy's rules. But the rules were only ornamental to Yuan. Right now, Yuan was simply a maniac. Since he dared to kill Zhang Heng and dared to kill Lin Tiancheng, he naturally would dare to kill him, Yuan. In fact, the grudge between Yuan and Yuan was much greater than Lin Tiancheng's. Hence, he did not even wait for the final result before fleeing. Yuan feared that he would not be able to escape after the result came out. Actually, there's another matter, senior apprentice brother Yi. I don't know if I should say it or not, Tang Yu said. Why are you treating me like a stranger, brother Tang? If there's anything, just say it. I always felt that it was a little strange for Lin Tiancheng to target Miss Lu Er. Logically speaking, Lin Tiancheng only had a small dispute with you back at the illusionary spirit tower, and should not go as far as to be so malicious. So I wondered if there was more than meets the eye to this matter. Thus, I have been investigating the whole course of this incident, and the result was that I really managed to dig something out, Tang Yu said. When Yuan killed Zhang Heng and Lin Tiancheng, he was in a violent rage, so he did not think too much then. He just thought that Lin Tiancheng bore a grudge because of the incident at the illusionary spirit tower. Now that he thought carefully, although he made Lin Tiancheng lose face outside of the illusionary spirit tower, it was not to the extent where the other had to die. However, Zhang Heng's actions had clearly gone beyond the bottom line, making things somewhat illogical. Yuan also did not think that there was actually another hidden plot to this incident. Brother Tang means. Wan Yuan. Yi Yuan quickly suspected Wan Yuan. Tang Yu nodded his head and said, "That's right. Somebody saw Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoshui going to find Lin Tiancheng after the illusionary spirit tower test ended. Of course, there's already no way of finding out what they talked about at that time. No need to investigate. It was definitely them making trouble. Even though I clashed with Lin Tiancheng during the illusionary spirit tower test, it hadn't reached the point where the other party must die. Lin Tiancheng was originally a narrow-minded person. With them sowing discord, he naturally harbored resentment in his heart. It wouldn't be strange for him to do something like that." Yi Yuan's face gradually became darker. But Wan Yuan already escaped. "What to do now?" Tang Yu asked. "Let him be first. Right now, the most important thing is Luer's matter. I'll deal with him after I return from the endless forest. However, this Lu Ruoshui really has a heart as malicious as snakes and scorpions. If I'm not wrong, the idea of messing with Luer came from her." Yi Yuan's words were brimming with killing intent. A woman's heart is the most vicious. "Most likely, it refers to the sort of woman like her," Tang Yu said. Yi Yuan stood up, and then he said nonchalantly, "I'm going out for a while." Then he directly left. Watching Yi Yuan back view, Huyen Yong said helplessly, "This rascal really can't stop even for a moment." Tang Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Senior apprentice brother Yi just has a personality where gratitude and resentment are clearly distinguished. If others are good to him, he will be 10 times nicer. If others are bad to him, he will also pay back tenfold. Sigh, if he wants to cause trouble, so be it. He made it past the 9 Heavens Road, so he's already equivalent to the High Sect's core disciple. I think Su Yubai wouldn't dare to act recklessly either," Huyen Yong said with a sigh. Yi Yuan had just stepped out the door when he was blocked by somebody. The person was Wu Luochen, who previously arranged a battle with Yi Yuan. "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you are truly impressive. You actually made it through the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm." The moment he saw Yi Yuan, Wu Luochen praised in admiration. "So, it's senior apprentice brother Wu." "The 9 Heavens Road was just luck, didn't count as much," Yi Yuan replied while controlling his impatience. Yi Yuan knew that Wu Luochen came to find him to compete. But how could he think about fighting with Wu Luochen at the moment? "Heh, I believe brother Yi has already guessed why this Wu came here. Since junior apprentice brother Yi cleared the 9 Heavens Road and broke through to the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm, you definitely possess the power of a heaven rank student. I wonder if junior apprentice brother Yi can fulfill the agreement back then and fight with me." Wu Luochen did not conceal his intentions at all and openly stated it. "Apologies, senior apprentice brother Wu, this little brother has something to attend to right now. If brother Wu wants to battle, please choose another date." Yi Yuan directly rejected him. Wu Luochen immediately lost his cool when he heard that, and hurriedly said, "How can that do? I know that you're definitely about to enter seclusion to consolidate your cultivation realm. 2 days later, it's also the endless trials. Who knows how long this wait will last? We should just pick today rather than choosing a date." Wu Luochen's eyes were full of hope, and he looked like he was raring to go. To someone like Wu Luochen, fighting was his life's everything. Yi Yuan could only say helplessly, "Senior apprentice brother Wu, if I recall correctly, our agreement back then was to wait until I advanced to heaven rank before competing, right? But I'm still an earth rank student presently. If senior apprentice brother Wu is so forceful, wouldn't you be in suspicion of the strong bullying the weak? This. But junior apprentice brother Yi's battle capabilities are shocking. Although you are still at the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm, your strength is definitely not beneath heaven rank students already, right? From my perspective, junior apprentice brother Yi can definitely ascend the martial roll of honor now with your strength, and your ranking might not be below mine." Wu Luochen was not so easily hoodwinked. Yi Yuan was anxious to find Lu Ruoshui, yet he was held back by Wu Luochen. So he was very annoyed and could not resist saying, "Fine. As long as senior apprentice brother Wu receives one sword head-on from me, what's the harm in competing with you?" Wu Luochen's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, "Really?" "Of course it's real. Remember, it's receiving it head-on. If you dodge, then forgive me for not keeping you company," Yi Yuan emphasized. "Haha. No harm. Come on. Wu Luochen guffawed heartily. Yi Yuan retrieved the Tsanghua sword from his storage ring and unleashed a fused sword intent straight away. Wu Luochen initially was still full of smiles, but right now, his facial expression quickly changed. That horrifying sword intent practically asphyxiated him. How could such a sword intent possibly be received head-on? Wu Luochen hastily revolved his movement technique and dodged that sword. Chapter 109. Chapter 109, Who is Suishan? A little earlier, at the back of the mountain, in the courtyard of the heaven-rank student, Suishan, seemingly in panic, Lu Ruoxue looked at Suishan who was in front of her. Senior apprentice brother Su, right now, you are the only one who can save me in the entire academy. I beg you, help me. Lu Ruoxue had never been so helpless even when facing all manners of disregard from her family clan. After Yi Yuan succeeded in clearing the Nine Heavens Road, Lu Ruoxue felt totally uneasy. She went to Wan Yuan's residence in a lost manner wanting to find him to discuss countermeasures. But when she arrived at Wan Yuan's residence, she discovered that Wan Yuan was not even there. At the start, Lu Ruoxue thought that Wan Yuan did not return because of some matters. But after waiting, and still nothing, she went to ask the other students, but none of them saw Wan Yuan. Lu Ruoxue suddenly felt a bad premonition. As expected, only after Lu Ruoxue inquired from the students guarding the gates did she find out that Wan Yuan had left the academy long ago. Lu Ruoxue greeted 8 generations of Wan Yuan's ancestors in her heart, but this was of no use to her at all. What if Yi Yuan vented all of his anger on her because he could not find Wan Yuan? Then she was finished. After cursing, Lu Ruoxue felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Yi Yuan's strength had already steadily advanced into the ranks of the heaven-rank students. Wanting to kill her was as easy as flipping his hand. Lu Ruoxue still had some rallying power among the lower-ranking students, but as for heaven-rank students, Lu Ruoxue suddenly had a burst of inspiration and thought of Suishan. She felt that she had grasped her last life-saving straw. Back when Wan Yuan was injured, Suishan once said that he was going to kill Yi Yuan. It looked like their grudge was not small. More importantly, wasn't Elder Su Suishan's second uncle? Even though Lu Ruoxue could not influence heaven-rank students, she had long pried about their details clearly. Not many people in the Danwu Academy knew about Su Yubai and Suishan's relationship, but there were still some who were aware. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoxue no longer hesitated, and directly went to the back of the mountain and found Suishan. Suishan looked at Lu Ruoxue amusedly and said, "Senior apprentice sister Lu and senior apprentice brother Wan walk very closely together. Why did you think of finding me?" It was still okay if Suishan did not mention it, but now that he did, Lu Ruoxue's tears poured out like floodwater breaking a dam. "Wan Yuan, that cowardly fellow, ran long ago, sniff, sniff. Senior apprentice brother Su, as long as you are willing to save me, I'll do anything you ask me to." Lu Ruoxue right now also counts as the revelation of her true feelings as she cried utterly pitifully. Hearing that, Suishan was stunned. Wan Yuan ran. Ran to where? Lu Ruoxue choked between sobs and said, "Where else can he run to? He must have run back to find his father to shield him. Yi Yuan is already at the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm. Killing him would be like killing a dog. Who else can protect him apart from his old men?" Suishan could not refrain from laughing as he said, "I couldn't tell originally, but to think junior apprentice brother Wan is actually so gutless. A puny little Yi Yuan scared him to such an extent." Finishing, Suishan sized up the tearful Lu Ruoxue and asked playfully, "Just now, you said you would be willing to do anything." Lu Ruoxue quivered when she heard him. How could she not understand Suishan's meaning? But at this current juncture, if even Suishan did not care about her, she was dead for sure. Lu Ruoxue wrestled with her emotions in her heart. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded. But looking at her appearance aroused Suishan's curiosity. "Looking at your appearance, could it be that you are still a virgin?" Lu Ruoxue blushed all the way to the tips of ears when she heard that, but she still nodded once more. Although Lu Ruoxue was naturally coquettish, she still guarded her body closely, because she knew that this was her greatest asset. But she did not imagine that she would actually voluntarily offer it up now that she was forced by Yi Yuan. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoxue's hatred towards Yi Yuan deepened even more. "Yi Yuan, I want you to die a horrible death one day." Ha ha ha, good. Very good. Suishan burst into laughter and headed into the house. Lu Ruoshue's eyes flickered, but she still gritted her teeth and followed in. Wu Luochen still felt a lingering fear after evading Yi Yuan's sword. That surge of sword intent just now was too terrifying. Receiving it head-on would undoubtedly result in injuries, if not death. The instant Yi Yuan struck with his sword, Wu Luochen suddenly felt an enormous sense of crisis. His instincts from countless battles told him that this sword must absolutely not be taken head-on. Hence, he used his movement technique right away, and barely avoided the sword. Wu Luochen appeared somewhat ragged. This did not mean that he was weak, but rather, he overly underestimated his enemy. In reality, Wu Luochen was a very troublesome person. Even experts ranked higher than him on the martial roll of honor felt severe headaches when they saw him. Wu Luochen was the Dan Wu Academy's famous battle maniac. Not only was his combat prowess shocking, but he also possessed extraordinary combat talent and had a very precise grasp on the battle situation. Just now, he suffered a loss because he promised Yi Yuan to receive it head-on. Yi Yuan had just fused together the sword intents on the Nine Heavens Road, and even used an 8 restriction spirit artifact, Canghua sword, to unleash the sword light. Even if Wu Luochen was an Iron Man, enduring it would be enough for him to suffer. This sword of Yi Yuan's only indicated that he had the power to battle with Wu Luochen, but did not signify that he could defeat Wu Luochen. Wu Luochen was at the second-level spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, his combat prowess far surpassed those at the same level. Those who were stronger than him were mostly at the third-level spirit condensation realm. One could see how just powerful he was. Although Yi Yuan had the power to leap ranks in battle, it was still hard to say what would be the result if he matched up with Wu Luochen. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's sword intent was, if he could not touch his opponent, then it was futile. Not only did the Wu Luochen who had just dodged a crisis not become dispirited, he even became abnormally excited. There was no meaning if the opponent was too weak. Before coming here, Wu Luochen was still worried if it was a little too early. Even though he was aware that Yi Yuan's combat prowess was stunning, he was ultimately a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. But now, he completely dispelled those thoughts. Just based on that sword, Yi Yuan already had the qualifications to be his opponent. Hey, junior apprentice brother Yi, let's fight one round. Your sword art is so incredible, I really want to experience it. Wu Luochen shamelessly went back on his word. Yi Yuan's face froze up. He did not think that this fellow was so persistent, and his face involuntarily fell. Senior apprentice brother Wu, I really have something on today. If you continue to be so insistent, then I will not rest until you are dead. Seeing that Yi Yuan truly flared up, Wu Luochen could not help sticking out his tongue. His eyes swirled around, and he said, how about this, junior apprentice brother Yi, I'll accompany you on your matter and do whatever you say. You just have to fight one round with me after you settle your affairs. Yi Yuan made an up-to-you gesture and left by himself. Wu Luochen laughed a heh and tagged along. Yi Yuan did not bother with the distinction between man and woman and directly barged into Lu Ruoshue's residence. But it was empty. Right then, Wu Luochen lent a hand instead. He inquired clearly about the direction Lu Ruoshue headed to, pieced it together, and he then told Yi Yuan, junior apprentice brother Yi, I've already inquired clearly. Junior apprentice sister Lu went to Suishan's place. Yi Yuan was stunned. Who is Suishan? No way. You don't even know who Suishan is. This time around, it was Wu Luochen's turn to be stunned. Why do I have to know who he is? Hang on, his surname is Su. Is he from the Su family? Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and asked Wu Luochen. Wu Luochen raised his thumb and praised Yi Yuan, junior apprentice brother Yi is indeed intelligent. Suishan is precisely Su Yubai's nephew. Furthermore, he's even ranked 10 on the martial roll. But according to my estimations, Suishan most likely already has the power to attack the top 5. Junior apprentice brother Yi, why not forget about it? Chapter 110. Chapter 110, Investigate Properly. One could tell that Wu Luochen was unwilling to provoke Suishan. Not only was Suishan strong, but his background was also exceedingly deep. Without mentioning how great the Su family's power was, Just based on Su Yubai's status within the Danwu Academy, not many dared to provoke him. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Luochen apathetically. Scared? If you're scared, then go back. I also didn't make you tag along. This look agitated Wu Luochen greatly. He raised his head up and said, who's scared? Isn't it just Su Yishan? Wait until I advance to the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. I'll beat him until his teeth fall out. TCH, what 3rd level spirit condensation realm? In the end, you're still scared. Yi Yuan continued in disdain. Wu Luochen nearly jumped up when he heard this. Even since he entered the Danwu Academy, his dictionary never had the word scared. He only had today's position by challenging throughout the entire way and beating people all the way. There was naturally no lack of figures with special status among these people. But didn't he just beat them up? Since when had he been scared? The reason why he did not wish to find trouble with Su Yishan was that the time was not yet right. Su Yishan was at the peak 3rd level spirit condensation realm and could break through to the middle stage of the spirit condensation realm at any time. 1. Each person in the top 10 of the martial roll of honor was more perverse than the other. Wu Luochen was indeed very strong, but at his level, who was not strong? The further one headed, the harder it was to jump ranks and battle. Wu Luochen naturally did not wish to casually provoke a student in the top 10 of the martial roll. After Wu Luochen broke through to the 3rd level spirit condensation realm, he would spar down the list one by one. I refuse to believe it today. Isn't it just Su Yishan? I'll accompany you. If he dares to attack you, I, Wu Luochen, will receive it. The pitiful Wu Luochen fell for Yi Yuan's inciting just like that. Up to you. At that time, just don't run away with your tail between your legs. Yi Yuan then left without even turning his head back. Wu Luochen chased after as he said, hey, say things clearly. Who's running away with their tails between their legs? Since when have I, Wu Luochen, been a deserter? The residences of heaven rank students were separated from students of other ranks, at the back of the mountain with the instructors. Moreover, each of them had their own house and courtyard with a vast total area, and would not be disturbed by others. Yi Yuan came to the front of Su Yishan's courtyard and bellowed loudly, "Scram out here, Lu Ruoshui." Yi Yuan incorporated ample essence energy into his shout, making it reverberate like rolling thunder. If he did not shout, then it was still okay. But now that he did, it startled many people. What's happening? Did something happen again? Quickly look. Isn't that Yi Yuan? Didn't he just clear the 9 Heavens road? Why does it look like he's here to cause trouble again? Haha. It's really lively these few days. Yi Yuan is too capable of causing a disturbance, stirring up the entire academy. It's truly one incident had yet to subside, but another wave rises. Yi, isn't that Wu Luochen? Why is he mixing around with Yi Yuan? Who knows? That fellow is also a lunatic. 2 maniacs have come together. Speaking of which, who is Lu Ruoshui? It sounds like a woman's name. How did she offend Yi Yuan? I seem to have some impression. It seems like she's a great beauty. F***ck. He doesn't even let a beauty off. Yi Yuan is really a madman. Hey, best to stop speculating. It's true that Yi Yuan doesn't rest, but Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng only had themselves to blame. If it were you, would you kill them? We should still hear what Yi Yuan has to say. Who knows if this Lu Ruoshui was also one of the people who bullied Yi Yuan's maidservant? Don't you all find it odd that Yi Yuan is calling for Lu Ruoshui outside of Su Yishan's gate? Yi Yuan had never been fearful of blowing things up. If he, a dignified alchemy emperor, had to swallow his pride and endure in silence in a mortal country, it would cause his thoughts to not flow smoothly. His precious life's encounter developed Yi Yuan's personality of avenging any enmity. Who cares what martial roles expert, or some disciplinary hall's elder? He just had to directly smash over. It was fine if he could not beat them now. Even if he was unable to defeat them, he could still discuss them. After yelling, Yi Yuan closed his eyes and stood there quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting for Su Yishan to come out. Before long, Su Yishan's courtyard gate creaked open, and Su Yishan walked out with a livid face. What the hell are you doing, Yi Yuan? To actually dare to make a big fuss outside of my gate. Do you really think that nobody can take care of you? Suishan said icily. Let Lu Ruoxue come out. This matter has nothing to do with you, go play by the side. Words that made everyone stare dumbfoundedly came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Oh damn. Yi Yuan told Suishan to go play by the side outside the entrance of his place. Nobody had ever dared to speak that way to Suishan in the academy. Yi Yuan was truly teeming with overbearingness. But after thinking about it, everyone felt at ease. Yi Yuan even dared to scold Elder Su. What is Suishan? Since when had Suishan ever suffered such humiliation? When he heard that, he flew into a rage. Insolence. Today, I will weigh just how incredible a genius who cleared the Nine Heavens road is. Suishan fully released his aura and charged towards Yi Yuan with the momentum of Mount Tai bearing down upon Yi Yuan. But just at that moment, Wu Luochen planted himself in front of Yi Yuan emotionlessly, which made Suishan's momentum came to a halt. What's the meaning of this, Wu Luochen? Suishan asked furiously. No other meaning. As long as you don't touch Yi Yuan, that will do. I don't care about other things, said Wu Luochen as he remained impassive. In reality, Wu Luochen was also very gloomy right now. He inexplicably incurred trouble with a major problem like Suishan. It was true that Wu Luochen's thought process was simple. But he was absolutely no fool. How could a fool become an expert on the martial role of honor? But Wu Luochen could no longer care that much in order to fight a match with Yi Yuan. Of course, there were still many whom he could spar with within the academy. But Wu Luochen had the feeling that sparring with Yi Yuan would let him reap an unexpected harvest. This was purely instinct. Ever since he witnessed that dazzling sword of Yi Yuan's, he had this sort of intuition. Hence, he kept pestering Yi Yuan to make him spar with him. What a Wu Luochen! Do you know the repercussions of becoming enemies with me? Wu Luochen dreaded Suishan, but how could Suishan also not be wary of Wu Luochen? Although he was a minor realm higher than Wu Luochen's combat talent was extremely astonishing. If they really fought, even if he could win, it would surely be a crushing victory. I've never wanted to be enemies with you. As long as you don't touch Yi Yuan, I don't care about other things, Wu Luochen repeated these words emotionlessly. These words were in fact bullsh**. Yi Yuan was here to find trouble, so he would definitely fight with Suishan. If Suishan did not touch him, did he had to wait to be beaten up instead? Suishan could not communicate through with this lunatic and was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Humph. You guys are looking for Lu Ruoxue. Why did you come to my place? Suishan was unable to deal with Wu Luochen, so he could only put up with the second best, questioning with logic. We've already inquired. Lu Ruoxue should be at your place currently. Go and call her out. I have some things I want to ask her, Yi Yuan said coolly as if he did not see Suishan and Wu Luochen's tit for tat. What a joke. You say she's here, and that means she's here. Suishan laughed due to extreme rage. Yi Yuan spread out his hands and said, since we can't reach a conclusion, then there's no other choice. I can only enter your place to investigate properly. You dare. Suishan was seething with rage. Chapter 111. Chapter 111, Come with me. Suishan was a peak genius in the top 10 of the martial role. If today, Yi Yuan entered his residence to search for people, how would he have the face to stay in the Danwu Academy in the future? These words from Yi Yuan was simply unprecedented shame and humiliation to Suishan. Facing Suishan's fiery wrath, Yi Yuan chose to ignore it. He made his move and headed towards Suishan's courtyard. Out of rage, Suishan smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not seem to see it and walked towards the gates without care. A violent clash between palms. Suishan and Wu Luochen both retreated several steps. Clearly, it was a draw. Wu Luochen. You really dare to attack? Suishan roared angrily. Wu Luochen gave a zombified face which would not change in 10,000 years and said, I already said very clearly. As long as you don't attack Yi Yuan, everything is fine. But if you attack, I will not stand idly by and watch. You. Suishan was thoroughly defeated by Wu Luochen. Nothing got through this fellow. Yi Yuan did not walk fast, but his footsteps never stopped. It looked like he was about to enter the courtyard. At this moment, Suishan felt shame and humiliation he had never ever experienced before. He was the pride of the Su family and a proud son of heaven in the Danwu Academy. Since when had he ever been put through such disgrace? Yi Yuan actually dared to enter and search his abode in front of so many people. The most hateful thing was that he was unable to do anything about him. "Stop right there, Yi Yuan!" Suishan hollered. Yi Yuan continued forward as if he did not hear it. "Halt! I'll call her out." Suishan crumbled and finally chose to compromise. Indeed, when he said that, Yi Yuan finally ceased his footsteps. He turned around to look at Suishan. Clearly, he was waiting for Suishan to call her. Suishan really wanted to kill someone right now. Yi Yuan's actions had already completely swept his face away like rubbish. Although Yi Yuan ultimately did not enter, since he agreed to call Lu Ruoxue out, he basically admitted defeat. Yi Yuan is indeed worthy of being a genius who made it through the Nine Heavens Road. He actually dared to sweep away Suishan's face like that. Heh. Suishan is normally incomparably haughty. Today, someone finally managed to stop him. It's so venting. Yeah. Suishan relied on his uncle's authority to do as he pleased in the heaven rank area. Many people felt indignant but dared not to speak up. Today, someone else who's even wilder came and even dared to sweep away his second uncle's face. Isn't sweeping away his face something simple? Except that such a haughty person like Wu Luochen is actually willing to be Yi Yuan's fighter. It makes me surprised. Could it be that he's already taken in by Yi Yuan as a lackey? Doesn't look like it. There's probably some sort of agreement between them, and this agreement is really important to Wu Luochen. That's why he is willing to take the risk of offending Suishan to become a hired thug. Haha, look at Suishan wanting to kill someone but unable to. It's the first time I've seen it. Seriously hilarious. Yi Yuan might feel great today, but the upcoming endless trials probably won't go so smoothly. Regardless whether it's Elder Su or Suishan, they would probably spare no expense to kill Yi Yuan. Those gathering around to watch were heaven-rank students. Many were whispering, even communicating through voice transmission. One could tell from their conversation that Suishan did not seem to win the public's opinion in the heaven-rank area. Many held the attitude of gloating over his misfortune when watching the show. As for sweeping away Suishan's face, Yi Yuan did not feel any burden at all. The Su family was the Yi family's covert competitor. This was something he already knew. Since Su Yubai could ambush him in broad daylight, then Suishan would not go so far as to become friends with him. Since Lu Ruoxue appeared in Suishan's residence, it was evident that she came to seek protection from him. In that case, Yi Yuan and Suishan naturally were enemies. Yi Yuan never had the habit of saving face for his enemies. Presently, Suishan's face was grim, and he was incomparably vexed. No matter how he calculated, he did not expect that Wu Luochen was actually willing to become Yi Yuan's fighter. What are you still hiding in there for? Come out here for me. Suishan bellowed in a low voice. Right now, Suishan somewhat regretted taking in Lu Ruoxue. A moment of lust beguiling his mind gave him such a huge problem. Following Suishan's shout, a graceful and charming figure showed up at the gates. It was precisely Lu Ruoxue. Lu Ruoxue's clothes were a little disheveled, making her appear somewhat ragged. Her complexion was also much withered. Where was there still the former demeanor of a goddess? She had been keeping an eye on the situation outside, and knew that she was probably unable to settle things today. Initially, she thought that finding Suishan as her backer could let her escape this crisis. For that reason, she even offered up her most precious thing. But she did not think that Suishan could not protect her at all. Senior apprentice brother Lu Ruoxue looked towards Suishan feebly. Suishan's expression was somber, but he still moved to block in front of her. This action made Lu Ruoxue wildly elated. Suishan naturally would not let her be. The situation now was already extremely clear. Lu Ruoxue was someone that he, Suishan, was shielding. If Yi Yuan dealt with her at his discretion, he would ultimately lose his face today. Just now, when Yi Yuan wanted to enter the courtyard, he was unable to pull himself away to stop it. But now, it was not going to be so easy for Wu Luochen and Yi Yuan to take someone away from directly under him. Furthermore, this matter had already blown up. As long as he held on a while longer, until his second uncle, Su Yubai, arrived, even Yi Yuan would not dare to be unbridled. If you have questions, ask away, Su Yishan said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not mind Su Yishan's actions. Hearing that, he nodded and asked, "Let me ask you, Lu Ruoshui, the matter of Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Hing bullying Lu were you and Wan Yuan the ones fanning the fire by the side?" Lu Ruoshui was secretly alarmed when she heard him. She did not think that Yi Yuan actually came here because of this matter. No wonder he arrived so quickly. Lu Ruoshui's mind flashed like lightning and thought to herself that there were already no witnesses to this matter. There were only 4 of them present back then. Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng were already dead. Wan Yuan fled. As long as she flatly denied it, what could Yi Yuan do to her? Thinking up to this point, Lu Ruoshui cried out, "Yi Yuan, I know that we had some disagreements in the past. But that was all instigated by Wan Yuan. Every debt has its creditor. You should find him instead." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Enough crap. I only asked you about Lu's matter." The instant Lu Ruoshui thought things through, she became less fearful instead. Puffing her chest out, she said righteously, "No. I don't even know what you are talking about. I don't even know who is Lu, so how would I harm her?" "Really?" "Of course it's true." Lu Ruoshui became increasingly confident as she spoke. "Then how do you explain you and Wan Yuan seeking out Lin Tiancheng before, on the day of the illusionary spirit tower test?" Yi Yuan interrogated. "Lin Tiancheng is the head disciple of the General Affairs. Wan Yuan wished to make friends with him. Is there anything wrong with that? You were clearly the one who offended Lin Tiancheng, yet you want to force the crime on me. What's the reasoning?" Lu Ruoshui was also a quick-witted person. The moment she collected herself, she did a reverse checkmate instead. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Ruoshui and suddenly smiled. He smiled until Lu Ruoshui felt a chill continuously escalate from the bottom of the heart. Such a shrewd tongue. "Since that's the case, come with me then. I have ways to prove whether what you say is true or false. If what you said is true, our previous grudges will be wiped off the slate from now on. But if it's false, Yi Yuan, don't kill women. Cripple your dantian yourself, and withdraw from the Dan Wu Academy. The matters previously will also similarly be wiped clean," Yi Yuan said casually. Chapter 112. Chapter 112, Fighting 2 Alone. "I'm not going. If I go with you, can I even return?" Lu Ruoshui rejected straight away. Under these circumstances, she would not leave with Yi Yuan no matter what. Regardless of whether what Yi Yuan said was true or false, Lu Ruoshui did not dare to take the risk. If what Yi Yuan said was true, this incident certainly had connections to her, Lu Ruoshui. Could she still escape? If what Yi Yuan said was false, then he did it to con her away. How could her outcome be good? At this point, Yi Yuan simply ignored Lu Ruoshui. Whether she went or not, was not up to her. "What do you think, senior apprentice brother Su?" Yi Yuan looked at Su Yishan and asked. The intention was already crystal clear. If he agreed, then everything can be settled through discussion. If he disagreed, then fight. Su Yishan naturally would not agree. There were so many people were looking. "Don't go too far, Yi Yuan. Do you think that you're a disciplinary hall's elder? You want to bring anyone with you, and they have to follow?" Su Yishan said in a low voice. "Of course I'm not a disciplinary hall's elder. If I were a disciplinary hall's elder, then whoever I sentenced to death had to die," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Everyone understood these words. Yi Yuan was making a crack about the incident of Su Yubai publicly ambushing. "Humph. Yi Yuan, don't scold the locust while pointing at the mulberry. I'll report this matter to the disciplinary hall on my own. The disciplinary hall will get to the bottom of this, and do you justice." Su Yishan gave a derisive snort. The moment he finished speaking, murmuring immediately broke out among the surrounding onlookers, who did not know that the first elder of the disciplinary hall was his second uncle. Would there still be any justice to speak of once this matter reached the disciplinary hall? Since that's the case, we can only use fists to talk. Yi Yuan did not waste any more breath. He raised his hand and unleashed an 8th layer wave. Now that Yi Yuan was already at peak 9th level Essence Chi realm, an 8th layer wave was filled with incredible might. Sui Shan clearly did not expect Yi Yuan to attack right away, so he fell behind. However, he was worthy of being a pinnacle character in the top 10 of the martial role. He did not retreat at this point, but instead, he advanced with similarly a palm and clashed with Yi Yuan. It actually arrived first even though it was unleashed later. Middle grade Tier 2 martial technique, Prajna Palm. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Sui Shan's mouth as if he saw Yi Yuan being heavily injured and vomiting blood. A puny little 9th level Essence Chi realm dared to make a move in front of him. If that was not courting death, then what was? No matter how powerful the stacking waves layered palm was, it was but an incomplete Tier 1 martial technique. There was still some use when dealing with first-level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Who was he, Sui Shan? Peak 3rd level spirit condensation realm, and a pinnacle character in the top 10 of the martial role. Compared to the stacking waves layered palm, the might of the middle grade Tier 2 Prajna palm was a level higher. In terms of essence energy, he was more than a level stronger than Yi Yuan. No matter how one looked at it, there was no reason for Yi Yuan to remain uninjured. The way Sui Shan saw it, Yi Yuan was seeking death. He was wary of Wu Luochen but not Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan was recently in the limelight, his actual strength was at best slightly stronger than newly advanced heaven rank students. 3rd level Spirit Condensation Realm and 9th level Essence Chi Realm are in completely different weight classes. A violent confrontation. Sui Shan remained motionless, but Yi Yuan fell back over a dozen steps. Sui Shan furrowed his brows. He was very displeased with the effects of this palm. The result had a huge discrepancy from his expectations. Even though it was a hasty response, he had gathered 70% to 80% essence energy. It was just impossible for a 9th level Essence Chi realm to withstand it. But there did not seem to be major issues with Yi Yuan currently other than his essence energy being a little disorderly. A 3rd level Spirit Condensation realm was actually unable to completely crush a puny 9th level Essence Chi realm in a face-off. Sui Shan used to turn his nose up whenever he heard how monstrous Yi Yuan was. Only now that he personally matched up with Yi Yuan, did he realize the degree of Yi Yuan's monstrousness. No way, Yi Yuan is actually fine. That was the Prajna palm. Just now, I still thought that Yi Yuan was too reckless. I didn't think that his strength was actually so great. Just based on that palm just now, he has probably already firmly entered the martial role, right? Pretty much so. Very clearly, Yi Yuan's performance also exceeded everyone's expectations. One had to know that those watching the battle were all heaven rank students. Among them, there were quite a few who were experts on the martial role. They were all too clear on the power of the Prajna palm. That was a middle grade Tier 2 martial technique. Furthermore, they heard that Sui Shan had already trained it to the large success rank. It had extraordinary might. Yi Yuan was actually perfectly fine after exchanging a palm with him. Yi Yuan's performance previously was indeed sufficiently monstrous. But no matter how monstrous, it only meant that his potential was limitless. It did not represent how great his strength was. Yi Yuan's skirmishes before were all within the Essence Chi realm. Even Lin Tiancheng was at most a half-baked spirit condensation realm. Lin Tiancheng's strength when placed among heaven-rank students was among the lowest at the bottom of the ranking. Even though Yi Yuan broke through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm now, the way many people saw it, he was merely slightly stronger than the average heaven-rank students. But only now, did the heaven-rank students understand that Yi Yuan already possessed the strength to talk on equal standing with them. The present Yi Yuan was no longer that first-level Essence Chi realm rookie from a month back. He was a true martial role expert. After calming down his disorderly essence energy, Yi Yuan also furrowed his brows. Hey, if you continue watching the show, then this place doesn't need you. Yi Yuan was very dissatisfied with Wu Luochen's performance. He knew that Wu Luochen wanted to borrow Sui Shan's hand to probe his strength. This made him very disgruntled. Haha, it was too sudden just now, didn't react in time. Wu Luochen cracked a laugh. Facing Yi Yuan, Wu Luochen put away his zombie face that would not change in 10,000 years, and smiled sheepishly, making Suishan gloomier. Who said that Wu Luochen was dumb? He was sharp as hell. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes, and could not be bothered with him. He merely said, "I'm attacking. You do as you see fit." Yi Yuan's words made everyone faceplant on the ground. Even though he retreated just now, the gap between Suishan and him was also very obvious. It was clear that there was not much hope. He still wanted to be foolhardy under this sort of circumstance. Yi Yuan activated Instant Flash and pointed a finger at Suishan. Presently, the might of the absolute Yang finger unleashed by Yi Yuan already surpassed the 8th layer wave. The cultivation law of the Spirit Bristle Divine King was no joke. Courting death. Suishan responded to different situations using the same method. Prajna Palm was unleashed once more. But this time around, Wu Luochen was not a spectator. At the same time Yi Yuan attacked, he also moved. Wu Luochen swept his leg at Suishan. Compared to Yi Yuan's attack, Wu Luochen's attack clearly held a greater threat. Under the two's pincer attack, Suishan did not panic the slightest bit. Suishan's movement technique was similarly a genuine Tier 2 martial technique, with a speed of 1.5 times higher than Wu Luochen. It was this time difference of 1.5 times which let him force Yi Yuan back with a palm first, and narrowly dodge Wu Luochen's leg. At this moment, Suishan's strength as the number 10 on the martial roll was displayed in its full. Soon, the three people were locked in battle. The two parties actually fought to a standstill, with neither party able to do anything to the other. Of course, the ones leading the battle were still Suishan and Wu Luochen. Yi Yuan was reduced to a supporting cast. Chapter 113. Chapter 113, Shaved. Yi Yuan did not seem to be unhappy about being in a supporting role. He knew that he was not Suishan's match, so he deliberately dragged Wu Luochen into the water. Suishan and Wu Luochen were engrossed in their fierce fighting. He would occasionally throw in a distraction, which would immediately fluster Suishan. This made Suishan so depressed that he wanted to cough up blood. Suishan was a little wary of Wu Luochen, but his number 10 on the martial roll was not obtained through Suyubai. His strength was truly incomparably great. Matching up with Wu Luochen, he had confidence in defeating him within 100 exchanges. But with Yi Yuan causing trouble by the side, it swiftly increased the pressure significantly. Although Yi Yuan's attack did not pose much threat to him, Yi Yuan's attacking power was indeed mighty. Even he, Suishan, would absolutely not feel good taking on an 8th layer wave or absolute Yang finger. However, from another perspective, this also proved Suishan's might. He was not in a disadvantageous position even when fighting two people alone. The top 20 in the martial roll are all a bunch of sickos. Suishan and Wu Luochen became much stronger after the last battle of martial roll. Yeah. The top 20 students of the martial roll are of a different level. The top 20 and the next 20's power difference is enormous. The top 20 students' ranking would also change, but the majority of the time, it's interswapping positions. It's too difficult for those after rank 20 to try to squeeze inside. And, after so long, only a sicko like Wu Luochen could charge into the top 20. I feel that he might become the next senior apprentice Brother Long. I also have that feeling. This fellow's too sick. Not only does his cultivation realm rise rapidly, but his martial techniques also improves unimaginably fast. However, no matter how sick those two people are, they aren't as sick as Yi Yuan. That fellow simply isn't human. If any other 9th level Essence Chi realm were swapped into this battle, the outcome would be being one-shot instantly. Not only can Yi Yuan protect himself, but he can also even cause trouble for Suishan every now and then. Don't talk about him anymore. That fellow is destined to be in a different world from us. I reckon that before long, he would become the core disciple of the Tranquil Cloud sect, right? Even senior apprentice Brother Long doesn't have the qualifications. A matchup between the top 20 of the martial roll was not so easy to see. Many heaven-rank students were commenting on it, but the final stop was still on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's might had completely exceeded their expectations. Many students substituted themselves into the battle. But to their dismay, they just could not perform as well as Yi Yuan. That was to say, Yi Yuan was already much stronger than the majority of them. There were around 400 to 500 heaven-rank students in the Danwu Academy. And only the top 100 could enter the martial roll, becoming a martial rolls expert. These 100 people were all elites among elites. Most of them had exhausted their potential like Lin Tiancheng, becoming mediocre people among the heaven-rank students. It was apparent that Yi Yuan was way stronger than them. Even the students at the back of the martial roll ranking felt ashamed of their inferiority in front of Yi Yuan. Just as everyone was immersed in their emotions, there was a sudden development to the battle situation. Who knew when an azure-tasseled sword appeared in Yi Yuan's hand? His entire aura underwent a massive change. At this moment, Yi Yuan's entire person was just like an unsheathed sword, abnormally sharp. Sui Shan and Wu Luochen were in the midst of a fierce battle. When they felt that aura, they were greatly startled. But Yi Yuan did not give him much time to react. A streak of sword chi slashed towards his head. The timing of this sword was beautifully grasped. Sui Shan and Wu Luochen were right in the process of attacking. Their current state could not easily be changed or even halted. He was being tied down by Wu Luochen, so how could it be easy for him to free himself? This sword made Sui Shan's heart palpitate. That horrifying sword intent could unequivocally tear through his protective essence energy, and directly slice off his head. In the moment of peril, how could Sui Shan be bothered to deal with Wu Luochen? He forcefully withdrew his move halfway, and dived straight down. That streak of sword chi just brushed the top of his head as it shot by. One had to say that Sui Shan's reaction was quick. The dive of his not only evaded Yi Yuan's lethal sword, but it also dodged Wu Luochen's move. Even so, Sui Shan still cut an utterly sorry figure. While he evaded Yi Yuan's lethal sword, that streak of sword chi still shattered his headpiece. Currently, Sui Shan was disheveled like a beggar. Where was there any grace of an expert? Spirit artifact. That was definitely a spirit artifact. Many students recognized the sword in Yi Yuan's hand and exclaimed in surprise. My God! Why does Yi Yuan have a spirit artifact? In the entire Danwu Academy, apart from the illusionary spirit tower, only the dean has a spirit artifact as well. Where did Yi Yuan's spirit artifact come from? The moment Yi Yuan's Tsanghua sword was drawn, it immediately caused an uproar. In a mortal country, the scarcity of spirit artifacts already reached a degree which made people despair. The number of spirit artifacts in the entire state of Qin would not exceed one hand. But Yi Yuan actually had a spirit artifact in his hand. After the astonishment, virtually all the students had covetous eyes. This truly made people admire, envious, and hate. One had to know that if a martial artist possessed a spirit artifact, it could increase their combat power multiple times. Especially an attack-type spirit artifact like Tsanghua sword. And the power of a spirit artifact that could be unleashed by Yi Yuan was not even 10%. Only crystal formation realm martial artists could unleash a spirit artifact's true power. If a crystal formation realm martial artist possessed a spirit artifact, they could absolutely dominate those in the same realm. But now, a spirit artifact was actually held in a 9th level essence chi realm's hands. What a reckless waste of God's good gift. Yi Yuan ignored the other people's amazement, and just asked casually. Now, can I bring her away? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, a cold shiver ran down Lu Ruoshui's spine. She did not think that Yi Yuan could defeat even Sui Shan. Sui Shan was number 10 on the martial roll. Even Sui Shan could not shelter her. Then wasn't she dead for sure? Arg, Yi Yuan, you forced my hand. Sui Shan was already completely incensed. He wanted to kill Yi Yuan at any cost. The next instant, a horrifying aura surged from Sui Shan's body. He lightly lifted both hands with the palms facing the sky. Dirt yellow color essence energy condensed in the center of his palms. That horrifying pressure suffocated people. This aura is the high-grade Tier 2 martial technique, Heaven Flipping Palm. You have to be careful, Yi Yuan. Wu Luochen solemnly warned him. Yi Yuan's face was similarly serious. He did not expect that Sui Shan still had such a trump card. Just this horrifying aura already far surpassed the power of 3rd-level spirit condensation realm. The might of a high-grade Tier 2 martial technique was extraordinary. Yi Yuan stood with his sword horizontally with a never-before-seen solemnness on his face. Yi Yuan. I want you to know that provoking me, Sui Shan, comes with a price. Go and die. Right now, Sui Shan had already completely lost his reason. There was only one thing on his mind, which was to kill Yuan. He brought both palms together, and the dirt yellow glow rippled out. Next, would be a terrifying attack. Ishan, leave it at this. Right then, a faint voice sounded out in Su Ishan's ear. Chapter 114. Chapter 114, what has it got to do with you? Ishan, leave it at this. Right after this voice sounded out, Su Ishan was abruptly awakened. His aura also withdrew after that, vanishing imperceptibly. Seeing that Su Ishan's heaven-flipping palm was stopped, not only did Yuan not relax, his face turned even graver. Those heaven-rank students automatically opened up a path, and Suyubai walked out from the crowd. Everyone was stupefied. The one who stopped Su Ishan was actually Suyubai. What happened? Didn't Suyubai hope for Yuan to die most of all? Why did his character suddenly change? Su Ishan slowly walked to the front of Yuan and the other two. Su Ishan and Wu Luochen respectfully bowed, and called out, Elder Su. Only Yuan remained indifferent. Humph, don't even know how to greet when you see me. Indeed, without upbringing. Seeing Yuan's behavior, Suyubai's temper flared right away. Yuan simply replied nonchalantly, I've cleared the 9 Heavens Road, and already have status equivalent to the Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciples. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciples' status is even higher than Outer Sect elders. The one who should be greeting should be Elder Su, right? The Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciples had an extraordinary status. They were all 1 in a million geniuses and were also the target of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's heavy nurturing. They possessed many privileges. On the other hand, Outer Sect elders were at most just supervisors assisting the dean to manage the academy. They did not even count as sect disciples. So their status was naturally not as high as core disciples. Hearing that, Suyubai's face changed. He immediately gave a cold snort and said, the High Sect had not yet confirmed your status, so you are still the state of Qin's Danwu Academy's disciple. Don't give me the attitude of some core disciple. Yuan curled his lips and said, it's Elder Su who is putting on the airs on an elder with me. So I just have to make clear of my current status. Suyubai sorrowfully discovered that he could never gain any advantage over Yuan, so he could only change the topic. Where did the spirit artifact in your hand come from? Such a precious artifact, and you actually did not report to the academy. What are your intentions? Suyubai also did not expect that Yuan actually have a spirit artifact in his hands. This truly made him incredibly envious. Suyubai's own lifeblood weapon was a high-grade magic artifact. Initially, it was also suitable for him. But Suyubai was already a half-step crystal formation realm. If he used a spirit artifact, it would definitely let his strength rise to another level. Originally, he did not think much about spirit artifacts, because spirit artifacts were too scarce. But now, a spirit artifact actually appeared in Yuan's hands. How could he remain unperturbed? For a puny little 9th level Essence Chi realm to use a spirit artifact, wasn't that wasting God's gift? How could Yuan not know Suyubai's little thoughts? Hearing that, he only said coolly, you know that I swore a Heaven Dao oath before challenging the 9 Heavens Road. So it's inconvenient for me to report about the origins of this sword. If Elder Su is uneasy, then you can inquire from the High Sect. This sword should have once had illustrious fame. I believe it wouldn't be hard to inquire. High Sect. High Sect again. Using High Sect to suppress me, right? Suyubai despondently discovered that he really could not do anything about it. Since Yuan dared to openly take this sword out, it showed that there was definitely no issues with its origins. Although Yuan said nothing, he already indicated the source of this sword, 9 Heavens Road. Came from the 9 Heavens Road. Then this would be easy. Since this sword came from the 9 Heavens Road, how can you keep it for yourself? The 9 Heavens Road belongs to the 9 Heavens Road. Since you acquired the spirit artifact on the 9 Heavens Road, you should pass it to the academy to deal with it. Yuan chuckled. Pass. To the academy to deal with it. It's passed to Elder Su to handle, right? Just be candid about wanting the spirit artifact. What's with so many detours? Suyubai's face thickness divine art had clearly been cultivated to an extremely high realm. He did not show any embarrassment after having his thoughts exposed by Yuan. This elder is devoted to public interests. Don't try to slander me. After your spirit artifact is passed to the academy, how to deal with it would naturally be up to the dean and the elders' council to decide. This spirit artifact originally came from the academy, how can you keep it all to yourself? Suyubai said it with a strong sense of righteousness. Except, who knew how many people actually would fall for that? Elder Su's public spirit is truly touching. But, according to what I know, the Nine Heavens Road doesn't seem to be under the jurisdiction of the academy. Even if I have to hand it up, it will also be passed to the sect. What has it got to do with you? Yi Yuan did not hold back his words at all. You. Courting death. Suyubai was so angered by Yi Yuan that his 7 souls were about to leave his body, and he looked as if he was about to make a move. Yi Yuan jumped up instead, and yelled out, "Ah! Elder Su wants to kill people. Everyone, be a witness for me." Suyubai's raging fire was instantly extinguished by Yi Yuan's shout. Yi Yuan's current status was exceptional. If he were to really kill Yi Yuan in public, his elder position could be considered to have come to an end. The charge of killing a high-sex core disciple was not something he could shoulder. He stopped Su Yishan naturally because of this reason as well. He did not think that a few sentences in, he was already swept in by Yi Yuan. Suyubai suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was like a hedgehog, leaving him nowhere to bite. So aggrieving. Such utter nonsense. When did I want to kill people? Suyubai snorted icily. Do you dare to say that you didn't have killing intent just now? Yi Yuan made no concessions at all. Suyubai had no words to say to that. He switched topic once again. Forget about that first. I heard that you want to bring away this female student for a private interrogation. Do you know that you are setting up a clandestine tribunal? Clandestine tribunal? Then let me ask you, what's the charge for offending a core disciple? You, Elder Su, can say that my status is not yet authentic, but Lu Ruoxue doesn't have that qualification, right? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. This. Offending a core disciple, severe cases can be the death penalty. But according to what I know, she doesn't seem to have offended you. Suyubai said. How do you know that she did not offend and that it wasn't sophistry? Yi Yuan retorted. Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng were already killed by you. This matter has no other witnesses. You aren't going to rely just on your guesswork to sentence her crime, right? Suyubai smiled coldly. I said just now, I have my ways of making her talk. If she didn't take part in this matter, then the grudges between us will be wiped off the slate. If she feels dissatisfied, I can even apologize to her publicly. What a joke. What method do you have to make her talk? Don't tell me you want to beat a confession out of her. Yi Yuan said casually, I'm afraid that Elder Su has done quite a bit of those sort of things, right? However, I'm not as ruthless as Elder Su, so I'm unable to do those sort of malicious things. Suyubai's wrath had just subsided when it was evoked by Yi Yuan again. This punk was really someone that exasperated people to death without paying for it. Forcefully suppressing the fury in his heart, Suyubai said in a low voice, who in the Dan Wu Academy doesn't know that this elder enforces the law impartially? Right now, we're talking about you. Why did you come onto me? Like Thathu, fine then. I know that Elder Su is ignorant and ill-informed. I wonder if you have ever heard of a type of medicinal pill called the truth pill. Looking at your appearance, you must be unaware. Let me explain it for Elder Su. A truth pill is a tier 2 medicinal pill. If Lu Ruoxue eats it, she will answer anything I ask. At that time, the truth will naturally be revealed. Yi Yuan explained about the truth pill, and also made a quip at Suyubai. Chapter 115. Chapter 115, Refining a Truth Pill. Utter nonsense. This elder has lived to this old age, and I have never heard of such a medicinal pill. Although Suyubai did not specialize in alchemy Dao, the Su family still managed a medicinal herbs business. He was absolutely not a stranger to medicinal pills. Since he said he had never heard of it, then even if another alchemy Dao elder came over, they probably never heard of it as well. Except that these words were equivalent to stealthily acknowledging that he was ignorant. I already said that Elder Su is ignorant and ill-informed, so how could you have heard of it before? But it doesn't matter whether you heard of it before or not. What you hear may be false, but what you see is true. After I refine a few of them out, then wouldn't Elder Su know if it's real or fake after sampling it personally? At that time, I guarantee that which concubine Elder Su spent the previous night with will be grilled out, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan's words prompted roars with laughter from everyone. The laughter only ceased after Su Yubai shot a menacing glance. Yi Yuan had extremely extensive research in alchemy Dao. He dabbled in all sorts of areas. On the other hand, most of the pill formulas in the state of Qin were targeted for the martial Dao. Either to help martial artists increase their strength, or to help martial artists recover essence energy, so on and so forth. This sort of obscure medicinal pill like the truth pill would naturally not be recorded. The highest level martial artists in the state of Qin did not surpass the crystal formation realm, and their age did not get past 300 years old. Even if one was an alchemy grandmaster, how much leisure time would they have to research this sort of obscure medicinal pill? But, like Yi Yuan said, differentiating whether the medicinal pill was real or fake was very simple. Just find someone to test it out. The medicinal effects could not be faked. With so many people watching, faking it would be exposed straight away. Unless the person trying out the medicine was arranged by Yi Yuan. Su Yubai naturally would not commit such a low-level blunder. Humph. Flippant child. I want to see just how you clean up the mess later. Su Yubai snorted coldly. Just like that, Yi Yuan and Su Yubai determined Lu Ruoshui's fate. When Lu Ruoshui heard Su Yubai's words, she ran hastily to Su Yishan's side and pulled on his arm, begging for his help. Senior apprentice brother Su, I don't want to. Su Yishan pulled his arm back, and Lu Ruoshui staggered, collapsing onto the ground. Su Yishan was still enraged after being humiliated by Yi Yuan and felt that this woman was a troublemaker. Why would he pity her? Do you feel that it's still up to you at this juncture? Su Yishan said coldly. In Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement room, Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing swapped roles. Feng Ruoqing did the series of preparation work for Yi Yuan's pill refinement. Sigh, I say, can't you just rest for a while? You just came back from the Nine Heavens Road, yet you caused another big upheaval in the entire academy, Feng Ruoqing grumbled as she did her job. Yi Yuan was seriously too proficient at causing disturbances. Even since his abrupt rise, it seemed like the academy had never had a break. Heh. Not that I'm unwilling to stop, it's just that there's always some people who keep finding trouble. Lu'er is my kin. If I can't take revenge for her after being hurt to such an extent, how can I be fit to be her young master? Also, how can I face her after she wakes up in a few days? If they want to touch me, then just come at me openly. Even if I'm beaten till I'm crippled, I also won't harbor such a grudge. But if they touch my family and friends, absolutely not. She did not know why, but after hearing Yi Yuan's words, Feng Ruoqing's heart involuntarily quaked, and she blurted out, if I suffered like Lu'er, would you be like this too? Of course. Aren't we good friends? Yi Yuan said without thinking. Blissfulness instantly seeped into her heart, making Feng Ruoqing feel a never-before experience, a sense of satisfaction. But I'm afraid I don't have that opportunity, right? You're a proud daughter of heaven, the youngest high-rank alchemy master in the Danwu Academy. Who would dare to bully you? Yi Yuan added. Feng Ruoqing smiled sweetly and said, that might not be the case. Who knows, there might really come a day where I, this proud daughter of heaven, would require your protection. Haha, I'm afraid that it's the honor of every male in the Danwu Academy to be able to protect teacher Feng, right? Yi Yuan chuckled. Feng Ruoqing blushed lightly and diverted the topic. Oh, right, is there really such a medicinal pill called the truth pill? It's also imparted to you by your master. Yi Yuan nodded and said, the truth pill actually isn't some profound medicinal pill. It's a type of medicinal pill which is applied to the divine soul, making the martial artist's divine soul give up resistance. Since there's a medicinal pill which strengthens soul strength like the soul-nourishing pill, there's naturally the truth pill. Feng Ruoqing came to a realization. So that's how it is. Looks like my horizons are still too shallow. It turns out that if we think about the problem from another perspective, there's actually such an effect. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this can't be rushed. Master's realm is remarkably high. How can I compare to his horizons? Such a simple logic, if I had to come up with a way, I might not be able to conceive it in my entire life. Even when his cultivation was at our current realm, he might not even have understood this logic. Only then did Feng Ruoqing feel at ease. You are right. Cultivation realm determines one's horizons. Looks like my road is still long. The preparation work is done. Start the furnace and refine the pill. Yi Yuan nodded and started refining the truth pill. Compared to during the alchemist test, no matter whether it was essence energy or soul strength, Yi Yuan was way stronger. It would naturally not be as strenuous for the current Yi Yuan to refine low-grade tier 2 medicinal pills using the yin-yang separation flow technique. After 2 hours, Yi Yuan appeared in front of Su Yubai once more, holding a bottle of freshly made truth pills. This is the truth pill. Does Elder Su wish to personally try it out? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Snort. The person testing the medicine is already arranged. I'll watch just how you clean up the scene later. While Yi Yuan was refining, Su Yubai already inquired from several alchemy Dao experts. None of them had heard of truth pill. Even if Yi Yuan was a low-rank alchemy master, could he be stronger than the seniors in the academy? Hence, Su Yubai had long determined that Yi Yuan was misleading others through trickery. Also that Lu Ruoxue would obediently submit. Su Yubai was an old veteran. How could he fall for this sort of trick? At this time, there were even more spectators. Apart from the students, many instructors also arrived at the scene. Even those from the Elders' Council had assembled, including the 2 deputy deans. Yi Yuan, this dean has already researched the alchemy path for 200 years, and I've never heard of something called truth pill. Do you really have confidence? Hu Changsheng was an alchemy grandmaster. He had the greatest right to speak here. Even he had not heard of truth pill. This made many people have doubts about Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not sense any malice from Hu Changsheng, but instead, there was a faint concern. So he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Dean Hu. If this medicinal pill has a problem, I will offer my head to Elder Su. I can see that he has been interested in this youngster's head for quite some time already. This punk must surely be throwing mist in our eyes. I mustn't fall for it." Su Yubai kept repeatedly warned himself in his heart. Furthermore, even if Yi Yuan dared to offer his head, Su Yubai also did not dare to accept it. Yi Yuan already had the status of the high sex core disciple now. If he were to die mysteriously, Su Yubai would not be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Hu Changsheng's face changed when he heard that, and said solemnly, "What rubbish are you talking about? If there's really a problem, then a punishment is a must. How can you talk so lightly about life and death?" It sounded like reprimanding, but everyone could hear the intent to protect Yi Yuan within those words. Chapter 116. Chapter 116, Testing Medicine. Hey, no use talking so much. Just try, and you will know. Yi Yuan's confident manner made Su Yubai feel uncertain. But when he thought of how even Hu Changsheng did not recognize this type of medicinal pill, then this pill was most likely fabricated by Yi Yuan. Still stubbornly hanging on at this time. I'll watch just how you die later. Su Yubai was already planning how to punish Yi Yuan. The death penalty was definitely a no-go. But a flogging punishment could be considered. Everything was in place. A flustered-looking Lu Ruoxue was brought in front of everyone. Su Yubai shot an icy glance at Lu Ruoxue and said, "Don't be afraid, Lu Ruoxue." Even Dean, who had never seen such a medicinal pill before. Do you think it can be real? As long as you can prove that this medicinal pill has no effect, not only will this elder proclaim your innocence, I'll even punish Yi Yuan severely. Understood. Currently, Lu Ruoxue was completely flustered. But after hearing Su Yubai said this, it really added quite a bit of confidence. Yeah. Dean, who was an alchemy grandmaster. A medicinal pill that even he had not heard of was surely fabricated by Yi Yuan. It was a pity that Lu Ruoxue did not attend the alchemist test together with Yi Yuan. Otherwise, she would not have such confidence. If Wan Yuan were here, he would definitely rather die than eat the medicinal pill. You got to kidding. To be able to train that fiendishly difficult yin-yang separation flow technique to the legendary stage, it would not be unusual to refine any medicinal pill. Lu Ruoxue sucked in a deep breath, shot Yi Yuan a vicious look and said, "I understand. Yi Yuan, since you frame me so unjustly, this isn't over. I will just try your so-called truth pill and see whether it's real or fake. Yi Yuan did not mind Lu Ruoshui's venomous stare at all. He just smiled faintly and said, "This isn't over. I'm afraid you don't have the chance." Finishing, he turned to Su Yubai again and said, "Let's say the nasty stuff first, Elder Su. If I deceived everyone, I am willing to accept any punishment. But if my medicinal pill is effective and I extracted the truth, then what?" Su Yubai replied without hesitation, "If Lu Ruoshui truly colluded with Lin Tiancheng to set up fellow disciples, she will naturally be dealt with according to the Academy's rules. Her cultivation will be crippled, and she will be expelled from the Academy." Yi Yuan nodded after hearing this. "I believe Elder Su should not go back on your words in front of so many people." "Begin then." "Hold on." Su Yubai halted. "What? Does Elder Su still have issues? This medicinal pill is refined by you, who knows what the hell are you playing at? During the process of testing the medicine, you have to stand back, Yi Yuan." Su Yubai was clearly still a little concerned. What if this medicinal pill was fake, but Yi Yuan had methods to display some means to compel Lu Ruoshui to tell lies? That was also a possibility. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that and quickly understood. He had a teasing smile on his face as he said, "Elder Su is really cautious. Fine. Since Elder Su is uneasy about me, just ask personally. I'll go and take a walk." Yi Yuan then threw the bottle towards Su Yubai and really left without looking back. Su Yubai instinctively caught the bottle and could not help being speechless. He did not think that Yi Yuan was so dauntless, to leave just like that. However, he was still apprehensive, so he shot Su Yishan a look to make him follow Yi Yuan out, and keep an eye on him. "All right, Elder Su," Yi Yuan already left. "Can we begin?" Hu Changxing said somewhat impatiently. Su Yubai's yardstick of a despicable man had made Hu Changxing not having any good feelings toward him at all. A dignified disciplinary hall elder without any imperturbability at all and was so guarded against a junior. Being urged by Hu Changxing, Su Yubai also felt that he was a little too cautious. Yi Yuan might be cunning, but he clearly could not pull any underhanded tricks in front of him. However, caution was the parent of safety. Su Yubai did not wish to let go of any trace of opportunity to strike Yi Yuan down. He was doing this in order to punish Yi Yuan, to make him enter the endless forest with injuries. The real killing mechanism he arranged was in the endless forest. Killing Yi Yuan inside the endless forest, even if the high sect came, they would also have nothing to say. Even if Hu Yanyong, Feng Ruoqing, and Co suspected him, what proof would they have? Su Yubai took out a pill from the medicine bottle and passed it to Lu Ruoshui. Lu Ruoshui received the medicinal pill, and her face changed color multiple times. Although she already affirmed that this medicinal pill was definitely fake in her heart, when it really came down to consuming it, hesitation was still unavoidable. Swallow the medicinal pill and start circulating all of your essence energy to resist the erosion of the medicinal effect. Su Yubai transmitted his voice. Lu Ruoshui shot a glance at Su Yubai, closed her eyes, and swallowed the pill. The medicinal pill melted right after entering the mouth. Lu Ruoshui did not dare to delay. She immediately circulated all of her essence energy to resist the medicinal effects. But Lu Ruoshui mournfully discovered that she totally could not find where the medicinal effect went to. Her essence energy was circulating, yet she could not find any trace of the medicinal effects. Lu Ruoshui could not be blamed for this either. If she had consumed soul-nourishing pills before, she would not be at such a complete loss. But sadly, those sort of medicinal pills like the soul-nourishing pill was extremely precious. She had not consumed it before. After a few breaths, Lu Ruoshui suddenly felt her divine soul shudder. Lu Ruoshui silently cussed, but it was already too late now. Her consciousness became increasingly fuzzy. Everyone was paying close attention to Lu Ruoshui's change. Su Yubai saw that Lu Ruoshui's pupils gradually dilated, and her eyes became more and more vacant. A premonition suddenly surged in his heart. No way. It seems like it really took effect. There's actually such a miraculous medicinal pill. Simply incredible. Too terrifying. Why do I feel that Yuan is omnipotent right now? Even Dean Hu had not heard of this truth pill before. Where did he get the pill formula from? Who knows? Just look at each one of the things he did. Which of them conformed to common sense? Lu Ruoshui's transformation caused a commotion. Clearly, everyone saw that something was amiss. Many people recalled Yi Yuan's words of ridicule about which concubine's room Suyubai slept in. Back then, they only treated it as a joke. But now, they could not help having goosebumps all over. Everyone had their secrets and things which they did not want others to know deep down in their heart. But with this truth pill, wouldn't these secrets casually spill out? If one consumed the truth pill, was it not like being stripped naked and then thrown out onto the streets? Nobody wanted to experience this sort of feeling. Looks like the truth pill already took effect, Elder Su. Begin questioning then, Hu Changxing said lightly. Although his tone was calm, the shock that Hu Changxing felt was not the least bit inferior to the rest. Suyubai had not asked yet, but Hu Changxing basically already confirmed that this truth pill really worked. There was actually such a miraculous medicinal pill in the world. And this medicinal pill was only a low-grade tier 2 medicinal pill. The expressions on Suyubai's face was very interesting. There was shock, disbelief, and unwillingness. At this moment, Suyubai's thought of eradicating Yi Yuan was unprecedentedly firm. Yi Yuan's threat in Suyubai's heart had already greatly surpassed Yi Hang's. If Yi Yuan were given another few years, no, even just a year's time, the Su family would be ushering in an unprecedented danger. He must not walk out alive from the endless forest. Chapter 117. Chapter 117, How will I know if you don't talk? Lu Ruoshui's two eyes were vacant and lackluster, akin to a walking corpse. Suyubai took a deep breath and probed her further. Let me ask you, Lu Ruoshui. Yi Yuan said that you incited Lin Tiancheng to set up his maidservant, Lu Er. Was there such a thing? Hearing Suyubai questioned her, Lu Ruoshui seemed to have some reaction. It was just that the reaction was somewhat sluggish. Lu Ruoshui only replied woodenly after some time, yes. Suyubai's face darkened slightly and continued questioning, why did you want to deal with Yi Yuan's maidservant? Because I nearly killed him and was scared that he would take revenge in the future, hence I used every means possible to deal with him. Lin Tiancheng's strength was hailed as the greatest among the Earth-rank students. He originally already harbored hatred for Yi Yuan in his heart. I incited him to lay hands on Yi Yuan's maidservant. Yi Yuan will definitely find Lin Tiancheng. At that time, I can borrow Lin Tiancheng's hands to deal with Yi Yuan. Lu Ruoshui confessed everything like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. Suyubai's face became increasingly unsightly. Even though he already guessed that the result would be like this, Lu Ruoshui saying it personally still made him feel stifled. He could not have imagined that there was actually such a miraculous medicinal pill in this world that could make people confess what was hidden deep within their hearts. If their Su family could take control of this type of medicinal pill, their power would rise tremendously. The moment Lu Ruoshui admitted it, all the students started muttering to each other in low voices. It's really her. This woman is really malicious. To actually lay hands on a little girl who was a stranger. She looks so pretty. But she's actually a femme fatale. Such a venomous woman should be killed directly. I heard that Yi Yuan's maidservant passed the entry test, and already officially became the Academy's disciple. This woman was actually so merciless towards fellow disciples. Truly wicked. The students were stirred up for a moment and felt abhorred by Lu Ruoshui's actions. Even if Yi Yuan and Lu Ruoshui had conflicts, Lu Er was innocent. A young lady was now on the verge of death after being harmed by Lu Ruoshui. She really suffered an undeserved calamity. At this point, Hu Changxing said, all right, the truth is already out. Go and call Yi Yuan back. Not long after, Yi Yuan was then called back. When he saw Suyubai's expression, he already knew what the outcome was. I wonder what was extracted just now, Elder Su. Did the truth pill have an effect? Although he already knew the result, Yi Yuan still did not wish to give up the opportunity to make things difficult for Suyubai. Humph, don't you already know? Why are you still asking? Suyubai said grumpily. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could not tell. Ah, what do I know? You have to say. If you don't talk, how will I know? Yi Yuan said innocently. You. Suyubai was enraged by Yi Yuan once again. What about me? Just what did Lu Ruoshui say? Talk. Suyubai stared at Yi Yuan, and wished he could slap him to death with one palm. Yi Yuan clearly knew the result, yet he wanted him to say it out. Wasn't this asking him to slap himself? Suyubai did not care about Lu Ruoshui's life or death. But he minded his own face and prestige very much. The disciplinary hall placed the highest emphasis on prestige. If he, the first elder, had his face swept clean by Yi Yuan, how would he punish students in the future? Suyubai was currently regretting finding trouble. If he knew earlier, he would just directly cripple Lu Ruoshui and be done with it. What was the point of triggering all these? Right now, he felt that he was simply moving closer to let Yi Yuan hit his face. And this slap from Yi Yuan was pretty damn loud. Lu Ruoshui, she said, Suyubai repeated, she said multiple times but did not continue. Aia.my elder Su, you will be the death of me. Just what did she say? Yi Yuan gave an extremely anxious look, rousing a wave of sniggering from everyone. To dare make Elder Su lose face like that, Yi Yuan was truly unique in the Danwu Academy. Suyubai had always been notorious for being cold-blooded and merciless. He had very high prestige in the Danwu Academy. Regardless of who landed in his hands, the outcome would never be good. Hence, he had the nickname of Yama King Su in the academy. Of course, nobody dared to say this nickname to his face. But now, Yi Yuan actually swept Yama King Su's face away. This made many people feel extremely satisfied. It's truly evil will be rewarded with evil. Alright, Yi Yuan. Lu Ruoshui already admitted to framing you and your maidservant. Elder Su, carry out according to the academy's rules then. Deputy Dean Zhang Songtao, who had been silent all this while, could not bear to watch on anymore. So he could only stand up to smooth things out. Oh, so that's the case. Scared me to death. I thought that the truth pill was no good. You should have said that sooner, Elder Su. How will I know if you don't talk? Yi Yuan gave an innocent face after getting off cheap, making Suyubai gnashed his teeth in hatred. Yet, he was unable to do anything to him. At this time, it seemed like the effects of the truth pill wore off. Some light returned to Lu Ruoshui's eyes. Lu Ruoshui discovered that the atmosphere seemed to be a little off. Suddenly, she recalled the feeling of her divine soul trembling after consuming the medicinal pill and immediately felt that things were bad. Elder Su, I. Suyubai was currently seething with rage with nowhere to explode. The moment Lu Ruoshui spoke, it instantaneously ignited his wrath. Suyubai's face darkened, and he said sternly, Lu Ruoshui. You conspired with Lin Tiancheng to harm fellow disciples, causing them to be severely injured and on the verge of death. In accordance with the rules, I sentence your cultivation to be crippled, and you to be immediately expelled from the academy. Are you going to do it yourself, or am I? Lu Ruoshui's face paled considerably when she heard that. She kneeled down right away and hugged Suyubai's leg, begging, Mercy, Elder Su. Have mercy. For the sake of senior apprentice brother Su and me. It was still fine if Lu Ruoshui did not mention Suishan. Once she mentioned Suishan, Suyubai became even more incensed. How could he allow her to continue talking? He straightaway kicked her dantian area, sending her flying out. Ah! Lu Ruoshui gave a miserable cry and flew out. Suyubai was a half-step crystal formation realm expert. He kicked out right then in anger. Although he did not use full strength, how could it be something that Lu Ruoshui could withstand? This kick completely scattered the essence energy which Lu Ruoshui toiled and moiled to cultivate, turning her into a cripple. Pooh! Lu Ruoshui sprayed out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothes bright red, making her look utterly miserable. Humph, when you plotted against fellow disciples, you should have prepared for today's outcome. Right now, Yi Yuan's maidservant is dying. I only crippled your cultivation and expelled you. It's already considered light. If you continue to not know what's good for and bite randomly, then it wouldn't be as simple as evicting you out. Suyubai came in front of Lu Ruoshui and warned while looking down from a height. Lu Ruoshui felt that her dantian area was completely empty, and knew that she already became a cripple. Hearing Suyubai's threatening words right now as well, she laughed manically. Ha ha ha. Your Su family really have no good people. If you have the capability, then kill me, Suyubai. You don't let me say it, but I insist on it. Suishan wanted my body, saying he would shield me. In the end, he can't even beat Yuan. You have power and authority, yet you treated me as a sacrificial piece. Suyubai, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost, haha. Suishan also returned right then. When he heard Lu Ruoshue's words, his face turned completely dark. Chapter 118. Chapter 118, Suyubai's Killing Mechanism. Lu Ruoshue went mad, and Suyubai gave out the instruction for her to be forcefully sent out of the academy. When Lu Ruoshue left the academy, she became a wandering soul, at a loss on where to go. She was once full of ambition and thought that she could rise above over. She was formerly delicate and charming like a flower, pursued by all. And now, she, Lu Ruoshue, was just a cripple. A walking corpse. Even passers-by could not be bothered to look at her. A day later, an assassin who was tailing her the entire day stabbed her with a knife at her back, finishing off this formerly alluring young lady. In reality, many people predicted this ending. It was just that there was nobody concerned with Lu Ruoshue anymore. Lu Ruoshue's outcome today was reaping the fruits she sowed. Who would sympathize with a black-hearted woman? After this incident, Yi Yuan then proceeded to read thoroughly the cultivation law jade slip which Feng Ruoqing sent over, and passed her a jade slip he imprinted himself. Feng Ruoqing was initially worried that going to the scripture library to select cultivation law would waste a lot of time. Who knew that Yi Yuan would casually throw her a cultivation law? She used divine sense to sweep over the cultivation law Yi Yuan passed her and was involuntarily astonished. This cultivation was simply custom-made for Feng Zhiro. What was different was that this cultivation law was an extreme cultivation law. This made Feng Ruoqing sigh in admiration once again at how powerful Yi Yuan's master was. After settling Feng Zhiro's matter, Yi Yuan directly entered closed seclusion, and no longer concerned himself with the academy's affairs. As for the spar with Wu Luochen, both parties agreed to do it after the endless trials. Wu Luochen could tell that although Yi Yuan's strength greatly surpassed those of the same rank, he was ultimately a major realm away from him. It was still somewhat premature to fight now, so he also gave up. Following Yi Yuan's closed seclusion, the academy seemed to have returned to its former peace. Then, the third day after Yi Yuan entered his retreat, another matter caused a huge disturbance in the entire Danwu Academy once more. Following Yi Yuan's action, the rank 1 on the martial roll, Long Tang, challenged the Nine Heavens Road. The Nine Heavens Road was illustriously notorious. More often than not, several years, even over a decade would pass before anybody dared to challenge it. But now, there was actually 2 students challenging the Nine Heavens Road consecutively within 3 days. This was explosively big news. Although Long Tang was rank 1 on the martial roll, there were still not many people who thought highly of him challenging the Nine Heavens Road. The Nine Heavens Road was too hard. If Long Tang were already confident a long time ago, he would not have waited until today to challenge it. Hence, the vast majority felt that Long Tang went to challenge the Nine Heavens Road because he was triggered by Yi Yuan. Without any doubt, all of the experts on the martial roll were highly arrogant, let alone the one standing at the top of the martial roll, Long Tang. A formerly unknown student made it past the Nine Heavens Road. As the number 1 on the martial roll, didn't Long Tang get beaten? One had to know that although rank 1 on the martial roll was termed a genius when compared to Yi Yuan who made it past the Nine Heavens Road, the difference was enormous. Only by making it through the Nine Heavens Road could he prove that the degree of his talent did not lose out to Yi Yuan. This was a colossal gamble. If he lost this bet, then Long Tang would not even be able to keep his life. Under these circumstances, expectedly, many students felt that Long Tang was too narrow-minded, and this should not be the conduct of a rank 1 of the martial roll. As a matter of fact, Yi Yuan's talent had already long surpassed Long Tang in many students' heart. He was well deserving for being number 1 in the academy. But Long Tang was unable to accept this reality, so he used his life to wager this name. Only Zhuo Bugue knew about Long Tang's plan. Although he did not really understand it, it was definitely not acting on impulse. On the contrary, Long Tang was unprecedentedly calm right now. So calm until Zhuo Bugue was unable to grasp his depth. Just several days without seeing him and Long Tang actually underwent such a huge transformation. Could it be that he was really enlightened? Are you really going, old Long? At the foot of the Nine Heavens Peak, Zhuobugue and Long Tang stood shoulder to shoulder. Naturally, Long Tang replied casually. I know that I can't sway you, so I won't persuade you anymore. I wish you good luck then. I will succeed. Long Tang was wholly composed, as if he was only explaining a fact. Zhuobugue and Long Tang had been rivals for such a long time. He knew that he had never been an arrogant and conceited person. But where did he get his confidence? Just because Yuan made it through? Long Tang was not so superficial, right? Long Tang went in front of the stone tablet, swore the heavenly Tao oath, and resolutely stepped onto the Nine Heavens road. At the back of the mountain, in the abode of the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai looked at Su Yishan with a dark face. Yishan, you are the future patriarch of the Su family. How can you not weigh the importance when doing things? You've disappointed me greatly in this matter. Su Yubai reprimanded him relentlessly. Su Yishan sweated profusely and bowed as he said, I was wrong, second uncle. Do you know where you were wrong? I should not have get involved with that crazy woman. Speaking of Lu Ruoxue, Su Yishan also gnashed his teeth in hatred. That woman was a troublemaker, drawing major problems for him. You're wrong. It's just a woman. With your identity and status, what kind of woman can't you have? You were wrong not because of provoking that woman, but for provoking Yuan. You clearly knew that this woman came to find you to avoid Yuan, and you actually dared to shelter her. If it was just sheltering her, then forget it. But you became enemies with Yuan for her beauty. Su Yubai's words shot out extremely fast. Su Yishan gritted his teeth and said, merely a Yuan, who would have thought that he could actually make Wu Luochen work for him? Otherwise what? Kill him. If I didn't make it on time, even if you killed Yuan, you also can't escape death yourself. Even though the high sect hasn't come over to name Yuan, his status as a core disciple can no longer be changed. Did you consider the consequences of killing a high sect's core disciple? You're the next patriarch of the Su family. How could you do things without thinking it through? Su Yubai reproved him. Su Yishan shuddered. Back then, he was in the heat of the moment. How would he have considered so much? Now that he thought about it, he was genuinely fearful. Seeing Su Yishan's appearance, Su Yubai grunted coldly. Do you understand now? Su Yishan sucked in deeply and nodded, saying, many thanks for second uncle's teachings. This child understood. Understood what? Killing Yuan must be a one-blow certain kill. Otherwise, hitting the snake and not killing it will result in injuries. Since we're in the academy and I have no way of killing him, I shouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke him. The result was getting skunk juice all over me. Second uncle, this child still underestimated Yuan. The speed of his growth is too quick. Although he did not wish to admit it, Su Yishan already acknowledged Yuan's power. The anger on Su Yubai's face finally subsided, and what replaced it was a satisfied look. That's right. You're the young patriarch of the Su family. How you want to play with women is not an issue. But there's one thing. Never, ever, hold up important things because of women. Why did I want to publicly kill Yuan? That's because I saw his future threat. Although I didn't succeed, that was just an accident. Since the matter cannot be done, then we will temporarily put it aside. Why shouldn't we make good use of such a fine opportunity like the Endless Trials when it's placed right there? The Endless Trials is our best chance, and also our last chance. Hence, Yuan must die inside the Endless Forest. Chapter 119. Chapter 119, Preparing for the Trials. If it was before Yuan tackled the Nine Heavens Road, I had full confidence in killing him. But I don't have that much confidence in killing the current Yuan even though he can't defeat me, Su Yishan said with knitted brows. Su Yishan had exchanged blows with Yuan. He estimated that his strength was roughly around rank 50 or so on the martial roll. He naturally would not take to heart this level of strength. But if Yuan was bent on running, he really had no certainty of holding Yuan. After all, Yuan would not stand there and wait stupidly for his heaven-flipping palm. Su Yubai retrieved a pill bottle and passed it to Su Yishan. This bottle contains spirit essence pills. After you consume them, take these 2 days to break through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm. After you reach the 4th level spirit condensation realm, killing him shouldn't be difficult, right? Suishan's eyes shone, and he quickly received the medicinal pills. To the top 10 geniuses on the martial roll, the allure of the spirit essence pill was enormous. This could be seen from Suyubai and Long Tang's wager. After reaching the spirit condensation realm, the difficulty of breaking through realms would increase tremendously. With spirit essence pills, it would be equivalent to saving a great deal of time for cultivation. Some people, when they get stuck in the minor realm, it would be half a year gone. At that time, it would not be so easy if they wanted to catch up to others. It had already been a while since Long Tang got the spirit essence pill, but he did not use it this whole time. One could see that he viewed the spirit essence pill equally importantly. Suishan said confidently, "Not difficult." Of course not difficult at all. As long as I break through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, killing Yuan will be a simple matter. Suyubai nodded his head. Clearly, he felt that this speech was not exaggerated. Suishan was the best seedling in the Su family. Otherwise, he would not be so heavily nurtured. After breaking through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, Suishan's combat prowess would surely advance into the top 5. Among the top 5 students on the martial roll, only Long Tang was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. The rest were all at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Suishan enjoyed resources far beyond other people. If he could not even get into the top 5, then he could forget about his position as the young patriarch. Taking care of Yuan was naturally easy for the top 5 on the martial roll. I've already asked your father to send out the Chong brothers to cooperate with you to eliminate Yuan. They are currently already concealed inside the Endless Forest. Once the Endless Trials begins, they would target Yuan. At that time, make contact with them, and come up with a foolproof plan. You must kill Yuan. Remember, if you don't move, then stay low. Once you move, you must kill. You absolutely mustn't give Yuan any breathing space. Understand? Suyubai said in a low voice. This was not a discussion anymore, but an order. He knew that Suishan more or less had a young master's attitude and might feel it was beneath him to cooperate with those retainers. But no matter what, achieving the goal of killing Yuan was the most critical objective among priorities. The others were of no significance, including Suishan's pride. Long Tang charged out of the sea of fire looking rather ragged. However, looking at his eyes right now, it was filled with indescribable luster. So, this is the 9 Heavens Road. Although it's exceedingly treacherous, it's also a limitless treasure trove. Long Tang gasped in admiration. Long Tang could not compare to Yuan. The first stage's concepts to Yuan was simply unqualified to make the cut. But to Long Tang, these concept checkpoints were remarkably perilous. But after the dangers, Long Tang managed to grasp some things, letting him reap many benefits. Long Tang did not continue rushing. He meditated on the spot to comprehend his harvests just now. Long Tang's strength lied in his perception. Otherwise, what right did he have to seat at the first place of the martial roll when he was only at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm? In the top 5, only Long Tang alone was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. His combat prowess was evident. One had to know that there was a minor stage gap between the 3rd level spirit condensation realm and the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Hence, he could also comprehend some things which others were unable to on the 9 Heavens Road. It was just that this way, his clearing speed became exceptionally slow, showing a sharp contrast from Yuan clearing the checkpoints. After 2 days had passed, Long Tang merely made it past the first stage. No way. Isn't senior apprentice brother Long going to have his face slapped until it swells like a fatty's like this? It's already so hard for him to make it past the first stage. What should he do about the later stages? Sigh, this also can't be helped. If I were rank 1 on the martial roll with my position being challenged like that by Yuan, I might also come and challenge the 9 Heavens Road too. Forget it. Looking at senior apprentice brother Long, I reckon that it's going to be very tough to come down from up there. After all, not everybody can create such miracles like Yuan. And I think so too. Although senior apprentice brother Long is incredible, everyone unanimously agreed that his degree of monstrousness is inferior to Mo Yuntian. If senior apprentice brother Long had confidence in challenging the 9 Heavens Road, he would have come long ago. Why wait until today? Sigh, forget it. Let's leave. It's going to be the endless trials in 2 days. With senior apprentice brother Long's speed, I reckon that he won't make it in time. As the endless trials approached, many students dispersed from the Nine Heavens Road. The foot of the Nine Heavens peak promptly became deserted. 1 day later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. There was still 1 day before the endless trials began. He needed to prepare some things to bring into the endless forest. Yi Yuan knew that this trip would definitely be very perilous. He already offended Su Yubai and Su Yishan thoroughly. They did not dare to make a move within the academy, so they definitely would not let go of the chance called the endless trials. But this journey to the endless forest was imperative for Yi Yuan. He had no choice but to take this risk for Lu'er. The medicinal pill Yi Yuan was planning on refining for Lu'er was called the Essence Yang pill, a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill in the divine realm. This pill was extremely difficult to refine, and the herbs required were also exceptionally harsh. There were 3 core ingredients in the Essence Yang pill. All of them were exceedingly rare herbs. Only this sort of dangerous, yet resource-rich place like the Endless Forest would have it. Also, Yi Yuan happened to know the location of one of the core ingredients. This core ingredient was precisely the 7-colored flowing cloud python inner core. That was also because Yi Yuan took note of it back when treating the 7-colored flowing cloud python poison for the brawny men, and asked for the whereabouts of the 7-colored flowing cloud python. But he did not expect that it would really come in handy now. One might say it was coincidental, but in reality, it was inevitable. Yi Yuan was infatuated with the alchemy Tao in his past life and would naturally be very interested in rare medicinal herbs. This sort of good habit also carried forth till today. The 7-colored flowing cloud python possessed a divine beast bloodline. Its inner core's attribute was extreme indomitable yang, perfect for restraining Lu'er's frost poison. And the other 2 core ingredients were similarly extreme yang plants. One was called crimson soul grass, the other was pine yang fruit. Although these 2 items were hard to find, they were not undetectable. Through Huyan Yong, Yi Yuan already roughly knew the possible locations where these 2 herbs would appear. But the 7-colored flowing cloud python had incredible might. It was a middle-rank Tier 2 demonic beast, equivalent to a human second-stage spirit condensation realm expert. This was also an extremely thorny problem for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan still had another objective for going to the Endless Forest, which was to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Chapter 120. Chapter 120, Who's Protecting Whom? The Essence Yang pill was incredibly challenging to refine. Even Yi Heng definitely could not refine it. Hence, if he did not break through to the spirit condensation realm, it would be entirely useless for Lu'er even if Yi Yuan found these medicinal herbs. However, although breaking through to the spirit condensation realm might be very difficult for other people, it was a simple matter to Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor. Closed seclusion for 2 days, but Yi Yuan's realm was not fully consolidated yet. Otherwise, he could break through to the spirit condensation realm right now. His advancement speed from the 4th level Essence Chi realm to the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm was too swift. Even though comprehending heart like still water eliminated the hidden dangers brought about by advancing realms too quickly to the extremity, it would affect future cultivation if not properly consolidated. Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to be careless about this. To talk about the best way to consolidate cultivation realm, it was undoubtedly to experience numerous fights. And what the Endless Forest lacked the least was demonic beasts. Yi Yuan could fight and consolidate his cultivation at the same time. One of the preparation work Yi Yuan had to do right now was to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill called Spirit Surge Pill. This medicinal pill could increase the probability when impacting the spirit condensation realm. If it was transcendent grade, and it could increase the probability to 100%. Refining the Spirit Surge Pill with Yi Yuan's current strength was a breeze. Furthermore, other people required half-step spirit condensation realm as a buffer when impacting the spirit condensation realm. It was entirely unnecessary for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had the past experience of impacting the spirit condensation realm. Compressing essence energy to him was an extremely simple matter. Hence, there was completely no need to tread on thin ice like the rest. After tinkering the whole night in Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement room, Yi Yuan finally settled everything. Yi Yuan saw Feng Ruoqing and Feng Zhiro after leaving the pill refinement room, but not Huyen Yong. Feng Ruoqing's face had thick worry written all over it, making Yi Yuan very curious. What happened, Teacher Feng? Huyen Yong has been temporarily transferred out by the academy. He headed for a small city at the borders of the state of Qin to take care of business, Feng Ruoqing said. Yi Yuan understood in a flash. He smiled and asked, is Teacher Feng being transferred out as well? Feng Ruoqing could not help commending Yi Yuan's nimble mind. She nodded and said, there's another batch of students going to take part in the alchemist test tomorrow. It's still going to be me leading the group this time. Actually, Teacher Huyen was originally preparing to enter the endless forest to protect you. Heh, what a move to lure the tiger away from its lair. However, if they want my life, they got to have the capability first. Not only was Yi Yuan undaunted, but he was also raring to go instead. Seeing the situation, Feng Ruoqing could not help being concerned. Yi Yuan, I know that you are very strong. But your current realm is too low. Why not give up the endless trials trip this time around? You passed the 9 heavens road. Even if you don't undergo the endless trials, they also won't dare do anything to you. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, no way. I can afford to delay, but Luer's condition can't. Helping her to suppress the frost poison will only last for another month at most. At that time, even if my master personally came, he would also be unable to save her. Relax. It's just one Suishan. I still couldn't care less. However, Feng Zhiro had a disdainful look right then. Looking at your supercilious appearance, you'll suffer a loss sooner or later. Are you still uninformed? Just yesterday, Suishan already successfully broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Now, even if I match up with him, I might not gain an advantage over him. Yi Yuan had grown accustomed to Feng Ruoqing's speech manner long ago and did not mind her disparaging remarks in the slightest. Oh, 4th level spirit condensation realm. Indeed a little troublesome. Yi Yuan stroked his chin as he said with a frown. Humph, no fear now. I advise that you better stay in the academy obediently. Otherwise, you won't even know how you lose your little life. Feng Zhiro continued to land blows. Yi Yuan stared at Feng Zhiro and suddenly grinned. Already cultivating the water-defying incantation, not bad of an improvement. Senior apprentice Sister Feng is talented as expected. I believe that with senior apprentice Sister Feng protecting me, there shouldn't be many issues with this trip, right? Being said like that by Yi Yuan. Feng Zhiro's pretty face blushed lightly and pouted. Who wants to protect you? You, a big grown man, still need women to protect you. Aren't you ashamed? Oh please, it's true that I'm a grown man, but I'm also your junior apprentice brother. A senior apprentice sister protecting her junior apprentice brother, isn't that perfectly justified? Furthermore, you're number 3 on the martial roll. If you don't protect me, could it be that I have to protect you? Feng Zhiro wanted to continue arguing but was interrupted by Feng Ruoqing. Zhiro, during this endless trials, both me and Teacher Huyen have been transferred away. Now, only you can protect Yi Yuan. Even if Suishan broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, he's unlikely to be your match. As a matter of fact, you also received great kindness from Yi Yuan. Slightly repaying it is also expected, yes. Feng Ruoqing then turned to Yi Yuan. Zhiro, this lass is thin-skinned, so she's embarrassed to thank you. I'll say it on her behalf then. The water-defying incantation is simply custom-made for Zhiro. These 2 days, she cultivated day and night, and said that her body's ailments have been relieved considerably. When Feng Ruoqing said that, Feng Zhiro's pretty face became an adorable red apple, charmingly alluring. Who wants to thank him? Humph. Feng Zhiro left like fleeing after saying this. This lass. I really don't know what to say about her. Feng Ruoqing sighed. Haha, junior apprentice Sister Feng has a genuine personality. It's just that she's a little unruly. Let her be. Yi Yuan just laughed it off. Feng Ruoqing also did not know which neuron was misfiring. She suddenly opened her mouth to ask, Yi Yuan, what do you think of Zhiro? Ah, pretty good, Teacher Feng isn't matchmaking, right? Yi Yuan suddenly reacted and retorted with a question. Feng Ruoqing's pretty face was flushed red. Actually, I feel that you and Jiro are quite compatible. Phone rewatching did not know why, but when she said those words, she became dispirited for no reason. She felt empty as if she lost something. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Teacher Phone hasn't settled your own affairs yet, right? Thinking about finding a groom for your niece already. Phone rewatching panicked and blurted out, I'm infatuated with alchemy Dao in this lifetime. I don't wish to waste time on this. Phone rewatching already regretted it right after saying it. This was cutting off her route of retreat. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Don't randomly be a matchmaker anymore, Teacher Phone. This job isn't suited for you, haha. Phone rewatching flushed again and really kept mum after that. This counted as Yi Yuan declining Phone rewatching's good intentions. Regarding the matter of finding a Dao companion, Yi Yuan really had not considered it. He was shouldering a deep blood feud. This road in the days to come would be incomparably bumpy. Being his Dao companion was not so simple. A single misstep and they would die, with their Dao dissipating. At that time, wouldn't Yi Yuan be in even greater agony? Just as the two were silent, the entire academy seemed to be in a buzz. Yi Yuan involuntarily lifted his head to look and saw a streak of multicolored road pouring down on the top of the Nine Heavens peak. After several days, the Rainbow Road reappeared. Chapter 121. Chapter 121, Long Tang returns. Is someone challenging the Nine Heavens Road? And they succeeded. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw the reappearance of the Rainbow Road. Phone watching also had a stunned look. She also did not expect that Long Tang could really clear the Nine Heavens Road. It's Long Tang. I didn't think that he would really succeed. Yi Yuan curled his mouth. Didn't everyone say that the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone? Looks like it's nothing more than this. At any rate, Yi Yuan did not experience overwhelming difficulty. But since other people also successfully cleared it, then the legend of the Nine Heavens Road was somewhat untrue. But Phone watching shook her head and said, You're wrong. The Nine Heavens Road is truly difficult to the extreme. Even if I go and challenge it with my current realm, it would be very tough to retreat unscathed. Long Tang being able to clear it can only mean that his potential is enormous. Yi Yuan recalled the terror of that final sword and immediately approved of Phone watching's statement. He could withstand that sword, but that did not mean that others could also endure that sword. If the array was at full blast, Phone watching would really perish if she entered it. All right. The endless trials are about to begin. Let's head over first. Earth rank and Heaven rank students were already assembled in the central square. The square was densely packed. There were most likely several thousand people. Because the strength of Black rank and Yellow rank students were too poor, they were not required to participate in the endless trials. They would only become cannon fodder if they go anyway. The aim of the academy organizing this endless trials was to train students, not to send them to die. The crowd of students clearly also saw the wondrous view of the Rainbow Road reappearing. Each one of them was struck dumb by shock. The legendary Nine Heavens Road was actually cleared consecutively. After the astonishment, it made the thoughts of many who proclaimed themselves geniuses to waver. Zhuobugue looked at that tiny figure on the Nine Heavens Road with indescribable shock. He actually made it through. Could it be that he and I are already no longer of the same world? Zhuobugue murmured to himself. Zhuobugue sucked in a deep breath, and could not resist looking for Yuan's figure among the crowd. It was that person who changed Long Tang and made him undergo a transformation. Just what kind of magic powers did Yuan have? Why couldn't he feel it? This search really made him see Yuan. Yuan and Phone watching were chatting and laughing as they made their way over, filling the bystanders with jealousy. Zhuobugue did not mind that. But no matter how he sensed, he could not feel that so-called magic power on Yuan. Senior apprentice brother Long is truly talented. He made it past the Nine Heavens Road as expected. He is fully deserving of the number one in the academy. This was a loyal Long Tang fan. Is your brain rotten? It's already been 4 days since senior apprentice brother Long challenged the Nine Heavens Road. Yuan only used the greater part of a day to challenge the Nine Heavens Road. The two of them are simply incomparable, okay. Furthermore, Yuan made it past the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm. His potential is limitless. So what? In terms of strength, Yi Yuan is far off. Senior apprentice brother Long can defeat him with just one hand. Also, as long as one passed the Nine Heavens Road, they would have the status of the high sex core disciple. Not going to argue with a brain-dead fan like you. Senior apprentice brother Long's lead is only temporary. Yi Yuan will surpass him before long. Yi Yuan and Long Tang, as the #1 person of the new and old generation, both also having cleared the Nine Heavens Road, possessed a large group of loyal fans each. On the stage of the square, Zhang Songtao was also ecstatic to see Long Tang clear the Nine Heavens Road. Haha, truly invigorating. Two geniuses who made it past the Nine Heavens Road actually appeared consecutively in my state of Qin's Danwu Academy. We can stand up with our heads high. Let's see if those bunch of grandsons dare to show off in front of me when I see them in the future. Hu Changxing also stroked his beard lightly as he said with a smile, truly unexpected. Heaven is protecting my state of Qin's Danwu Academy. To have two peerless geniuses appear consecutively. Su Yubai had seen Yi Yuan long ago. He snickered coldly while looking at him. Wasn't it just clearing the Nine Heavens Road? What was there to be cocky about? To actually use the status of the high sex core disciple to suppress your father. Now, Long Tang cleared the Nine Heavens Road as well. Let's see what you have to be arrogant about. Su Yubai already made the decision to rope in Long Tang at all costs. This kind of people would definitely become a powerhouse of their generation. With him covering the Su family, they would be as stable as MT Tai for the next few centuries. And Yi Yuan would surely become a quietly fallen comet after this endless trials, becoming a bygone. Long Tang came. The clothes on him already became strips of rags. His aura was also somewhat disorderly, making him appear somewhat ragged. There was a sharp contrast with Yi Yuan calmly clearing the Nine Heavens Road. It was obvious from his condition that the Nine Heavens Road was not so fun. Long Tang definitely experienced terrifying attacks on the Nine Heavens Road. However, while Long Tang's aura was disorderly, his entire person was displaying his edge fully, complete polar opposites from his usual self. This point was very similar to Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha, what a fine Long Tang. Truly remarkable. Indeed worthy of being #1 on the martial roll. The way I see it, your potential is even greater than Mo Yuntian and Yi Yuan. Su Yubai went up to greet him with a hearty laugh. Su Yubai's words incurred many people's disgust. They also saw his intention to rope him in, but nobody dared to say anything. There was a vast difference between whether Long Tang passed the Nine Heavens Road or not. If he made it past the Nine Heavens Road, Long Tang's future accomplishments would absolutely increase multiple folds. If he failed to make it past the Nine Heavens Road, then he would at most be an expert in the state of Qin. It obviously would not be worth it for Su Yubai to pull him in then. Long Tang did not show much of a reaction towards Su Yubai's solicitation. He just bowed slightly and said, "Many thanks for Elder Su's praise. Long Tang doesn't deserve this." Worthy. Worthy. What's there to be undeserving about? You, Long Tang, have always been the absolute #1 in the academy. Now, you even cleared the Nine Heavens Road. Who would dare say that you are undeserving? Su Yubai said smilingly. If it was somebody else, they would more or less have to expound on the disciplinary hall's first elder's solicitation. But Long Tang shook his head and said, "Senior apprentice brother Mo is a senior who already left the Danwu Academy. It isn't good to compare with him. As for Yi Yuan, I am vastly inferior to him. If I did not clear the Nine Heavens Road, I could perhaps still numb myself. But now that I've experienced it for myself, I know just how gifted Yi Yuan is. This title of #1, Long Tang dare not accept." Following Long Tang's words, Su Yubai's face grew increasingly darker. Long Tang's words were undoubtedly giving him, Su Yubai, a slap in front of thousands of people. How awkward was this for the lofty disciplinary hall's first elder? But Long Tang ignored Su Yubai's complexion and circled around Su Yubai to come in front of Zhang Songtao. He was the highest figure hosting this endless trials. "Dean Zhang, Long Tang came here for 2 matters. The first is to request not to take part in the endless trials this time. Long Tang has just passed the Nine Heavens Road and have some gains. I wish to enter closed-door seclusion for a period of time. I hope that Dean Zhang will allow it." Long Tang's current condition was clearly unsuitable for participating in the endless trials. Zhang Songtao naturally would not be so unreasonable. He nodded and said, Enter closed seclusion and comprehend your gains well. Forget about the endless trials. What's the second matter? The second matter is to express thanks to a person. Without him, I couldn't have cleared the 9 Heavens Road. Oh, there's such a thing. Who has such capabilities to actually aid you in passing the 9 Heavens Road? Zhang Songtao exclaimed in surprise. Long Tang's word aroused everybody's curiosity. But nobody knew the answer except for Zhuobugui. Chapter 122. Chapter 122, Destined Battle. Long Tang turned around and swept his gaze across the crowd beneath the stage. Everyone looked in all directions trying to find the person which Long Tang spoke of. Just who is it? To actually be able to help senior apprentice brother Long pass through the 9 Heavens Road. A heavenly Tao oath has to be sworn every time before entering the 9 Heavens Road. Who would divulge information on the 9 Heavens Road? Who knows? I reckon that senior apprentice brother Long hooked up with some senior apprentice sister. The power of love is the mightiest. It was this conviction supporting him as he charged through the 9 Heavens Road, right? You don't say. There might really be that possibility. It's just who knows which family's girl have that honor. In my view, only senior apprentice sister Feng can match with senior apprentice brother Long in the entire academy. It's not her, right? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Teacher Feng has already been acquired by Yi Yuan. If senior apprentice sister Feng and senior apprentice brother Long become a pair, how will they let us live? The students started whispering to each other with their rich imagination. Soon, the topic digressed to Feng Ruoqing and her niece. Martial artists' auditory abilities were excellent. Some words were inevitably transmitted into their ears, making Feng Ruoqing blush to the tips of her ears. Who knew since when she was already acquired by Yi Yuan? Even she was unaware of it. In front of the public, Feng Ruoqing forever had that ice-cold look. Hearing the crowd's discussion, an intangible killing chi spread out. Except that there were too many people talking. She could not possibly kill them all, right? Long Tang swiftly found Yi Yuan in the crowd. He paid attention to Yi Yuan for a very long time already and was naturally familiar with his aura. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Without your guidance, I couldn't possibly have passed the 9 Heavens Road. Long Tang extended his heartfelt thanks. Long Tang's words instantly caused an uproar. What? It was actually Yi Yuan. How's that possible? It seemed like they didn't even know each other, right? Yeah. Also, Yi Yuan is only at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. What can he teach senior apprentice brother Long? He couldn't have divulged the secrets of the 9 Heavens Road, right? But Yi Yuan is still living well right now. It couldn't be that senior apprentice brother Long cleared it himself like that after watching Yi Yuan challenge the 9 Heavens Road, right? That's too sinister. Everybody felt doubt and bafflement towards Long Tang's words. Even if Long Tang's talent was beneath Yi Yuan's current strength was still weak. What could he help Long Tang with? Furthermore, those familiar with Long Tang knew that he and Yi Yuan were not even acquainted. When did Yi Yuan even help him? Su Yubai's face promptly darkened after hearing Long Tang's words. This Long Tang simply did not know how to appreciate favors. To actually praise Yi Yuan in front of so many people. Even if he did not accept the olive branch he cast, did he not know that Yi Yuan and the Su family were mortal enemies? Was each one of them rushing to oppose the Su family? If a tiger did not demonstrate its might, did they really treat me, Su Yubai, like a sick cat? You all are geniuses, yes, but a genius who can't mature will only be a speck of dust in history. Who would remember you all? Yi Yuan was also mischievously guessing who gave Long Tang pointers just now. Who would have expected Long Tang to actually name him, leaving him somewhat caught unaware? Hey, are you mistaken, senior apprentice brother Long? When have I ever guided you? This is the first time we've met, okay? Yi Yuan was rather bewildered. Long Tang suddenly beamed, smiling very happily. Those familiar with Long Tang knew that he rarely smiled. Today was really without precedent. You've said wrongly, Yi Yuan. Today is indeed the first time you've met me. But I've already seen you many times before. Virtually every time you fought in the academy, I've been observing you. All the way until you charged bravely into the Nine Heavens Road. Finally, I was enlightened, and found the path which belongs to me. Hence, even though you don't know that I've changed because of you, I still have to thank you. Long Tang proclaimed loudly. Oh, so that's the case, haha, then congratulations to you. There isn't a need to thank me. It would be great if you can help me finish off that old fellow behind you. Yi Yuan pointed to Su Yubai behind Long Tang and said with a smile. Su Yubai's face darkened even more severely with Yi Yuan's words. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually dare to request Long Tang to kill him in front of so many people. Utterly preposterous. Just keep being smug, brat. I've already laid down an inescapable net for you in the endless forest. Just go without worry. Long Tang did not turn back. He knew who Yi Yuan was pointing to. I'm still not Elder Su's match right now. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you fulfill this wish of yours. However, 1 year is probably a little tight for me. But it should be sufficient for you. It's still more refreshing to personally do this sort of thing like revenge. The first half of Long Tang's words sounded like complimenting, but the second half was simply looking down upon Su Yubai. And the meaning of his words was actually acknowledging the truth that Yi Yuan was even more talented than him. Long Tang. Do you know the consequences of insulting the Academy's elder? Su Yubai was enraged. Long Tang's back faced Su Yubai. He did not plan on responding from the start. Towards Su Yubai's conduct, Long Tang also despised him greatly, which was why he said those words. TSK, Elder Su is getting on in years. You're really quite forgetful. Senior apprentice brother Long cleared the Nine Heavens Road, so his status is already equivalent to the Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciple. His status in the Tranquil Cloud Sect is already higher than yours. So what if he insults you a little? Yi Yuan derided him. Good. Good. You all want to rebel, right? Just wait. Don't think that you can be carefree after making it through the Nine Heavens Road by luck. Su Yubai's flames of wrath could already burn the skies. Better save it, Elder Su. We're about to take part in the endless trials now. You'd better not delay everyone's time. Yi Yuan completely ignored Su Yubai's threat. Zhang Songtao, who was hosting the endless trials, could no longer watch on. Speaking up, he said, all right. Yi Yuan, Long Tang, don't mess around anymore. Although you two already have the status of the High Sect's core disciple, you are still in the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, yes. I know that both parties have some grudges, so temporarily put aside this matter. The matter at hand is still to undergo the endless trials. Both parties, give me face and stop arguing. Zhang Songtao's words were clearly partial towards Su Yubai. But Yi Yuan was indifferent. Either way, Su Yubai's face was already swept clean by him. He did not suffer a loss. Rather, it was Long Tang who seemed like he had not finished talking. He asked Yi Yuan, although this request is rather abrupt, I still wish to be able to fight with you before heading for the Tranquil Cloud Sect. I wonder what's your opinion? Even though this was the first time Yi Yuan came into contact with Long Tang, he still had quite a good impression. Long Tang was clearly someone who was forthright and determined. A pretty decent opponent. Furthermore, Long Tang was rank 1 on the martial roll. Yi Yuan wanted to charge back to the divine realm, so Long Tang was in its true sense his first barrier. He had to pass it. This battle was perhaps destined a long time ago. All right. Even if senior apprentice brother Long doesn't come and find me, I would also go and look for you. This battle, I will definitely go. Yi Yuan said heroically. Chapter 123. Chapter 123, Utterly Shameless. Team up with me, senior apprentice Sister Feng. My 7-star sword art is already trained to the great success stage. I won't drag you down. Why not we go together, senior apprentice Sister Feng? If we encounter high-tier demonic beasts, I will sacrifice my life to let you escape. Together, senior apprentice Sister Feng. All the treasures our team gets will belong to you. I only want the items the mission requires. After the rather unpleasant assembly ended, the majority of the teams left the Danwu Academy. Along the way, many powerful and outstanding young men gathered in front of Feng Jiro, hoping to team up with her. Feng Jiro's charm was truly not fake. Just in this short while, there were already no less than 10 male students who requested to team with her. And their strengths were all at the second-level spirit condensation realm and above. One had to acknowledge that Feng Jiro's cold and icy appearance could greatly stimulate men's desire to conquer. The colder she was to these male students, the more stimulated these males rushed up to her. Even when Feng Jiro rejected those male students, they still circled around not far from her. Yi Yuan kept following neither too far away nor too near. But now, he joined in, asking with a smile, "Why not take me, senior apprentice Sister Feng? You see, my strength is meager. The two of us teaming up can fully display your unparalleled majesty." Everyone shot a scornful look at Yi Yuan. "Your strength is meager. Your combat prowess can already rank in the top 50 of the martial roll. Can bullshit even reach such a level? Furthermore, don't women all wish to be protected by men? Your kind of degrading request for protection will surely be despised by senior apprentice Sister Feng." Speaking of which, this was already not the first time Yi Yuan hid behind a woman's back. The previous time Su Yubai ambushed, didn't Yi Yuan also hide behind Teacher Feng? Could Yi Yuan be a typical case of bullying the weak but fearing the strong? How could senior apprentice Sister Feng possibly like such a man? Moreover, who in the academy currently was unaware that Yi Yuan already picked up Teacher Feng now? Now, he even came to tease Feng Jiro. Could it be that he wanted to simultaneously collect aunt and niece? Did he not want to retain his face? Even if senior apprentice sister could not find any men, it was also impossible to share a husband with her own aunt, right? Right at this moment, Feng Jiro suddenly stopped and turned around to stare icily at Yi Yuan. A bone-chilling intent spread out. Just when everyone thought that Feng Jiro was about to explode, she spat out 4 words coldly: "Make way in front." Everybody fell to the ground. Just what in the world happened? This world is too insane. Senior apprentice Sister Feng actually agreed. Could it be that senior apprentice Sister Feng was a thorough cold elder sister who enjoyed this sort of play? If they knew earlier, they would also have pretended to have a pitiful appearance to satisfy senior apprentice Sister Feng's protective desires. Haha, heard that? Senior apprentice Sister Feng has already agreed to pair up with me. Everyone, stop circling around her already. You all are also aware that once senior apprentice Sister Feng flares up, ordinary people can't take it. Better not find trouble for yourselves. If you are hurt because of this, don't blame me for not warning you all. Yi Yuan told everyone with a smile. Finishing, Yi Yuan really led the way to open up the path. There were naturally some who still refused to give up. In the end, after Feng Jiro drew her sword and nearly sliced off an ear, did everyone leave unwillingly. At this moment, Yi Yuan and Feng Jiro already arrived at the borders of the Endless Forest. The Endless Forest was filled with dangers. Hence, when students underwent the Endless Trials, they frequently entered in threes or in pairs. The duration of the Endless Trials was half a month. The mission for Heaven rank students was to submit 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts' inner cores and 10 stalks of Tier 2 medicinal herbs. This mission did not seem hard to complete. They just had to kill 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts, harvest 10 stalks of medicinal herbs, and that was it. But in fact, it was not so simple. The strength of the demonic beasts tended to be immensely powerful, often a level greater than the strength of martial artists of the same level. Furthermore, many demonic beasts lived in groups. Once they get caught, it was virtually impossible to survive. Also, some medicinal herbs often had its accompanying beast to guard it. One could suffer the attack of a demonic beast at any time while harvesting herbs. Hence, forming teams to complete the mission was obviously the best option. Senior apprentice sister, aren't you tired at all of showing that icy face all day? Seeing nobody around, Yi Yuan turned towards Feng Jiro. None of your business. I want to. Feng Jiro snapped. Although she still maintained that frosty look, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like throwing a tantrum. It was entirely different from that kind of distancing people 1,000 miles away sort of iciness just now. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "You got to marry eventually, gorgeous. How are you going to find your Mr. Right like this?" Feng Jiro said, All of you stinky men, every one of you just thinks about dirty stuff. None of you are good. Why do I have to show a good attitude to you all? You're overturning an entire ship of people with one blow. Let's not talk about whether men are good or not first. This Tao of men and woman is a natural great Tao. A gentleman pursues a fair maiden. There's nothing inappropriate about this, right? I also didn't say that I can't find a Tao companion. What are you anxious about? Don't tell me that you are so anxious because you fell for this young lady like those stinky men. Feng Jiro's words unconsciously detached Yi Yuan away from the rest. Most likely, even she did not realize it herself. Yi Yuan chortled and said, "Senior apprentice sister might be beautiful, but I'd better keep a respectful distance away from that personality of drawing your sword at the slightest provocation. I don't wish to find a Tao companion who might just stab me one day. That would be such an unjust death." Feng Jiro gnashed her teeth and said, "You're so vapid. Do you have to keep harping on that one thing forever?" Just like Feng Ruoqing, Feng Jiro had always been rather confident in her own charm. But in front of Yi Yuan, she had never found that sort of superiority. Not only did Yi Yuan not humor her and indulge her like the other students, but he also avoided her like the plague. Feng Jiro had never experienced this sort of frustration before. Moreover, she could sense that Yi Yuan's words just now was not deliberately weighed out. But rather, he really did not want to have any association with herself. In reality, Yi Yuan had never schemed after anything of hers. In fact, he helped her and her aunt a lot. Feng Jiro was prideful and haughty. All she thought about was pursuing the extremities of the martial Tao. If she could no longer advance in this lifetime, it would be even worse than killing her. Not only did Yi Yuan notice the problem with her body, he even gave her a cultivation law. This cultivation law named water-defying incantation was simply custom-made for her. Feng Jiro advanced at a tremendous pace when training this cultivation law. Without any accidents, she only required 3 months to catch up to her former cultivation law's progress. Although Feng Jiro never expressed anything towards this, she was actually still very grateful to Yi Yuan in her heart. Yi Yuan involuntarily laughed when he saw her look. "Haha, fine, fine. Actually, it's not that I'm anxious about your affairs, but it's Teacher Feng who is more concerned." Feng Jiro asked doubtfully, "My aunt? What's the matter?" Yi Yuan repeated what Feng Ruoqing said in the morning and said smilingly, "Your aunt is also really strange. She's clearly still a young lass, yet she's worried about your matters." Hearing this incident, Feng Jiro surprisingly did not express any opinion. Instead, she pulled a long face and said, "Quickly go. Continue to open up the path." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Open what path? We can just openly walk in." As he was talking, Yi Yuan fished out 2 medicinal pills and handed Feng Jiro one. Chapter 124. Chapter 124, Breath-Concealing Pill. Feng Jiro looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands. A stinky odor wafted over. She could not resist pinching her nose and pushing away Yi Yuan's hand, asking with a frown, "What medicinal pill is this? So smelly." Tier 2 Breath-Concealing Pill. Tier 3 Demonic beasts and below will be incapable of detecting our aura. This will save us a lot of trouble, Yi Yuan explained. Feng Jiro shook her head repeatedly and said, "I don't want to, stinks to death." "Eat it yourself if you want to." Yi Yuan smiled and did not insist on it. He swallowed one and kept the other one away. Right now, the two had already entered the boundaries of the endless forest and did not stop for long. They headed straight into the deeper areas. "Hey, what place are we going to?" Feng Jiro asked from behind. "Going to the Crimson Summit Ridge first," Yi Yuan answered without even turning back. "Crimson Summit Ridge? Are you mad? That's the habitat of the long-armed stone ape. There's at least tens of thousands of long-armed stone apes. There might even be a Tier 3 ape king. Are you going to seek death?" Feng Jiro exclaimed in shock. Long-armed stone ape was a Tier 2 demonic beast. Once surrounded by a group of long-armed stone apes, it would virtually be a certain death scenario. "Go if you want to. I also didn't make you come along. Earlier, it was just to help you out of your situation. Do you really think I'm counting on you to protect me?" Yi Yuan did not spare any face for Feng Jiro. Feng Jiro flew into a rage when she heard this. Yi Yuan. Who do you think you are? Just your puny bit of strength isn't even fit to carry shoes for this young lady. Isn't it just a one-way route to hell if you go to the Crimson Summit Ridge? Gorgeous, don't flatter yourself. I don't want to carry shoes for you. Also, just because you're strong, it doesn't mean that you'll definitely be fine. My strength is not as great as yours, but I also won't do something just to die in vain. Understood? I'm not going anymore. I want to see just how you're going to come out from the Crimson Summit Ridge. Feng Zhiro stomped her feet angrily and then stopped. Yi Yuan still did not turn his head back. He kept moving forward with gusto without the slightest intention of stopping. Feng Zhiro and Yi Yuan had mingled for some time already. They more or less understood a little of the other party's temper and personality. Regardless whether it was the great life and death battle with Lin Tiancheng or challenging the Nine Heavens Road later on, Yi Yuan never did anything he was not confident in. And even though this Yi Yuan's strength was not great, his various means were inexhaustible. She had never seen him suffer a loss. Not that she had never seen Yi Yuan be at a disadvantage before. The only time she saw it seemed to be from her hands. That one sword nearly cost him his life. Seeing Yi Yuan's figure about to disappear from her line of sight, Feng Zhiro gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and displayed her movement technique to catch up. This fellow completely doesn't know to give in to girls a little. Such a blockhead. Maddening this princess to death. Feng Zhiro said huffily. Yi Yuan's pace was not quick. In a blink of an eye, Feng Zhiro caught up. Without waiting for Yi Yuan to speak, Feng Zhiro said irately, "Don't think too much into it, Yi Yuan. I just don't want to be scolded by Auntie when I get back, that's why I'm continuing to protect you. If you die in the endless forest, she will definitely not spare me when I return." Yi Yuan's back faced Feng Zhiro as he simply smiled and kept mum. If he could, Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to go to Crimson Summit Ridge either. But one of the core ingredients of the Essence Yang pill, Crimson Soul Grass, just happened to be growing in the habitat of the long-armed stone apes. He had no choice but to go. The long-armed stone ape was a demonic social beast. Furthermore, their strength was very great. Even Crystal Formation realm martial artists did not dare to freely intrude. No wonder Feng Zhiro's reaction was so big. After 4 hours, inside a dense forest, a faint blue pretty figure suddenly swung a sword and killed a demonic beast opposite her. The pretty figure landed on the ground panting daintily and her fragrant sweat dripping. This was already the third Tier 2 demonic beast that Feng Zhiro killed. Apart from these Tier 2 beasts, she even killed no less than 10 Tier 1 demonic beasts. After killing so demonic beasts, Feng Zhiro's essence energy consumption was naturally enormous. While at the side, Yi Yuan remained composed as he looked at Feng Zhiro, who was dripping fragrant sweat without the slightest intention to come over and help. "Do you still have humanity, Yi Yuan? I came to help you, but you've been standing idly by all this while." Feng Zhiro currently wished that she could split Yi Yuan with one sword. As for Feng Zhiro's sword, Yi Yuan was not too concerned. Although he was not Feng Zhiro's match at the moment, it was no longer possible for Feng Zhiro to try and kill him with a sword like last time. "My great missus, it's you who are noble and refuse to eat the breath-concealing pill. Now, you are blaming me for attracting demonic beasts. I have a lot of places I want to go, how would I have the energy to keep wasting time along the way like this? Let's not talk about whether you will encounter powerful demonic beasts if you slaughter your way over or not, just the exhaustion will wear you out dead tired," Yi Yuan said grumpily. The endless forest was infinitely vast. The distance to the Crimson Summit Ridge from the borders was 1,000 miles. To human martial artists, it was already a very deep place. Even though Yi Yuan had a map of the outer regions of the endless forest and could do a detour to avoid some danger zones, it would take too much time. He could afford to dawdle, but Luer could not. So he could only walk in a straight line. Consuming the breath-concealing pill could minimize trouble to the limits. Yet Feng Zhiro refused to eat it. Yi Yuan also knew Feng Zhiro's temper. Advising her was useless. Only by letting her suffer some hardship would she change her mind. Indeed, now that Yi Yuan said that, Feng Zhiro suddenly had a revelation. No wonder along the way, demonic beasts did not attack Yi Yuan and just pounced towards her vigorously as if they did not see Yi Yuan. So this was actually the reason. Feng Jiro knew Yi Yuan's alchemy standards, so she naturally would not doubt his medicinal pills. It was just whenever she thought of that unbearable stench, Feng Jiro would just shrink back. Seeing Feng Jiro's expression change several times, Yi Yuan fished out that medicinal pill again and said, "Senior apprentice sister, if you plan on following me forward, just swallow this medicinal pill in one breath. Otherwise, we can only part. Here. You're also aware that I came to the endless forest this time because of important matters. Time is very precious. If we continue like this, you will only become my burden." Although she really did not want to admit it, it was just as Yi Yuan said. She would only become Yi Yuan's burden if this continued. Feng Jiro was extremely competitive. She could not accept the fact of becoming a baggage that needed to be carried around. Thinking up to here, Feng Jiro reached out to snatch the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand, and swallowed it with her eyes shut. The pill entered her mouth, and Feng Jiro realized that it was not as nasty as she imagined it to be. In fact, it carried a faint trace of fragrance in the mouth which overflowed her entire body. Looking at that smile of Yi Yuan's like his scheme had succeeded, Feng Jiro's temper flared up out of nowhere. She pointed her sword at Yi Yuan and said furiously, "Did you make fun of me on purpose? I'll kill you." Yi Yuan hurried, dodged and laughed out loud. "My great missus, can you be reasonable? Do you think that if I tell you right from the start, you would believe it?" Hearing that, Feng Jiro was stunned. What Yi Yuan said was really true. Each person knew their temper the best. Even if Yi Yuan explained just how delicious that medicinal pill was from the beginning, there was no way she would have consumed it. Chapter 125. Chapter 125, Obtaining Good Wallflower Using Wit. Feng Jiro consumed the breath-concealing pill. There was no harassment from demonic beasts along the way, so the pair's advancement speed increased significantly. After half a day, the two people walked almost half of the journey. But Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. "Why aren't you walking?" Feng Jiro asked. "There's good stuff." Finishing, Yi Yuan pranced forth and arrived in front of a cave. Feng Jiro was also very curious as she tagged along. Feng Jiro was about to ask again when Yi Yuan gestured with his hand to keep silent. He transmitted his voice, "There should be a type of herb in this cave called the good wallflower. However, this flower tends to have iron paw flying bears guarding it." Feng Jiro asked puzzledly, "Why do you know again?" 1. Some precious herbs not only have associated beasts but also have associated plants. This stretch of blue sandalwood forest is the good wallflower's accompanying plant. The blue sandalwood can secrete a type of liquid into the soil, and this liquid is precisely the good wallflower's nourishment. Yi Yuan explained. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Feng Jiro was dumbstruck. She felt that Yi Yuan was simply omniscient and omnipotent. Just merely passing by a stretch of blue sandalwood forest and he actually discovered the highly rare good wallflower. As an alchemist, Feng Jiro naturally heard of the good wallflower. It was a very rare tier 2 medicinal herb. Except that the herbal essentials did not describe the good wallflower in detail. Clearly, the author Li Shizhen himself was unclear of the source and use of this flower. Point 2. Something which an alchemy sovereign did not even understand, yet Yi Yuan could enumerate it like his family's treasures. Just what kind of heaven-defying existence was that teacher behind him? Ignoring that teacher, Yi Yuan himself was only 15 years old. What kind of genius could learn so many things when they were 15? However, Feng Jiro would only keep her astonishment a secret. Her mouth was condescending, and she said, "You know a lot. In a while, if we can't find these good wallflowers, let's see what you have to say." Yi Yuan smiled and did not clarify. He transmitted his voice to her, "Later, you lure the iron paw flying bear away. I'll go and retrieve the herb." Feng Jiro immediately frowned heavily when she heard that and even forget to transmit her voice as she responded indignantly, "Are you mistaken, Yi Yuan? You are a grown man yet you keep making women do dangerous things. Go if you want, I'm not going." Yi Yuan gave an innocent look and said, "You came to protect me, senior apprentice sister. Can you bear to watch me go and die?" An iron paw flying bear is a tier 2 demonic beast with high speed and great strength. If I go, it's equal to casting away my life. I don't care. Either way, I'm not going. Feng Jiro's willfulness acted up. Roar. Right then, a huge roar sounded out. The pair's arguing sound startled the iron paw flying bear inside the cave. A colossal figure gradually appeared from the pitch-black cave with a body full of fur. It was precisely an adult iron paw flying bear. Damn, we alerted the iron paw flying bear. Quickly run. Feng Jiro shrieked and turned around to run away. After running a few steps, Feng Jiro suddenly realized that something was wrong. Turning back, she found out that Yuan did not even move. What are you standing stupidly there for, Yuan? Quickly run. We aren't a match for the iron paw flying bear. Feng Jiro yelled. Iron paw flying bears had very explosive tempers. Seeing Yuan stand there without moving at all, it swiftly locked onto him. Whoosh! The iron paw flying bear roared again and pounced at Yuan with lightning speed. But Yuan remained motionless right there like he was scared silly. Feng Jiro did not expect that this sort of situation would occur. The iron paw flying bear's attack power was very strong. If its palm landed fully, how could Yuan survive? Although Feng Jiro liked to bicker with Yuan, it did not mean that she could really watch Yuan die like that. In a blink of an eye, the iron paw flying bear already crossed several dozen meters. That titanic bear paw already smacked down towards Yuan. Feng Jiro gritted her teeth and shot towards Yuan with her movement technique at full blast. The iron paw flying bear and Feng Jiro's sword had intimate contact and actually released intense metal scratching sounds with sparks. The iron paw flying bear's bear paw was brushed away, but Feng Jiro retreated several steps in succession. A surge of blood swelled in her chest. The name of Iron Paw of the iron paw flying bear was well deserved. The strength of a pair of bear paws was actually comparable to magic artifacts. Feng Jiro's sword was naturally a rare high-rank magic artifact. But it was actually unable to leave any injury on the bear paw. Right then, Yuan turned around to look at Feng Jiro. He smiled and said, "Many thanks to senior apprentice Sister Feng for saving me. Since you're already matched up, then I'll have to trouble you to lure it away." You actually made use of me." Feng Jiro was exasperated. Only now did she react to being tricked by Yuan. Yuan was not unable to evade, but he deliberately did not dodge just to wait for her to come back and save him. Now was clearly not the time to chat. The iron paw flying bear already arrived in front of their eyes. Wanting to run away now was useless. Since it was named Iron Paw Flying Bear, it could be seen that it was big but not clumsy. It had extremely swift movements. The Iron Paw Flying Bear seemed to be enraged. It howled again but disregarded Yuan and pounced towards Feng Jiro. Feng Jiro swept a cold glance at Yuan and said, "I'll settle the score with you later, humph." Finishing, Feng Jiro carried her sword and turned around, speeding out far away. Yuan chuckled and yelled at Feng Jiro's back, "Be careful, senior apprentice Sister Feng." After that, Yuan walked over to the cave without hurrying at all. The Iron Paw Flying Bear had an enormous build. The cave it chose was naturally very spacious. The cave was not deep. Yuan entered the cave and quickly found the good wallflower. In fact, there were a total of several hundred stalks. Haha, with these good wallflowers, I can nurture at least several hundred crystal formation realm powerhouses. Such luxury. Yuan also did not expect that. This cave had so many good wallflowers inside. The reason why Yuan was unwilling to give up on these good wallflowers was primarily because of the promise he made to Huyen Yong previously. Back then, Feng Ruoqing guessed some parts. But she did not think that Yuan could honor that promise so quickly. The big gift Yuan wanted to give Huyen Yong back then was to help him enter the crystal formation realm. Do not look at how 9th level spirit condensation realm was just that teeny bit away from crystal formation realm. That little bit was so near, yet poles apart. To the vast majority of spirit condensation realm martial artists, the end point of their martial path was the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. Breaking through to the crystal formation realm was absolutely like a 1,000-man army and 10,000 horses crossing a single log bridge. It was extremely difficult. One had to know that it had already been over a dozen years since Suyubai was stuck at half-step crystal formation realm. Yet, he was unable to take that step. The difficulty of breaking through to the crystal formation realm could be imagined. According to Yuan's observations, Huyen-Yong had the hope of breaking through to the crystal formation realm. It was just hard to determine the time. With his help, Huyen-Yong could shorten this step by at least 30 years. Yi Yuan would naturally be using medicinal pills to aid Huyen-Yong. The medicinal pill to help martial artists break through into the crystal formation realm was called the crystal formation pill. An ordinary high-grade crystal formation pill could increase the success rate of condensing crystal by 30%. With Yi Yuan's standards, as long as he broke through to the crystal formation realm, it would naturally be not just that. And a good wallflower was one of the core ingredients for the crystal formation pill. With these crystal formation pills, Yi Yuan could even create an army of crystal formation realm martial artists. Such a force could virtually sweep across the tranquil cloud 10 nations. Chapter 126. Chapter 126, Are You For Real? Placing these good wallflowers inside his storage ring, Yi Yuan continued to search the deeper parts of the cave. As an alchemist, Yi Yuan was very familiar with the living habits of all sorts of demonic beasts. The iron paw flying bear was not just the accompanying beast for the good wallflower. It also retained some habits of bears, for example, their love for eating honey. Some honey was extremely precious. Yi Yuan just wanted to try his luck by going in. This cave was very tidy. Clearly, that iron paw flying bear cherished this place greatly. Before long, Yi Yuan saw a stone mound. The stone mound was slightly larger than that iron paw flying bear. It was clear that this was where it rested. Yi Yuan surveyed the surroundings and went over to examine a lump of honey and could not help being thrilled. It's actually silver sword bee honey, and there's so much. I really struck gold. Looks like that big stupid bear couldn't bear to eat it and hoarded it here. Didn't think that I would profit from this, with this thing. I can also justify to Feng Jiro that lasts later. Otherwise, she would definitely split me in half. Silver sword bee was similarly a tier 2 demonic beast. Furthermore, its attack power was very strong, and its sting was highly toxic. The average person dared not approach it. Looks like that stupid great bear's skin is really thick. To actually finish off a silver sword bee's beehive. Truly impressive. Silver sword bee's honey was extremely hard to come by. The effects of just directly consuming it was not inferior to a transcendent grade essence chi pill. After Yi Yuan broke through to the spirit condensation realm, his cultivation would similarly require large quantities of medicinal pills. The medicinal pill commonly used in the endless world when cultivating at the spirit condensation realm was called essence drop pill. Yi Yuan obviously would not use such a low-level medicinal pill. He was prepared to refine a medicinal pill called jade water pill. Its effect was more than a level stronger than the essence drop pill. And the silver sword bee's honey was precisely one of the core ingredients to refine the jade water pill. The medicinal pill that could be refined from so much silver sword bee honey was roughly enough to let Yi Yuan break through to the 4th or 5th level spirit condensation realm. And the silver sword bee honey had another use, which was whitening and beautifying. With Yi Yuan's methods, after refining several beauty-retaining pills to bribe Feng Jiro, that last most likely would not find trouble with him anymore. Which woman did not wish to be forever young? After finished these silver sword bee honey, Yi Yuan did not stay on and prepared to leave the cave straight away. If Feng Jiro could not hold on and that great stupid bear came back early trapping him inside, that would not be good. Yi Yuan swiftly went to the cave entrance and was just about to exit the cave when a premonition suddenly struck. 4 streaks of cold light came from 4 different directions, sneak attacking Yi Yuan directly. The strength of these 4 people were all at the spirit condensation realm. The 4 light beams virtually locked down Yi Yuan from all angles for the purpose of taking his life. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, Yi Yuan had no time to think too much, and could not be bothered with his image. He directly dropped and rolled inside the cave, barely evading these 4 attacks. Even so, a blade still struck Yi Yuan's calf. Big brother, turns out it's just a 9th level essence chi realm brat. Made us wait so seriously. Don't underestimate this brat. A 9th level essence chi realm could actually dodge our ambush. His strength can't be downplay. What are you scared of him for? We, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes, are spirit condensation realm experts. You're even at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm, big brother. This brat also has the exit blocked by us. Don't tell me he can fly away. The ambushers did not continue the pursuit but blocked the exit, sealing off the only way out. Yi Yuan crawled up from the ground and felt a burning pain in his calf. Yi Yuan was familiar with poison and knew that the blade was coated with poison. He involuntarily frowned and fished out a detoxification pill he refined from his storage ring and ate it. Only then did it suppress the toxin. The Southern Ridge 4 heroes saw Yi Yuan's actions but did not stop him. They just looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. One of them said, "It's useless, brat." This toxin was something we, Southern Ridge 4 heroes, begged from the 5 poison immortal. Even if Tier 2 demonic beasts were struck by it, it would die from the poison half a day later, let alone a puny 9th level essence chi realm like you. Ordinary detoxification pills completely can't resolve this poison. Yi Yuan ignored him, faced the boss-like martial artist, and answered with a question, "You guys are demonic beast hunters." Seeing how these few people's equipments were shabby and their age was rather old, they were clearly not the Danwu Academy students. So that just left demonic beast hunters. This place was roughly 500 miles away from the boundaries, precisely the place where spirit condensation realm demonic beast hunters frequent. In the endless trials, not only would one suffer attacks from students and demonic beast hunters were likewise a source of danger. They originally worked with their lives on the edge of a blade while the students in the Danwu Academy were all proud children of heaven who enjoy countless cultivation resources. Under this comparison, there were naturally many demonic beast hunters who felt unfair. And among them, a percentage of them would choose to lay hands on students. In past endless trials, the number of students who died at the hands of demonic beast hunters was not small. That's right. If I guessed correctly, you should be a student from the Danwu Academy, right? Looks like it's the time for the Danwu Academy's endless trials once again, the boss said. Why did you guys ambush me? Yi Yuan asked again. The boss sniggered and pointed to where the good wallflowers originally were and said, "Naturally for the precious herbs on you. This place should have many medicinal herbs, right? Looks like it was taken by you. Hand it over, and we will give you a painless end." Hearing the boss's words, Yi Yuan could not resist laughing. "You guys won't even let me off if I hand over the herbs?" "Heh, sorry. Who asked you to be from the Danwu Academy? If I let you off after you exit the endless forest, how will we, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes, survive? Then what are you bullshitting for? Just directly make a move to snatch it and be done with it," Yi Yuan said sullenly. That boss chortled. He continued talking with an attitude like everything was within his grasp. Talking naturally has its purpose. "Do you know what poison we smeared on the blade? This poison is called 100 breath collapse. That's to say that within 100 breaths, the poison will flare up and you'll have no way of resisting, and definitely die within half a day. From when you were poisoned till now, it's been almost 90 breaths. 10, 9, 8, 1, down." This 100 breath collapse proved effective every time the Southern Ridge 4 heroes used it. Even if a gargantuan-build demonic beast were inflicted by this toxin, it would also collapse onto the ground within 100 breaths. Yi Yuan was only a 9th level essence chi realm. He naturally could not escape this end. But when he finished the 10 breaths and said the word down, Yi Yuan remained standing there without any intention of collapsing. Did I count wrong? There's still several breaths of time. Boss said in bewilderment when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan looked at the Southern Ridge 4 heroes boss and could not resist sighing. "Are you for real? Playing poison with this little lord, you are still a little too unskilled. When this little lord was playing with poison, I'm afraid your grandfather wasn't even born yet." Chapter 127. Chapter 127, Sowing Discord. Although the detoxification pill Yi Yuan refined was only Tier 2, the composition of the medicinal pill was completely different from what Yihang refined. Consuming the detoxification pill and facing these spirit condensation realm martial artists from the state of Qin, Yi Yuan could be said to be invulnerable to all poison. If several spirit condensation realm martial artists could inflict poison with a detoxification pill refined by an exalted alchemy emperor, then it would truly be a joke. When Yi Yuan finished talking, the face of the boss of the Southern Ridge 4 heroes swiftly fell. A teenage youth talking about his grandfather not being born yet to his face, these words had indescribable oddness. Could it be that this brat was an old monster who just maintained this face using youth-retaining techniques? The boss quickly denied this thought. Being admitted into the Danwu Academy, one had to undergo a bone age test. If this brat was really an old monster, there was no way he could have entered the Danwu Academy. And Yuan was clearly just 9th level Essence Chi realm. Which old monster's strength was this lousy? Hence, the boss's final conclusion was that Yuan was purely diverting him. Hey, your detoxification pill is a treasure. Even 100 breaths collapse was useless to you. But do you think that with your power alone, you can escape from the four of us? The boss sneered coldly. Yuan did not panic the slightest bit. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, Southern Ridge dead dogs, right? You all can come and try. Finishing, an azure-tasseled sword suddenly appeared in Yuan's hand with an intimidating chilling chi. It was precisely that Songhua sword. The instant that Songhua sword appeared, the powerful aura unique to spirit artifacts swiftly enveloped the Southern Ridge 4 heroes. Demonic beast hunters were people with vast experiences and knowledge. Once that Songhua sword showed itself, they felt its distinctiveness. Spirit artifact. It must be a spirit artifact. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts definitely don't have this sort of undulations, the Southern Ridge boss exclaimed in shock, and his eyes instantly showed incomparable greed. Being reminded by the Southern Ridge boss, the other three people immediately also reacted. Their gaze similarly revealed that extremely greedy look. Ha. To think that I, Chen Jiechio, can actually own a spirit artifact. It's truly heaven's blessings. Brat, didn't your family's elders teach you the principle of not revealing valuables? Since you flashed out a spirit artifact, then I won't stand on ceremony and just accept it. The Southern Ridge boss laughed maniacally. Right now, Chen Jiechio was so agitated that he was shaking a little. This was a spirit artifact. Even in his dreams, he did not think that he could actually possess a spirit artifact in this lifetime. Chen Jiechio already started to picture the scene of wielding that Songhua sword and slaughtering in 4 directions. Just imagining it made one excited. Yuan looked at Chen Jiechio, and with a smile that was obviously not sincere he said, Is that so? But there's only one spirit artifact, yet there are 4 of you. How do you plan on distributing it? Once Yuan's words came out, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes' face changed. Humph, trying to sow discord between us 4 brothers, you're still too inexperienced, brat. Regarding the allocation, us brothers will naturally take our time to discuss it after killing you. No need for you to worry. Chen Jiechio had toughened himself after so many years in the pugilist world and quickly reacted to Yuan's intentions, and he tried to use words to calm his own brothers. But now that Yuan said that, Chen Jiechio also quietly planned out how to settle the ownership of this spirit artifact. After snatching over the spirit artifact, he would find a chance to finish off the other 3 people. This sword would belong to him alone. Whatever Southern Ridge 4 heroes, whatever brotherhood runs deep, they were all nothing in front of a spirit artifact. The martial arts world was where the strong prey on the weak. Only making one stronger was the absolute truth. Chen Jiechio braved all kinds of dangers for so many years. How could he be unaware of this principle? Really? But I saw your look when you were talking just now, and it doesn't seem like you want to share with your brothers. You aren't thinking about pacifying your brothers first, and then killing them after snatching the spirit artifact to keep it all to yourself, right? Don't get agitated. I was just guessing, Yuan beamed widely with squinted eyes. Having his inner thoughts seen through, Chen Jiechio could not help becoming furious. You are seeking death, brat. Us brothers have braved through fire and water for so many years. Our feelings are as solid as metal. Do you think that just by sowing a bit of dissent, we'll fall for it? Brothers, kill this brat first. Aiya, becoming angry from shame. You say that your feelings are as tough as metal. Do you dare to swear a heavenly Tao oath? What's there to be afraid of? However, kill you first before talking. Old second, old third, old fourth, what are you standing there stupidly for? Don't tell me our relationship can't even stand up to a few sentences from this punk. Chen Jiechio gave a pained expression. The other 3 people exchanged glances but did not make a move for a long time. Clearly, Yuan's words took effect. Hey, it's not that your feelings aren't deep, it's the benefits which are too substantial. The allure of spirit artifacts is too great. Who can resist it? The way I see it, the few of you are vicious and ruthless people. Your relationship was good last time because there wasn't the temptation of enormous benefits. But now, there's a spirit artifact that appeared in front of you all. None of you can remain calm, right? The few of you aren't his match in the first place. Once he gets the spirit artifact, can you all still survive? Yi Yuan said it calmly. Yi Yuan's words made the other three people's expression change once more. No matter how good a spirit artifact was, it was not as good as one's life. These Southern Ridge 4 heroes were originally infamous among demonic beast hunters. Each of them was ruthlessly cruel and cunning like foxes. To say that the 4 of them were demonic beast hunters, one might as well say that they were hunters of hunters. They frequently moved against other demonic beast hunters, incurring the wrath of both heaven and men. But these 4 people's strength was also very great, resulting in nobody dared to provoke them, and could only do their best to hide from them. These 4 people looked as if they were a monolithic block, but in reality, each had their own abominable quality. In front of prophets, how could they advance and retreat together as they used to before? At this time, Old Second finally said, "Big brother, not that we don't believe you, but this spirit artifact is overly important. It is better if we discuss what to do with it first, then each swears a heavenly Tao oath." When Old Second said that, Chen Jiechio's heart immediately sunk. Clearly, his killing intent was roused. However, Chen Jiechio was the most cunning out of the 4, so he naturally would not show it on his face. Chen Jiechio laughed and said, "Since that's the case, then us brothers discuss it first. Anyway, this brat can't escape, so there's no rush." Seeing this scene, a trace of a sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. Bystanders see things clearly. He knew that this Chen Jiechio already had the intent to kill. Currently, those 3 people still wanted to get a share, so they obviously could not detect Chen Jiechio's thoughts. Seeing the boss being so amiable, the 3 people also felt relieved. "Old Second, I'm afraid you already have some idea, right? Why not say it out and let us brothers hear it?" Not the slightest bit of worry could be seen on Chen Jiechio's face. Old Second nodded and said, "The spirit artifact is an important artifact. It can't be easily revealed to people. Otherwise, the 4 of us will definitely be chased to the ends of the world, and finally, whether we can keep it or not is still a question mark. Hence, those who have seen that us brothers have a spirit artifact must die." When that was said, the other 3 also strongly felt the same and nodded to express their agreement. But right then, the essence energy in Chen Jiechio's body was already quietly revolving. The danger slowly approached. Chapter 128. Chapter 128, Murder Triggered by a Spirit Artifact. As for the problem of the ownership of this spirit artifact, I feel that we can use a year for the duration. Boss, your strength is the greatest, so you get half a year. The remaining half a year will be split among the 3 of us. Each of us gets 2 months. The more Old Second talked, the more excited he got. He felt that his allocation plan was very reasonable. It could dispel the boss's discontent and also let himself use a spirit artifact for a period of time. "Oh, your idea is pretty good." "I concur," Chen Jiechio nodded and said. "Then what do the rest of the brothers think?" Old Second asked again. Old Third and Old Fourth naturally did not have any objections. Old Second opened his mouth again. He said, "Since that's the case, then let's decide it like this. But to avoid everyone reneging in the future, we'd better set a heavenly Tao oath, da-da." Old Second had not finished talking when he flew out. He spewed fresh blood frenziedly in midair and landed feebly on the ground. There was air going in but no breathing out. Clearly, he was done for. This change happened too suddenly. Old Third and Old Fourth did not even manage to react yet. Chen Jiechio did not hesitate. After ambushing Old Second, the attack he prepared long ago was launched at Old Third. A chilling light flashed past, and a blade severed Old Third's arm with extreme speed. Old Third's reaction was also fast. He slightly tilted his body. Otherwise, this move would have split him into 2. Arg. Old Third cried out wretchedly and hastily revolved his essence energy to try and stop the bleeding from the wound. Old Fourth looked at Chen Jiechio in horror and reproached furiously, "What's the meaning of this, boss?" The moment the sneak attack succeeded, Chen Jiechio finally felt relieved. Among them, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes, Old Fourth's strength was the weakest, being only at the first-level spirit condensation realm. Dealing with him was not hard. What he feared most were Old Second and Old Third joining hands. That would more or less be quite troublesome. If they fought until both sides were injured over here, would it not benefit that brat by the side? Heh, no other meaning. My intention, don't tell me that Old Fourth you still can't tell. Chen Jiechio said with a spurious smile. Old Fourth's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You're really vicious, boss. Us brothers have already been together for 10 years, right? You actually laid hands against life and death brothers for a spirit artifact." Chen Jiechio sneered and said, "Life and death brothers. Don't think I don't know your dirty deeds. These few years, your wings have grown hard. How many spoils of battle have you all pocketed? When have I not closed an eye to it? Every time we encounter a strong enemy, you run faster than a rabbit, Old Fourth. Who helped you all to fall back? Now that we finally came across a spirit artifact, you actually still want a portion of the soup from me. What's the F*** point of placing this spirit artifact in your hands? Even so, you shouldn't have murdered. We have so many years of sentiment between us brothers. What matter can't be discussed?" Old Fourth appeared to be enraged. "Discuss my *SS. Think your father, I, still don't know your temperaments. If it was some other thing, then forget it. But this is a spirit artifact. A spirit artifact which even a crystal formation realm old freak find hard to get. How could you all possibly watch me use it alone? Hence, it's better to kill off cleanly. This spirit artifact is mine, Chen Jiechio's." The more Chen Jiechio spoke, the more agitated he got. Old Fourth's expression changed several times, but in the end, he still submitted, imploring, "Big brother. My strength is the weakest among us 4 brothers. I won't even think about owning a spirit artifact. Now that second brother and third brother. One is dead and the other is injured, I'm even less of a threat. Can you let me off? I can swear a heavenly Tao oath that I'll absolutely not leak out the matter of you owning a spirit artifact." Old Fourth said it very sincerely in a manner like he stood aloof from worldly desires, which made Chen Jiechio calm down. After ruminating it for a short while, Chen Jiechio nodded and said, "Fine. Swear an oath." Hearing that, Old Fourth was overjoyed, and he hurriedly expressed gratitude. "Thank you, big brother." Old Fourth no longer hesitated and directly raised his finger pointing to the skies, swearing, "I swear an oath in the name of heavenly Tao, I'll absolutely not leak out the matter of big brother obtaining a spirit artifact, otherwise." Old Fourth's heaven Tao oath was recited halfway when a change occurred once more. Chen Jiechio's blade howled towards Old Fourth with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder which left no time for covering ears. Old Fourth really thought that the boss let him off. How could he have thought that he was so ruthless and had long had the heart to kill 4? Certain. Virtually without defending, that blade light pierced Old Fourth's heart. Up until now, Old Second and Old Fourth died. Old Third still had half his life left. The wound was poisoned. Old Third would die for sure in half a day. Finishing all these, Chen Jiechio looked in Yuan, and said with a smile, "Congratulations to you. Your inciting discord succeeded. There's only me alone left among us 4 brothers." Yi Yuan shrugged and said smilingly, "Your Southern Ridge dead dog's brotherhood really runs deep. When I was watching just now, it touched me so much that I'm almost tearing." Chen Jiechio could not be bothered with Yi Yuan's sarcasm and said, "I thought that you would take advantage of the chaos just now to run away. Didn't think that you could actually hold back. Haven't you been guarding against me? If I were to escape, it would be perfect for you give me a lightning blow, isn't that so?" Yi Yuan said. Chen Jiechio was somewhat puzzled as he said, "Didn't think that your strength can't cut it, brat, but your observation is rather meticulous. A talent. But if that wasn't the case, you also couldn't have incited us brothers to kill ourselves." Chen Jiechio, this person was very insidious and cunning. He even calculated against his own brothers, let alone Yi Yuan. Although he was dealing with the other 3 people just now, he always paid attention to Yi Yuan's movements. As long as Yi Yuan dared to move, he would surely give Yi Yuan a lightning-like blow. "Haha, thanks for the praise," Yi Yuan laughed and said. Having already finished off the other 3 people, Chen Jiechio was not anxious right now. Instead, he started chatting with Yi Yuan. Seeing that you already have 9th level Essence Chi realm cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid that your status in the Danwu Academy isn't low, right? And yet, a genius like you have to plummet here today. This is really regretful. His mouth said regretful, but Chen Jiechio's expression was very excited. Obtaining a spirit artifact and even nipping a genius in his bud, no matter how he thought, it was an extremely refreshing thing. Yi Yuan looked at Chen Jiechio pitifully and said with a smile, I'm asking, if you were for real, why haven't you have a single bit of awareness, hoping for a joke to become aware doesn't seem to be very realistic. I also don't know who gave you your confidence, to make you feel certain of finishing me off. Chen Jiechio was stunned when he heard that and immediately burst into laughter, ha ha ha, you're killing me. A 9th level Essence Chi realm brat actually dares to be so brazen. It's really typical of the people from the academy. I know that your academy students are all really impressive and can leap ranks in battle. If you were a spirit condensation realm martial artist, then I really dare not talk to you like this. But sadly, you're only a 9th level Essence Chi realm. Chen Jiechio was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. The way he saw it, wouldn't dealing with a 9th level Essence Chi realm be a complete crush on the latter? Even if he was a genius. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Do you know why I sowed discord to make you all kill each other? Do you think that I only wanted to seize the chance to escape? You're wrong. Gravely mistaken. Chapter 129. Chapter 129, Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword, 9 Sword Stance. Oh, mistaken. I want to hear just how I'm mistaken. Chen Jiechio felt that Yi Yuan was very humorous. A 9th level Essence Chi realm racked his brain to make them brothers kill each other not for escaping. Could it be that it was for killing them all? But the reality was so. In truth, when I first took out the Tsanghua sword, I just wanted to test the bonds between you brothers. But I didn't think that the result would give me such a shock and amazing effect. The reason why I spent so much effort to foment you all was that I wasn't confident in killing all of you simultaneously. It's still best for lesser people to know about the matter concerning the spirit artifact, Yi Yuan smiled and said. Haha, truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you mean that the 4 of us combined aren't your match? Chen Jiechio felt like he had heard a hilarious joke. Yi Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. It's exactly so. You truly have no idea of death or danger. Do you think that by having a spirit artifact, you can cross a major realm and fight me? I do want to test whether a Danwu Academy's genius student has real ability or is just a fool who can only brag. Chen Jiechio was infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude. Having frequently walked along the borders of life and death, Chen Jiechio's strength was very formidable. Forget about Essence Chi realm martial artists, even among 3rd level spirit condensation realms, he belonged to the strong type. Of course, compared to the sort of strength among the Danwu Academy's martial roles experts, it was still lacking too much. Don't worry. You'll see it right away. The instant his words fell, Yi Yuan's entire aura transformed as if his entire being turned into a sharp sword. As if sensing the sword intent coming off of Yi Yuan's body, the Tsanghua sword actually started to tremor in Yi Yuan's hand. The reason why spirit artifacts were called spirit artifacts was that they possessed spirituality. This sort of spirituality was not that they developed consciousness, but that they could produce a certain degree of resonance with the martial artist. This sort of resonance could increase the martial artist's strength. It was precisely because of this that spirit artifacts were stronger than magic artifacts and precious artifacts. Seeing Yi Yuan's transformation, color instantly faded from Chen Jiechio's face and what replaced it was solemnness. No matter how he thought, he could not have expected that a mere 9th level Essence Chi realm could release such a formidable sword intent. Chen Jiechio finally understood why Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to escape. He did not even need to run. Such a powerful sword intent truly had the might to threaten him. This is my first time executing Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword art. You're the first person to see it. You should feel honored. Yi Yuan held his sword and pointed to Chen Jiechio as he spoke. On the 9 Heavens Road, Yi Yuan fused together the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art and his own Falling Flower Floating Zero sword, the 2 sword intents, and named it Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword art. The Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art might be strong, but it required sword moves to display. With intent but no moves, a rootless weed. With moves but lacking intent, flashy without substance. Yi Yuan's outlook was extremely high. He deeply understood the logic that what suited oneself was the best. Hence, he did not think to go to the Tranquil Cloud sect to learn the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art sword moves but chose to create his own style. Creating styles was not something fun to do. Learning other people's things was already extremely, tremendously challenging, let alone creating one. Those who could self-create styles were undoubtedly all peerless prodigies. Only Yi Yuan dared to play like this. But due to time constraints, Yi Yuan only completed the embryonic form of the first move. Humph, no matter how powerful your sword intent is, without the support of essence energy, how much power can it have? I don't believe that you, a 9th level essence chi realm, can really kill me. Chen Jiechio snorted coldly. 5 Ghost Morning Soul Blade. Kill. Chen Jiechio decided to take the initiative. The moment he made a move, it was a killing blow. 5 Ghost Morning Soul Blade was the skill Chen Jiechio became famous for. He had been developing this martial art for nearly 10 years. One could say that he mastered it to perfection. When the blade slashed out, a weeping sound suddenly cried out. Akin to ghost wailing and wolves howling. It actually had the effect of absorbing souls. This martial technique was extremely powerful. The average martial artists would succumb to it the instant they got careless. But sadly, Chen Jiechio met Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan comprehended heart like still water on the 9 heavens road. This sort of soul-absorbing had no effect at all to him. And right then, Yi Yuan's sword stance was already completed. Azure Dipper Floating 0 Sword Art, First Stance, 9 Sword Stance. Yi Yuan gave a low cry and transformed into 9 silhouettes. 9 Yi Yuan struck with their swords simultaneously and unleashed 9 streaks of azure-colored sword beams. The 9 streaks of sword beams were released later, but arrived first, enveloping Chen Jiechio completely. Chen Jiechio was greatly alarmed. How could he be bothered to hack Yi Yuan anymore? He swiftly drew his blade to defend. Ding! 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 A series of metal striking sounded out. Chen Jiechio was in a flurry before barely blocking the sword beams. Chen Jiechio was well-deserved for being a 3rd-level spirit condensation realm expert. These 9 streaks of sword beams were executed using the Tsanghua sword. Its might was extremely formidable. He actually blocked the majority of it. However, there was still a streak of sword beam which breached his defensive circle and punched through his left arm without mercy. Ah! Chen Jiechio cried out miserably and clutched his left arm agonizingly. The flesh on his left arm was minced. Clearly, it was already crippled. Chen Jiechio was worthy of being a veteran. After suffering a hit, he shot towards the outer areas with extreme speed without saying anything. He was actually fleeing. Evidently, he was already completely certain that he was absolutely not Yi Yuan's match. Escaping with his life was of paramount importance. However, Yi Yuan obviously would not give him that chance. Practically the instant he turned around to escape, Yi Yuan kept away the Tsanghua sword and pointed with his left finger. This was already the Great Circle Stage Absolute Yang finger. Its killing might was absolutely astounding. Chen Jiechio also did not expect Yi Yuan to react so quickly. This finger's speed was incredibly fast. There was simply no time to defend. Puchi. With that sound, an intangible force directly pierced through Chen Jiechio's calf. Arg. Chen Jiechio gave another wretch-sounding cry and then collapsed on the ground. I already said that none of you will escape. How can I give you the chance to flee? Yi Yuan went forward a few steps and said calmly. Chen Jiechio disregarded the pain from his arm and leg and quickly scrambled over to kneel in front of Yi Yuan. He cried out miserably, "Mercy, little brother. I, Chen Jiechio, have but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I've offended little brother. I deserve to die. I deserve death. As long as little brother spare my life, I'm willing to work like a bull and a horse for you." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I think that you brothers have all committed countless crimes, right? Killing you all counts as executing justice on behalf of heaven. A bull or a horse like you, I dare not accept. Go in peace." Finishing, he directly removed Chen Jiechio's head without giving him the slightest chance. Yi Yuan did not have any pity at all towards these sort of human dregs. Recalling the scene when he displayed the nine-sword stance just now, Yi Yuan frowned and murmured to himself, the nine-sword stance can still be perfected. The might of this 9 streaks of sword beams is unbalanced. Unleashing the sword was also unharmonious. There's still some time lag. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with that strike just now. Right then, a feeble voice was heard. Why, young hero, I beg you. Save me. Chapter 130. Chapter 130, I give senior apprentice sister 100 years of youth. Yi Yuan looked over, and it turned out to be old third of the Southern Ridge 4 heroes. His arm was hacked off by Chen Jiechio, and the blade carried deadly poison. Right now, the poison already spreading throughout his body. The antidote had always been under Chen Jiechio's charge, which was why he left Old Third alone. Southern Ridge Old Third had no time to be astonished by Yi Yuan's prowess. But he recalled Yi Yuan ate a detoxification pill, and the result was that the 100 breaths collapse was utterly useless. Only Yi Yuan could save him now. Yi Yuan gave Southern Ridge Old Third a pitiful look and said, disasters from the heaven can be withstood, but the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Since you all thought of robbing others, you should have been mentally prepared to be killed. Furthermore, to be able to die at the hands of your own brothers, you can die in peace. Earlier, Yi Yuan was watching coldly from the sidelines and had long seen that none of the 4 people were good. Yi Yuan was not some fresh rookie, so he obviously would not make this kind of low-level mistake. Seeing Yi Yuan about to leave, Southern Ridge Old Third panicked and quickly called out. Young hero, I have important intelligence. Point 1. I only ask that young hero save my life. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with that fellow. He collected the storage rings left behind by those people. Even though he did not hope to find good stuff from these guys, at any rate, it was his loot. Young hero, I really have important intelligence. A few days ago, we passed by the Lotus Moon Gorge and discovered that the demonic beasts around the canyon were causing a commotion and rushing towards the depths of the canyon. There must be some natural treasure being born. 2. Southern Ridge Old Third feared that Yi Yuan would really leave, so he simply said it out. But Yi Yuan sneered when he heard it. With such a natural treasure, why didn't you guys go? How can a natural treasure, which caused a collective upheaval of demonic beasts, be ordinary? I'm afraid that you baiting me to go to the Lotus Moon Gorge isn't something as simple as saving you, right? When did I? Why, young hero? Facing Yi Yuan's compelling gaze, Southern Ridge Old Third faltered. He did not think that Yi Yuan had such a mature mind at such a young age. Yi Yuan smiled and said, fine then. To let you die in peace, I promise that I'll definitely go to the Lotus Moon Gorge. Since you still want to play mind games with me on your deathbed, then don't blame me. Finishing, Yi Yuan smacked his palm down on the top of Southern Ridge Old Third's head. Why, young hero, mercy, ah. Following a blood-curdling scream, Southern Ridge Old Third died. Although the Southern Ridge Old Third revealing this news was his dying throes, one had to admit that he coincidentally struck Yi Yuan's weak point. As an alchemist, Yi Yuan truly did not have any immunity towards natural treasures. He would not give up until he went to see it. After settling the business here, a blue-clothed figure fluttered over. Who could it be but Feng Zhiro? When Feng Zhiro came close, she stabbed towards Yi Yuan with her sword wordlessly. Yi Yuan hurriedly dodged and cried out, Senior apprentice sister, I have something to say. Say your head. Have a taste of my sword first. How could Feng Zhiro listen? With a wave of her hand, she struck with her sword again. Although Feng Zhiro's sword looked vicious, in truth, she did not use killing moves. Ever since nearly killing Yi Yuan previously, Feng Zhiro more or less learned her lesson. And the current Yi Yuan was no longer someone she could casually flatten with a sword. Of course, Yi Yuan naturally could not retaliate. He was in the wrong in the first place. Senior apprentice sister, I did that all for you, ah. While he was talking, another sword struck. Yi Yuan cried out and swiftly evaded. For me. Sounds really nice. Do you know how much effort I spent to shake off that big stupid bear? Enough crap. Eat my sword. Feng Jiro was played by Yi Yuan and even had no choice but to help him draw away the iron paw flying bear. Her heart had so much pent-up anger. You stop first, all right, senior apprentice sister, Aya, hear me explain things carefully. Yi Yuan said while dodging. What's there to explain? Stand still for me and eat my sword first before we talk. How could Feng Jiro be willing to give in? The two people, one chasing, and the other fleeing. In a blink of an eye, over a dozen sword strikes were unleashed, but Yi Yuan just refused to stop. Yi Yuan was also chased until he became irritated. He suddenly halted and shut his eyes to let Feng Jiro freely stab over. Feng Jiro also did not expect Yi Yuan to suddenly play this move. She instantly jumped in fright. If this sword landed, how could Yi Yuan survive? Yi Yuan had given a lot of help to them aunt and niece. Feng Jiro did not say it, but her heart was still rather grateful. Chasing down Yi Yuan was just to vent her anger, not to really hurt him. Yi Yuan's action came too suddenly. Feng Jiro simply could not react. Withdrawing her sword at this time was already too late. But Feng Jiro was a 4th-level spirit condensation realm expert at any rate. Her control towards the sword already reached an extremely powerful level, and she managed to change the trajectory of the sword mid-path. This sword barely shaved by Yi Yuan's ear with immense trepidation. But right then, Yi Yuan's face and Feng Jiro's face was practically plastered together. Yi Yuan had his eyes shut, and Feng Jiro's exhalation smelled like orchids, unintentionally affecting Yi Yuan's mind. Feng Jiro's pretty face went red first before taking a step back and yelling, "Are you mad, Yi Yuan? Do you know how dangerous that was just now?" Yi Yuan opened his eyes and suddenly cracked a smile. If not like this, senior apprentice sister won't give up. I know senior apprentice sister cares for me and definitely won't kill me. Don't give me that. Don't think I dare not kill you. Feng Jiro raised her sword again, but threatening again at this time appeared to be so weak and frail. Yi Yuan chuckled and pushed the sword aside. Senior apprentice sister, if you want to kill me, you have to at least let me finish what I have to say first. Feng Jiro kept away her sword and snorted. Fine. I'll hear just what you have to say. But if you don't give a justifiable reason, you can walk the rest of the way yourself. Finishing, Feng Jiro was so peeved that she turned around. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I give senior apprentice sister 100 years of youth. Is senior apprentice sister still satisfied with this explanation? When Feng Jiro heard those words, the anger on her face swiftly faded, and what took its place was curiosity. She turned around and curiously asked, What 100 years of youth? Say clearly. Yi Yuan laughed and explained the function of the silver sword bee's honey. Feng Jiro instantly became elated when she heard that. Clutching Yi Yuan, she asked, Is what you said true? That whatever beauty-retaining pill can really maintain my appearance for 100 years without aging? Yi Yuan smiled and said, 100 years is just the beginning. If I perform above my usual standards and refine out a transcendent-grade beauty-retaining pill, then 150 years is not an issue. Furthermore, not only can the beauty-retaining pill let you maintain your current appearance, it can even moisturize your skin, making it fairer than snow. Really? Then doesn't that mean that I'll look even better than now? Where was there still any demeanor of a proud daughter of heaven presently on her? Feng Jiro looked just like a little girl ignorant of worldly affairs. However, she could not be blamed for this. As long as one was a woman, regardless of how unparalleled her martial arts was or what a peerless beauty she was, they would still place a heavy emphasis on their appearance. Feng Jiro was only a mortal country's little princess. In the future, she would surely grow old. Growing old like that was the most frightening thing for every woman. It was even more terrifying than dying. Hence, they would risk their lives to try and delay the coming of that day. Chapter 131. Chapter 131, Despondent Sieging Team. Somewhere several hundred miles away from Yi Yuan and Feng Jiro, for Spirit Condensation Realm martial artists were currently sieging a powerful lion-type demonic beast. Damn fellow. Chang 1, attack its eyes. Chang 2, Chang 3, let's go and hold it back, a youth commanded the other three people. Yes, young master. The trio acknowledged in unison. This lion-type demonic beast was exceptionally powerful. It was already at the peak middle stage tier 2. It was already not far away from breaking through to the late stage Tier 2. The 4 people actually appeared to be straining to deal with this demonic beast together. Following that youth's command, the other 3 people coordinated abnormally well, akin to one entity. Chang Won leaped and landed on the head of the lion-type demonic beast. The demonic beast naturally would not give this fellow free rein to threaten it. It raised its paw wanting to grab at Chang Won. How could the other 3 give him this chance? Attacks akin to rain falling struck towards the lion-type demonic beast's abdomen. After all, these were 3 middle-stage spirit condensation realm martial artists. No matter how strong this demonic beast's defense was, it dared not let this sort of attack go unchecked. With no alternatives, that demonic beast retracted its paw and went from attacking to defending. But at this time, Chang Won grabbed hold of the opportunity and pulverized that demonic beast's eye into mincemeat. Seeing the situation, the 4 people were euphoric. A series of attacks raided on the demonic beast again, directly sending it flying out. That demonic beast received heavy injuries. Not only did it not retreat, but it also went berserk. The lion-type demonic beast gave a heavy roar and attacked the 4 people frenziedly. Be careful. This is its death throes. Don't fight it head-on. Let's hit and run to slowly expend its strength. It can't hold on much longer, the youth instructed. Yes, young master. In reality, these 3 people were veterans. They also knew what to do without the young man's instructions. Before long, that lion-type demonic beast collapsed on the ground. The 4 people let out a long sigh of relief. When the demonic beast died, the 4 slumped on the ground panting non-stop. They all suffered injuries which were not light. Damn it. Being delayed by this demonic beast, we are getting further away from Yuan. The young man swallowed a medicinal pill as he gnashed in teeth in hatred. This youth was precisely Su Yishan, who was planning to kill off Yuan during the endless trials, while the other 3 were the Su family's retainers, the Chang trio brothers. There were many people when they just entered the forest, so they naturally could not make a move on Yuan then. But who would have thought that Yuan and Feng Jiro walked faster and faster? They were actually unable to catch up. It was not that their speed was slow, but because there were demonic beasts continuously harassing them along the way. This demonic beast just now was the most powerful one they have encountered. Just the delay cost them a whole 2 hours. Relax, young master. My enchanted shadow bug has been following them this whole time. We'll catch up to them eventually. Chang Won said. Su Yishan was aware of Chang Won's tracking capabilities. It was just that he was feeling very annoyed. I'm just wondering why the demonic beasts only attack us when Yuan also walk through here. This. Maybe it's also because we're unlucky, Chang Won said uncertainly. Even with Chang Won's rich experience, he could not think of a reason. Luck. Isn't there luck? Way too good. We tracked all the way here, and the places they walked through didn't show any traces of fighting at all. That's to say that they didn't even go through a single battle while we have been through over a dozen big and small fights. The more Su Yishan said, the angrier he got. Finally, a punch smashed heavily on the ground, sending dirt flying. Truly quite sinister. The road the 2 of them walked is basically a straight line, as if they were running straight towards someplace. But in the endless forest, nobody had ever dared to journey like that. There are plenty of high-ranked Tier 2 demonic beasts' territories along the way. If they accidentally startled them, they would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Chang Won also felt very depressed. That's right. Don't tell me that those demonic beasts are all blind and deaf and simply couldn't sense them at all. At this rate, we will be exhausted to death by these demonic beasts before finding them. Su Yishan said with fervent hatred. Initially, he thought that killing Yuan in the endless forest was a very simple matter. He did not think that it would be riddled with troubles now. The further in they went, the stronger the demonic beasts got. Continuing in a straight line like this was definitely out of the question. They must avoid the territories of those powerful demonic beasts and go forward in a roundabout manner. But this way, when could they manage to find Yuan and co? Before coming, Su Yubai already told him that the endless forest was the best as well as the final chance to eliminate Yuan. If Yuan left the endless forest, the Su family would welcome never-ending troubles. Chang Won also realized that the matter was rather troublesome now. Before coming out this time, the family head had already issued the death command. they must kill Yi Yuan. If the mission was not completed, then carry their own heads back. The family head had never issued such a command before. One could see just how great Yi Yuan's threat to the Su family was. Chang Wan sucked in a deep breath and took out an endless forest map from his storage ring. Opening it, he placed it in front of Su Yishan. Young master, continuing like this is indeed out of the question. Since they are hurrying towards a certain place, why don't we find that place and then lie in ambush there? Chang Wan suggested. Hearing this, Su Yishan immediately calmed down. He nodded and said, "What you said is right. Share your idea." Chang Wan reached out with his finger and pointed on the map. "Look here, young master." Ever since they entered the endless forest, they didn't stop for a moment as they went along this straight line towards the northwest direction. With their strength, it's impossible to go somewhere too deep. It must be within an area of 1,000 miles. Then, inside this 1,000 miles, where is the place they are most likely to go to? Crimson Summit Ridge. Su Yishan blurted out. Chang Wan's finger started from the entrance and kept extending until 1,000 miles in the northwest direction. That place impressively marked Crimson Summit Ridge. Sii. Is Yi Yuan insane? To actually go to such a dangerous place like Crimson Summit Ridge? Su Yishan sucked in a cold breath. Chang Wan shook his head and said, "Based on common sense, him going to the Crimson Summit Ridge naturally saves us from striking. But looking at the current situation, this Yi Yuan's methods are really hard to conjecture. Ignoring other things, just based on him being able to not alarm these high-ranked demonic beasts along the way is already an incredible ability. And according to my estimation, it's highly likely that he's going to the Crimson Summit Ridge to find some medicinal herbs for that little maidservant of his." Chang Wan's analysis struck deeply, practically exactly the same as the truth. Since they came to gang up and kill Yi Yuan, Chang Wan naturally did sufficient homework. He understood Yi Yuan very thoroughly. Even a minute detail like lure was noticed. Su Yishan was forcefully shocked awake and could not help shooting a surprised gaze at Chang Wan, seeing him in a completely new light. No wonder father sent him to see Yi Yuan. This guy could not be underestimated. Very clearly, Chang Wan's analysis basically had no flaws. This was also the most logical explanation. Initially, Su Yishan was still worried about whether or not Yi Yuan would take part in this endless trials. Finally, his concern was proven to be superfluous. Yi Yuan was not foolish enough to think that he could spare him. But he still came. That meant that he had a reason to come no matter what. And this reason was exactly lure. Chapter 132. Chapter 132, Swaggering In. "Then, what do you say we do now, Chang Wan?" Su Yishan actually sought for Chang Wan's opinion. Chang Wan also appeared to be rather surprised. He understood this young lord a little. Su Yishan had an ingrained pride and generally looked down on the Su family's retainers like them. But today, he actually sought out his opinion. It looked like Su Yishan matured quite a bit during this period of time. Only such a Su Yishan was worthy of being the Su family successor. Chang Wan no longer hesitated and stated his thoughts, regardless whether or not they went to the Crimson Summit Ridge, there is definitely a destination. And I'm afraid that it isn't going to be so easy for them to get that medicinal herb. We just have to chase after according to the direction the enchanted shadow bug is pointing to and set up an ambush in advance. I figure he wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Let's keep heading towards this direction while avoiding some of the powerful demonic beasts' territories later on. This way, even if we detoured a little, it would at most be around half a day's time. We can definitely still make it. Su Yishan ruminated for some time and felt that what Chang Wan said made sense. They were unaware of Yi Yuan's goal at the beginning, so they just blindly chased. In the end, the time delay from being impeded by demonic beasts increased instead. Since they have the direction now, they naturally need not fear them escaping. Circling around the powerful demonic beasts' territories might even be slightly faster. Okay, we'll do as you said. Recuperate a while first and then set off. Su Yishan instructed. Yi Yuan had settled things with Feng Zhiro. The pair swallowed another breath-concealing pill each and rushed over to the Crimson Summit Ridge. Yi Yuan, were those 4 people all killed by you? You're actually already this powerful. Feng Zhiro was still rather astonished by Yi Yuan's power. Those were 4 spirit condensation realm martial artists, and they actually all died in Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How can I have such capabilities? I just used some small tricks and made them kill each other for a while. That's why the results were like that." Only now did Feng Zhiro feel relieved. "So that's the case. Gave me a fright. If you could kill those 4 people alone, doesn't that mean that you already have the strength to rank in the top 30 of the martial roll?" Initially, the ranking everyone gave Yi Yuan was roughly around rank 50 on the martial roll. It was nothing difficult for this strength to defeat several ordinary second-level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Feng Zhiro knew that the strength of demonic beast hunters was greater than the average martial artist. Furthermore, there was a third-level spirit condensation realm martial artist among them. Yi Yuan was able to hold the 4 of them there. Raising another 20 places was nothing much. Yi Yuan was only at the 9th level Essence Qi realm. Being at the 9th level Essence Qi realm, he already possessed the strength of the top 30 on the martial roll. When he broke through to the spirit condensation realm, just how terrifying would that be? Feng Zhiro felt that it was inconceivable just thinking about it. Luckily, Yi Yuan denied her conjecture. Otherwise, Feng Zhiro would really have felt that so many years of hard work went to waste. "You're really full of tricks." Several veterans were actually completely toyed by you. After Feng Zhiro felt reassured, she could not help scorning Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Who asked this junior apprentice brother, to be lacking in strength? If I didn't come up with some ruses, then wouldn't I be unable to even keep my life? Otherwise, Teacher Feng would not have made senior apprentice sister come and protect me." After pondering, Feng Zhiro thought the same as well, but her mouth stated otherwise. "Don't give me that. Your life is tenacious as hell. You didn't even die when challenging the 9 Heavens Road. Looks like even the heaven can't be bothered to take you in." Yi Yuan laughed but did not reply. What Feng Zhiro said was really true. Yi Yuan did not take the 9 Heavens Road to heart, but he was clearly already dead in the divine realm. But now, he was standing here perfectly fine. Yi Yuan felt that this was like a dream just thinking about it now. Around half a day later, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro finally arrived at the Crimson Summit Ridge. This place was highly treacherous. Apart from the long-armed stone apes, there were also quite a number of powerful demonic beasts around the Crimson Summit Ridge. Demonic beast hunters had never dared to step foot fully into a place of such a level as the Endless Forest. Even Crystal Formation realm martial artists would move cautiously in this place. If they were surrounded by the long-armed stone apes, the outcome would be being ganged up on and beaten to death. The two found a safe place to hide and secretly observe the situation on the Crimson Summit Ridge. It was fine if they did not look. But one look and Feng Zhiro freaked out. Although the forest was very dense, the indistinct coming and going of white long-armed stone apes appeared to be very glaring. They walked around in groups of 2s and 3s, appearing as if they were patrolling. These long-armed stone apes gathered and formed teams. Why does it look like they are patrolling the mountain? Feng Zhiro looked at Yi Yuan somewhat surprised, as she transmitted her voice. The stone ape race have extremely high intelligence. Their awareness towards territory is already stronger than other demonic beasts. And their hierarchy is very strict, namely Ape Soldier, Ape General, and Ape King. Stone apes live in social groups and do not permit others to encroach into their terrain. The moment they discover that there's a trespasser, they would gather and attack, Yi Yuan explained. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Feng Zhiro asked in bewilderment, "No way. Since you're so familiar with the long-armed stone ape's habits, aren't you courting death by coming to the Crimson Summit Ridge?" Listening to Yi Yuan's meaning, the long-armed stone apes had very strong exclusiveness and aggressiveness. Once they were discovered, they two of them would be in grave danger. The so-called Ape Soldier, Ape General, and Ape King of the long-armed stone apes, respectively corresponded to Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Forget about the Ape Generals and Ape King. Just the several tens of thousands of ape soldiers could drown them by rushing them. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Zhiro and chuckled very helplessly. Seeing Yi Yuan's laughter filled with mockery, Feng Zhiro flew into a rage again. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Yi Yuan pointed at his head and said with a smile, "Why is the human race powerful? Not because we cultivate faster than the demon race, nor is it because our bodies are better than the demon race, but because our intellect is way higher than the demon race. Hence, use your brain first before doing things and not just think about running or charging about recklessly, understood? You mean that you have a plan? Then quickly say it, hang on. Well done, Yuan, are you trying to say that I'm even dumber than demonic beasts? Feng Zhiro reacted to it swiftly, and her rage meter shot straight up. However, she learned her lesson this time and did not make any sound, but spoke with voice transmission. Only that the expression on her face became increasingly ice-cold. Yuan sighed and said, I say, senior apprentice sister, can you not be so sensitive, all right? I'm just telling you a fact, but you just had to turn around and scold yourself. Why? Humph, don't be proud of yourself. Now isn't the time. Watch how I settle the score with you after we get back. Feng Zerua snorted icily. Facing the mountain full of long-armed stone apes, the proud senior apprentice sister Feng finally knew how to weigh things and not blow her top easily. There was only one iron paw flying bear, so she could still lure it away. If they alarmed the mountain full of long-armed stone apes, then the pair would not even get the chance to escape. Haha, many thanks for senior apprentice sister, your excellency's grace. Yuan laughed and said. Enough crap. What method do you have to enter? Quickly say it. Feng Zhiro pent up a stomach full of anger and said huffily. Yuan smiled and said, how to enter? Of course, it's by swaggering in. Chapter 133. Chapter 133, Knowledge is Power. Swaggering in. Did your brain short-circuit? There are so many stone apes. How do we swagger in? Feng Zhiro stared wide-eyed at Yuan as if she was looking at a fool. Senior apprentice sister, please don't measure others after yourself, all right? I already said just now, you got to use your brain before doing things. Yuan gave another emotional sigh. You. Feng Zhiro's brows were vertical. This fellow actually ridiculed her again. Fine, you're ruthless. But don't you know that women bear grudges very well? We'll record down the accounts this time one by one and tally it all up after we return. The long-armed stone apes might be powerful, but they have a weakness, which is that they have virtually zero night vision abilities. And we have the breath-concealing pill. They can't detect our scent. Hence, just wait until it gets dark, and we'll just swagger in. Yuan explained. This also works. Feng Zhiro was thoroughly defeated by Yuan. How did this fellow know so much? Nobody even dared to come to the Crimson Summit Ridge. Even Crystal Formation Realm martial artists dared not stop here for long, let alone they understood the habits of the long-armed stone apes. Why can't it work? Yuan retorted with a question. But didn't you say that the breath-concealing pill is only effective for demonic beasts below Tier 3? What should we do if we bump into the Ape King? Feng Zhiro inquired. I've already inquired long ago that within 1,000 miles radius of the Endless Forest, the highest is only Tier 3 demonic beasts. The Crimson Summit Ridge is still within the 1,000 miles radius. A mountain cannot contain 2 tigers. Hence, this place at most has a Tier 3 Ape King. Such a large Crimson Summit Ridge, just how lucky do we have to be to encounter the Ape King? Now that Yuan said that, Feng Zhiro felt that there really did not seem to be much danger. Such a dangerous-looking place was actually as easy as walking on flat ground to Yuan. Of course, it was only like walking on flat ground for Yuan. If it were some other person, they would have no idea how to refine the breath-concealing pill and would only seek their doom by coming here. This fellow was truly a monster. It seemed like nothing could stump him. Feng Zhiro was also a haughty and proud individual. She always felt somewhat unwilling to submit. Not knowing why, she faintly looked forward to some situation to occur later up the mountain. Who asked you to be cocky? A moonless dark night. The faint breeze made the leaves rustle as 2 figures slowly headed for the Crimson Summit Ridge. Although demonic beasts had greater vitality than humans, they are not tireless. Currently, it was midnight, and most of the long-armed stone apes headed back to the mountain to rest. It naturally would not be like daytime where ape shadows were aplenty. Human martial artists' night vision abilities were quite strong. Even though they did not have the same range as daytime, nor was it as clear, seeing things within a small radius was still not an issue. Furthermore, with a rise in realm, the changes that essence energy had towards martial artists' bodies would also become greater. The night vision abilities of human martial artists would become increasingly stronger. Feng Jiro and Yi Yuan walked towards the mountain unhurriedly in fear of alerting the long-armed stone apes. The Crimson Summit Ridge is so huge. Where do we look for the Crimson Soul Grass? Feng Jiro suddenly transmitted her voice and asked. The summit. Yi Yuan only said 2 words. What? The summit? There's a very high chance for that Ape King to be at the summit. Feng Jiro nearly made a sound. Can you not get all worked up over nothing? Why is this place called the Crimson Summit Ridge? Why is the medicinal herb called Crimson Soul Grass? Please use your brain, all right. Yi Yuan said grumpily. This woman had no use at all other than making a fuss over every little thing. Being uncultured was truly frightening. Seeing Feng Jiro still having that blank look, Yi Yuan could only explain, this place is called Crimson Summit Ridge because the mud at the summit is crimson in color. That sort of mud is called Crimson Xiang soil, one of the extremely few soils which can breed the Crimson Soul Grass. However, the quantity of Crimson Xiang soil on this Crimson Summit Ridge isn't a lot either. Just that small patch at the summit. Hence, for us to obtain the Crimson Soul Grass, we must go to the summit. Feng Jiro did not know what to say either. This Yi Yuan was simply like an encyclopedia. He knew everything. Only him with such broad and profound knowledge dared to barge into this Crimson Summit Ridge with Essence Chi realm cultivation, right? What if? What if we bump into the Ape King at the summit? What should we do? Feng Jiro, who was subdued by Yi Yuan, suddenly had her momentum weaken considerably. How would I know? If we really come across it, then just drop everything and run. As for how far we can run, it will be up to our capabilities. Well, this is my affair, no need to drag you into this. Why don't you stay instead? Yi Yuan said very irresponsibly. No way. I promised Auntie to protect you. I can't watch you take risks alone. Feng Jiro was very resolute on the matter. Haha, then thank you so much, senior apprentice sister. If we really run into the Ape King, to have a great beauty like senior apprentice sister accompany me along the Yellow Springs, it's also a beautiful thing. Yi Yuan laughed and said. Feng Jiro suddenly felt like she was duped. But the words already came out of her mouth, so she did not intend to take them back. She just rolled her eyes at Yi Yuan and said, enough crap, quickly go. Due to the fear of alerting the long-armed stone apes, the two walked very slowly. Only after 2 hours did they gradually fumble their way to the summit with scares but without danger. The summit was an open space. The long-armed stone apes already cleared it out. Arriving at the summit, there were many more night patrol long-armed stone apes. And from the looks of the aura coming off of their bodies, there were even quite a few tier 2 long-armed stone apes among them. It looked like that Ape King was definitely on this summit. So many long-armed stone apes. What to do? Feng Jiro asked rather anxiously. Yi Yuan swept a gaze across this open field and transmitted his voice, see that small hill in the distance. There's a cave up there. If my speculation is right, that Ape King should be inside that cave. In the entire summit, the place with the thickest Crimson Xiang soil is on that small hill. The Crimson Soul Grass should be there. Ah, is isn't that very dangerous? Right now, we are at the summit. The moment we're discovered by the Ape King, then we won't even have the chance to escape. Feng Jiro said worriedly. It's indeed quite dangerous. But I also have to go no matter how dangerous it is. Without the Crimson Soul Grass, Luer definitely won't make it. Seeing Yi Yuan risk his life for a maidservant, Feng Jiro was also deeply touched. Such an affectionate and faithful man, there really isn't many in this world. Normally, Yi Yuan appeared to be cheeky and frivolous. But, when it really came down to the 11th hour, he was highly reliable. Then, what should we do? Feng Jiro kept away her nervousness and resolved to cooperate with Yi Yuan to harvest the Crimson Soul Grass. Yi Yuan observed for a while and then said, have you noticed that there aren't any long-armed stone apes patrolling around the vicinity of that small hill? Feng Jiro looked towards that small hill and found that that was really the case. Behind the small hill is a cliff. We'll circle over there and scale up the cliff. As long as we don't startle the Ape King, the possibility of us getting away is still very huge, Yuan said. Can this work? We have to pass by the cave if we're climbing from the cliff. I don't really care anymore. At this point, we can only take our chances and give it a shot. Before long, day will break. Once dawn comes, we will have even less of a chance. Yuan made up his mind. Feng Jiro gritted her teeth and said, okay. Later, you go and find the Crimson Soul Grass. I'll keep a lookout for you. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.